After leaving Washington, I said goodbye to Kim and the children in New York, packed up, and went to New Mexico. I spent my days talking with my mom, playing Scrabble with her, and helping her cook, visiting with Barbara, who had the summers off from teaching, getting to know Shell again, and playing with my nieces and my little brother. Nights we sat around the table long after dinner and talked and joked and listened to my dad play the accordion. I thought about getting a teaching job there in Grants, or a job gardening or landscaping. I also thought about the job at the commission. Alice said the offer was good whenever I wanted to take it. The job at Alice's office sounded tempting. I wanted to see how she carried out her faith, how she meshed being a nun and working for human rights. She seemed to get a lot done, and I had a feeling that if I were in Washington, I could also make things happen. But that job would mean leaving my family. And one was actually, for the first time I remembered, having fun. Every now and then there was an entire day when I forgot about what had happened. On one of those days my mom, Barbara, my nieces Amber and Stephanie, and I were having a girls' day out in Albuquerque. We did that. Sometimes we'd window shop, eat lunch, and see a movie. Sometimes we would link arms or all join hands walking down the sidewalk. The touch of my family no longer threatened me. I craved that touch. On this particular day, I was having a great time. I wasn't even feeling guilty for doing nothing useful, for living, for enjoying myself. We were in the shopping mall. Mom and my nieces went off in one direction and Barbara and I went in another to look at different things before meeting up later. Barbara and I decided to do something wild, something that would remind us of one another, wherever we were. We each had pierced ears. Piercing a baby girl's ears is part of the Hispanic culture, a rite of initiation into the culture and the role of the female. Now that I have a niece with a pierced belly button, what Barbara and I did seems tame, but at the time we felt so radical. We got our ears double pierced. I suppose the second piercing was another rite, a mark of my passage back into my family. Each time I put an extra earring in, I think of Barbara and that day, the exhilaration and the sting of the gun and the closeness it forged between us. We both knew I'd be leaving soon. I knew it somewhere deep down, but I hadn't come to grips with it yet. I had made a promise to the Guatemalans, who were still being butchered. Part of me never wanted to think about torture or human rights violations again. That part wanted to eat my mama's cooking and just be. That part had its way for a couple of months and I would have given into it a while longer. But I got a package in the mail, a brown envelope that looked like any I might get from Meredith or someone at the Mount. The only thing missing was a return address. I thought maybe Louisa had been rushed. She often sent me flowers from her garden in Kentucky. By the time they arrived, the petals were dried and the stems were rotted with mold where she had wrapped them in foil with water. These flowers were worse than usual, I thought, reaching inside and turning my nose away from the stench. But my hand closed around another envelope, a white one, with something bulky inside. Denial is amazing. There in my family's house I thought I was safe, so I opened the envelope and pulled out what was inside, a dead rodent, stiff and cold, wrapped in a Guatemalan flag. For a few minutes I was back in the pit with the claws in my hair. I ran to the bathroom and vomited, then stood under a hot shower where //leave uj-. I could sob without being heard. I wondered for a moment if someone was playing a sick joke. But I was pretty sure the source was more sinister than that. The rage I had squelched for so long burbled to the surface. I refused to stay in that prison, I thought, that pit, that dark hole of fear and despair. They want war, I'll give them war. I got out, dressed, and threw the critter away. Whether it was a mouse or a baby rat I'm still not sure. Then I called Alice and told her to expect me. Chapter 14. Everardo. The air in Washington was thick. Between the branches of trees and the walls of buildings hung something like despair, trapped ideas, ambitions held and let go of. In spite of the wide, tree-lined streets and neighborhoods that changed, wealthy to poor from one block to the next, the heaviness pressed down all over the city. It was something I had noticed since arriving. Maybe it was only the heat that hung in the leaves umbrella, the pressure of that blurry world that rose up off the street and wanted to keep on rising. That's what I finally decided, sitting next to Jennifer on the Assisi house steps. We were eating ice cream, and her free hand fluttered as she talked, like a bird testing out the ways it could move. The afternoon shadows stretched out on the lawn and fell across the neighbors' plastic ducks, caught in mid-waddle in a bed of ivy. Jennifer chewed her cone in quick little bites and leaned back on her elbows in the sunlight. "Hope springs eternal," she said. It was one of her favorite sayings. Beside her, I almost believed it. There was a grim smile on her face and a kind of steel in her posture. In spite of what she'd just told me, the defense minister had stopped negotiating. On her last trips to Guatemala he wouldn't even meet with her, and no one else in the army would, either. Ambassador McAfee had admitted asking for her case to be removed from the congressional resolution, saying she didn't believe in holding development hostage to an individual case. When Jennifer pointed out that she hadn't asked for other individual cases to be removed, McAfee said, "Well, you have to admit, Jennifer, this case is different. He was a combatant." Jennifer pointed out that the law didn't recognize any such distinction. McAfee was silent. She said I had misunderstood the Minister of Defense. He had never negotiated. She looked weird, pasty, and teary-eyed, like she was going to cry, and she was saying I had no reason to believe Everardo might still be 244 alive. She said, "Well, he's been gone for such a long time now, Jennifer, and you know how the army is." But beside Jennifer, I could believe that despair was only heat, which, after all, was only a form of energy. Because even now, when she was quiet and staring straight ahead, I could see she had a plan. "I've told the army before," she said at last, "we're all chained by the neck. If he goes down, I go down, and I take them down with me." I wasn't exactly sure what she meant, but her defiance gave me strength. "Keep your hope alive, Jennifer," I answered. Jennifer had no idea of her influence on me, or if she did, she didn't let on. "You're getting so much stronger every day," she'd tell me every so often as we drank tea together in the dining room or washed dishes after dinner. "I see such a change in you from a few months ago. It's like you're blooming." Her words were what made me stronger. I clung to them and pictured myself a tall, strong sunflower, standing straight up and opening. Our trips to the corner store for ice cream became a daily ritual. I found out later that Jennifer didn't like ice cream. She ate it the way she did most things, absently. But I was glad to see her give herself time to sit there on the shade-dappled steps. She let her mind slide into the past, and she told me stories about her time with Everardo. I guess she allowed herself that luxury because she was eating the ice cream with a view to the future. It was part of a plan to get him out. Jennifer explained that Everardo loved her solely for who she was inside, in spite of her looks. Many American men Jennifer had come across saw her big green eyes, her blondish hair, her big chest, and little else. Jennifer had a perfect score on her math SAT, but the men she served cocktails to during a college waitressing job added up the check for her, as if she couldn't. Everardo, on the other hand, understood Jennifer at once. He cooked her tamales and left them for her breakfast, disappearing before she arrived, or quietly sat beside her at dinner, as if that just happened to be where he found room. When Jennifer had been in the mountains only a few weeks, collecting stories for her book, one of the women told her it was obvious that she and Everardo were interested in one another. He said Jennifer should encourage him. She was an older woman, after all, 40 to Everardo's 34. And Everardo needed encouraging. He had already lost 2 wives, Jennifer explained. The first was shot down before his eyes. The second was disappeared. To complicate matters, he thought Jennifer might be a CIA plant. And you know, he thought I was kind of weird looking. Like my eyes, he'd never seen anything like them. He told me that finally, once we had gotten together. I thought I was going to get a compliment, But he said they reminded him of a bird of prey. Jennifer laughed. That was the best thing about the stories. And I liked learning about Everardo. In some ways I could relate to him. He wasn't going to trust just anyone. He wasn't going to become instantly close to someone who might be pulling the wool over his eyes or someone he might end up loving, then losing. He wondered, like me, where the reality lay. I knew, of course, that Jennifer wasn't CIA. It was the URNG I was worried about. Sometimes I wondered if her ties were closer than she admitted and if she was just using me to push her objectives along. All I could do was continue to get to know her. So the afternoons on the porch and the stories continued. We went to a carnival once in Mexico City, she told me. Everardo had never been to one before. We came across one of those booths with rifles, one of those target shoots. He looks up at the stuffed animal prizes hanging above and says, "You like those things?" .7. I said, "Yeah. Sure." So he crouches down, spreads his feet apart, and lowers his head, like he's avoiding a hail of bullets. I'm looking around thinking, oh, no, he's supposed to be underground in Mexico. You know, he was working on the indigenous position for the peace talks and I was supposed to make sure he was safe. And he's not looking like the average guy at the rifle booth. But it was the only way he knew how to shoot. He hit every little ducky, needless to say, and then handed me this huge teddy bear. I loved to see her happy, even for a moment, in memory's grip. Once we were lying in bed. It was a quiet moment, we were just lying there and Everardo reached up and pinched my nose, an affectionate kind of pinch. I kept a straight face and went quack. His eyes got huge. He tried it again, slowly, almost like he was afraid to see what would happen. So I quacked again. He lay there a minute, staring. Then he just busted out laughing. He never knew what he'd get with me. But that was all right, Jennifer said with a smile. You know. She flipped her hair out of her eyes. He was game for life with this creature he'd ended up with, whatever it was. One found myself wondering, like Everardo, just what kind of creature Jennifer was. She said she was an atheist, but I had never seen anyone so giving, so devoted to doing the right thing, so focused on other people. She saw that I was shy and uncomfortable with nearly everyone in the house, and took it upon herself to help me feel at ease. It's okay, she would tell me. These are really good people. You can trust them. She gave me little summaries of my housemates, picking out elements of our lives that were similar. Brother Vianney had been a health promoter in Bolivia, she told me, where many of his friends and co-workers had been disappeared and killed by the army. When Vianney came back to the United States, he tried to talk about the violence he'd seen and the loss he'd experienced. The brothers in his order didn't really want to listen, at least not in the way that Vianney needed them to listen. He had a breakdown and was hospitalized and put on such high doses of drugs that he barely knew where he was. He was using his knowledge of mental illness now to help the homeless of DC. He counseled them, helped them with day-to-day tasks, and took them on spiritual retreats. John and Anne, a lively young couple, had lived in El Salvador. Anne conducted travel seminars there, and John had been a musician for church-related events. Because of health problems, both came back before they were ready, and they were having some trouble readjusting to life in the United States and finding the way that they could be most useful. I saw Jennifer take time to talk with Vianney in the morning and after supper, and she scheduled breakfast with him at a nearby greasy spoon, even when the circles under her eyes were dark purple. She noticed before anyone else in the house when I was having a bad day, and she made time to talk to me and offered me her bubble baths and face creams, the only luxuries she permitted herself. Once she slipped off the silver ring on her finger. Here, want to wear this for a while. She put it on the table beside me. I picked it up and looked at it closely for the first time. The ring appeared to be a silver twist, but it was an arching dolphin. This is a sign, I thought. Jennifer is the dolphin on my journey. She had led me to a circle of people, many of them wounded, and she was inviting me to reach out and take their hands. The dolphin of my reverie was playful, confident, invulnerable. Jennifer could seem that way. Out after the funny stories the sad ones came. She stared blankly at her bare feet and didn't even try to finish eating. Her ice cream lay melting. The ivy. She'd wanted to have a baby. She and Everardo had tried for 6 months. Finally, she found herself pregnant. But when the news came that he had disappeared, she lost the baby. She brushed some imaginary dust off her jeans. My eyes filled with tears. I couldn't help thinking that the soldiers had taken 2 lives, not 1, because I didn't think she'd get Everardo back. Jennifer saw my eyes and blinked hard to keep her own tears in. I had felt the depth of her wounds, and I no longer questioned whether she was a guerrilla plant, telling carefully concocted stories for propaganda purposes. Sometimes it's easier to believe you're being hoodwinked. A barrier of doubt and mistrust are protective. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to feel the other person's pain. From then on out, everything that hurt Jennifer hurt me. We became like sisters. I talked to her about my secret wishes, things I wouldn't have told anyone else, not even Barbara or Michelle. I thought they might be too conservative to understand, and besides, I didn't trust the phone or the mail. I thought no one but Mimi would understand, and she was far away in Chile. So I told Jennifer that I, too, had a secret wish to be a mother, to have another chance. She didn't judge me for the choice I made when I found myself pregnant, and she didn't judge my desire for a baby. She said it was a natural desire for a woman to have. She didn't seem to think it mattered that I was a woman who, at least technically, was still a nun. Bodies, she explained, don't understand such distinctions. I still had the feelings of a woman. She talked to me about artificial insemination, just so I would know there were options, ways to have a baby without ever going near a man. She answered all my questions. And she told me she thought I'd be a good mother. I looked forward to the stories on the porch and to all the intimacies we shared, and I felt I knew Everardo, that I had seen him through Jennifer's eyes. But I wondered if he would ever be the same, if he would ever reach out to touch another person so easily or be capable of play and laughter if I should show Jennifer his future through my eyes. The torturers had me for 24 hours and I had begged to die. I still kept my razor blade nearby, under a seashell on my dresser. I was still sure sometimes that dying back there would have been preferable to this afterlife. And what I thought as the ice cream ran in quick tears down Jennifer's cone and the sunlight gleamed off her thinning hair, what I thought and would never say, was that if he was lucky Everardo would already be dead. That meant he would be lying, perhaps, in a mass grave, thrown away like a piece of trash, like he didn't matter, like nothing he ever did mattered. Not at least the torture would be over. I knew what they had done to me in 24 hours. They would have had him for 2.5 years. They'd had me for 24 hours and I still struggled. Organizing coalition missing materials, a tiny task I'd been hired to do, drained my strength. By 2 o'clock, sometimes even by noon, I had to leave. Alice gamely took me home, day after day, without raising an eyebrow. "You'll get used to the work," she said. "It takes a while." On every page of every report were police officers, bodies. I had planned to forget about my case. I had done all I could, and pursuing justice through the OAS simply involved waiting while my lawyers carried out the paperwork. I had meant to focus, not on what happened to me, but on the broader issue of Guatemala and what I could do to help. But I couldn't read the reports of unidentified bodies found on the roadside without smelling the stench of the pit and seeing the limbs, the caked blood on the skin. When I read about the marks of torture, I heard the screams that echoed in the basement. Alice and the other staff member, Patricia, who translated the human rights reports sent from Guatemala, seemed to have put a wall between their feelings and the atrocities. Patricia focused on finding the right words. She asked us to help her choose between phrases like "a unionist was beaten to death" and "a unionist was found dead of blunt force trauma to the head." What sounded most like English, most normal? Alice, the interns, and I were supposed to proofread the update before it went out and pinpoint anything that sounded awkward. The staff was almost obsessed with perfection, as if by reporting the horrors in the most irreproachable way they could somehow right them. After a few weeks I begged off from proofreading. The artifice of words couldn't protect me. The words simply drew me into the other side of the Politkovnikas stones and left me there with the screams. I discovered my own way of coping. When the update was finished, I took it to my office, which overlooked the leafy treetops. The sunlight fell onto my desk, onto the page, dazzling me. I lit a candle. Then I carefully cut out the names of the disappeared and tortured and placed them in a large glass jar which I kept hidden under my desk. I remembered the names, held them in my head. Those people, at least, were not anonymous. They were not forgotten. I think I was so focused on capturing names because I hadn't gotten the woman's. But the names curled around each other as they mounted up. I couldn't remember them all, and I couldn't see them all. The jar was filling, becoming a mass grave of names, a pit. Each name needed its own space. I started a notebook, gluing one name onto one page at night when everyone was sleeping. When I had worked my way through the updates, I closed the notebook. The cover thudded shut, like the lid of a coffin. And more people just kept dying. I suspended my rescue attempts with the scissors. But still I tried to save the names from the cold pages of a report, from oblivion, from silence. It occurred to me that I could call the State Department's new desk officer, Peg Willingham, every day it was a local call and ask for updates on each case. I said the names of the assassinated and disappeared aloud. With each call she had to repeat the same thing, there were no updates. I was hoping that, out of the tedium of this litany if nothing else, she would find some new information. I was never at a loss for cases. Between May and July, a GAM member had been stabbed, 2 campesino leaders had been shot to death, and another human rights leader had been killed by a military commissioner. The 15-year-old son of a labor union leader was shot and stabbed to death as he walked down the street, and a unionist was abducted with a friend in Guatemala City. Their bodies were found 2 days later, with numerous stab wounds and marks where they'd been strangled with barbed wire. Another labor leader was in a coma after being shot 6 times. Several students involved in progressive causes were shot by police officers, and a newspaper reporter was abducted, beaten, and interrogated. In only 12 weeks, 40 people had been tortured and 74 assassinated. Although Guatemala was moving toward a peace treaty with the help of 6 countries, including the United States, acting as facilitators and many more watching the process and promising money when the accord was signed, the army was getting away with murder. Alice explained that the army was getting rid of the opposition before the United Nations verification mission arrived. The UN mission, which would consist of hundreds of observers, would monitor the human rights situation and report on violations of the accords already signed. Until then, apparently, it was open season. As Alice was driving me home one day, I asked her how she could keep working when the situation was so bad and whatever we did seemed so useless. She worked from 8 in the morning until supper time, then from 8 in the evening until midnight, every night of the week. Instead of taking a salary from the budget, she lived on the $500 a month her family and friends sent. I couldn't see what good it was doing. She looked over once, quickly. Her eyes were clear gray and her words when she spoke were those of a woman who knew a childhood of long winters, with average temperatures of 20 below, crushing poverty, and the fear that her ancestry and her mother tongue would mark her as a traitor. They were sensible, German-American, Minnesota words. Well, we don't know how much worse it might be if we wouldn't be doing the work. Still, I asked myself if I was in the right place. Was I only re-victimizing myself, subjecting myself, though a few steps removed, to the helplessness of watching other people be tortured? Was the idea that we could help only a cruel illusion? I pictured the sisters in my community clucking and saying I should move on with my life, that I was obsessed with Guatemala and what happened to me. I felt guilty sometimes. Teaching children was what I had been trained to do, and the Ursulines were a teaching order. Every day that I went to the GHRC office was a reminder that I wasn't living as an Ursuline. It was a reminder of my rift with God. But Alice was sure that what she was doing was God's work. She had so much confidence in her judgment. Also a member of a teaching order, the School Sisters of Notre Dame, Alice had been a first-grade teacher and a school principal for decades before moving into human rights work. A glass plaque on her desk that said Jesus and the cross she wore around her neck were the only overt indications of her faith, but when she had a decision to make, she became quiet and drew into herself. Then she would move ahead with confidence. The thing is, Dianna, we're teaching people about Guatemala, Alice told me once. And you can't say that's not education. It's something that no one else is doing. The schools aren't doing it and the newspapers sure aren't doing it. I still had my doubts, not about Alice's intentions but about the ability of some of our pupils to be educated. They were members of Congress, immigration judges, INS officials, and State Department officials, as well as the general public. Someone had to try, I guess, but there was also such a thing as being realistic. Yet didn't Jesus himself ask us to have the faith of a child? Maybe practicing faith and hope on a religious level gave Alice an advantage in human rights work. She learned to believe in her own efforts and hope that conditions would change in Guatemala. Paradoxically, what gave me hope was a paper I came across in a file one day, a list with names of the dead religious killed or disappeared in Guatemala since 1976, it said at the top. Beneath the heading were 26 names. 36 religious workers had been killed in Guatemala in fewer than 20 years. I had no idea so many had died. I stared at the list for a long time. Most of the dead were Guatemalans. Others were Spanish, Belgian, French, and American. Words I had heard for years from U.S. Embassy personnel went through my mind. Why would anyone attack an American nun? What would they possibly have to gain? As if it had never happened before. And here in Alice's files was proof that in the 9 years before my abduction and torture, 3 other U.S. missionaries had been killed. All the circumstances suggested the army. Attacks on internationals and religious alike seemed to have ended during the mid to late 1980s. That's why the Bishop of Huehuetenango advised me not to worry too much about the threatening letters. It wasn't the early 1980s, he said, and foreigners weren't being attacked. But in 1989, the Army's campaign against the Church, as well as against internationals, resumed. And by attacking me, the Army was efficient. It hit 2 targets at once. Scholar Angela Deli Santa, in Nightmare or Reality, Guatemala in the 1980s, describes the scene well. As a result of the Church's persistent criticism of government corruption, as well as of almost all government policies, including military spending, in conjunction with its growing support for the grassroots movement, the poor, the national dialogue, and peace talks with the URNG, repression against the Catholic hierarchy, clergy, nuns, and catechists was greatly intensified in 1989. For example, during the entire second half of the year, the Archbishop was to receive constant threats, warning him to give up his involvement in the problems of the country or face death, while in April, 2 Guatemalan priests were attacked, robbed, and beaten up. Furthermore, in October, Sister Patricia Denny, a U.S. nun, was threatened and told to leave the country or face death. In November, Rolando Lam, a member of the Archdiocesan Lay Committee, was assassinated. Moreover, during the very last month of the year, the parochial house of Santa Cruz Comitancillo was raided, and the priest and general vicar of the Diocese of San Marcos, Father José María Carrera, was threatened. Not of lesser importance are the catechists, many of whom suffered diverse forms of repression, including kidnappings and disappearances throughout the entire year. Besides transgressions against individuals, the Army apparently tried to intimidate the Catholic congregation as a whole, by attempting to interfere with freedom of religion. 2 things strongly suggest this. First, in an unprecedented act, they sent out questionnaires to certain parishes, asking parishioners to express their views about the priests, the church, the armed forces, etc., and second, they instructed the PAC's civil defense patrols in some communities to pressure Catholics into refraining from participating in Catholic meetings, discussions, and religious services. Point 1. The poverty I saw in San Miguel had made me angry. I know from my letters that I'd begun, for the first time, to question. I no longer believed that the way the world was right. It was unjust. Did the army intercept my letters? Or did God intercept my doubts? Which one decided to punish me? Or was the torture, in fact, not about me? At Koffel the therapists had tried to teach us that torture was political, not personal, that we were attacked as part of a strategy involving the broader society. I never understood. It seemed personal when it was my own skin that was burned, my own memories that were obliterated. Seeing the list, I understood, finally, that the Guatemalan army may not have had any personal issue with me, Dianna Ortiz. It was the sister in front of my name that had made me a target like the sister and father and brother in front of all these other names. The attack on me was actually an attack on the church. I wish I could have understood sooner. The torturer's words had interfered. They kept telling me I had to be questioned because I was the woman in the photo, who they said was Veronica Ortiz Hernandez, a guerrilla. Alejandro, too, said they had made a mistake and confused me with her. I couldn't quite believe that. I looked nothing like the woman in the photo, and the torturers knew I was a U.S. nun living in San Miguel Acatan. But still I had trouble untangling all the threads. When people like Mimi said I was abducted because I worked with the church, I would find myself thinking, no, I was abducted because the torturers confused me with somebody else. Then I would remember why that couldn't be true, and I would end up thinking, again, why me? I wasn't involved in anything concerning the guerrillas. Now I could finally see the answer clearly. Representing the church was subversive enough. Yet all the millions of monks and nuns, lay people, and priests in the Maryknoll order and Christian brothers, who had endured the losses of so many, continued believing in and working for God. They must have found a way to forgive God, or a way to exonerate God. I couldn't forgive my torturers, but if they and God were not one and the same, were not, somehow, linked, by complicity if nothing else, I mean, God could have stepped in when I begged and pleaded, and inaction is complicity, but if God were separate and blameless, trustworthy and worthy of reverence or forgiveness, then there was hope. The Assisi House was a faith community, which means the ideals and activities of the house were centered on principles of faith. Each morning at dawn the community prayed together, and once a week, before the house meeting, Joe said Mass. At Assisi, unlike at Socasa, everyone went to communion. I didn't go. In Guatemala I absolutely needed it for strength, and I made an exception for myself, but I knew well enough that somewhere in the Bible was the instruction not to bring any hard feelings or resentments to the altar. And since those Guatemala trips I had hardened. If I did take communion, could God's grace even find its way, I wondered, past the stalactites of bitterness in my chest? At Socasa, we'd all struggled to get through the day, with no energy or belief left over. Although each day lived was a statement, an act of resistance to the torturers simply because it was lived, at the Assisi community people were embracing life and working to resist the culture of selfishness, imperialism, domination, and violence, the culture that in many cases had given rise to regimes that tortured. They had faith in themselves, in their work, in their lives, and in God, with the exception of Jennifer, and it was clear to me that, although she didn't believe in God, God believed in her and was working through her. I felt so inferior to everyone else. I woke up when the sun was already shining in the window at full strength and the odors of coffee and toast were rising up the stairwell. When I went downstairs I would avoid meeting anyone's eyes. The last thing I wanted to see was reproach. I'd slept through prayers again. One night at the house meeting I summoned the nerve to explain my absences. Until I heard Marie's alarm clock and stirring in the house, I couldn't sleep. But as soon as the room lightened and people were awake I felt safe enough to drift off. I expected an uncomfortable silence in response to my explanation, strained, polite mumblings, perhaps some coughing or surreptitious hand jing as people wondered what they had gotten themselves into by letting such a nutcase move in. Instead, a chorus of voices assured me that being at prayers was something people did for themselves if they found it helpful, not something that was required or even expected. There are all kinds of ways of praying, John said. What we do, the work we do every day, is prayer. That thought gave me a new kind of freedom. Getting up and going to the office didn't have to be something that confirmed my alienation from God and my community, but could be instead something that joined me to both. I began to search for God, not only in people, but in the actions I took throughout the day. If work was a form of prayer, it was a way of encountering God. The religious life that I had chosen so long ago and that I thought I would have to leave behind, the life I thought the torturers had taken, didn't seem so irreconcilable anymore with my experience in Guatemala, which had brought me to the work I was doing now. As for doubts, Joe, Marie, and Vianney, who seemed so holy and full of faith, doubted God at times, too, I learned. And as far as obsessions went, Marie, Jennifer, and Alice all were said to be obsessed with their work. But if they knew about such criticisms, they ignored them, and the majority of people who spoke about them said they had vision and commitment. Things had so many dimensions. The world wasn't so flat and predetermined. There were so many possibilities. I had so many choices, even of ways to see. Joe picked me up one day from work just as the leaves started turning. As I ducked into the car, I was dazzled by the carmine leaves of a maple tree. "Joe, look how beautiful that tree is," I said, jumping back out. He looked. Then, settling himself back and starting the car, he said, "Now I know you're better. I've never heard you say something is beautiful. Your eyes are dancing." I had seen the beauty of the spring foliage during my first stay at the hospital. But pointing out something beautiful to someone else was new, and I had done it spontaneously. Joe could have answered, "How interesting that you find beauty in something that's dying. What does that say about you? Or it does nothing for me. Anyway, in a few weeks it'll be gone." I was showing him a treasure I'd discovered, and if he had told me I was junk when I had so recently decided it was treasure, when I'd so recently decided to scoop it up and hold it, and it would have been crushed. But Joe said, "Yes, that's treasure, how good that you see it." Although it was afternoon and the sun was sinking and the days growing shorter, the leaves were keeping the sun's colors, the pink of dawn, the gold of day, and the red of sunset, and would hold them through the night. I, too, was starting to hold summer light. Late at night, early in the morning, I found myself thinking, "Hang on, Everardo. Be strong. Jennifer's fighting for you. She's trying to get you out." I began pestering Peg about Everardo's case. Her response was the one Jennifer had heard from everyone else in the US government: "We're continuing to raise the case at the highest levels." How about doing more than raising the case? Since when has raising a case ever saved a life in Guatemala? Living with Jennifer, I knew all the comebacks. Peg spluttered for a moment. By the next day she would have some kind of answer. But by the next day my heart would pound even faster as I dialed her number. In spite of what I told myself about Everardo being better off dead, his suffering over, I wanted him to come out of that prison. If anyone could bring him back to who he'd been before through love and determination alone, it was Jennifer. I wanted him to teach me all about herbs. I was growing basil and cilantro in the back garden. I pictured him gently hollowing out a space in the earth for seeds of new plants I had never seen. Even though he was a commandante, I knew he was gentle. Jennifer didn't have to tell me so specifically. She had sketched him out for me and he had taken on life. He was proud and stubborn, too. We had that in common. When he was a child, he lived in a shack with a dirt floor, like all the other workers on the cotton plantation. From the time he was big enough to be useful, he was in the fields. When his father was away, his aunt was supposed to feed him, but she beat and insulted him first. So he quit asking for food and tolerated the hunger. By the time he was in his teens he realized that nothing lay before him but long, backbreaking days and unending poverty. He ran off to the mountains and met up with the guerrillas. Gaspar taught him to read and write. The hunger and harsh conditions continued there, but there he had hope and self-respect. I pictured talking to him across the table. I'd ask him about the ancient Mayan civilization, and I'd tell him of my love and respect for the culture and my concern about the poverty. I'd acknowledge how the church I belonged to had oppressed the Mayans in previous centuries when missionaries imposed the Catholic faith. I would tell him I understood why he had taken up arms, even though I didn't think I could ever do that. Maybe I would elaborate and tell him that if I had had a gun in that clandestine origin I would have used it, but that I could never take up arms now. I would kill myself if I picked up a gun. And violence wasn't the best way. But no, I'd probably just tell him I understood, and I'd watch him eat and watch Jennifer beside him, her eyes filled with light. The oppressiveness I explained away as the Washington weather didn't diminish as the mornings became brisker and the grass and leaves whitened with frost. If I hadn't been steeped in denial, I might have attributed the heavy air to the held breaths of hundreds of thousands of people keeping secrets. Within about 20 square miles were the CIA, NSA, FBI, DEA, DIA, Pentagon, and State Department. But I'd forgotten about them. Washington for me meant Sister Alice and human rights work. That was the only way I could live there. Luckily, no one ever told me that Washington was a nerve center of Guatemalan intelligence operations, that Guatemalan agents who specialized in keeping tabs on U.S. human rights activists were based there, and that I was living in the very mouth of the beast. Within a year that beast would begin to bite. But even after a few months I heard the first low growl. It came in the form of a hello. I was finishing my walk, fixing in my mind the sloping green lawns and the gardens with roses bending under their own weight. Bringing those images back into the office made the work easier. The yard next to the office had just been cut, and mown grass lay in clumped rows. I stepped onto the stairs that led up to the office and breathed deeply, filling my lungs with the sweet scent. Hola, Dianna. The voice was a man's, a Latino man's. He had come out of nowhere. How else could it be? It would be the Guat man. He would have a gun. Everything would start over. I didn't want to turn around. This world would be taken from me. His hair was short and dark. But his forehead wasn't high, and his lower lip wasn't thick beneath a long, uneven mustache. He wasn't the Guat man. And he didn't have a gun. But he curled his lips into a gloating smile. I stared at the ovals of dark plastic that hid his eyes. I understood his smile. The army could feed out the leash, let me run a bit, give me the illusion of freedom, but at any moment jerk the chain back and cut off my breath. He was right. My breath wasn't coming. But I forced myself to stare a bit longer at the darkness in front of his eyes, willing my own eyes to etray nothing. I wanted him to believe he hadn't scared me. I wanted IQ tohujate jux I1YT.S. Him to know that I wasn't afraid to look out and see the world as it was, the brilliance of the sunlight, and I was no longer afraid to show what was in my eyes. Then I turned and climbed the stairs, trying not to run, trying to be dignified. But I was listening for his footsteps behind me, waiting for his hand on my arm. The worst the G2 could do to me here, I consoled myself after reaching the safety of my office, was to say hola and smile. It would take more than that to get me to stop working. I had proved to myself that I could look people in the eye, not only normal people, but G2 Guatemalan army people. If only he hadn't been wearing sunglasses. If he'd had to meet my gaze, could he have done it? Could anyone who had been involved in torture and murder look into the eyes of a survivor coldly, without remorse? I jumped at the chance to find out. When Alice mentioned she'd been invited by the State Department to address a group of Guatemalan army officers, I told her I wanted to go. I wanted to make them look me in the eye. I wanted them to squirm. Alice called the State Department contact and asked if she could bring along another staff member. Yes, of course, the State Department contact answered. When Alice gave her my name, the State Department officer's voice became strained, polite but slightly frantic. What might Sister Dianna be planning to say? Alice explained, she just wants to listen. I wore the button Alice had sent me years ago that said, "Torture in Guatemala, make it stop," and sat at the front of a large room at Georgetown University, staring down at the heads of row upon row of uniformed men. Alice gave her talk on human rights, and at the end of it an officer raised his hand. "You have said that in Guatemala there is torture. How do you know that this is true?" "Well, Sister Dianna Ortiz is sitting right here," Alice said. All the eyes turned to me. They were seeing what I had done to the woman, that I was like they were, an example of a torturer, not of someone who was tortured. I wanted to hold my hands before my face. But I forced myself to look back, straight, every into their eyes, and told myself what I had told Alejandro, "We're not the same because you don't value human life." Everyone was silent for what seemed a long while, then the officers began clearing their throats and shifting in their chairs. Alice dismissed them with an awkward remark of thanks, but I continued to stare. They slinked past me, one by one, out the door. One officer stopped in front of me, and I dropped my eyes to my hands. I had gone too far, I was now in for it. I braced for a punch, an insult, warm saliva trickling down my skin. "I am sorry for what happened to you," he said. "We are trying to improve the past. We are trying to reform." I almost wanted to raise my eyes, he sounded sincere. But no doubt I would see hatred in his face, a leer, sarcasm, and realize I'd been tricked. It was one of their tactics. Jose, too, had sounded sincere, had asked for forgiveness, sanction. And what was I supposed to say? "That's okay. I am sorry," he said again. And after a moment he left. Now I wish I had dared to look him in the eye. That was the real test, not to look in the eyes of those who wished me ill or didn't believe me. Defiance was so much easier than trust, so much easier than hope, so much easier than daring to see in the eyes of the enemy the humanity that could link us. In spite of my antics, the G2 man's greeting had affected me more than I wanted to admit. When I heard his voice, the world I'd come to believe in since escaping almost vanished. It's hard to explain. It was as if the torturers had given me a few years to dream a sweet dream of freedom, just to be cruel, just to have the sadistic pleasure of seeing my face when I woke up again. They didn't take me back. My life went on, but not my belief in life. I found it harder to hope. If hope was a bird, it was back in its cage. The torturers were too powerful and this life too uncertain. I try to talk to Everardo. But I picture him getting out and not knowing who Jennifer is. I picture him containing nothing more than what the torturers have poured into him. What if they've destroyed him and hand him back as a cruel joke, an example of their power if for the rest of his life he tries to move forward against the pull of the torture that has made him untouchable, blind, and if he just keeps snapping back into his past, into the bowl of his head, the only world they left him. I were in your situation, Everardo, I'd try to find a way to get myself killed, even if it meant aggravating the torturers. If you have that way out, take it. Why did I say that to Everardo? I wonder later. I've been telling Jennifer to keep her hope alive. And I'm telling Everardo to get himself killed. I don't remember how Jennifer told us of her plan. Neither does anyone else. I suppose no one wants to remember. But I have the letter she wrote us just before she started her last-ditch effort to save Everardo's life. October 6, 1994. Dear GHRC and Assisi House friends. I want to start by sending you all a big hug with much love and thanks for your great support and kindness for me throughout this saga. I will never forget. I am writing to put down all of my thoughts on medical intervention, etc., during the hunger strike. I want to make my decisions clear, but so much depends on how the Army and the international community responds that it is hard to make clear-cut decisions in advance. However, I've thought it over carefully and this is what I think is best for me. 1. If, prior to 20 days, I should lose consciousness or suffer renal failure, etc., I consent to hospitalization. Shorter than 20 days will have little impact, so I am willing to go to a hospital. 2. At the end of 20 days, I will have had plenty of time to evaluate and will make a clear decision as to whether or not I want medical intervention at a later date or not. 3. I accept all advice from friends about the situation and my own status, but reserve the final decision as my own to make barring the circumstances in number 1 above. If I choose no intervention at the 20-day mark, please let the decision stand. I realize that I will later lose reasoning abilities, but this will only be part of the process I have chosen. I take full responsibility. Love and abrazos, Jennifer. The army would have to give Everardo or his body back, or Jennifer might die. I wanted to scream this at the house meeting the night before her hunger strike started. The community members were joking, laughing, talking about other issues, cooks for the week and who would do the shopping. I wanted to shout at them that we only had 20 days, think about it, and what if even then the army couldn't give Jennifer 0 VC-. What she was asking for. What if Everardo was dead and his body had been burned or thrown into the sea? What if Jennifer was getting herself chained to a situation she couldn't get out of? But I was new, and these people had been activists for years. Maybe that's why they weren't afraid, because they had so much experience that they knew things would work out all right. But Marie was pale and quiet, and her lips were set in a straight line. A chill went through me. I pulled my sweater tighter and crossed my arms, but still I was starting to shake. Jennifer began her hunger strike in Guatemala the next day, faxing up an announcement which we sent out all over the United States. Patricia, who knew Jennifer well, was faxed a power of attorney. Shaking and hoarse, she could barely speak. "She's going to die, Dianna. She won't give up." When we were in Guatemala over the summer, we were talking about that movie Thelma and Louise. You know the part where Thelma says, "Let's not get caught." "Drive, Louise." I hadn't seen the movie, but I nodded. She says, "Drive, Louise," because they're surrounded by police and their only choice is to surrender or to drive over the edge of the Grand Canyon. So they go roaring over the cliff. Jennifer said, "That's the way to do it. You don't surrender. You die." Within the first week we had faxed and called everyone on a long list of friends, some of them Jennifer's, some of them ours. And by the end of that first week we knew that many of the groups and people we had counted as friends were turning their backs. Either they were afraid of being too closely associated with Jennifer because her husband was a guerrilla, or they disagreed with the measures she wanted the United States to take to pressure the Guatemalan government on her case. Important groups in New York and in Washington, especially, clung to their own agendas regarding policy and pressure points. That Jennifer's life was at stake, as well as Everardo's, was inconsequential. Yes, they had met her. Yes, they had promised to help in whatever way they could. But they wouldn't be pressured by a hunger strike. I knew what the real problem was. I had heard it articulated at a meeting during one of my first weeks in Washington. A leader of one of the groups had said Jennifer was a plant from her husband's URNG faction and was trying to control policy in Washington. I was the only one from GHRC present, and I should have spoken up in her defense. But I was shy and afraid and I kept my mouth shut. Or was that back when I wasn't sure of Jennifer myself? I felt like Judas. Maybe all this indifference, which could cost Jennifer's life, owed, in part, to my silence. I vowed never to let my fear stand in the way of defending her again. At least she wasn't alone in Guatemala. People from all over the United States were taking turns going to Guatemala to be with her, affording her some protection and attending to her needs as best they could. Human Rights Watch and the National Lawyers Guild were organizing delegations to Guatemala, and outside of Washington Jennifer had the support of many individuals and groups. Calls and faxes poured into the State Department, the Guatemalan Embassy, and the White House. The State Department's fax machines, we heard, were completely tied up. What Peg Willingham said as Jennifer's condition worsened was, well, Jennifer has chosen to be in that weakened state. She has chosen the slurred speech, the eyelid drooping from nerve damage. She has chosen it, or the United States has driven her to it by refusing to do anything to help Everardo. Now I wasn't the only one calling every day, peppering Peg with questions. We heard that the State Department had to put in a special line to deal with the volume of calls. Poor Peg. I guess I was the first flake of snow in the avalanche she was standing under. We worked 16-hour days, often sleeping in the office at night in case some emergency arose. Even if it didn't, there was always more to do, another fax to read, another phone message to jot down, another contact to make. This must be a tiny taste of what Jennifer has dealt with these 2 years, I realized. Any moment of rest could cost the life of the person you were trying to save, and, as you worked, so could any mistake, misstatement, misjudgment, missed chance. For Jennifer, though, the situation was much more complicated. Not only every moment that she did nothing, but every step she took, every bit of publicity, every bit of pressure on the army was a step that could get Everardo killed. As the publicity and pressure increased, the army could kill him to retaliate or to begin covering the evidence of such a highly publicized crime. You know that when you start looking for them, that's when they kill them, a human rights official in Guatemala had told Jennifer the year before, just to make sure she understood the way the army operated. I know, Jennifer had responded. I just can't bear to think of him under torture. And I have to try. I learned from Santiago, the witness who saw Everardo, that not everyone is affected by torture in the same way. When he came into the office, I was shocked to see that he was barely more than 20. He had the dark skin of the Mam indigenous, the kind of downturned nose you could see portrayed in the art of the ancient Maya, long eyelashes, clear, dark, intelligent eyes, and a quiet, dignified manner. He was extremely polite to everyone. Even to visitors who spoke no Spanish, he communicated respect standing, nodding, smiling, and shaking hands. He was in Washington to testify before the Inter-American Commission of the OAS. While he waited for his OAS hearing to be scheduled, he managed to find ways to help around the office, taking on photocopying jobs to free up people's time for other things, sending faxes, weeding the garden, cleaning the yard. But his time could be spent in more valuable ways. When we called State Department officials to ask them to act on Jennifer's case, they invariably said the same thing: we have no independent evidence of clandestine detention in Guatemala. If we had a witness, it would be different. The answer infuriated me. If there was no clandestine detention, where did they think torture happened? In a public place, where people were free to leave? Or did they also deny that torture occurred? We called the same officials back. The witness is right here, we told them, and he wants to meet with you. We made appointments for Santiago with Peg Willingham and various other State Department and congressional representatives. I knew the meeting with Peg would be difficult, and I wanted Santiago to have a survivor with him, someone who understood how it felt not to be believed. No one had believed him yet. Jennifer had sent his testimony out a year and a half earlier, but U.S. officials had ignored or dismissed it. Alice dropped us off at the door of the monolithic, grey building. I was terrified. Only a few months ago I had been afraid to appear before Congress with Jennifer, well-spoken, middle-class, Ivy-educated Jennifer, because she was the wife of a guerrilla. Now I was in the State Department, the institution Strzok had worked for, with an indigenous guerrilla combatant. After handing over our identification and receiving a badge in exchange, we waited for Peg to escort us up to her office. I recognized her before she introduced herself. She looked as I thought she might: short hair, of a brownish color, glasses, and pointy blue shoes. We walked down the long, white hallway, and her work identity badge bobbed against her chest like an external heartbeat. I remembered the cigarette game, how the torturers insisted on who I was, who I wasn't. I wasn't going to wear any badge the State Department gave me, especially one that said visitor. I wasn't at the State Department to visit. I was there to make something happen. I held the badge in my hand. Peg sat crisply down at her desk and motioned to a couple of chairs on the other side. So tell me what you know about the Bamaka case. I will. Santiago was sitting up very straight. He looked like a Mayan prince. I pressed my forearms against my stomach to keep it from nervous rumbling, but Santiago clearly wasn't frightened by Peg or her manner. I will tell you about Comandante Everardo, but first I am going to tell you a little about the history of the guerrillas, what the movement is and how it began. I was stunned. But walking in and telling Peg he'd talk about what he liked and of all subjects to choose the one least palatable to the US government was nothing, I suppose, compared to what Santiago had already done and what was still left for him to do, name the officers who tortured and detained him and many others. Then, instead of asking for political asylum, he would go back to his life in Mexico. I knew he planned eventually to return to Guatemala and he planned to live there, even after implicating the highest levels of the army in dozens of cases of secret detention and torture. He was in love and planned to settle down when the war was over with a woman who'd fought by his side. That was Santiago, even after months of brutal physical torture and years of psychological torture. A thought crept into my mind as Santiago began his measured, dignified discourse. Everardo, getting out, might be able to live and love. He might be okay. People were fighting for the rights of the destitute Mayan majority, Santiago said. The struggle had really been going on for 500 years, since the Spanish conquest. Peg began twirling her pen. No doubt she thought Santiago was spewing propaganda Marxist, Maoist, or at the very least terrorist propaganda. But Santiago went on. His faction, known as the Revolutionary Organization of the People in Arms, ORPA, was led by a city-bred intellectual of European descent, Gaspar Horn. Gaspar was the son of Miguel Ángel Asturias, who had won the Nobel Prize for Literature. An educated, privileged, upper-middle-class young man, Gaspar could have had a comfortable life, but he put all his inheritance into the armed revolution and went off into the mountains, where he encountered Everardo, who became the fourth member of Gaspar's group. Gaspar taught him to read and write. Santiago fought under Everardo and knew him well. When he saw Everardo in the base in San Marcos, Santiago recognized him instantly. He saw Everardo chained to a table, being interrogated by an officer who was shoving a gun barrel into his mouth and screaming at him, "How do you want to die?" Later, Santiago was sent in to demoralize him, to tell him the revolution was over and he may as well give up and tell everything. Everardo had already heard it from other guerrillas, people he'd once fought with who had snapped after 5 months of brutalization. Santiago entered the room and didn't say a word. Everardo looked into his eyes. He could see that Santiago, in spite of his army uniform, hadn't been broken. Then he spoke, "Tell the compañeros I'm here. Get word out that I've been captured." "I can't get out," Santiago whispered. "I'm watched too closely." Santiago's eyes rolled back. He rubbed at them. I didn't know if the eye movement was the start of a flashback. I'd seen him struggling with his eyes from time to time in the office, and on the days he rubbed them most he'd go home with a migraine. I wished I had an aspirin or something to give him. Finally, after a few hard blinks, he folded his hands in his lap again and stared at them. "I just couldn't get out. They would have killed me if I had tried to escape sooner than I did. And then I couldn't have gotten the word out about him at all. I thought about it all the time. 1 hour I'd have one plan. The next hour I'd have another plan. But none of them would have worked. I had to wait." Santiago was wrestling with his guilt. I had heard so many survivors of torture go over and over a choice they had made. No matter how logical and obvious it was that they had made the best choice or taken the only course of action open to them, sometimes there were no choices. They still felt that they could have done something different, and no amount of reasoning took that feeling away. I knew that from experience. I hoped Peg wouldn't notice how Santiago was struggling and try to exploit his guilt, as Stroke had done in my case, telling Paul that if I had remembered the location of the clandestine prison, some of the people I heard screaming could have been saved. No. Peg was looking at her watch. Santiago saw Everardo being put into a helicopter, which he heard was bound for Guatemala City. A short while later, an officer gathered all the 131 prisoners together and announced that Everardo had tried to escape, once he was in the capital, and had been shot to death. He watched their faces closely to see who reacted. Santiago kept his face like a stone. He next saw Everardo when he was asked to take a typewriter into a room. He was on a different base now from the one where he'd first seen Everardo, and he believed Everardo was dead, so he was shocked to open the door and find Everardo lying on a cot, his body swollen to twice its normal size. Colonel Julio Alpirez, along with several other officers and a doctor, was bent over him, and a tank of some kind of gas was next to the bed. Everardo's arm and leg were in a cast. He was speaking in a strange voice, babbling, as if he were drugged. Santiago took in the scene in about 3 seconds, which was all the time he had before he was ordered out and threatened with death if he ever revealed what he had seen. 5 months more of careful obedience and Santiago escaped. So that is what I know of Comandante Everardo, he finished. The last time I saw him was in July of 1992. The officers wanted us to think he was dead so we wouldn't talk, but he was alive and they wanted to keep him alive. For that reason a doctor was present. I was a prisoner for 2 years and I would have remained one much longer if I hadn't escaped. I am sure some of the people I was captured with are still there, with the army. And so I believe that Comandante Everardo is very possibly still alive. He was the most valuable prisoner of all. Peg's eyes were hard. Nothing Santiago had said had changed anything. After a few words I didn't bother to hear. She led us out, past the people wandering the endless halls with their names hung around their necks. In the warm fall sunlight we perched on the curb, waiting for Alice, watching a mockingbird dive and flit and stake out the top of a bush as a stage for his repertoire. Finally I said to Santiago, "I'm not sure Peg was really listening." He smiled and readjusted his feet. "It makes me mad that you had to go through that. For nothing." "No, you say what you've got to say. Some people will hear it, others won't. But if you let those who won't make you bitter or angry, the anger only eats at you. That kind of anger only hurts you. To have anger about something that you can do something about, that's different. Because then it drives you, gives you courage." Jennifer knew how to use her anger. She was never self-destructive or irrational. Her emotions didn't work that way, and neither did her brain. Jennifer had a New Englander's self-control. She unleashed her anger as KVE/OOE. Coldly and carefully as a terrorist setting loose a cluster of deadly germs. She was engaged in biological warfare. The target was the Guatemalan government, but the site of the attack was her own body. A fax arrived from her, which I read to Santiago. Saturday, day October 5, 1994. Dear friends. Ambassador Marilyn McAfee came by and told me she was very concerned and had spoken again with Enriquez. She still opposes any kind of economic sanctions, saying she is an evolutionist and believes in slow change. How slow does she want it to be? I wondered. How many people had to die in the meantime? I looked at Santiago. He was looking at the table, listening, waiting for me to go on. What she doesn't seem to understand is the key role of the army is to prevent any change or evolution. Change will only be possible when the army is out of power and can no longer control the institutions in the country. Well, yes, that is true, Santiago said. I appreciate her efforts to protect me. I just wish she would try to protect Everardo. He needs it more than I do. Archbishop Pinados came out in the rain to see me yesterday. He was very sweet and told me to come to the Human Rights Office Monday. Love to all abrazos, Jennifer. Archbishop Pinados is a good man, I told Santiago, remembering the way he had risked his life for me. Then I looked down and saw the PS. Someone just walked by and whispered that Everardo has been seen alive. Santiago looked up and smiled ever so slightly. "Vaya," he said. "Wow." I tried not to feel anything. A few days later we got an early morning fax. The previous night a car had screeched into the plaza, stopping next to Jennifer and her group. Someone riding in the back thrust a large gun out the window. Some thought it was a rifle. Others said it was a machine gun. After a few seconds the car sped off. Jennifer wrote, "They didn't shoot and clearly feel they cannot. But we are in good communication with each other, even though there have been no formal messages." I hoped there would be no formal messages, if by those she meant bullets. Marilyn McAfee came out again to ask about my health and safety. She continues to insist that all institutions like courts and police must be strengthened. But cash won't strengthen them until the army no longer controls them. A judge in fear of his life cannot rule correctly. I thought of my case, of how Judge Sequeira said she had gotten death threats, of how Judge Lam had suddenly been transferred off the case, supposedly because of the new penal code. The judges, too, were at the mercy of the army. Jennifer mentioned that UPI, AR, and Reuters had all written articles and that the San Francisco Chronicle, Miami Herald, and Christian Science Monitor had interviewed her. This was news. When we'd talked to someone at the Washington Post about Jennifer, he'd replied, "Central America isn't even on our radar screen." But the press was finally taking an interest, and Jennifer seemed happy about it. Why do I always get my photo taken when I look my absolute worst? Only Jennifer could find a laugh in the situation. 9 days with no food, her clothes ballooning, her cheeks sunken in, and she jokes about it like it's a bad hair day. The next paragraphs were serious. "Many people have asked me why I am taking this drastic step. It's really simple. Time is up for Everardo. He is still useful for his military information and as a negotiating chip in the peace talks. The army still has to negotiate the issue of what their role will be after the ceasefire, and they need him until then, but not for much longer. I calculate I have until Christmas to get him out alive .. So I am, unhappily, down to this. I will not let them keep Everardo. If the army shoots him, with the clear evidence that exists, plus the outcry from the international community, who will they kill in the future? They are testing us. One will do what one can to make them give on this case. Everardo is not someone one can bear to lose." In that last sentence I heard something Jennifer may or may not have intended. I heard that she would prefer to die than lose Everardo. She would stay there and starve to death. My suspicions were confirmed in the next fax. One will not allow him to be secretly detained and brutally tortured for 2 years, then assassinated in some dark corner as if he were garbage. Quite literally, that will happen over my dead body. I'd rather die. That letter was dated day 19. Our time was up, and Jennifer had made her decision. Chapter 15. Starving next to the palace. Marie would be going down to Guatemala on the morning flight, and I had a seat beside her. It was nearly dawn. My last few hours to back out. The birds in the magnolia tree outside my window had begun to sing. I sat down on my bed and took off my shoes. My backpack on the floor beside them was stuffed and ready to go. I had been in the office all night, making photocopies of coalition missing materials to take with us, gathering up letters and news clippings I thought Jennifer might like to see, making lists of contact numbers in Guatemala and in Washington in case something happened while we were down there. The house creaked a couple of times, stretching. Marie would be up soon. I knew I belonged on the plane beside her. While I had lived in the office for weeks, eating peanut butter and crackers and whatever else I could find in the cupboard near the coffee maker, I had the sense that nothing I had done had been very useful. Organizing the coalition missing delegation seemed to take me so long. And the religious delegation I'd been trying to organize fell through. The Bishop of Detroit, Thomas Gumleton, was willing to go to Guatemala, and Joe and Marie, of course, but another bishop we asked would have nothing to do with Jennifer's hunger strike. He said it was tantamount to suicide, which, as a representative of the church, he couldn't condone. I was speechless, unfortunately. I'd assumed he would understand that if people would support her, she wouldn't die, and since she wanted that support, she didn't even have the intent to commit suicide. But I felt I'd been slapped in the face when I heard him say no and accuse Jennifer of immorality. "You should be proud to be associated with her," I muttered, after hanging up the phone. The other bishops we asked couldn't participate for various reasons. Since the point of the delegation was to demonstrate the church's support by having high-level representatives talk to the media and Guatemalan government officials, the presence of only one bishop would just raise questions: why not more? Doesn't the church support her? So Joe, Marie, 270, and Bishop Gumleton decided to attend meetings in Guatemala with members of Coalition Missing and pressure the government quietly instead of publicly. People from Guatemala had been calling, telling us Jennifer could barely walk. Josh, Meredith, Trish, and her brother Peter, who was a doctor, were going to Guatemala as members of Coalition Missing. They would support Jennifer and create pressure by meeting with government officials and having as much contact as possible with the press. I had more ability to draw the press than anyone else in the group. Guatemalan reporters knew me from all my trips back. But the delegation would be in Guatemala on November 2nd. Most years on that date I shut myself in my room. The policeman, the Guatman, Jose, and Alejandro always came back on that day. I had my tactics, my rituals to fight them. I lit candles to combat their odors and played music to drown out their voices. They always tried to take me back with them. I distracted myself by reading, working crossword puzzles, repotting plants, but the memories always assailed me. They were stored in my body, it seemed, and on that day my body or mind or whatever it was fired them off, one after another. To erase the geographical distance at a time when the psychological distance nearly vanished seemed impossible. It had been almost a year since I'd had a flashback. I was hoping I would never have another. In Washington, even if I smelled and heard and remembered the torturers, I would have a chance of realizing I wasn't actually back in that prison. In Guatemala, with cameras whirring and flashing, hearing my name shouted by strangers in Spanish, smelling the smells of the Guatemalan streets, seeing the uniforms of the Guatemalan police, knowing that the torturers really could come and get me, that would be a setup for a flashback. This time there would be no bulletproof van, courtesy of the embassy. There would be no armed embassy security guard accompanying us at all times. If I was honest with myself, I had more to worry about than flashbacks. I would be lucky if I just thought I was being taken back to that prison. Like my torturers, the Guatemalan government switched back and forth between accusations, no matter how inconsistent and self-contradictory they were. First, the defense minister had accused me of the usual: I was a guerrilla, a subversive. Then, perhaps prompted by the U.S. Embassy, Guatemalan government officials switched to the assertion that I was a lesbian involved in a romantic tryst, which explained my absence on November 2nd to 3rd. Things went badly, which explained my burns, or was it a sadomasochistic relationship? Later, in light of the public flashbacks, it was more convenient to term me crazy, no longer calculating and sneaky, as I would have to be if I were a guerrilla or a nun getting out of the convent for sex, but there were plenty of women in the convent. Now, I guessed, it would once again be convenient for the army to call me a guerrilla. Folding clothes into my suitcase, I remembered how the policeman had hissed, "Eres una guerrilla, una subversiva." I'd play into the army's hands, proclaiming publicly that I was in Guatemala to support the wife of a guerrilla commandant. "You're a guerrilla." See, I was right. It would make the policeman so happy. And if the policeman was right about that, what else was he right about? That I was stupid, useless, a whore, a murderer? That I killed the woman? But only a couple of months earlier I had let fear control me when I could have defended Jennifer, and I had made a vow in the wake of that Washington meeting. I wouldn't let her down again. Jennifer was sitting in a lawn chair, surrounded by a crowd of Guatemalans who were listening as she spoke to someone. She was talking as she always did, using her hands, stopping to listen, nodding. My legs felt weak, and I looked at Marie and saw my relief reflected in her smile. Jennifer was looking okay. My slowness in organizing the delegation, my helplessness as far as making the church hierarchy act, whatever bumbling, stupid things I had done in the office hadn't killed her. Not yet. There must have been 15 people around her, standing under the hot sun, reading the banners she had laid on the ground, listening. Some looked as if they were waiting to talk to her. A couple held flowers to add to the collection of bouquets at each of the banner's corners. The Guatemalan people were with her. Jennifer had said that in her letters, but it was different to see it, to see the respect and caring, to watch the interchanges. It meant so much to me after the betrayals in Washington. The Guatemalan people were giving her strength, holding her up. We stood at the edge of the crowd and waited while Jennifer finished her conversation. When she caught sight of us, her face softened into a smile, and she held out her arms. Under my hands I felt the ridge of her spine and the blades of her shoulders. Her hair, poking out beneath her denim hat, brushed my face, and I felt in it the nights and days in the rain and the sun, a stiff paintbrush texture on my cheek. One of her eyes was half covered by her eyelid. When she moved over to embrace Marie, sweeping her frayed hair back with one hand, her eyelid twitched. The skin was drawn tight across her face, and every bone in her hand showed. She invited us to sit down. We spread our sweaters over the hot pavement and sat next to her, facing the National Palace, an enormous, grey building housing the President, the G2, and other army offices. Among the lush palm trees and well-tended beds of flowers stood soldiers in camouflage with submachine guns. They were all looking our way. Jennifer's nose was peeling. But she asked us about our trip in her usual, rapid-fire way, as if she were impervious to the sun, her drooping eye, her dropping weight. When I commented on how good she looked, she said the army had sent a doctor to examine her, and he had said she was in excellent shape. The army couldn't drag her away and force her into a hospital until she was near death. She told us there was a law that permitted the prevention of suicide. Until then, they just had to put up with her. I thought about how ironic it was. When they captured Everardo, the army soldiers thought he was just another Guatemalan. Nothing could happen to them, they could do whatever they liked with him. That's the way it was. That's the way it had always been. They had no idea that the woman who loved him was a US citizen who also happened to be a brilliant lawyer. And, just to make the nightmare complete, she happened on top of it all to be amazingly strong, a bionic woman, as their own medical doctor had proclaimed her. The army had met its match. In her first meeting with the defense minister a year earlier, Jennifer had told him that if he met her demands and complied with the law, she wouldn't have to cause an international scandal. He looked at her as if to ask, "You? What could you do?" Maybe he even thought she was kind of cute, with her gutsy little threat to the head of the most brutal army in the Western Hemisphere. She was hearing reports now that he was losing it. The man who had always had a smooth answer ready for journalists and diplomats, who came across as moderate and reasonable and forward-looking, could only froth at the mouth and fly into diatribes when the subject of her case came up. That's what her reporter friends were telling her, anyway. The army's attempts to frighten her and wear her down, meanwhile, only energized her. That was probably what was driving the defense minister mad. But not long after the incident with the gunman in the car, when Jennifer left the square to talk to her lawyers, an angry crowd formed around her two observers, screaming and holding up tape recorders and asking if they were connected to the subversives. That was Jennifer's only vulnerable spot, the fact that the army could hurt her friends, and the army seemed to know it. You may not care what happens to you, but you can't protect your friends from us. That was the message. Watch your step. But Jennifer already had a great victory on her side, and she was dying to tell us about it. "Guess what?" she asked. 60 Minutes is doing the story. The full story. Mike Wallace was going to cover not only Jennifer's story, but Guatemala and the atrocities that were occurring day after day. We gave each other awkward high fives. It wasn't a gesture we'd had a lot of practice at, not yet. The UN mission hadn't begun to operate, so 60 Minutes would be invaluable as a check on the Army's campaign of terror. The show might expose the horrors as well as hundreds of observers could, and the information would certainly get out to a broader audience. The show would reach millions of people who had the power to demand trade sanctions and urge a cut-off of joint Army training programs, study scholarships for officers in the United States, and other tax-funded perks. With such high-level publicity about the Army's atrocities, the Guatemalan military would need a PR coup badly after the show aired. Maybe turning Everardo and the other prisoners over would be the only way the Army could save face and preserve its privileged relationship with the United States. The best news of all was that maybe it wasn't too late. Jennifer counted off 3 different people who had seen Everardo alive after Santiago had. They had approached her fearfully, whispering what they knew when the crowd had dwindled down. One was the girlfriend of a soldier who had seen him on a military base. Another person had seen him being taken through a town. Hope shone through Jennifer's eyes and hit a place inside of me that was clear, like a mirror, and smooth and could give the light back. Toward evening, when Joe and Bishop Gumleton had arrived, Jennifer's voice was weak, but she swigged her electrolyte mix, cleared her throat, and said, "I figure I can stay out here a couple more weeks, maybe longer." She looked at each of us in turn. She wanted us to understand. There would be pressure, and it would mount. But would it mount fast enough to outpace her body's decline? What she was telling us was that she was going to gamble on it. We went to the Maryknoll house that night, to comfortable beds with warm blankets, and I could only think of Jennifer, lying out on the cement, yards away from the soldiers. She'd had a recurring dream ever since Everardo disappeared. Just as she was drifting into sleep, his voice would come to her. "I'm cold. I'm cold." She couldn't figure out what he meant, where he was. He could be lying on a metal table without a blanket, as he was when Santiago first saw him, his hands and feet chained down. They'd kept Santiago like that for months, too. He could be in the grave. He could be in the National Palace, which was known to have basement rooms used for torture and secret detention. They could be lying yards away from each other, solid granite walls and soldiers armed with machine guns between them. There was no way to know. I was supposed to be thinking about another question, one I had to answer by morning. Mike Wallace wanted to interview Meredith and me. I was prepared for the coalition missing press conference. We would all stand shoulder to shoulder and read into the camera's statements about the rights of prisoners of war, the necessity of presenting Everardo. But looking into a camera and talking about my own case, alone, was another matter. I wasn't prepared. Mike Wallace seemed nice, though. When Jennifer had introduced us in the plaza, I realized he reminded me of my grandpa Joe. He had the same gentle manner, the same gentle eyes. I could hardly believe he was a reporter. Many reporters I'd met tended to bark and shove. But he had a warm smile and a soft handshake, and something about him led me to believe I could trust him. I told him an interview would be hard for me because cameras were used in my torture, something I'd never told any reporter. He looked startled, but luckily, he was tactful. He didn't ask me what I was doing as the torturers filmed me. He just told me to take some time to reconsider. As the night wore on, I reconsidered without coming to any conclusion. An image kept floating before me, the women of the GAM, keeping vigil near Jennifer, facing the National Palace. Sitting in chairs in front of the palace wasn't a typical form of protest for GAM. But there they were, several women accompanying Jennifer and demanding the return of their own loved ones. To be anywhere near Jennifer and to treat her as more than a curiosity to ally themselves publicly with her was practically suicidal. People with GAM were always accused of being guerrillas. They could be accused of knowing her, of having contacts with her or her husband. In the history of Guatemala, only Jennifer had been able to demand the return of a guerrilla commandant, and that was only because she was a U.S. citizen. And here the GAM women were, demanding, implicitly, the return of Everardo. They might pay with their lives. Nineth, the leader of GAM, was there. Ever since she'd begun her search for her husband nearly a decade earlier, she had received calls regularly, sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes during the day. The daytime calls could be the scariest. "Come pick your daughter up at school," she was told once. All the pieces of her Mario, her compañero, was there, less than a year after he had been beaten into unconsciousness. Other GAM women, who carried years of suffering in their faces, sat under the hot sun, just sat, silently, defiantly, even if it cost them their lives. I wondered if Mike Wallace would interview them, or at least have the camera pan across their faces, and why it took an American like Jennifer to bring the media to a place where stories of courage were being lived out every day. A reporter might argue that for an American audience the story of the GAM women was just too foreign, too hard for people to understand, whereas Jennifer, as an American, was someone the audience could relate to. They could identify with her, look at her and picture themselves in the same situation. That's the tragedy of U.S. foreign policy. Not enough Americans suffer the consequences of it. And foreigners, those whose lives are touched or devastated by decisions our government makes, can't vote. Too often they can't even tell their stories to anyone who will listen. That was all the more reason I should agree to the interview. But I remembered part of a letter Meredith had sent me months before. I had read it over so many times I'd practically memorized the words. "I got off the phone with you his morning and cried. I cried because of the pain you have gone through, the pain I have gone through, and that of many others who unfortunately share similar experiences. I cried also because of the tremendous anger I have about all this. And because I was glad that finally 4 years later the two of us have connected. Our struggle is twinfold, yes, for social justice and peace, particularly in Guatemala, but also for peace within ourselves, which includes when, where, and how we want to share our stories." I knew Meredith would support me if I decided not to be interviewed. Finally I started to relax, feeling my shoulders loosen. It would be good to see her. She was coming in on an early plane, and I had only a few more minutes to lie in bed and wait for the sky to lighten. After we settled her in at the Mary Knoll house, Meredith listened to my reasons, sitting quietly on the bed while I sifted through my feelings. She was a good listener. This was her first trip back to Guatemala since she was stabbed, just a month after I was abducted, and she had her own trauma and thoughts to deal with. But she gave me her full attention. She said she understood that I was barely keeping my head above water, that I was fragile, that it was almost the beginning of November and I was afraid of a flashback. But what if you look at the 60 Minutes interview as a chance to take the camera, which the torturers used as a weapon against you, and turn it back on them? She asked. What if you use it as a tool to help Jennifer and the Guatemalan people, to show what's happening here and who is responsible? You can take your power back. At Meredith's words, I felt a door swing open within me. I could be filmed with another woman friend, supporting her instead of hurting her. I could denounce the true torturers, the Guatemalan army. Millions of people would hear me. Meredith's eyes when I looked up were the deep blue of an October sky. She was like Jennifer and Santiago, smart, insightful, feisty. She was inviting me to be like they were, to have the guts to outsmart the army, to use their own tactics against them. She was throwing me a rope. I could take it and find my way, hand over hand, out of the dark prison that had started to enclose me again. I hesitated, and in the long silence some words of Santiago's came back to me. We can't let our fear and shame paralyze us and keep us from doing what we need to do. He was talking about how he'd decided to testify, but in some part of my mind I knew his words applied to me. Shame and fear were the driving forces behind my desire not to be interviewed. And I would be risking so little compared to the gang members, who were risking their lives. The videotape could be released, but I wouldn't die. My pride would suffer. I was ashamed of not being stronger and afraid of what people would think of me. I didn't know how I would face my family and my community. But all the names I had freed up from silence and white space, cutting the updates and calling Peg, found their way into my mind. If by speaking I could help save one life, then I would speak. Lives were far more important than my pride. At her first glimpse of Jennifer, Meredith burst into sobs and covered her face. "Meredith, it's okay." I touched her wrist. She moved her hands away and sobbed onto my shoulder. "Meredith," I said after a minute, "we have to be strong for Jennifer. She needs us." Her sobs quieted. "I know," she said. "I know. She just looks so awful." "She's okay. Really. She's doing well." Meredith took a deep breath and wiped her eyes carefully. We would have the 60 minutes interview soon, and by the time we reached the center of the plaza, the pink blotches on her face had faded. The Guatemalan media had found us, so reaching the center of the plaza took a while. Cameras flashed and reporters crowded in. I stayed behind Meredith's shoulder, and she fended the questions off, explaining that we would have a press conference the following morning after Josh got in. Josh had narrowly escaped an abduction attempt by an armed man in plain clothes, just a year after I'd been abducted. A uniformed policeman had intervened, and seeing the man's military identification, he let the gunman go. Then the policeman and another officer drove Josh around in their car for an hour and threatened him. The parallels to my case were obvious. He was a U.S. citizen who was only working with children but was targeted for abduction by someone armed and wearing plain clothes, and the police, if not involved in the abduction itself, allowed impunity to the military. Meredith explained who Josh was, to placate the reporters, but she would say no more. She looked tough and resolute, like a human rights advocate with a plan. I hoped I could look that way by the time our press conference came around. We would all have to exude confidence to make the Guatemalan government believe we could pull strings in D.C. to get its funding cut and its trade privileges revoked if Jennifer's demands weren't met. In other words, none of us could look, for any reason, scared. Unfortunately, I was scared, and the Guatemalan press was part of the reason. A headline in the daily paper proclaimed that, according to the army spokesperson, I was La Portavas de los Guerrillas. My Spanish was so rudimentary I didn't know what Portavas meant, and I had to ask Joe. "Voice carrier spokesperson," he said. I was the spokesperson of the guerrillas. At first, I had laughed. Even when I spoke English I stumbled and used words I hoped existed but too often found out were my own inventions. To think that the guerrillas would ask me to go to Guatemala to speak on their behalf in Spanish was ludicrous. And why would the guerrillas choose as their spokesperson someone who, according to the army, badly needed a psychiatrist? Soon enough, fear replaced the laughter, settling in beneath my rib cage. The charge was a veiled threat. The army had created the conditions to justify violence against me. The guerrilla excuse had allowed the army to murder 200,000 people already, with total impunity. As long as they could say that someone was a guerrilla, the security forces could do what they liked. And the U.S. government, by failing to act on Everardo's case because after all, he was a combatant, was proving the army right. I hadn't mustered the confident look yet when 60 Minutes filmed us. Watching the tape of the broadcast now, I realize how afraid I was, almost choking for breath between words. I didn't once let my eyes meet the camera. The sight of the camera trained on me could send me spinning into the past. I spoke slowly, but I spoke, breaking the torturer's hold. I said only a few sentences that I was abducted, tortured, and raped, but with those sentences, I hoped I spoke for the woman and the others who died in that prison, for the thousands of others. I hoped I carried their voices. When Josh arrived, smiling broadly under his mop of curly blonde hair, we moved to the Spring Hotel. The place had musty rooms but a friendly, trustworthy staff and a big, sunny courtyard where we could sit and talk. There we prepared for our next undertaking, a meeting with the U.S. ambassador. We reminded each other that no matter what assurances McAfee gave us of her interest, she had asked for Jennifer's case to be removed from the congressional resolution. She had also strongly implied that Jennifer should give up hope. Jennifer's theory was that she knew something she wasn't telling, or she had orders to simply try to shut the case down because it was a hindrance to the peace process. The United States wanted to conclude the peace negotiations as quickly as possible so that Guatemala could be brought into a NAFTA-like accord that would encompass all of Central America. In light of the recent sightings of Everardo, it seemed more likely that the ambassador was simply trying to hush the case up so that the peace talks could be concluded. But it was a dangerous position for the embassy to take, dangerous for Everardo and for all of Guatemala. If the ambassador allowed the Guatemalan army to sign a peace accord, ignoring the secret detention of a high-ranking guerrilla commandant, if she let the Truth Commission investigate the case as one of the tragic abuses of the past, the precedent would be set, the accords could be broken with impunity. And if Everardo was still alive, she was giving the army a green light to kill him. I was glad to have Josh, Meredith, Joe, and Marie with me as the officer at the passport check punched the iron gate open and we proceeded up the steps toward the familiar eyesore of a building, grey concrete dotted with bright orange tiles. We were surprised to find 6 people in McAfee's office already, sitting stiffly on the soft, white furniture with notepads. On their laps the political affairs officer, the human rights officer, the consular officer, and several other people whose titles I didn't get. We looked around nervously. We were outnumbered by embassy staff. The ambassador greeted us warmly and invited us to be seated. She introduced her staff, then resettled herself in her armchair, tucked her white blonde hair behind her ears, and told us she was very concerned about Jennifer. I watched her face closely. I saw no indication of dishonesty. She did seem concerned, and there was a tension in the air you could almost hear, a kind of static. She seemed to be giving a speech she'd rehearsed. Her clothes flowed perfectly from her slender limbs in a bloom of wrinkle-free, peach-colored silk. Her matching fingernails shone in the light, resting on the arms of the chair when they weren't involved with her hair. She was still talking about her concern for Jennifer's health when a wave of anger crashed over me. I wanted to ask her why she didn't do something for Everardo if she was so concerned. But she had worked sincerely on my case, unlike any other ambassador. She had arranged meetings with Guatemalan government officials for me earlier in the year. She had invited me to meet with her in her home and removed her large poodles from the waiting room when she saw that I was afraid of them. In more recent months, she had responded with concern to my letters about the lack of progress in my case. I decided it was best to keep my anger to myself. A State Department officer, Richard Nuccio, had been in the country meeting with top-level Guatemalan government officials, McAfee was telling us. As a result of his meetings, the Guatemalan government was willing to appoint a special investigative commission to look into the whereabouts of Jennifer's husband. The commission would work with UN observers and would interview witnesses at the site of the battle where Everardo disappeared. It would be a very thorough investigation. She scanned our faces. Jennifer had told us all about Nuccio's brilliant idea. She had gotten her hopes up when she heard Nuccio was coming to Guatemala, but when she learned his proposal was that the Guatemalan government form an investigative commission, she was furious. Joe, Marie, Meredith, and Josh repeated her arguments to McAfee, telling her the case had already been investigated by the UN and the OAS. Everardo was clearly captured by the army, and Santiago had named 10 of the officers involved and given the exact locations where he was held. The army needed to produce Everardo or his body. After that, a special prosecutor could investigate all he wanted to determine the criminal responsibilities. But until then, any investigation was an attempt to stall for time and to appease Jennifer and the U.S. public. An uncomfortable silence followed, broken only by the noise of each member of the embassy staff scrawling notes. McAfee was looking at her lap. Joe asked, "Have you been able to learn anything about what might have happened to Jennifer's husband?" McAfee leaned forward, her pale green eyes full of sincerity. If I knew anything, I would tell you. The calendar flipped to November, the month the old Dianna died and the new, evil Dianna was born, the birth date of my murderous self. But it was 5 years later, and I was sitting beside Jennifer, holding her hand. When she looked at me there was love in her eyes and I felt it bound from me back to her. And I realized they hadn't ruined me, the torturers. They hadn't broken me. I could still love, and I could still fight. Here I was on their doorstep, doing both. Facing the National Palace, shaking hands with the Guatemalans who approached us and said they were tired of their silence and didn't care anymore if army spies were watching, talking quietly with Meredith, Joe, Josh, Jennifer, Marie, Nineth, Mario, and Bishop Gumleton, all of us bound by love and resolve. I found a way to understand that the date and place of my torture and rebirth represented more than evil. The Polytechnica was a burial place. Unlike the members of GAM, at least I knew where the woman had died. At least I had a place to mourn. At least I knew where the bodies of those moaning in the pit lay. But the Polytechnica was more than that, too. It was the place where I had reached out to the woman, reached across my fear to uncover her face, and the place where she reached out to me across her pain, asking my name, telling me to be strong. It was the place where I took her hand, where we held on to each other. Yes, other things happened. But those acts of ours, those reaches, those were the acts we willed, and no one could ever take them away. Perhaps they lent some measure of sanctity to that blood-stained room. They were something to remember and honor. Marie, Joe, Meredith, and Bishop Gumleton were with me. I had brought my camera, and as a way of feeling powerful, I used it as we circled the building in the weak morning sunlight. The soldiers in the turrets, on the roof, and by the main door saw me. And photographing a military installation was illegal. But they decided, for some reason, to let it go, and I went on, taking shot after shot, wondering, on this anniversary, if I could capture something that might show up as evil or something that might be holy. When my film ran out, we moved closer. As we approached, chills tumbled up and down my spine. It was probably my own pulse that made the grey castle seem to grow and shrink, almost imperceptibly, like a live thing, but the place seemed to throb with evil and I began to tremble. Memories were returning. The scarlet blood stain on the grey cement floor after I was raped. Even the floor stained with my blood. The floor, too, had participated. We were close enough to touch the wall. That's what we had come to do. It wasn't enough to stand on the sidewalk. To pray for the people who died in that building and for those who might at that moment be smelling their own skin sear or feeling the skin of their cheeks raked off by fists, we had to be touching the rocks that kept them from us. For me, to be prayer, it had to be that kind of reach across my pain, through my fear. We, the living, the ones who were not being tortured, had to stand as close as possible to the dead, to the ones within those walls, no matter what that took. Meredith has told me I sobbed in the taxi on the way back. Marie, who was sitting in the front with me, comforted me. I don't remember that. But I remember what I prayed as we stood with our hands against the wall. I remember the way the stones felt. The sun hadn't risen enough yet to warm them, but they weren't cool, either. They were just about as warm as our skin. They had been painted to make them grey. Green was visible underneath, and beneath that, rusty red. I called on God and on Saint Michael the Archangel and on all the angels to be there inside the walls. I asked them to sprinkle handfuls of angel dust on the eyes of the torturers so that they could see what they were doing, how they were hurting their brothers and sisters. Let them see. Melt the evil and rancor in their hearts. I may have been praying for myself, too, without even knowing it, for the part of me that never came out from behind those walls, and for the part that was born there, the new part which I kept detained and secret and walled in. Perhaps I was praying to God to melt the evil and rancor in my heart, too. I remember a casual conversation I had in the plaza with a Guatemalan human rights worker. "What do you do when you're not working?" he asked. "What do you do for fun?" I just looked at him. Finally I mentioned gardening. What else? I collect the names of the disappeared. No, I couldn't say that. I read, I said at last. What kinds of things do you like to read? He asked. The Bible. Books about Latin America, human rights. You're so serious. You should have some fun. A lash of anger whipped through me. How could I have fun when people were being tortured, when people were dying, when I should have died? Mary and others at Koffler might call it survivor guilt, but whatever they wanted to name it, the fact was that I escaped with my life when others didn't, and I knew things about torture that most people didn't, and that put an enormous burden on me. So don't talk to me about having fun. It wasn't much of a life, but then again it was a life that I could bear to lose. So if they came for me again, I was halfway ready. You know, the torturers have won if they keep you from living your life, he said. One don't remember his face, probably because I was looking at the ground, but I remember his tone. It was gentle. If they keep us from living, really living, they've won. As the media coverage of Jennifer's case intensified, the Guatemalan government honed its harassment tactics. While we were having our meetings at government offices and not coincidentally, the day after our press conference several Guatemalan officials approached Jennifer in the plaza and began firing questions at her, which they said she was under legal obligation to answer. Jennifer asked to undergo the interrogatories, as they were called, in a place that was more private and out of the midday sun. Meanwhile she contacted her Guatemalan lawyer. The officials took Jennifer into a nearby building, but when her lawyer arrived, they barred her from the room. They questioned Jennifer for 3 hours on her relationship to the guerrilla movement, perhaps hoping that in her weakened condition, without a lawyer, and speaking a language that wasn't her own, she might make a statement that could be used against her. Or maybe they were hoping that in that hot room, deprived of water and forced to speak for 3 hours, she would faint. She didn't do either one. So at the end of the meeting, government officials popped a surprise. They told her they believed Everardo was buried in a town 5 hours from the capital, and the body would be brought out of the grave the next morning. Jennifer stayed up all night preparing, lining up forensic specialists, calling her lawyers, gathering together international observers, arranging rides, notifying the press. All these measures would be helpful if the government tried to perpetrate a fraud and pass off another cadaver as Everardo's. Jennifer got herself ready to look closely at another set of teeth in another decaying head. She set off at 4 a.m. and made the arduous trip to the town, only to be told once there that the exhumation had been postponed for her convenience. But she was allowed to see the judicial records in the morgue before returning to Guatemala City, and she learned that 2 bodies had been buried in the grave. Both were URNG combatants who had been killed 10 days before Everardo even disappeared. Jennifer would still have to go through with the exhumation within the next few days, though, once it had been rescheduled. She would have to stand for hours as partially decayed bodies were brought up out of the earth and skulls were held before her. If she passed out, the government could rush her to a hospital and hook her up to N4. That would end the hunger strike and her chance for answers. But she had no choice. For all she knew, the army's plan was to switch the bodies and place Everardo's in the grave as a means of meeting her demands and giving back his remains. After the cancelled exhumation, we saw her in the plaza. She didn't even notice we were there. She stared off into space. Jennifer made it through the rescheduled exhumation, and there were no surprises in the grave where the URNG combatants killed before Everardo disappeared. I was back at the office in Washington when I found out she was placed at the head of a death list sent to the Guatemalan media. The army must have been frustrated that she hadn't passed out, even while standing in the hot sun all day and bending over corpses. The Guatemalan army and the U.S. government would soon have more to lament. 60 Minutes had dug up some information that was never supposed to get out to Jennifer or the U.S. public. Alice, Patricia, and I had settled in front of the TV at the house of Jennifer's lawyer, Jose, to see how the 60 Minutes piece turned out. About halfway through, the revelation came: the U.S. Embassy, which for years had claimed to know nothing of Everardo's disappearance, had information from intelligence sources stating that Everardo had been captured by the Guatemalan army. The documents had been in State Department files for a year and a half. I remembered Peg Willingham's words and Ambassador McAfee's words and the responses we had received to so many letters we'd written. We have no independent confirmation of clandestine detention in Guatemala. We have no more information about what could have happened to him. If I knew anything I would tell you. Betrayal was an old wound and the scab burst. But this time more was being violated than my honor, my right to justice. U.S. government officials let Everardo be tortured while they lied. They were going to let Jennifer die while they lied. The piece run by 60 Minutes got Jennifer a meeting with some high-level White House officials. Jose went to Guatemala to give Jennifer the news. "I'm going down to bring her back," he told us. "I think she'll come off the hunger strike for a White House meeting." The next day he phoned our office. "Reserve another seat on the flight back," he said. And we knew she was coming home. Soon a page came through the fax. I skimmed it quickly. It was a press statement from Jennifer. Taking the opportunity offered her, she was calling off the hunger strike to file criminal charges against the military officers seen torturing and detaining Everardo. Then she was going to Washington to meet with White House officials. One of the military officers she was suing was the Guatemalan Minister of Defense for cover-up and complicity in torture and murder. I couldn't believe the Guatemalan army would let her out of the country alive. But the 60 Minutes report had forced the U.S. Embassy to support Jennifer's version of events and contradict the Army's version. Jennifer now had the U.S. government on her side, however unwilling the U.S. government was to be there. Ambassador McAfee called Jennifer into the embassy shortly after her press conference. She informed Jennifer that she had issued a démarche, or a formal diplomatic statement, to Guatemalan President Ramiro de Leon Carpio. The démarche said that the U.S. had information that Everardo was captured by the army and was lightly wounded at the time of his capture, but that his injuries were not life-threatening. Jennifer and Jose peppered the ambassador with questions: where the information came from, who had captured him, what happened next. She didn't answer their questions, Jose told us, giving us an account of their meeting in a phone call afterward. She just kept saying there was no information to indicate that he was alive for more than a few weeks beyond the time he was captured. "Is there information to indicate that he is dead?" Jennifer asked. Santiago had seen him 4 months after his capture, and then there were the more recent reports of sightings. "Do you have any documentation stating that he's dead?" "No," the ambassador answered. "We have no further information." The démarche asked the president to investigate the army's involvement in Everardo's capture and secret detention. This was an improvement. The investigation the ambassador had touted earlier was aimed at resolving his mysterious disappearance. Oddly, though, while she explained the contents of the démarche several times, the ambassador wouldn't give Jennifer or Jose a copy of it. But Jennifer was alive, and she was getting out of the country safely. I tried to fight my own dark mood. A group from the Assisi house and the office met her at the airport with bouquets of flowers and a huge welcome home banner Santiago had helped us write in, ma'am. Her red blazer hung off her shoulders, and she seemed to have just enough skin to stretch across the bones of her face. But she was beaming, and she made the rounds, hugging us each in turn. Then she went to talk to the reporters who had gathered at the gate. The Guatemalan army must be furious, I realized, watching Jennifer before the cameras. Although she had come back without Everardo or his body, a number of unintended positive results had come with her hunger strike. She had exposed the army's brutality internationally, she had proved that the army did capture Everardo and keep him a secret prisoner, and she had probably weakened the army's negotiating position in the peace talks. I stood off to the side, trying to be inconspicuous. I hope Everardo's dead, I thought. The army would take out its rage on him if he wasn't. Tears came to my eyes and I closed them for a moment. This was a time to be happy. Who was to say he was suffering? But I knew how the army worked. He was suffering if he was alive. And if he wasn't? Well, it had to be a blessing. Jennifer spread butter across the bread Marie had baked, but she ate it methodically, losing the thread of the conversation now and then and staring vacantly. In spite of regular meals, her face looked as drawn as it had the week before when she'd first arrived in Washington. I wondered where her mind was back in her White House meeting with Richard Feinstein, Anthony Lake, and Leon Feuerth, where she'd asked for a suspension of joint training programs and scholarships to Guatemalan officers and had received nothing, not even any new information. Reliving a moment of her past with Everardo, on a mountain trail or a sidewalk in Mexico City. Or in an army base, Santa Ana Belén, where Santiago saw Everardo tied to a table. She would snap back to the present and start chewing again, as if she had been recalled to her mission. Eating, I guessed, was something she was doing for him, just as starving had been. I wondered if she would have preferred to die in the plaza in Guatemala, to dwindle day by day as the light in her eyes had done since her return. That thought reflected my own wishes. I no longer talked to Everardo or pictured the day he would show me different herbs. One spoke instead to the woman, and I wrote to her in my journal. What I said to her was similar to what I'd said to Everardo in moments of despair. I encouraged her to cross the divide, to travel into the next world. How clear it is to me now that in talking to both of them, I was speaking to myself. Why can't you just let go on into the next world? The woman rather, what I did to the woman had started to haunt me. In spite of caffeine, willpower, and fear, at night I fell back into the room where she lay rasping beneath the sheet, the room where I took the machete. I dreamed about how it sank into her chest. The blood. Our screams. In some dreams, she was alive and she beckoned. My mornings and nights are filled with a deep sadness. This sadness is diminishing all traces of hope within me. My old friend has revisited me and once again, she invites me to travel to a faraway place, a place unfettered with memories. I couldn't hold on to the positive memories, the way I'd reached out to her and taken her hand, not anymore, because it didn't keep her alive. It wasn't enough, just as all we had done for Jennifer and for the people of Guatemala wasn't enough. The peace accord wasn't signed in December. The U.S. government had sent the National Guard troops down at the beginning of January to continue the Fuertes Caminos, a joint training program. And Jennifer a short while later announced that she would resume her hunger strike. She'd stopped too soon, she said. The White House meeting was a red cape she had charged it. White House officials still refused to give her copies of documents underlying their statements about Everardo's capture or take any measures to pressure the Guatemalan government. They just kept saying they had no reason to believe Everardo was alive beyond a few weeks after his capture. Less than 4 months had passed since Jennifer had starved for 32 days. She could blow a kidney out in the first week. At least she would be in Washington this time, since her objective now was to make the U.S. government tell what it knew. I tried to support Jennifer instead of arguing with her. More than once I had heard her say, "I thought he was dead." Before. I gave up on him. I can't give up on him again. People said they'd seen him recently. But you know what the ambassador said about that? Jennifer, people think they've seen Elvis, too. They just want me to go away and forget about him, and I won't do it. I knew the hunger strike was a matter of principle for Jennifer this time, as much as a matter of strategy. And I suspected that, with things for Everardo looking so bleak, she would now almost welcome death. Jennifer asked us to help her organize a rally on March 12, to mark the 3rd anniversary of Everardo's capture and the beginning of her hunger strike in front of the White House. Her mother and I worked together on a T-shirt with a map of Guatemala on the front, including statistics of all the dead and disappeared. On the back was a drawing that Jennifer's mother, an artist, made from a photograph of Everardo, aging him according to the time that had passed. "Where is Everardo?" we wrote. "Ask the White House." In Guatemala the situation was as bad as ever. The UN observers had arrived, finally. But, as if to show that their presence didn't matter, those responsible for the violence went on a killing spree. Between February 20 and February 22, 22 people were found dead, with signs of torture. By the end of February, the year's death toll included 6 university students, who had been abducted and found with signs of torture or shot at point-blank range on the street. A unionist had also been abducted, and 2 journalists had been shot to death. Several human rights workers, too, were abducted and tortured, beaten in their offices or shot and wounded. February 28, 1995, Meredith, I don't know what's happening to me. Lately I've been under a lot of stress. I feel as if I'm standing on the edge of the world and looking nowhere. My urge to disappear is so intense. How I yearn to live a normal life, one of inner peace. I told Meredith about my hearing before the Inter-American Commission of the OAS. I had to demonstrate that I'd been abducted and tortured and that obtaining justice in Guatemala was impossible. Paul and Sean had kept careful records of the Guatemalan government's evasions and delays, and a young lawyer based in Washington, Michelle Arrington, had taken over my case with help from Jennifer's lawyer, Jose, and another local lawyer named Anna Gallagher. During the hearing I managed to stay grounded and avoid flashbacks, and the lawyers did a good job, but the experience took its toll. The OAS representatives were extremely respectful and supportive. Naturally, the Guatemalan representatives were total jerks. They read a detailed report that highlighted the government's persistent work on my case. Meredith would get a kick out of that. She'd accompanied me to a meeting with Attorney General Ramses Cuestas in Guatemala during Jennifer's hunger strike there. In that meeting, in the presence of the new good and helpful Embassy Consular General Chuck Keel, Cuestas promised to send me a monthly report about the government's actions on my case. He'd sent only one report, which was a summary of the case. No more had followed in the 3 months since the meeting. Meredith and I took a particular dislike to Cuestas. He looked like Humpty Dumpty, a round torso and, ballooning above his tie, a perfectly round face. He wasn't scary to look at, but his cartoonish appearance was deceptive. The meeting with him was one of the most traumatic parts of the trip for me. As the meeting began, I told him I was concerned that Linares had said that my case should be dismissed for lack of evidence, and I mentioned that I had written President de Leon Carpio and Ambassador McAfee to insist that the information I had given the courts be pursued. Cuestas, in response, attacked. He dispensed with the usual accusations that I hadn't cooperated with investigators and that my testimony was inconsistent. He had a more powerful weapon, and he seemed to know it was powerful enough to be used alone. Why didn't you have a gynecological exam? He'd knifed me with his first sentence. As if he knew what I had done with the life growing inside me. I pushed at the space between the ribs in my chest. I told myself there was no way he could know anything. I tried to keep my voice strong and explained that in New Mexico a doctor examined my back, and even that exam was like being tortured and violated again. I wasn't going to let anyone touch me further than that. That was true. Dr. Gutierrez had wanted to examine and treat the burns I had on other parts of my body, and I had them all over. I wouldn't let him. There was evidence of the torture, one Cuestas admitted, but not of the sexual abuse, and that was by far the most serious act committed. I started shaking. The rapes were very, very painful. I still remember them. But what really gets to me is having to see other people tortured and not being able to do anything to help them. That is the worst nightmare I have lived for 5 years, and it's something that is still continually happening today, and I can't just sit back and not do anything. My voice broke and I caught some tears on my fingertips. Meredith reached over and touched my hand. Without thinking, I yanked my hand away. I think the case is very strong, Cuestas said after a pause, apart from this issue of the sexual abuse. Meredith lit into Cuestas. She told him she'd worked on a hotline for victims of sexual abuse, and not to undergo an exam was the norm after being raped because of the re-traumatization involved. She added that the rape was not the worst of my experience, it was the overall pattern of torture that had caused me the most suffering, and the rape was just a part of that. Cuestas repeated that, although it was too late now for an exam to do any good, a doctor's certificate would have been the best manner of proof. I wanted Meredith to know it wasn't just Cuestas now. The Guatemalan government, before the OAS, had adopted the same line of attack. Much to my dismay, Meredith, the Guatemalan representatives continue to focus on the rape issue and to insist that I be required to have a gynecological exam. The issue has upset me immensely. Oh, Meredith, how much more can I put up with this crap? Is it worth it? By subjecting myself to this form of treatment, will our Guatemalan sisters and brothers be less prone to having their human rights violated? I was still afraid that, somehow, a gynecological exam could reveal the choice I had made. Was that why the Guatemalan government was insisting on it? Government officials had harassed me with that requirement before, during my second trip to Guatemala. But the focus on it, the harping to this extent, was new. I had to ask myself if someone had found something out. Life at the Assisi community had become difficult, too, because of the choice I had made about the torturer's developing seed. That choice seemed to be following me around and haunting me. I didn't tell Meredith everything that was bothering me, but on the same night I wrote her the letter I wrote in my journal. At last night's community meeting I heard people express their views on a delicate issue. Whenever I am in a state of hopelessness, I tend to misconstrue or distort what is being said. Hearing folks articulate strong views on this delicate issue has left me imbued with shame. There were moments when I actually felt as if I were being judged. Their words echoed loud and clear, a judgment made on me, guilty of another sin committed against humanity. Without a moment's warning, I transform like the torturers into a ghastly and repulsive monster that can bring harm to others. At this moment I am deliberating whether to remain in the Assisi community. Renting an apartment is one option. Another option is relocating elsewhere, a place where I am not known. But where would I go? Instead of confiding these thoughts to Meredith, I turned to issues involving Jennifer. Maybe, without quite realizing it, I was proposing an answer to the question of where I would go. I would starve myself to death. I spoke with the Guatemalan desk officer at the State Department and voiced my concern for Jennifer's welfare. I asked what the U.S. government was doing to resolve this crisis. Needless to say, the State Department does not know what to do. I did say to Peg that I would not sit back and watch my friend wither away. I hinted that perhaps I would consider doing civil disobedience or that I might fast with Jennifer. She was horrified with the idea that I would consider joining Jennifer on her hunger strike. Peg responded by saying that the government cared about Jennifer's case. I knew better than to believe her. One State Department official, Richard Nuccio, had already met with human rights groups and tried to dissuade us from supporting Jennifer. The case, he said, could damage the peace talks. But the extent of the U.S. government's dishonesty wouldn't be clear for another few weeks, and it would be a couple of years before this email from Peg to colleague Lee McClenny, dated November 30, 1994, was declassified. The subject was a call from Mike Wallace. He says that he understands that Jennifer Harberry, now back in Guatemala, will have to add murder to the criminal charges she's filing because the army executed Everardo. He adds that CBS has pretty good information that he was executed and that all concerned, and by that I mean State Department and elsewhere, knew about it. He says he doesn't know if Jennifer Harberry knows this, and he doesn't want to lay it on her without talking to us first. What he wants is State Department comment about what we knew and when we knew it, and if we've told J. Harberry. We have clear press guidance on that score, but I'm sure he wants more than that. Good luck. Peg. McClenny responded. Good brief. I mean good grief. I checked quickly with AFW Re this, recommending that we stick with the guidance. 1. We do not know whether Bamaka is dead or alive. 2. We have no evidence that he was alive any time more than a few weeks after his capture, and 3. We have always acted on the assumption that he could be alive. If pressed on what we knew and when, the answer is that this is an intelligence matter that we cannot discuss. If pushed harder on this, about all that we can say is that we have consistently done everything we can to assist Ms. Harberry in her search for her husband, including providing her with the pertinent information that we have on this case. We have not tried to conceal anything from her. Point 2. Jennifer, meanwhile, was preparing to resume her hunger strike. She did get a call from Lowell Bergman, the 60 Minutes producer, who said he had good information that Everardo was dead. But without being able to see any evidence documents to that effect, or a body, Jennifer couldn't take a risk. She had to fight for him. Alice said I shouldn't join Jennifer in her fast. If Jennifer wanted to call on us to join in the fast at any time, she would have to make that call. In the meantime, we had more than enough to do. I knew Alice was right. We were understaffed as it was, and none of us had fully recovered yet from our round-the-clock work in the fall. I let some of the Assisi members' remarks on the subject of abortion drive away my sense of belonging. I was sure my Ursuline family and my mom, dad, and sisters would react like people at Assisi if they knew about the choice I'd made. But at least I was needed at the office. I plunged into the work. The weekend of the rally arrived all too soon, and the night before, we were having a party, which meant more work. Jennifer had hired a PR firm, and the owners of it said they thought a party might be a nice way to welcome folks from out of town. They offered us their large, beautiful house, we set everything up, and the party began. In theory, we had a victory to celebrate. The day before, the White House had suddenly announced a change in U.S. policy toward Guatemala. Fuertes Caminos troops would be withdrawn from Guatemala in June, when the training period for the troops already there had ended, and scholarships for military officers to study in the United States would be suspended. They cited several cases that needed to be resolved before the Guatemalan government could count on a resumption of the programs, among them, my case, Jennifer's case, Michael Devin's case, and Myrna Mac's case. Officials also said the overall human rights situation in Guatemala would have to improve. Richard Feinberg, of the National Security Council, called Jennifer into his office to tell her personally about the policy change. He apparently hoped it would be enough to convince her to cancel her planned hunger strike. She said the measures were too weak, they wouldn't save Everardo's life, and she was going ahead with the strike, as planned. Nineth, Amilcar, Jennifer's friends from Vermont, a busload of people from Chicago, people from California, people from all over the country came to the house for the party. Laughing, talking, hugging, joking, drinking soda, wine, beer, it was clear they were celebrating. I watched their reflections in the mahogany table. It all seemed surreal. We were in this big, elegant house, having a party, and Jennifer was going to die. I wondered if the PR people had loaned us their house out of pity, understanding that the party might be more than a way to welcome people. Resuming the hunger strike was a mistake, they'd said. Jennifer would get no press. That story had already been done. She would be across from the White House with the other protesters who had been living there day and night for years with no results, with the homeless and the mentally ill. Maybe they understood it as a wake. I must have been so depressed that I couldn't conceive of any outcome of the hunger strike except Jennifer's death. The rally, in my mind, was a continuation of the send-off we'd begun the night before. We put up the stage, and behind it, we assembled the wall we'd made as a backdrop. We had painted a rift in the wall where the stones were cracking apart. "Break the wall of impunity," we'd written on the stones in big black letters. I liked the idea. The wall that protected the torturers was opening up. It was the same wall that kept the prisoners in. We could pull them all out into the light. The brutal Guatemalan army would have to stand before everyone and explain. And those who were still prisoners of denial, injustice, secrets, and lies could escape. I could escape. There was a crack in the wall I could slip out through. I distracted myself with these reveries when the day's events became too painful. The rally coincided with the 12th anniversary of a massacre in the village of Rio Negro. We'd invited a survivor of that massacre to speak. He stood in front of the wall and spoke of how his entire village was annihilated. He tried to run and came across women being raped and killed. He returned to where the other children were. He pleaded with a civil patroller who was about to kill his little brother. He watched his little brother's brains dashed out against a rock. He was only about 10 himself, and the civil patroller, his brother's killer, took him to his house, where he worked for years as a virtual slave. The survivor wore dark glasses and a baseball cap as he spoke and was using a false name during his stay in Washington. We knew members of Guatemalan military intelligence were in the crowd watching. They always showed up for events. The survivor knew it too, and he was going back to Guatemala in a matter of days. But he stood there, struggling to tell his story. Nineth and Amilcar spoke, and I also said something. Glancing up from the page, I saw beyond the stage the white crosses the listeners held aloft. We had hammered them together from 2x4s, painting on each the name and birth and death dates of each of the 107 children and 70 women killed in the massacre. I seemed to be looking out at a graveyard that wouldn't be still, or an ocean, breaking in silence. After 12 days on the hunger strike, Jennifer called the office and told us to be at a press conference in front of the Capitol. When we got there, Representative Robert Torricelli, of New Jersey, was speaking. Jennifer sat near the microphone. I could tell from her eyes. They were an empty sea. Everardo was dead. Jennifer went to the microphone, still holding Everardo's photo. At least he wasn't being tortured anymore, she said. At least she knew that much. But she wanted his body, she wanted to give him a decent burial. And she wanted to see justice done. 12 days on the hunger strike had taken 14 pounds off Jennifer. Instead of resting during the strike, she'd walked the halls of Congress and had meeting after meeting, pleading for information. Finally, State Department officer Richard Nuccio told all he knew to Congressman Torricelli, who called Jennifer into his office and shared the information with her. U.S. intelligence documents showed not only that Everardo had been captured by the army, but that he was ordered executed by Colonel Julio Alpirez. We all recognized the name. He was the one Santiago saw bending over the torture table. He was the one in charge. Colonel Alpirez, Torricelli said, was working for the CIA. The same month that Santiago saw Colonel Alpirez threatening and interrogating Everardo, the CIA paid Alpirez $44,000. I felt I had stepped into a movie. Jennifer, standing in the new grass behind the Capitol, saying the CIA was involved in killing Everardo. The real world was gone, the world where ideas about the CIA and its link to Guatemala were poor judgment, paranoia. I longed for that world suddenly, the safety of it, even if in that world I was wrong. But that world was the fiction. In the Polytechnica I had seen the reality. The United States was up to its neck in torture and murder. At least he isn't being tortured anymore, Jennifer was saying. I tried to hang on to that thought. I had prayed for his death so many times so that the torture would stop. I'd hoped against hope, Jennifer's hope, that Everardo was dead. But I saw all her grief and I wanted him back for her, I wanted him alive again, under any circumstances, just not to see another part of Jennifer die, just not to see that endless grief that had taken hold of her stricken face, the emptiness in her eyes. She reminded me of Dolores, drowning. My torture taught me despair. Nothing I did or said made the torture stop. All I could hope for was to be destroyed completely. From Santiago I knew that captured guerrillas were used to talk each other into surrender. You've nothing to gain by silence, they would tell their captured comrades. Collaborate with the army. We are defeated. We have lost. They were used as instruments of despair. Had I too been used as an instrument of despair, telling Everardo to give up? Had the torturers released me with that poison so that I would spread it? I had told him survival was too painful after torture. What if the woman had said that to me? I had allowed the torturers to speak through me. I had been their portavas. If Jennifer ever learned that I had prayed in that manner and worked against her, she would despise me. Even as I was sitting beside her, holding her hand, I was a murderer. Chapter 16. Torn Secrets, Torn Skin. Walking beneath the cherry trees was a springtime rite in Washington. Even during that chaotic April, with news breaking each day about deeper U.S. involvement in Guatemala, people in the Assisi community planned to go out and see the blossoms. I could never see a cherry tree without thinking of our first president, who, it is said, couldn't tell a lie. I couldn't stand the thought of seeing the trees now, no matter how beautiful, no matter how pink and delicate against the pale dawn sky. Times had changed. So while my housemates headed for the van, I sat at the dining room table, a cup of coffee in my hand and newspapers from the past few days beside me. The sun, barely risen, peeked into the room. By the time I had finished my coffee, the sun was warming my shoulder and spilling onto the pages, but the chill inside me persisted. Ever since 1990, when military aid to Guatemala was supposedly cut off, $5 to $7 million a year had been sent through the CIA station to pay for eavesdropping equipment, weapons, and lethal training for the Guatemalan army, I read. Not only the CIA, but the U.S. military was in Guatemala, assisting the Guatemalan army in an effort to extinguish the opposition. 1. The Guatemalan army extinguished combatants and non-combatants alike. Working at the GHRC, I knew the statistics. Between 1990 and 1995, 2,165 civilians were murdered for political reasons. Many fewer guerrilla combatants were killed. There were hardly that many in all the guerrilla ranks. The number was kept secret, but I had heard that the entire guerrilla force during that period consisted of somewhere between 800 and 2,000 people. Did the CIA and the U.S. Army make any distinction between armed combatants and civilians, I wondered, or did they, like the Guatemalan army, consider unionists, students, and human rights workers to be fair targets? Was the eavesdropping equipment used to bug civilians' offices and tap their phones? The death squads always seemed to know where to find them and when they were alone. I. 296. Tried to imagine how eavesdropping equipment could be used against anyone other than civilians. I couldn't. The guerrillas lived in camps in the mountains surrounded by land mines. They had no telephones or offices to bug. I moved on to another article, about the CIA's activities during the years that I was in Guatemala. The CIA from 1988 to 1991 kept senior Guatemalan officers on its payroll, giving them sums far in excess of their salaries. Former President Cerezo said the CIA gave the Guatemalan army information about guerrilla movements or contacts in some areas. Cerezo's account of the CIA's activities contradicts repeated statements from United States Embassy officials that the United States never was involved with the counterinsurgency campaign. But, the article went on to say, the CIA station chief had 20 CIA officers under him and an annual budget of at least $10 million, half of which went to pay Guatemalan informants. 2. 20 informants at $250,000? 40 at $125,000? Maybe more informants still, at less remunerative rates? Cerezo was quoted as saying he realized during his presidency the overwhelming presence of the CIA in Guatemala, but he tried to keep some control over his military, demanding that Guatemalan officers inform us of issues that they handled with the U.S. intelligence agents and that they not undertake any operation with them that was not authorized by the government or by the general staff of the army. This was the official policy, but that doesn't mean that in some cases some officials don't do things that could be considered irregular. I had to stop for a minute and gaze out the window into the back garden. A calico alley cat was lying on our patio. Beyond her some buttercups were blooming out of the dirt. The world out there was so simple compared to what I was learning. I tried to hang on to the pieces. The CIA was in Guatemala not just gathering information, but ordering operations and paying assets more than they earned in their regular jobs to carry those operations out. Who was really in charge during those years when so many people were murdered, disappeared, tortured? Who had ordered those operations? And my own torture? I couldn't bear to think about it. I fixed my eyes on the paper again. A couple of paragraphs down, Ambassador Strzok was speaking about the Devine case. 6 weeks after Michael Devine was killed, he said, it occurred to him to wonder if any CIA assets were involved in Devine's murder. He asked the CIA station chief, who told Strzok that no assets were involved. The ambassador believed him, the article said. I got another cup of coffee and an ice pack for my cheek. Did Strzok ask the station chief if any assets were involved in my case? Was it so unimaginable to him that CIA assets could have abducted and tortured me, and that their American contact, in light of all the uproar, all the calls to Congress and the press, could have come to get me out? How could it have been so inconceivable when he could imagine CIA assets being involved in human rights abuses against Michael Devine, another innocent American citizen? I wasn't the only one outraged by all the breaking news. State Department officials, too, were upset. Marshall Carter, who worked in the Department of Human Rights and Labor, had met with Santiago and had given him a cold reception, insisting that there was no independent evidence of clandestine detention in Guatemala. But on March 30, 1995, Carter wrote to State Department Human Rights Officer John Shattuck. I am disturbed by the theme that seems to be developing in the official response to the allegations of CIA connections with Colonel Alpirez, in turn allegedly involved in, if not responsible for, the deaths of Michael Devine and Efren Bamica in Guatemala. Exactly what the CIA knew and when it informed others of what it knew is of course very important. The larger question in my view, however, is not when we know about what the CIA is doing, but rather what the CIA is doing. Enormous damage is done to the reputation of the U.S. and its ability to play a credible role in challenging the abuses of other governments by our apparent use of major abusers to provide us with intelligence, implicitly condoning this behavior and its funding by public monies. Our approach to this should be to press for sharply reining in the agency on operations. 40 years of support for the dirtiest kind of military in Central America has produced neither democracy nor social peace, and the intelligence that may result cannot outweigh the costs. CIA and other intelligence practices must now come under very close scrutiny by a body of wise men of some sort, including perhaps respected former Supreme Court judges or others sensitive to human rights and ethical matters in general. The price is too high. We compromise our position on human rights. We corrupt our foreign policy. And we corrupt our intelligence as well. The problem is precisely the principle that we press on other governments: accountability. The single-minded pursuit of information, with virtually unlimited funds, and without rigorous accountability for methods, has distorted the intelligence function. Foreign misinformation campaigns and counterintelligence activities could hardly do more damage to our intelligence capabilities and our international reputation. Who will call our own agencies to account? 3. That April the quiet days I had to mull things over were few and far between. Jennifer had a memorial service for Everardo, although she still didn't have his body. Her parents and sister came and sat in the front pew of the church, just as they would have if his body had been nearby. Jennifer stood most of the time, facing the dozens of people who had come to grieve. She didn't shed a tear. She couldn't allow herself that show of emotion publicly. And she couldn't let herself break down. There was still too much to do. Coalition Missing had press conferences and congressional briefings, and then Senate hearings would be held, where Jennifer would have to testify. On the way to briefings and interviews, we talked among ourselves, digesting what we could of the whirlwind happening around us. Why Ambassador McAfee and the State Department and National Security Council officials had lied to Jennifer was clear enough. They didn't want to tell her that they knew Everardo had been captured and killed because Jennifer would ask, by whom? If they answered honestly, Alpirez's name would come up. And if the U.S. government accused Alpirez, he could blow the whistle on the U.S. government and expose the entire covert CIA operation in Guatemala. All he would have to say, guess who was paying me? My experience in Guatemala and afterward had made me as lifeless and useless as dead wood. That's how I saw myself then, rotted, weak, not good for anything. But now my experience had a context. And now I was on fire. I thought about how, at the lawyer's suggestion, I had kept quiet about the American during our trips to Guatemala. They said it was the only way the embassy would help us. But, of course, with the clarity of hindsight, I knew the embassy couldn't and wouldn't help us with our case against the Guatemalan army. Anything that proved me credible would damage the embassy, even if I kept quiet about the American for the rest of my life. My allegations about him had appeared in the press early on. In the United States, I had gotten so many blank looks from people in Congress, friends and colleagues when I mentioned that the CIA was in Guatemala, blank, maybe even half-pitying looks, that I sometimes had begun to doubt myself. People would tell me that maybe Alejandro was a mercenary, that the CIA really had no reason to be in Guatemala. See, the Berlin Wall was down. The Cold War was over. But I was right. And no one would ever shut me up again. Now when I told reporters that Alejandro said he was in Guatemala to liberate the people from communism, they rolled their eyes and sighed sympathetically. I was used to seeing eyebrows rise when I merely said he was an American. But now I told them I believed Alejandro must have been working with the CIA, and Newsweek, the Los Angeles Times, and the Washington Post published articles including my account. While I knew publicity could help the Guatemalan people by putting pressure on the army, I was angry to be taken at my word only now, after the brutal murder of my friend's husband, caused by someone working for the CIA. There were small victories to savor, all the same. A federal judge in Boston, ruling on the civil case we had brought against General Hector Gramajo under the Alien Torts Act, found the former defense minister guilty. Gramajo hadn't even bothered to show up to defend himself. The judge ordered him to pay me $5 million and 9 other Guatemalan massacre survivors $42.5 million in reparations for his role in an indiscriminate campaign of terror against civilians. As head of the armed forces, Gramajo was ultimately responsible for all the human rights violations committed under his command. For that reason, the judge found him guilty in my case. In the case of the massacre survivors, his responsibility was more direct. As Army Vice Chief of Staff under General Efrain Rios Montt, who seized control through a coup, Gramajo designed and supervised the scorched earth tactics in the early 1980s that killed many thousands of people and wiped more than 660 villages off the map. In a May 1982 editorial, after a massacre in Semijados, a tiny Guatemalan village, the conservative Guatemalan newspaper El Gráfico denounced Gramajo's campaign of violence. Massacres have become the order of the day. There is no respect or mercy shown for grandparents, children, or grandchildren. All were exterminated equally. How is it possible for a human adult to murder in cold blood a baby of less than a year and a half? How is it possible to behead an 8 or 9-year-old child? How is it possible, General? 4. Gramajo thought his strategy represented an improvement. In a 1991 article in International Review, a Harvard journal, Gramajo described his approach to army maneuvers: "You needn't kill everyone to complete the job _____. We instituted civil affairs, which provides development for 70% of the population, while we kill 30%. Gramajo acknowledged that he was personally in charge of and supervised the 30% aspect of the program. 5. One of the plaintiffs in the case, at the age of 9, was forced to watch as his father fell victim to the 30% solution. Soldiers under Gramajo's command jabbed sewing needles under his fingernails and toenails, burned him with hot irons, forced him to walk over broken glass, then cut pieces of flesh from his chest, arms, and back. At last, they shot him and threw him into a burning pit, where he struggled and twisted for 10 minutes before dying. By the mid-1980s, Gramajo had grown more careful about leaving evidence. A Department of Defense document, dated April 1994, discusses the suspected presence of clandestine cemeteries on a military installation. The Dodd report notes that the airbase at Retalhuleta was reportedly used in the mid-80s as an operations and interrogation center for the D2. The D2 was the Directorate of Intelligence, or Central Command section of the G2. The commander of the theater during this time was former Minister of Defense General Hector Alejandro Gramajo Morales. The document goes on. Small buildings on the base that have since been destroyed were used as holding cells and interrogation rooms for captured insurgents and suspected collaborators with the insurgents. There were pits dug on the perimeter of the base, now filled with concrete, that were once filled with water and used to hold prisoners. Reportedly, there were cages over the pits and the water level was such that the individuals held within them were forced to hold on to the bars in order to keep their heads above water and avoid drowning. One technique used to remove insurgents that had been killed during interrogation, and at times, that were still alive but needed to disappear, was to throw them out of aircraft over the ocean. IAI-201 Aravas were normally parked at the south end of the runway after midnight, manned only by a pilot and co-pilot. D2 personnel would drive bound prisoners and bodies out to the waiting aircraft and load them aboard. The pilots were instructed to fly 30 minutes off the coast of Guatemala and then push the prisoners and bodies out of the aircraft. In this way, the D2 has been able to remove the majority of the evidence showing that the prisoners had been tortured and killed. 6. I received numerous calls from reporters who wanted my response to the judge's ruling. I was pleased, I said. One member of the Guatemalan military had at last been held accountable for the atrocities he had committed. But what about justice for all the other Guatemalans? Gramajo knew he had little to fear from the United States, as a conversation passed on in a declassified cable illustrates. During a November 1991 reception, Political Affairs Officer, Polof, Lou Anselm asked Gramajo about the suit we had filed. The general said his strategy is to keep insisting with the court that he is just a retired army officer and cannot afford either an attorney or to travel to Boston to appear in court in what is a politically motivated harassment. He expects, nevertheless, a default judgment against him, but that since it is a civil suit, not a criminal suit, I can ignore it. Polof asked if he really does not have an attorney. Gramajo laughed and pointed to a rich Cuban Guatemalan businessman a couple of yards away, and said, "He's arranged 2 very good Boston lawyers for me." Polof asked about the senior Ortiz portion of the lawsuit. Gramajo said, again trying out his Harvard English, "They are trying to screw not quite the word used me laugh and you, ______." He said he talked to congressional staffers recently and nobody believes that story. When the facts come out it will be seen Ortiz was not harmed by Guatemala security forces. It was probably a boyfriend. He said that earlier in the evening he had talked to Human Rights Ombudsman Ramiro de Leon Carpio, who would soon issue a report on Ortiz not favorable to her. On the lawsuit, we don't know if Gramajo is being a bit too optimistic. Just ignoring a civil suit judgment does not strike us as a great tactic. But then, he's got the Boston lawyers, we don't. 7. Gramajo's plan to lie to the court was of no apparent concern. The cable, signed by Ambassador Strzok, was sent to the Secretary of State and the U.S. Ambassador to the OAS. 4 years later, during all the April uproar, the U.S. government seemed to be doing better. After the allegations of a possible U.S. role in the executions of Everardo and Divine and as the information about U.S. involvement in Guatemalan human rights violations mounted, President Clinton called for an investigation of the cases of a number of U.S. citizens killed or attacked in Guatemala. He wanted to make sure that no member of any U.S. government agency had been involved in or acted improperly in the violence against Americans. Human rights organizations quickly began pushing for the extension of the investigation. It was Everardo's case, after all, that had caused the information about Alpires to be released. The message we were all trying to convey as we fought for Everardo was that no one American or Guatemalan, Ladino or indigenous, suspected guerrilla collaborator or confirmed guerrilla commandante should be tortured. International law forbids it. We asked the administration to order an investigation into CIA ties with human rights abusers throughout the hemisphere. We also called for an independent human rights expert to take part in the investigation President Clinton had ordered the Intelligence Oversight Board, IOB, to carry out. Finally, we requested the declassification of U.S. government documents on Guatemala. Our efforts were futile, although we met several times with National Security Advisor Anthony Lake. The investigation would be conducted solely by the IOB, which press reports described as a 4-person board composed of Washington lawyers and business executives, and the scope of the investigation would not change. I tried to feel fortunate with what was being offered. I was one of the lucky ones. My case would be investigated, along with the cases of other U.S. citizens attacked or killed in Guatemala since 1984. But I was also disturbed. It seemed that, to the U.S. government, the Guatemalans didn't matter. The woman, and what my torturers did to her, the children and women and men in the pit, the people I heard screaming in that building, the Guatemalans whose names I had memorized, and the thousands and thousands who had disappeared before I even knew about Guatemala, all were irrelevant. Also, in spite of the protests of human rights groups, the board would focus only on the actions of U.S. agency members, not assets, although it was the actions of an asset, Colonel Alpirez, that had caused so much public concern. The issue raised by the public, the press, and human rights groups was the CIA's employment of torturers and murderers. Even in the cases of Americans, however, the involvement of assets apparently wouldn't be the main concern of the investigation. The IOB's charter was to review and report to the President on intelligence activities that might be unlawful or contrary to an executive order or a presidential directive. And paying assets who tortured and murdered wasn't illegal. III/URIA-JL1LJ. What was illegal was purposely concealing assets' involvement in human rights abuses from Congress. In my case, the IOB would investigate the identity of Alejandro and examine whether any actions he took were illegal. The IOB would examine the embassy's conduct, the CIA's conduct, the State Department's conduct, and the actions and conduct of any other agencies involved. That's what I assumed. With the help of journalist Alan Nairn, we were already getting some leads on Alejandro's identity. In an article in The Nation, Nairn revealed the names of some CIA officers who had been working in Guatemala. One whose name Nairn said was provided by Guatemalan sources and a former DEA agent named Silrino Castillo was Randy Capister. Silrino described Capister as a thin, blonde man in his 40s. I tried to imagine Alejandro without the dark wig. He could be blonde, his sideburns were light brown, his skin was fair, and the age Silrino had given seemed about right. Nairn's Guatemalan sources said Capister met regularly with Guatemalan army chiefs and was seen in Guatemala just a year earlier. Nairn mentioned that Castillo worked with Capister and had photographs of himself with Capister in the field and at embassy functions. My lawyer Anna was intrigued. She wrote Capister's name down. Alan Nairn had uncovered other information, too. Gramajo was on the CIA payroll. Maybe that explained why no embassy or State Department official ever publicly rebuked him for his nasty public remarks about me. Maybe he was just following orders. Maybe the CIA was feeding him his lines. General Morales, the Minister of the Interior, said he heard the lesbian love affair rumor first from the U.S. Embassy. Then he repeated it himself. Maybe Morales, too, was on the CIA payroll. I had been doing enough reading to know it wasn't impossible. Colonel Hooker, the former DEA chief for Guatemala, told a Miami Herald reporter that the agency payroll is so large that it incorporates most of the Army's top decision makers _____ID. Hate to think how many guys were on that payroll. It's a perfectly normal thing. 9. None of them were nice. They were a mean, rough bunch, a U.S. official was quoted as saying. The whole concept of human rights was like talking to a stone wall. There was not a single officer who had not been a combat veteran. Their whole meaning in life was to go out and kill people. Alan Nairn, on The Charlie Rose Show, March 31, voiced it/LFTJT-JK. The same opinion. There are dozens of Guatemalan officers on the CIA payroll who've been involved in thousands of murders. At that point, I began to wonder about the Guatman and the policeman. The Guatman, I knew, was an officer. He was in charge. He and the policeman gave orders to Jose. The Guatman and the policeman seemed of equal rank themselves. They had to flip for me. There are Americans inside the G2, Alan said on Charlie Rose. I guess Alan had said that at the conference on torture in 1992. But I held on to his words, as if I had never heard them before, as if they made my very existence viable. Liar, the policeman had called me. Mentirosa. I had felt like a liar ever since. And it's not just the CIA operatives, Allen said. It's the State Department, the Pentagon, and the White House. This is mass murder. If the American people knew about it, they wouldn't stand for it. Congressman Robert Torricelli, on the same show, added, the United States government has been deeply involved in death squad activities. Our government had no business being so deeply involved in death squad activities. We made no effort to separate ourselves. My feelings seesawed. One minute I felt triumphant I had been right all along about U.S. involvement in Guatemala, and the next minute, for the same reason, I felt sick. Beneath those two feelings was a low, constant hope. Besides the IOB investigation, Senate hearings would be taking place in Jennifer's and Michael Devin's cases, and there was some possibility that more Senate hearings would be held for other coalition missing members. Meanwhile, Attorney General Janet Reno had ordered the U.S. Attorney's Office to investigate my case and Michael Devin's case under the Anti-Terrorism Act. If the Department of Justice, DOJ, decided that I had been targeted to affect U.S. policy, the DOJ could prosecute Alejandro and my Guatemalan torturers. The Department of Justice could request their extradition to the United States, where they would be tried. If convicted, the maximum time they could serve would be 10 years. It wasn't a lot, but it was much more than they would ever get in Guatemala. Meanwhile, the Senate Intelligence Committee hearings took place. Jennifer, Michael Devin's widow, Carol Devine, Secretary of State Warren Christopher, and the acting CIA director testified about U.S. actions in the cases. The State Department position was that officials had told Jennifer for months that Everardo was dead, but she hadn't wanted to accept it. They had done nothing wrong, they said. The CIA insisted that it yes had committed no crimes, either. The information about Alpirez's possible involvement in both murders should have been passed along to Congress, but somehow it just slipped under the rug. Closed-door sessions were held where, according to news reports, even less was learned. But sitting in the audience at the hearings, I did manage to get a message to Senator Arlen Specter, who was presiding. I told him my case was one of those involving Americans that should be investigated further. The Senate Intelligence Committee, before wrapping up, promised to hold more hearings. Coalition Missing was calling for hearings that would include our testimonies and for a full investigation into CIA, Pentagon, and State Department complicity with the Guatemalan military. We also wanted the United States to declassify all government documents related to our cases and to all other human rights cases in Guatemala. At the same time, we pressed for a cut-off of all U.S. aid and support for the Guatemalan military, including the removal of all Guatemalan Army officers from the CIA payroll, the revocation of State Department licenses to sell firearms or helicopter parts to Guatemala, the withdrawal of all U.S. troops and CIA advisors from Guatemala, and the revocation of travel visas for Guatemalan officers guilty of human rights abuses. The only measure that eventually succeeded was the suspension of one visa for one Guatemalan officer. It happened to be Gramajo, and the suspension didn't go through until the fall of that year. Nonetheless, the Guatemalan army was scared and angry, most of all at Jennifer. In addition to whatever she had actually done to hurt the army, she had hurt the army's pride. Cartoon strips featuring Jennifer were appearing in the Guatemalan papers. One depicted Jennifer sitting cozily in an armchair, wearing a housecoat, sipping tea. Jenny the Huntress, the caption said. Mounted on the wall behind her were the heads of a number of Guatemalan army officers. One of my lawyers, Anna, worked with me to take advantage of the pressure and interest that were starting to mount. We met with dozens of congressional representatives and aides to ask that hearings be held on my case. Anna had pointed out to me early on that if we managed to get Congress to hold hearings, more attempts would be made to smirch my reputation. She is ready to handle anything that comes, Anna wrote in her notes. I suppose I was. I wanted everyone to know the extent of U.S. involvement in Guatemala. Some of the media were presenting Jennifer's case and The Divine case is evidence that the CIA was a rogue agency, operating alone and out of control. An even more positive slant being put on the situation was that the CIA wasn't out of control at all but simply contained a few agents who had misbehaved by failing to pass along information about Al Pires, one Guatemalan asset who had committed human rights abuses. The real story, of course, was that the U.S. government at the highest levels had authorized a program in which the Guatemalan army, an army of human rights abusers, was paid and equipped to wreak atrocities on an opposition that was primarily unarmed. Because Congress wouldn't fund this army openly, given all its human rights abuses, and because the U.S. public wouldn't embrace the war as a policy objective, the whole maneuver was carried out secretly. That was the outrage. I wanted Congress to help me learn the full truth in my case, and that truth would support the broader implications of Jennifer's case. Representative Torricelli was one of the people we hoped to enlist as an ally in our quest for more hearings. He was the one who had saved Jennifer by telling her about Everardo. And he was on the Intelligence Committee. As I recall, his legislative aide called me and told me Torricelli wanted to set up a meeting. I was sitting in the waiting room when he came out of his office, and our whole conversation took place there, as he stood and I sat. I gave him a 4-sentence summary of my case and told him I wanted his help in getting further hearings and declassification. "You say an American was involved," he said. "But your lawyer told the embassy that he thought the man was an Israeli." My throat closed up. Torricelli remained looking at me. My mind ground a thought out. He must be referring to Paul. "Anna and Michelle aren't in contact with the embassy." I heard the policeman's voice. "No one will ever believe you. Liar. Mentirosa." Torricelli was still staring, waiting for an answer. And I was trapped. "I've always maintained that the man who took me out of the clandestine prison was an American," I said, finally, my voice shaking. Torricelli stood there for a moment, then said he would do what he could and walked back into his office. Questions dogged me down the hall. Was it true that Paul had told the embassy he thought Alejandro was an Israeli, not an American? Why would he betray me like that? Paul had always told me he believed me. How would Torricelli know what Paul had told the embassy? Had Torricelli spoken to Strzok? Jennifer would have had a perfect answer if something like that had been sprung on her. In less than a second, she would have said Paul wasn't acting as my lawyer if he made that remark. He wasn't representing me. He was giving his opinion, without my knowledge or consent. I wished I could be more like her. But Jennifer had nerves of steel. I had no nerves. Estúpida. Idiota. The syllables fit the rhythm of my feet as I wandered, lost, searching for the elevator. Years later, Paul would admit to me that he told Strzok he thought Alejandro was an Israeli. Paul's explanation was that he was giving the embassy a way out so that officials there could help us prosecute the Guatemalan army without feeling accused. Someone, Paul told me, could have Israeli citizenship but could have been brought up in the U.S. and be indistinguishable from any U.S. citizen. And Israel, he noted, was known for its record of aiding the Guatemalan army. He said that he now believes without a doubt that Alejandro was an American. Anna and I had 16 meetings on the Hill in 2 months. Some went better than the meeting with Torricelli, but as a rule, members of Congress were more interested in supporting the Torture Victims Relief Act than they were in holding more hearings. The bill would allot funds to torture treatment centers in the U.S. and abroad so that they could help survivors free of charge or on a sliding scale basis. I was lobbying for the act because I knew that to heal, people needed a place where they could talk freely about what they had witnessed and experienced. Congress liked the idea of treatment centers. Sympathizing with victims was easy. Turning the spotlight on the abusers, especially when it involved looking at our own role in the abuse, our own complicity, was another matter. It didn't involve feeling virtuous. It involved contention, conflict, and possibly making enemies. And Congress just wasn't going there. In June, the identities of the CIA station chiefs came out in an article in The Nation, and Alan Nairn called on Congress to hold hearings that would include the station chiefs' testimonies. If Congress is serious about investigating the U.S. role in Guatemala's Holocaust, Nairn wrote, it should call these men to testify publicly along with various higher ups. The point of calling these men would not be to use them as fall. J0T71 Oklaku, Lewin Review. Guys for Washington's crimes, the policy, after all, has been made by the White House, the State Department, and Congress itself, but rather to illuminate with first-hand details how the U.S. terror system works on the ground. To illustrate that the CIA wasn't acting alone, Nairn pointed out that Gramajo said he was introduced to CIA Station Chief Alfonso Sapia Bosch, with whom he did official business, by Ambassador Strzok. For Gramajo, there was no real distinction between the CIA and the rest of the embassy. As Gramajo described the CIA, it's part of the country team, not separate identities. Nairn's experience with Congress, however, was similar to our own. It certainly appears at the moment, though, that Congress does not want such a probe. A senior investigator for the Senate Intelligence Committee says, for example, that he hopes the CIA will come to us if it happens to notice that it has anyone suspicious on its payroll. But he said the committee does not plan to review the full payroll itself. 10. Not even a check into the behavior of Guatemalan assets. Not even a glance at a piece of paper to see if any names stood out. We had to face it. We didn't have a chance for more hearings. My lawyers and I decided that I should go ahead and testify informally before the Senate Intelligence Subcommittee. My testimony, unlike Jennifer's and Carol Devin's, would be given to several aides, not to the full committee of senators themselves. And the testimony would take place in private, not before a room full of policy makers, members of the public, and members of the press. Open hearings were what we had pushed for because everyone present in the audience is a witness to the testimony, to the questions asked or not asked, and to the promises made. But we scheduled a meeting with the subcommittee and hoped for the best. I was nervous I would be questioned by a group of Senate aides, but I was also ready. I had been waiting and pleading for this chance. Father Ted Keating, the head of the Conference of Major Superiors of Men, accompanied my lawyers Anna and Michelle and me to the Senate office building. He lent a dignified presence to our side of the table, with his black suit, silver hair, and wise, weathered face. He sat beside me. Michelle, who was small and blonde and barely 31, was at my other side. A tall, thin man introduced himself as Ed Levine, an aide to Senator Specter. He explained that I should tell them what had happened to me in Guatemala, giving as much detail as I could, and then a period of questions would follow. I held together well during my testimony. Anger, righteousness, and a budding self-assurance carried me through the hard parts. I didn't even hear the torturers' voices, smell their breaths, or feel their hands. Ted and Michelle gave me little approving smiles as Ed Levine shifted his papers and prepared to move on to the questions. In the statement before 1991, Levine said, referring to my 1990 affidavit, some people say that there are inconsistencies. How should we take them? 7. What inconsistencies? I challenged him. Let me try to recall. 1. How members of the U.S. Embassy treated you. 2. The building where you were tortured. 3. The identity of the police car. 4. Were you able to remember anything about the bus from Antigua? 5. The riverbed in Antigua. I know the period between a blow and the pain, that moment when you can still think or speak or act. That was my window to answer. I can't say personally that the ambassador was rude to me when we met. The first delegation that went to Guatemala, however, felt that the embassy was not responsive. The fact that a North American was involved and said that he was going to take me to the American embassy, I believe, made Strzok mad. I believe there has been a cover-up. I didn't know how to answer the other charges. The inconsistencies referred to points that weren't mentioned in that early affidavit, the place where I was tortured, for example. I didn't identify the Polytechnica until 1993. How members of the embassy treated me was never in any affidavit. No inconsistency about the dry riverbed was in the affidavit. My torturers led me up the dry riverbed behind the Posada Belen. In my 1990 statement, I mentioned very little about the bus. Was Levine saying that in one part of the affidavit I said I remembered one thing and in another part I said I remembered something else? Where was he getting his information? Had he even read my affidavits? It became clearer and clearer that he hadn't. He had just talked to Strzok, or someone with the same line. After a short silence, he continued. With regard to the North American, I am told that there are a lot of Guatemalans who have dual citizenship or are raised in the US and return to Guatemala and that there are many of German ancestry. Are you convinced that it was a North American or perhaps one of the above? He was a North American. On a later trip, did you suggest that someone in the embassy may Lorne O'Eliety, /IOIUU have been the North American? I was told that you saw someone at the embassy that might have been him. That's not accurate. At the time, I was baffled. Now, after seeing declassified documents, I realize Levine was referring to the flashback I had in the van on my first trip back, when I gouged Mary with my fingernails. That Strzok knew it was a flashback is clear. In April 1992 he wrote. According to ARSO embassy security officer, upon reaching the highway where she states she was forced in 1989 to board the public bus, Sister Dianna had a serious flashback and appeared to be hallucinating that she was actually re-experiencing the kidnapping. When she was calmed, the group proceeded down the highway to where she said she and her kidnappers got off the bus. At this point she slipped into the past again. Screaming and crying, she seemed to think that the embassy driver and the ARSO, who arrived at the post only 2 weeks ago, were part of the group of kidnappers. 11. It was a CIA document, which cites Lou Anselm's summary of my case as its source, that twisted my flashback into an identification. At one of the public presentations made by Ortiz, the document claims, she allegedly identified a recently arrived embassy security officer and a Guatemalan embassy driver as accomplices in her abduction. 12. When Michelle asked Levine what information he had about this identification of a person at the embassy, he answered that during a general conversation with someone, that person, a man, told him that I had made such an identification on a subsequent trip to Guatemala. Someone, a man, had been giving Levine false information before he had ever heard a word from me. Before Levine ended the meeting, Anna asked if hearings would be held in which CIA station chiefs and others would be called as witnesses. Levine said there would be another 2 or 3 months of work before a decision was made, but open hearings were a possibility. Another staffer assured us that the staff and Congress wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. But only 2 weeks later the door had shut. Joe Nangle, Anna, and I met with Levine and another intelligence subcommittee staffer, Patricia Handback, to provide more information on particular points the committee had asked us to clear up. Levine had asked for confirmation that Lou Anselm had said I was a lesbian. Anna was ready for him. She had managed to get in touch with Miles Lackey, the congressional aide who had spoken with Anselm at a party at the U.S. Embassy in December 1990. She shared her notes of her conversation. Miles felt that Anselm was inappropriate ____. Miles felt that there was an actual campaign to make people back off, with the lesbian rumors and self-inflicted wounds. He's willing to speak to you. I have his number if you want. Ed Levine didn't pick up his pen. Joe recounted Anselm's remark in their 1990 meeting that he was tired of all these lesbian nuns coming down to Guatemala. Levine didn't seem impressed. Rudeness and stinginess on the part of embassy staff, he said, aren't intelligence problems. Anna promptly pointed out that when such behavior involves outright lies, it may signal a cover-up. Levine said that if the Intelligence Committee discovered a cover-up and found out that Anselm was told to put cold water on the case, then they would talk to him. Otherwise, he said, he didn't consider talking to him relevant. Levine, at Anna's suggestion, had spoken to Alan Nairn, who had given him some possible leads as to the identity of Alejandro. Strzok had confirmed to Nairn that Randy Capister did, in fact, exist. Anna passed this fact along to Levine. Levine just shrugged, saying that, Nonetheless, he wasn't even sure that Capister existed. Anna asked Levine if the committee would speak with any witnesses we might find in Guatemala who could offer information about the identity of Alejandro. It's possible that members of the committee staff could go to Guatemala to interview them, he said. Or representatives from the FBI could go, or representatives from the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, the Department of State, or the CIA. My hair started to prickle, as if a wind were blowing through the conference room. What sense would it make for the CIA to interview a witness who would have information about a CIA cover-up? I was new to Washington, but even I knew that the whole reason for congressional oversight committees was to oversee, in case there were cover-ups and wrongdoing. That's why we were asking members of this oversight committee to investigate. And he was suggesting that we let the CIA do the investigating themselves. Levine said he would be reluctant to do the interviewing or have his staff do it because the committee didn't want to be responsible for any disappearances in Guatemala. His remark struck me. Whenever I mentioned the possibility of witnesses being disappeared if I gave information about them, the woman who helped me after I escaped from Alejandro, for example, I was told not to worry, the US government could guarantee their safety. But even Ed Levine knew better than that. Maybe I could call him as an expert witness. That was all he was likely to be good for. Even Anna, who was generally more optimistic than I was, agreed. After the meeting, she wrote in a memo, I got the distinct impression that the committee staff are not interested in the least in pursuing in any serious fashion an investigation of this North American. It seems like this may be a cover-up. The Intelligence Oversight Board, IOB, meanwhile, hadn't even started investigating. The board was supposed to finish its investigation by July, and it was already June. We were told that the IOB was waiting for the Inspector General reports from within each agency to be completed. The IOB's report would incorporate that information, we were told, and the report would be out by the end of September. Jennifer wasn't around much that summer, and I had so many feelings but no one I was really comfortable sharing them with. I didn't understand what was happening to me. Jennifer could have told me right away that she had seen the same symptoms in so many of the GAM women she'd stayed with in the mid-1980s, loss of appetite, problems sleeping, paranoia, negative thinking, withdrawal. I was getting deeply depressed. Jennifer, no doubt, would have found a way to tell me what I was experiencing without using the word depression, which for me was one more label and I hated labels. She might have told me I was grieving or I was profoundly sad, and that might have helped me feel less crazy. But she was gone, and I felt crazy. And the more crazy I felt, the more I withdrew. I didn't want anyone to know that I was acting again as I had in the months immediately following the torture. Being taken by force to the hospital was something I would never forget. And the more I withdrew, of course, the more depressed I became. I couldn't even name what was eating at me. I couldn't sort out my feelings. I'm sure I felt guilty and disgusted with myself, though, for feeling so sad when nothing was really wrong with my life and while Jennifer was in Guatemala, looking for Everardo's body. The State Department had learned its lesson about withholding information from her and had passed along some intelligence. A report said Everardo was buried behind a military base in southwestern Guatemala. Jennifer was at the base, trying to recover his body. We were sending out her letters home, keeping in touch with the press, putting daily updates on a hotline, and doing whatever we could to help Jennifer. This was her first trip back to Guatemala since she had filed criminal charges against so many officers in the fall. The news about Everardo's death had broken since then, Al Pires' link to it had been documented, and the covert CIA program that supported the army had been curtailed accordingly. Jennifer was afraid she would be arrested as soon as she entered the country. One of our staff members, Patricia, was with her, along with my lawyer, Anna, a high-level Amnesty International delegate, a congressional aide, and a camera team making a documentary. She had made it out to the military base, but so far, she hadn't been allowed to dig. She had to settle for getting the camera crew to film the pitted, uneven ground behind the base. That way, if anything was moved, she could pinpoint the changes. For a military base, the place was poorly defended, Jennifer wrote. It was open-sided, consisting of bunk beds and a roof, no walls. Jennifer learned that the base had been used solely as a torture and execution site, and behind it was a mass grave containing anywhere from 500 to 1,500 remains. As Jennifer was trying to have the grave site excavated, Alice arrived at the office one morning to find the door ripped off its hinges. It was the outer door, the one made of iron. "Someone must have chained that iron grate up to a truck," Alice said when I arrived. The door lay on the steps that led up to the porch. Alice was still surveying the damage. "After they ripped the outer door off, they must have rammed this door so hard that they broke the lock." She traced her fingers over the dent above the lock. The door was metal, and still they had dented it. The wood of the door frame was split. Hooking that grate up to a truck is the only way they could have pulled it off the hinges like that and bent the bars. "I just can't believe this." She shook her head. "I didn't leave until midnight last night, and I got here at 8 in the morning. They must have been watching, chomping at the bits, waiting for me to leave." I followed Alice up the stairs. Her purse was on her chair where she'd left it the night before in plain view, and still full of credit cards and cash. The computers were all there. But a couple of telephones had been ripped out of the wall, the wires lay torn on the floor, and the telephones were missing. The answering machine with updates on Jennifer's case was missing, too. The message was clear enough. The G2 wanted us to quit helping her. I burned sage in the office to try to smoke out the traces of the air they'd exhaled. I cleaned, dusted. And even though I was afraid, I continued my efforts to learn everything I could about who was involved in my abduction and torture, how it had happened, and why. I stayed busy, kept going to all my meetings. But as soon as I got back to the house, I went to my room. I knew I was stuck in a deep sadness, and I wanted out. I was trapped in the past as if it were my own skin. As long as I was the only one who seemed to know anything about my torture, my skin, my mind, my past were the only evidence. I embodied the torture. My skin was as thin as the skin of an onion or a snake. The smallest things hurt me. I wanted to be able to shed the past, to leave it coiled behind me. I had time to read the paper again, but I never knew whether to brave it. The news, after all, was unpredictable. In June, the new CIA director, John Deutsch, said the CIA would disseminate new guidelines to its officers on how to deal with informants who raised human rights issues. Deutsch also said the CIA would produce written regulations and instructions, illustrated by examples, concerning how and when officers and management had to report to Congress. 13 He said he hoped to alter the CIA culture or mindset and force changes in education, training, and procedures that would improve the agency's profile over a period of years, not weeks or months. 14 But the CIA Inspector General's report found very little that needed to be corrected. While the report criticized two successive station chiefs for withholding information from U.S. ambassadors and for withholding some information from superiors at CIA headquarters, it suggested that Alp Frez was innocent of Bamaka's and Devin's murders, finding serious flaws in CIA reporting in 1991 and 1995 that initially linked him to those cases. Like acting CIA Director William Studman at the Senate hearings, the Inspector General said the CIA's failure to inform Congress about 1991 intelligence information indicating that Al Pires was present at Devin's murder was management inattention, not a decision to deceive. He didn't recommend firing anyone. We weren't allowed to know what else was learned. The report was over 200 pages long, but the public was given a 4-page summary. Some of the responses to the report were encouraging. An editorial in the Boston Globe the next day stated, "The horror of American complicity in this mass murder of indigenous peoples cannot be diluted by any rationale based upon a U.S. security interest." 15. But by August, officials quoted in the New York Times were saying ridiculous things again. "We find ourselves dealing with people who have done things which are illegal and unsavory: organized death squad activity, state-sponsored terrorism. In order to find out what they are doing we have to recruit them 16. It's not like we were stopping them, once we found out. We kept paying them instead of calling them to account, instead of taking them off the payroll, instead of reporting them to the UN or even to our own Congress. We were simply their sponsors and accomplices. When Jennifer came back from Guatemala, she showed me some declassified documents that her lawyer, Jose, had faxed to her there. One said Efrain Bamaka was captured, interrogated, and killed. It was a DIA document, and at the top of it was the information about where it was sent to the Secretary of State. The date was September 1993. By the time the State Department received that cable, Jennifer had been begging the Embassy and State Department for information for 6 months. They said they had none, and they continued to say that for another year and a half. I saw a document, too, that must have gone past Strzok's desk. It was dated March 18, 1992, just 6 days after Everardo was captured. It reported that Everardo had been captured and was lightly wounded but was being well treated by the army, which would probably keep the news of his capture secret, or even claim that he was killed, to maximize his intelligence value. 17. The document details what Everardo told his torturers about how he obtained food for his combatants, how often he communicated with the ORPA command in Mexico, and how troops felt about Gaspar Horn. Everything he said, according to URNG sources, was false. But the CIA source wrote, Commander Everardo continues to cooperate. And the information was cabled to the U.S. Embassy in Guatemala, CIA headquarters, and the White House Situation Room. Another State Department document released to Jennifer was a chronology that included these events in 1993. February, Santiago Cabrera Lopez and Jorge Augusto Ricinos, noms de guerre, Carlos and Willie, testify at UN Human Rights Commission in Geneva about seeing Bamaka and 35 other guerrillas in clandestine army detention. Mid-May, unidentified Guatemalan senior officers claim that army holds URNG members in clandestine jails. The officers reportedly believe the accounts of Willie and Carlos regarding seeing Bamaka alive. They also claim that there were 340 to 360 former URNG members under military control. 18. I stared at the document for a while, wondering if the numbers were typographical errors. No, Jennifer told me, those are the right numbers. Santiago and the other former prisoner had personally seen 35 prisoners who they could name between them, but the total number of captured and secretly detained combatants in the Army's program must be in the hundreds, she said. What did the US government do with that information? I wondered. Did they ask for the locations of these URNG members, these secret prisoners of war? Did they report them to the United Nations? Apparently not, although the United States was a member of the group of friends, 6 countries who were helping support the peace process, along with the United Nations. The senior army officials would know about their own army programs. Why would the State Department use a word like claim? And whatever happened to those POWs? Did the United States let them die when their deaths, like Everardo's, could have been prevented? Did the United States let a war crime take place? Everardo's experience, Santiago's experience, multiplied by 360? Were they still alive? By August, when I received an invitation to speak in Louisville at the annual meeting of the North American Ursulines, I accepted, out of desperation. I had marooned myself, and even though it seemed impossible, I had to start building bridges. I decided I had to be as vulnerable and honest as I could. I had to speak openly about my feelings and about the past. I needed my community to understand me. In my presentation, I admitted that the torture had left me feeling alienated and estranged from my community. I acknowledged that 2 of my greatest fears were that I did not deserve to be an Ursuline and that I would contaminate all the other sisters with the evil the torturers had planted within me. I sensed an immediate connection with the sisters from Mexico after I gave my talk. With the sisters from my own community, I felt an immediate distance. I wanted so badly instead to feel the same connection with them. In openly acknowledging the distance and alienation I felt from the community, I only seemed to have made it worse. It would be years before I would understand that the sisters in my community had their own pain related to what happened to me and their own ways of coping. At the time I took the increased alienation I felt as an indication that I didn't belong in the community. On returning to Washington, I had no time to consider the question of my religious vocation. The Intelligence Oversight Board wanted to begin investigating my case. The leave of absence my community had granted me was for a year, and that period was over, but the leadership allowed me more time to give the thought I needed to the decision. In the short term, at the suggestion of my lawyers and the IOB, I spent my time writing up a new affidavit that would include every detail I could possibly remember. Details could only help me, they said. I wanted to take away the torturers' ammunition, I wanted to be free of their hold, and I wanted to do homage to the woman. Maybe the rest of the US government didn't care about Guatemalans and couldn't bother to focus on them, but I could make at least one Guatemalan part of my testimony, and I had done her a disservice by not including her before. I had been like the US government, in fact. I had omitted her, covered up the brutality she suffered to protect myself. I wrote a new affidavit, putting in everything I remembered and everything that happened in that room with the blood-stained walls. It tore everything out of me to write the affidavit. I didn't use spell check, I didn't check the grammar. I just handed it to Anna and Michelle and went home, where I stood under the shower for over an hour, trying to cleanse myself. By fall it was clear that open hearings wouldn't take place. No more hearings would, in spite of Senator Specter's promise not on Jennifer's case, not on my case, and not on the cases of other members of coalition. Missing. The IOB report was again delayed. We were told it would be released at the end of the year. By then the public and the news media would have forgotten about Guatemala. Free of such scrutiny, the US government could more easily squirm around the question of US involvement in atrocities which happened to involve US citizens, not to mention an entire nation of Guatemalan civilians. We were losing the window of opportunity Jennifer had won us at such cost. Among ourselves we speculated that the US government was playing a waiting game. The war, after all, wasn't over yet. My lawyers were hoping for results from the Department of Justice, DOJ, investigation. I expected it to be another show. My attitude toward life and everything in it was growing more negative by the day. In our first meeting with two investigators from the U.S. Attorney's Office, I asked why, after nearly 6 years, the DOJ had suddenly decided to investigate my case. The investigators answered that they couldn't investigate my case before because I had refused to cooperate with FBI agents. It's true that I wouldn't be interviewed in 1990, when FBI agents were calling Paul. He kept explaining to them that I wasn't emotionally capable of speaking to anyone, especially men representing the US government. But the FBI, which had, in fact, been conducting investigations in Guatemala, closed my case before even a year had passed. The FBI reopened it in 1991, not to see if I could speak with investigators, yet the FBI didn't even ask but to get a copy of the testimony I had filed before the court in Kentucky in response to the letters rogatory from the Guatemalan court. My mistrust of the FBI turned out to be well-founded. The FBI was planning to pass anything I said back to the Guatemalan police. According to a January 1990 letter from Assistant Attorney General Carol T. Crawford to Congressman Carol Hubbard, the FBI had agreed to lend technical assistance to Guatemalan authorities conducting an investigation of my abduction. As part of that process, the FBI was going to furnish whatever information results from interviews of witnesses both in the United States and Guatemala to Guatemalan authorities. A cable sent from one FBI office to another set forth the priorities: the adverse publicity for the government of Guatemala and the alleged implication of a Embassy Guatemala City in Ortiz's abduction make it imperative to disprove the allegations or conduct investigation to identify those responsible. 19. Dan Sakely, the DOJ's chief investigator, did little more to inspire my trust. He said that until I released my new affidavit to him, the one I had prepared for the IOB, the DOJ investigation would be stalled. I clammed up and wanted to leave the room. Tell us everything or you'll get no help from us. That was the embassy's strategy, and that was the torturer's tactic. You haven't told us enough yet. Now the DOJ was following suit. But I wanted to trust the investigators. Reclaiming people from the torturers the way I had reclaimed friends I once might have suspected as the torturers disguised was always a victory. Frank Fountain, a lawyer on the IOB, for example, had treated me with respect. He listened to me instead of dismissing me, and the tiny bit of trust I found myself able to place in him was like a handful of precious sand from a land submerged, flooded, and forgotten but now suddenly visible again. Dan Sakely was furious with Fountain. I had given the IOB my most recent affidavit. Sakely had asked for it, and Frank Fountain, honoring my request that he keep it confidential, had refused to hand it over. Sakely would have to convince me to share it with him. In the end I did share it with the DOJ. I decided that my feelings of mistrust toward DOJ officials were based on my experience of torture and had nothing to do with the reality before me. I listened to my lawyers and other people. They had less biased impressions, I decided. My own experience of men in positions of power asking a lot of questions had left me with some strange ideas. Besides, Sakely promised that only he and one other team member, Michael Tubuk, would see the affidavit. Once I had messengered the affidavit over, I had the sinking certainty that I had fallen into the torturer's hands. On September 29, in spite of the Inspector General's recommendations, CIA Director John Deutsch fired 2 senior CIA officers and disciplined 8 others. That, anyway, was a small step in the right direction. The next day, Meredith and I went to the Latin American Scholars Association, LASA, conference, which was being held at a nearby hotel. I was going mainly to support Jennifer, who was speaking on a panel about U.S. relations with Guatemala. I wasn't looking forward to hearing all the guests speak. On the panel with her was Ambassador Strzok. I had no inkling, however, of what was in store. Meredith, years later, wrote me this letter about the events of that day. What happened at the LASA conference and afterward was one of the most traumatic events of my life, ranking right up there with what happened in Guatemala. Not only did I have my own personal traumatic entanglement with Strzok, but I almost lost you. We almost lost you. If you had left us, Dianna, I would have been so devastated, and I know all of us would have been. It is hard to imagine life without you. In fact, I am crying as I write this. It's largely scholars and human rights researchers that attend these meetings. But that year, because the LASA conference was being held in D.C., many local human rights activists were planning on attending, and I think many in the human rights community were looking to hold Thomas Strzok accountable for his time in Guatemala and his handling of your case. In part, Meredith was referring to some of the information that had come out about Strzok's role in the secret U.S. support for the Guatemalan army. Alan Nairn wrote that, as ambassador, Strzok had supervised the CIA station chief and, according to 3 of his intelligence colleagues, had access to the asset list. Nairn pointed out that the acting CIA director, William Studman, had testified to the Senate Intelligence Committee that in Guatemala, as normally, the chiefs of station coordinate extensively with the ambassador. The ambassador is authorized to know all that the chief of station knows. Also, Strzok had admitted to the Casper Star-Tribune, April 16, 1995, that he knew that covered American CIA payments continued to the Guatemalan military after Michael Devin's murder and the purported 1990 cut-off of military aid. At least 74 arms deals were completed under Strzok, according to Nairn, in addition to the Big M16 deal, which was completed in the early months of his term, in which the sale of 16,000 Colt rifles were authorized. Nairn said some of those weapons were used in the Santiago Atitlan massacre of December 1990. Also, the elite Kaibil paratroopers, known as the Messengers of Death, were trained secretly during Strzok's term. 20. Meredith's letter continued. We had agreed to meet up just before the panel started. As we entered the room, Jennifer asked both of us something like, if he gets out of line talking about his great human rights record in Guatemala, would it be okay if I brought up your cases? To illustrate why he wasn't so great, in fact, anything but. Both of us said yes, there was no problem. Frankly, I think many of us were thinking that this event might be cathartic. A lot of us felt angry about all that had been happening vis-a-vis Guatemala, that this was a way of holding Strzok and the US government personally and publicly accountable for their actions down there and their actions on your case. The two of us decided to sit close to the front so that Jennifer could see us, so that we could offer our moral support in a visual way. I think we were in the third row, or something close to that ____. Not long after we were seated, two men joined us. This was a very strange event. At that point, there were empty seats all around us, but one of them chose to sit right next to me, on my left, the aisle seat, and the other chose to sit right next to you, on your right. I don't remember if they arrived together or not, but they clearly knew each other. And we overheard one of them refer to Strzok as his former boss. They wore dark suits and they looked a lot different from a lot of the other attendees in terms of dress and style. The two of us immediately had the same reaction. We had suddenly been closed in on by some men from state or from the CIA. You scribbled me a private note on your notepad, something like "Look who's joined us," and made some reference to their institutional affiliation. I remember being very annoyed and uncomfortable with the whole situation. But that's probably what they intended when they sat next to us. The auditorium filled up, and eventually the session began. Frankly, I don't remember much about it, except the debate on stage was lively and at points heated. Then, of course, as was expected, Strzok began to discuss all he had done for human rights in Guatemala. Jennifer cut it short and brought up some contrary examples, including how he had handled our cases. Strzok got very angry and countered, saying that he had handled our cases well, etc., etc. This is where my memory gets fuzzy. Immediately, I felt sick and extremely distressed. In fact, I have a strong memory that I wished I could disappear into thin air. Jennifer wasn't as traumatized by the exchange as Meredith, and she has also shared her memories of the event with me. According to Jennifer, Strzok said, "I see you out there in the audience, Meredith Larson and Sister Dianna. Sister Dianna, I offered you the services of a doctor, but you didn't want a medical exam, did you, Sister Dianna? Why didn't you want a doctor to examine you? Get up to the microphone and answer." Strzok had taken the same tack as the Guatemalan government. I had heard the question enough times to know he didn't mean a medical exam by doctors who would examine my back. I had had that exam in Guatemala and in New Mexico, and he knew it. He, like the Guatemalan government representatives, meant that I hadn't had a gynecological exam. And why not? Perhaps he, too, knew the answer. I looked at you. You looked enraged and had started to shake with anger. Suddenly, you stood right up and bolted from your seat, moving down our row as fast as you could, to the back of the center aisle where there was a microphone for public comments. I wasn't sure what I was going to do, but as soon as I saw you bolting from your seat, I knew that I needed to go after you. I probably arrived a few seconds behind you after you took the mic, and I sat right next to you in a center aisle seat at the back that happened to be empty. You grabbed the mic and with obvious fury stated, "Everything you said, Mr. Strzok, is bullshit." I'm pretty certain that then you received immediate applause. I'm not even sure you were aware of the applause, because at that point, to me, you had entered a totally different space. It seemed to me as if you had begun reliving the trauma, but in a very acute fashion, and you were very, very angry and, as I recall, you got pretty specific, making sure that he and the public knew that he did not do you any good. In fact, the opposite. When you concluded, you received tremendous applause. As Jennifer remembers it, Strzok kept tearing into me. Every time I managed an answer, he came back with an attack, leaving me to struggle with another charge. To the audience, it was obvious that I was having a flashback. Finally, members of the audience started booing Strzok, and the moderator stopped the exchange. You collapsed into tears once back in your seat. I was devastated, seeing how upset you were. I desperately wanted to take you out of there. I think you replied that we should wait until it was done in order to be there for Jennifer, and then we would leave together. Because of my own trauma around the event, I remember practically nothing about the panel. You had entered your own space highly traumatized, crying, and literally seemed to be elsewhere. I'm not sure how aware you were of me at that point. I so wanted to be able to comfort you, I tried, and you didn't respond to the comfort I was offering. We sat there for what seemed like an eternity until the panel ended. The room began to empty, and some people, largely women, came up to offer us words of support. Jennifer finally managed to disentangle herself from her panel responsibilities and came quickly to us, and all three of us left immediately. We walked out, then sat next to an alley where no one else was around. I remember us sitting on some steps, you with your face in your hands, still crying. My anguish over this situation had become extremely acute at this point. I felt desperate and extremely frustrated that I wasn't able to provide whatever comfort you needed. I seemed to be trying and failing. Jennifer also tried to comfort you without too much luck either. She looked incredibly worried, and I recall she felt awful. While she had asked our permission to bring up our cases, she certainly hadn't expected things to turn out the way they did. I remember Jennifer remarking to me that she had lost so many friends at that point that it was a miracle she still had you around, that you had made it, and that she treasured you so much as a friend. We sat outside the hotel for a while trying to comfort you, but unfortunately not really being able to make much of a difference. It became clear that things weren't getting any better. The decision was made that she would finish some things up at LASA, we would take care of some things at GHRC, and Jennifer would join us back at home later in the day. As we entered the house later, after finishing up our work at the office, I asked if I might join you upstairs. I wanted to be there for you, hoping that at some point my support would make a difference. You said no, that you needed to be alone for quite some time, and also that you had phone calls to make. I figured this meant you were going to try to reach Mary, and I was hoping and assuming that you would reach her and that she could provide support to you at this point, when the rest of us were not able to provide what you needed. I retreated to the couch in the living room, profoundly sad, depressed, and traumatized by everything that had transpired at some point in the afternoon. I went upstairs and knocked on your door, softly calling your name. There was no response, all I heard was music. At that time, I interpreted the lack of response to be that you did not want company. During our friendship, I have learned that it is very important for your well-being to give you space when you request that space, so I returned downstairs, not wanting to impose on you. Jennifer returned home at the end of the afternoon, and dinner started. She was very concerned about you and asked how you were doing. I gave a brief update, which was not much because I hadn't actually been with you. At some point during dinner, Jennifer got a worried look and left the table, heading upstairs toward your room. What I didn't know then and what she told me later was that she heard the shower running for a very short time. She thought this was odd, no one takes such a short shower, and maybe she even suspected what was happening. Jennifer has told me she had her ear glued to my room. She had hurried home as fast as she could because she knew I wasn't better. She'd heard from Alice that I'd locked myself into one of the rooms at the office and wouldn't open the door or talk to anyone. She heard a brief gush of water just as dinner started and assumed it was the shower. It wasn't. I had turned on the sink full force to stop the blood. After some while passed, Jennifer came downstairs and said to me, "Meredith, Dianna would like to talk to you. Could you come upstairs?" I went upstairs with Jennifer and entered your room. You were lying on your bed, looking so sad, and you said, "Meredith." And you turned your wrist up toward me _____. I started to cry a bit and leaned forward to give you a hug. All I could say was, "Dear Dianna, I am so sorry." It seemed as if you and the torturers had battled for your spirit that afternoon and that you decided that your only escape was to try to leave us and go to the other side. I am so glad that Jennifer found you in time and that we were able to bring you back and keep you here with us. The grief, devastation, and loss all of us would have felt if we had lost you would have been too much to bear. My sadness, however, deepened significantly now knowing that you had attempted to take your own life. I fell into a depression after that weekend that lasted for some time to come. Meredith kept from me for years the effect on her of my attempt. She knew I tended to feel I could only hurt people, and she knew I would just take whatever she told me as more evidence that I was dangerous and needed to kill myself before I hurt more people. Even when she did tell me, I viewed her depression as evidence that the torturers, through me, had reached her too, not as evidence that she loved me. But torturers count on love for the ripple effects of destruction. Besides cutting my wrist, I had taken the halcyon pills that the psychiatrist had prescribed to me when I was living at Sokasa, along with 6 Valium pills that a fellow survivor had given me to help me sleep. Jennifer called the poison control center because she saw the empty bottle in my hand, and she found out that what I had taken was serious. The staff on the line threatened to turn Jennifer in if she didn't take me to a hospital. But Jennifer ran that risk for me. She and Marie had already tried to talk me into going to a hospital. They remember that I cried and begged them not to send me to a hospital. I think they knew what being locked in would do to me, and they weren't going to subject me to another round of psychological torture. Jennifer and Marie risked their ease of mind for my own. They called a doctor friend to the house, who examined me, bandaged my wrist, and gave me charcoal tablets to suction out the poison. He slept on the couch, leaving my friends to watch me through the night. They watched to make sure my breathing was steady and had to keep waking me up when I fell asleep. They weren't sure if I was falling asleep the wrong way. You know, permanently, Jennifer said when I asked her what the wrong way meant. Meredith recalls. The next day, you asked me if I would please change the bandages on your wrist. It seemed to be such a moment of tenderness and sadness between us as I peeled off the bandages. I saw the razor blade cuts in your wrist, the living physical reminder of the torture you had relived the day before and the reminder that we had almost lost you. I tried to be as gentle as possible, cleaning the wounds and applying gauze and medical tape. I was glad I was able to do this one small thing for you. And it was also a strange, surreal reminder of 6 years earlier when one of my friends would peel the bandages off my chest and arm every day, clean up the blood, and apply new bandages. It felt as if we hadn't yet escaped the violence. And that's what torture is about. There's not meant to be an escape, there's meant to be a continuing legacy of devastation and trauma in the survivor and in their community. In my journal I recorded my own account. Ijesha Lay Ayin WJFVM. Sunday, September 31, 1995. On Friday, I decided to go with Meredith to a session where former Ambassador Strzok, Ambassador Mulet, Helen Mack, and Jennifer Harberry would address the issue of the CIA in Guatemala. My main purpose for going was to offer support to Jennifer. She has been through hell. I think people tend to forget that her husband was brutally tortured and murdered and that she carries that pain with her. As always, Jennifer presented herself with dignity and courage. Strzok, on the other hand, was a jerk and criticized a number of people in the audience, including Meredith and myself. Through the years I have gathered the strength to defend myself, the Guatemalan people, and torture survivors, or so I thought. Strzok knew exactly what button to push and he was successful in breaking me. As I approached the microphone he grinned at me, the same smirk I saw on the faces of my torturers. I became disoriented. His grin brought back the memory of what happened with the woman. I found myself back in the clandestine cell with my woman friend facing those monsters as they grinned, as they forced me to hurt her. The smells and sounds of that November day began to seep into my being. What I find so disturbing is that I could not respond to what Strzok said. I allowed him to take that power away from me. I lost control. Angry, garbled words fired out of my mouth. I felt as if I were in a war zone shooting at my enemies. I don't recall what I said. I was seething with anger and couldn't control myself. Not this time. In the past it was the torturers who humiliated me, but this time I followed in their footsteps. I was the one who humiliated myself. I didn't think I could ever face people again. People had seen my weakest side, that part of me that I've tried for years to keep secret. I never wanted anyone to see me in this state. I was so ashamed, and at that moment all I wanted to do was die to undo that scene where I had become like my torturers. That scene was something I didn't dare describe, even in my journal. I didn't only seethe with anger. I didn't only babble as I stood at the microphone. I saw myself hurting Strook, stabbing him. Afterward I heard the torturers say, "Murderer! You're just like us. You'll always be like us." The intense desire to close my eyes journeyed with me back to the office and back to the Assisi community. In my mind I mapped out eyes. Very precisely what I would do to free myself from Strook and all my torturers. I mapped out in my mind what I would do to end the psychological torture that I continue to endure at the hands of both the Guatemalan and the US governments, or perhaps I was planning to punish myself for all that happened on November 2, 1989. I swallowed a handful of sleeping pills. I guess I thought that by taking the pills first, I would become listless and feel no pain as I slit my wrist. I was wrong. The pain was there, but even worse than that was the sight of the blood. I wasn't seeing my blood, but the blood that gushed out of your body when the machete was thrust into you. I tried to make the bleeding stop. I watched as the white towel soaked it up. It was as if this inanimate object was willing to cleanse me from that which I've kept locked up all these years. I don't know how to describe this, but I suddenly felt this deep urge to live. I wanted to live, to reclaim that desire to live life as fully as possible. I knew that I had made another big mistake. I must have gone into my bedroom after I cut myself, because that's where I was when I heard Jennifer knocking. "Dianna! Dianna!" Jennifer called. I opened the door. Part 3. Do not fear the truth, hard as it may appear, grievously as it may hurt. It is still right, and you were bombed for it. Dom Helder Camara, do not fear the truth. Chapter 17. Fire and Silence. Jennifer's lawyer Jose was targeted in January. A firebomb was thrown at his car while it was parked in his driveway in Northeast DC. The car must have burned quietly for a while before exploding. With a little breeze, the flames easily could have leaped the short distance to his house while he and his family continued to sleep. The FBI investigated, and a spokeswoman told reporters that the bomb was not the work of amateurs or kids out to vandalize a vehicle, but the work of adults with experience. Pros, another agent added. The firebomb was considered a possible act of international terrorism, and it made international news. Jose explained to reporters that Jennifer was again in Guatemala, trying to get Everardo's body exhumed, if indeed it was buried behind the remote military base, as the intelligence report suggested. The Inter-American Commission also was deciding whether to send Jennifer's case to the Inter-American Court of the OAS in Costa Rica, where the Guatemalan army would face a civil trial and, if she won the case, punitive measures. That's what Jose said to the press. To us he talked mostly about his garbage cans, which had melted. They were the big, green, plastic kind the city delivers. Getting anything from the District of Columbia was a struggle. It took ages to get those, he said. I'll never get them to bring me any more. But if he was trying to laugh the incident off, it wasn't working because he couldn't even get himself to smile. Instead he sounded obsessed, the way I sometimes obsess about the dry skin on my hands when I have fears about bigger things. It was months before I learned that Jose and his wife kept jolting awake at the same time each morning and peering out into the dark, waiting for another explosion. She was Guatemalan and only a few years earlier had lost a sister in the war. She thought she had left the war behind. The night after Jose's car was bombed, our community was shot at. A bullet lodged in the living room wall, and it came from a 9mm. 331 handgun. In Guatemala, casings from 9mm handguns are the Army's calling card. Those types of handguns are issued by the government specifically to the G2. I was sure the bullet was another message for Jennifer. The Guatemalan Army's threats against her hadn't worked. Letting her know they could hurt her friends was the next logical step. The shooting was covered in the papers and linked to the bombing of Jose's car, another possible act of international terrorism. The next day a woman named Nancy Soderberg called and asked to speak to me. She said she worked with Anthony Lake at the National Security Council. She knew I was a survivor of torture and she thought that the shooting might have affected me. She wanted to make sure I was all right. No one from any government office had ever called me to express concern about my fear level. I was so astonished I couldn't even take in who she was. I assumed she was Lake's secretary. She was actually Clinton's deputy assistant for national security affairs. We took advantage of the administration's helpful attitude. Coalition Missing wrote to Secretary of State Warren Christopher, asking him to cancel the visas of all Guatemalans who were known human rights violators. At least 2 we knew of were in Washington: Colonel José Luis Fernández Ligoria, who was at the Inter-American Defense College, and General Luis Francisco Ortega Minaldo, who was on the Inter-American Defense Board. Ortega Minaldo was head of the G2 in 1989, when I was tortured, when 12 university students were disappeared, when cases of torture, especially against Mayans, increased dramatically, and when human rights violations of all kinds reached levels not seen since the early 1980s. Many other violations occurred when he was G2 chief and when, according to Alan Nairn's sources, he was also on the CIA payroll. Nevertheless, here he was in Washington, in a prestigious post. Representative Connie Morella wrote on our behalf to Attorney General Janet Reno. She urged Reno to continue investigating until the attacks on Coalition Missing members and Jose had been solved and to make it clear to Guatemalan officials that the United States would not tolerate threats or attacks against its citizens. Morella said the incidents may have been instigated from outside the United States by Guatemalan citizens, constituting acts of international terrorism, adding that as there are several prominent Guatemalan security and intelligence officials of questionable reputation currently in the United States, serving in diplomatic posts or inter-American organizations, it cannot be ruled out that they may have played some role in these incidents. For nearly a year I had hoped to get to the bottom of how the United States was involved in my torture and who the Guatemalan torturers were. I had hoped that, as in Jennifer's case, all the information would come out. But it seemed clearer each day, with the dead-end FBI investigations into the attacks on us, the administration's inaction in response to our requests, and the delay of the IOB report, that the U.S. government, once again, was protecting the Guatemalan army. Even Frank Fountain, the IOB member who had been kind to me, seemed to be stalling. I had trusted him ever since he'd refused to give my affidavit with the information about the woman to the Justice Department team, infuriating Sakali. But now Frank was infuriating me. I had called to ask him whether the IOB's findings and U.S. government documents would be declassified. I also wanted to know whether the board would release any information to Guatemalan victims if the IOB uncovered the names of people who had violated their rights. He skirted both questions. Then I asked him if there were any new developments or leads in my case, and he said it would be inappropriate of him to give me information, since the U.S. District Attorney's Office was conducting an investigation of my case. I told him that perhaps I needed to take some type of action to get some answers, perhaps a hunger strike or civil disobedience. Immediately, he said he thought that such actions could be counterproductive. He said the board members were very sympathetic and knew how difficult the investigative process was for me, they certainly didn't want to harm me. He admitted that a thorough investigation wasn't carried out just after I was tortured, and he said the U.S. government was conducting that investigation now. He said a number of times, "Trust me." Next he asked me if I could provide them with the identity of the woman who assisted me. I explained to him that I had little or no memory of the woman. Then I asked a rhetorical question, trying to prove a point: if I provided you with information about the woman, would you guarantee her safety? We could bring her to the States, he answered. He still didn't understand. Would you guarantee the safety of her family, her community, and anyone who has had contact with her? The immediate family would be protected, he answered. I wondered if his concept of protection included automatic political asylum, housing, jobs, and education. I thought maybe I should send him to talk to Ed Levine, the Senate aide, about what happens to witnesses, and then to Socasa to talk to Dolores and Eloisa about the difficulties of exile. When Anna and I met with Frank a few days later, he immediately pressed again for information about the woman who helped me. I didn't understand. Strook in a letter to Paul had said it was important for police to talk with the woman in case I had told her details that I later forgot. Strook seemed to be anxious to help the police find more inconsistencies in my story. Was that, perhaps, what these investigators also wanted? Or, better yet, a fearful denial from the woman that she had ever even seen me? I was being paranoid. Why would they want to trap me like that? But what else could they want with her? If those who might prosecute my case just wanted to prove the parts of my story that it was possible to prove to bolster my credibility, the woman could verify what I had said, that she had seen me running down the street, that she had recognized me from the news and taken me in and given me tea and let me cry and rest for a while, then loaned me money for the bus and told me how to get to Zone 1. But Mimi and Darkin could also prove that I was telling the truth about everything that happened before the abduction, and the two workers at the travel agency could verify that I had arrived there and asked for my passport and made a couple of phone calls. Anna, in her notes of the meeting, wrote, FF said that if the prosecution is putting together a case, it would be helpful to have an eyewitness to describe Dianna's condition. But that reason made no sense at all. Plenty of people had witnessed my condition: the two workers at the travel agency, at least 6 people at the Maryknoll house, the papal nuncio, the archbishop, a lawyer from the archbishop's office, 2 Guatemalan doctors, and Ambassador Strook. Their accounts coincided. I had an abrasion on my left cheek, my jaw was swollen and bruised, I couldn't sit back against the chair, I had numerous burns on my back, and I was traumatized, fearful, and crying. The woman's life would be endangered, and she could add nothing substantial or useful. I kept her buried deep in my mind. Frank urged us not to expect too much from the IOB investigation. He told us we had to keep in mind the difficulty in finding information under the circumstances. Anna wrote in her notes, FF was very nervous about possible hunger strikes, etc. As much as Frank Fountain annoyed me, pressuring me to reveal information and answering none of my questions in return, he treated me with kindness and I couldn't help but like him, especially when I compared him to DOJ investigator Michael Tubuck. Unlike Frank Fountain, who had a rather introverted, mellow nature, Michael Tubuck oozed ambition, condescension, and conceit. I could barely sit in the same room with him, and I couldn't imagine telling him in detail about my torture. He was a short man in his early 30s, with fine, blonde hair. His shoes were very shiny. He would sit by judgmentally, I could already guess, looking at his watch, as I journeyed back to that prison. I didn't trust him, I couldn't trust him, I couldn't tell my story to him. I appealed to Mary for help. Mary did everything she could to help, dropping her work to fly to DC so that she could meet with Tubuck. Anna and I were at the table, too, along with several FBI agents who were working on the case. After a few preliminary questions from Tubuck that I had to answer, Mary shifted in her seat and set to work trying to melt the frost that hung on each word exchanged between myself and Tubuck. She told him I had trouble trusting anyone in authority, especially a male who represented the government. My torturers, too, were males representing the government, and they had complete authority over me, which they abused, she said. I believe she may have mentioned a little bit about our experience with the courts in Guatemala and how that only added to my sense that I couldn't trust anyone representing the legal system. She went on to explain that legal jargon isn't always accessible to or affirming of the survivor, and that sometimes even the way a phrase is worded can make a difference. For example, she said, the way you're asking the questions, the way they're worded, it sounds like you don't believe Dianna. Tubuck was quiet for a long moment. It doesn't matter, he said finally. If I believe her. Mary was stunned. She realized she could do no more. She didn't know how to facilitate communication that would help build trust between us when Tobaka's answer implied a lack of trust that was so basic. I don't remember Tobaka's answer myself. I must have tuned it out because letting it sink in would have hurt too much. Not that what he said was such new information. I knew, deep down, that he didn't believe me. I could see it in the way he looked at me, in his sneer. His condescension, though, only made me more determined to prove that all I was saying was true. I couldn't stand to face the possibility that the investigation would yield nothing. I wanted results too badly. But something must have sunk in. I must have realized, on some level, that it might be a good idea to go over the heads of everyone on both the IOB and the DOJ team. I wrote to President Clinton. February 7, 1996. Dear President Clinton, I am writing to implore your assistance in an urgent matter. It's my understanding that you've been briefed on my case, and for that reason I will not bombard you with specifics. For more than 6 years I have battled tirelessly to learn the truth of why I and innocent Guatemalans fell victim to inhuman acts committed both by Guatemalan and U.S. citizens. After my release, U.S. officials opted to ignore what had happened to me. Instead, in concert with the Guatemalan government, they concealed the truth by orchestrating a smear campaign against me with the intent of ruining my credibility. It was not until last spring's scandal that a sudden interest was awakened in my case and those of countless Guatemalans. But even with all of this, I still, to this day, more than 6 years later, do not know the truth. In April of last year, I filed my Freedom of Information Act request to obtain access to U.S. government documents on my case. I find it very disturbing to know that various entities that are conducting an investigation of Guatemala cases, the IOB, the Senate Intelligence Committee, the Justice Department, etc., all have access to my documents. I, on the other hand, have not received one shred of paper, nor have I been given any substantial information on my case. I am the only one who has nightmares about what happened. Yet I am the only one, it seems, who is not allowed to know. I would like to share with you how the experience of torture continues to torment me. Like many torture survivors, I dread the arrival of night _____. I know that if I close my eyes the torturers will return. Awake I fight them. Asleep I am powerless. Recently, unable to fight my body's need for sleep, I closed my eyes. I dreamed my torturers escorted me into a room. The walls were splattered with dried blood _____. In the middle of the room was a cot-like bed with a blood-stained sheet. My torturers ordered me to peel the sheet back. On Rat Uinks Giasati. The cot lay the unblemished body of a woman. I watched as they marred her body, severed her breasts, charred her skin into round holes with the tips of their cigarettes. The once unblemished face was black and blue, covered with blood, and distorted beyond recognition. The woman cried out for help. I tried to protect her from these monsters. The room became an arena and Alejandro sat in the seat of honor. Behind him sat an entourage of U.S. officials. With a pipe in his mouth, he watched nonchalantly as a human life was destroyed. I awakened with a bloody nose and bruises where my flailing hands had pounded against the wall. You see, Mr. Clinton, I always want out. Out of this nightmare. Out of this past. Out of this room with Alejandro and my Guatemalan torturers. But the nightmare doesn't end when I awake, because Alejandro is not just a dream image. He is a pivotal piece of my past and a symbol of the very real and daily fact. He represents 6 years of U.S. officials who have lied to me, concealed the truth, denied me basic information, and tried to keep me in the darkness. Why is my government concealing the truth from me, from the Guatemalan people and the American public? Who is this Alejandro? Alejandro who not only was present in the torture chamber but had the authority to give orders to my torturers. Why is my government protecting him? Is national security a higher priority than human life? Like the Guatemalan people, I want desperately to put the past behind me. I have been very patient for 6 years. What would you do? God forbid, but what if it happened to your daughter, your wife? What would you tell her? Forget? Mr. Clinton, you can put these ghosts to rest by ordering a comprehensive and rapid declassification of U.S. government documents pertaining to my case and to all human rights violations in Guatemala. Give us the truth and let us rest. Time is running out for me. If the IOB report does not reveal answers to my search for truth, then I have no other choice than to take strong action. Perhaps hunger strikes or other actions are the only means of obtaining truth in this country. I don't want attention. All I want is peace, for myself and for the people of Guatemala. I sent copies of the letter to Frank Fountain, IOB Chairman Anthony Harrington, National Security Advisor Anthony Lake, and John Shattuck, the Assistant Secretary of State for Human Rights, as well as various members of Congress. Frank Fountain responded first, a couple of hours after I'd faxed him the letter. He said that, from my letter, he understood my two concerns to be declassification and the status of my case. Suddenly he could tell me all sorts of things. What was holding up declassification and the IOB report was my case, the ongoing criminal investigation by the District Attorney's Office. He said the priority of the IOB and the DA's office was to try to put closure on my case. A few days later, Anna learned some information about the investigation from Silrino Castillo, who had worked in Guatemala as a DEA agent. Anna had interviewed him once before for any information he might be able to give us on my case. Now Silrino had a little more to offer us. The DOJ had called a grand jury and had asked him to testify. Did the DOJ have a suspect, Anna asked Silrino, or was the grand jury called so that the DOJ team could issue subpoenas? Silrino didn't know. What was more important to me was whether the entire grand jury had seen my affidavit. I had a feeling Sakali had lied to me. He and Tubak weren't the only ones working on my case, and I had no doubt that they weren't the only ones who had read my affidavit. From what I understood, at least 4 FBI officials and another DOJ investigator were also involved. And now, perhaps, a grand jury. My plan to get answers developed gradually. Late at night I lit candles and, sitting on the floor of my room, I imagined the woman, Everardo, Miguel, Mimi, and the people in the pit. I thought about Saint Angela, too, the founder of the Ursuline order. I couldn't really picture her, a 15th-century Italian woman, but I managed to feel her as a presence, a form of energy. I told Everardo how, even after Jennifer had risked her life and gotten a firestorm of press, things had gone back to normal. It seemed that the CIA and the US government were going to get off the hook. The Guatemalan people would never have the rest of the story, and neither would we. He was a brilliant strategist. What would he do? I asked Miguel to help me have courage. I'd like to rest. But I escaped and you didn't, and I only escaped because I was an American, a citizen of the same country that helped start your war and supported the army decade after decade. So Miguel, even if I wasn't to blame for your abduction by giving the torturers answers when they asked me about you, I was to blame in a larger sense and I have a wrong to redress. You were an activist. Tell me what to do. The woman just held my hand. She let me know that she was with me, whatever I chose to do. And she told me to be strong because if I tried to fight they would try to break me. The women and children who were in the pit still had blood caked on them, limbs missing, but they were sitting beside me, wise indigenous women, nodding, saying, "Pews, hey que luchar, Dianna, pork tu puedes luchar y nosotros no, well, you must keep struggling, Dianna, because you can and we cannot." Angela gave me strength. She seemed to ask me to look beyond the DOJ and to allow myself the freedom to see a wider range of options than the ones the investigators offered. I felt she was urging me to turn to the sisters, to swallow my pride and overcome my fear and ask for their prayers and advice. I wrote to the sisters and asked them to pray for me. I was scheduled to be interviewed by DOJ investigators. Anna, after a battle with Michael Tubak, had convinced him not to tape the interview but only to take notes. Marie Dennis and Joe Nangle came with us to the meeting to lend support and to even out the numbers. There were 4 of us now, 7 of them. One FBI agent, Tim O'Neill, wore cowboy boots. Another, a woman named Xanthi, left a better impression on me than anyone else in the group. She had dark hair, but I've blocked her face. I've blocked all their faces. George Calhoun and Bob Cheney were the only DOJ investigators I hadn't met yet. I don't remember George Calhoun at all. Bob Cheney sticks in my mind as a round man with a pot belly and white skin. He seemed used to being in a position of control and knowing all the answers. He reminded me of Tubak in that way. Dan Sakely began the meeting by saying he would follow up on any leads or suggestions we made, adding that he expected the investigation to be completed by the end of March. That's about a month away, I thought. The DOJ team hasn't even interviewed me yet and still they plan to end the investigation in a month. They must not be planning to follow up on any leads or information they get from me. Now, we intend to share everything we can within limits, Sakely went on. We cannot share the following: classified documents, grand jury material, or confidential law enforcement sources. He must have noticed that I looked puzzled. What that means, he said, is witnesses who give information but don't want their names used. That is, we won't divulge the identity of the person but we may divulge the information. Do you have classified documents in your possession? I asked. I think so. He thinks so? I looked at Anna. And they expect to wrap up the investigation in a month? But there's not a great deal of classified documents, he added quickly. So far I've only seen the kinds of documents that would be routinely classified. Are you speaking with confidential witnesses? I was for once asking questions in the manner they did, and for once I was getting answers. Then Michael Tubak stepped in. There are people with whom we have spoken who did not want their names used. The policy of the DOJ is not to provide information relating to an ongoing investigation because we don't want to see our investigation in the press. He was telling me, I assumed, not to push it, that I was lucky to be getting answers at all. A burning started in my chest. Of course, Michael can give you unclassified documents, if you want, Sakely offered. As I understood it, since I had filed my Freedom of Information Act request, I had the right to see information the government had about me, including classified information. Yet Sakely was sitting there, smugly telling me that Tubak could do me the favor of giving me unclassified documents. No, I actually can't give you documents from other agencies, including unclassified documents, Tubak said. I could only give you documents that are in the public domain that may be available in other places. I understood. He was saying that he could only give me anything that might also be found in a library. Anna changed the subject. We hear a grand jury's been called, she said. Was it called for investigative or indictment purposes? I know you told us before, Michael, that the grand jury was called mostly for investigative purposes, to issue subpoenas. I can't comment on whether the grand jury was called for investigative or indictment purposes. Anna sat back in her chair. The Assistant U.S. Attorney's Office will look at and consider all information that you provide that is relevant, Tubak continued. I've been working on the case full-time for 5 months. We've interviewed quite a number of witnesses, and interviews are continuing. Are you still conducting interviews in Guatemala? Anna asked. It's not clear if we'll question more witnesses in Guatemala. What about Randy Capister, the CIA agent? He is a CIA agent, right? Did you interview him? I can't tell you if he's a CIA agent or not. You need to go to the CIA and ask. Okay, can you confirm that he exists? No, I won't confirm that Capister exists. Has any progress been made on determining the identity of the North American? I asked Tubak. I can't talk about it. Do you plan to put Dianna before the grand jury? Anna's voice was sharp now, her Philadelphia accent hard. The decision to put Dianna before the grand jury is an investigative decision influenced by Dianna's wishes, Tubak answered. I tried to listen while he explained what a grand jury was and how it functioned. Anna crossed her arms. No doubt she had learned about grand juries before, in law school. A taped interview of Dianna might obviate the need for her to testify before the grand jury, Tubek said, finally answering the question. I kept my gaze on the shiny wood table, afraid that if I looked up, Tubek would be gloating, he would win, one way or another. See, if I didn't testify before a grand jury, he would tape me. Anna ignored his answer and whatever reference it might have contained to their drawn-out battle about whether he could tape his interview of me. Is the DOJ investigation holding up the processing of Dianna's Freedom of Information Act request? She countered. I don't know. How is a decision made to investigate a case like Dianna's? I don't know, but you could speak with Jim Reynolds, the head of the Terrorism and Violent Crime Section. Joe Nangle broke the silence that followed, asking if the principal aim of the investigation was to determine the identity of the North American. We should have listened carefully, much more carefully to Tubeka's answer. The DOJ has jurisdiction to prosecute anyone who commits a crime for terrorist purposes. However, no decision has yet been made in Dianna's case that it was committed for terrorist or non-terrorist purposes. Anna was taking notes, but in retrospect I think she should have put a comma after committed. No decision has been made that a crime was committed, that's what Tubek was saying. I'm not sure if I caught more than Anna in Tubeka's answer. But I knew Tubek was acting like a jerk. Sakily, too. And I wasn't about to make myself vulnerable in front of those men. When Tubek spread his hands apart, said we were finished, and asked me if I was ready to be interviewed, I said no. While I asked the sisters for prayers, I asked Jennifer, Alice, Anna, Jose, and some of the Guatemala Human Rights Commission board and staff for advice. We got together late one afternoon at the commission, when the midwinter dusk hung outside the windows. Alice made coffee for everyone and I waited nervously while Anna and Jose and Alice caught up on small talk. Jennifer already knew why I had gathered them together. I had told her one night after dinner about Plan A. She had lowered her eyelids and taken a long sip of tea. Why don't we think about it? You have to do something, you're right about that. Why don't we think about it and maybe talk to Alice, Jose, Anna? See what people think might work. So here everyone was, sitting down, finally. Alice cleared her throat and said, Dianna, you want to start? You have something you wanted to ask or tell us about. I'm thinking of going to a foreign country. I chipped at some old nail polish on my fingernails. And burning my passport. I could picture the flames bursting through the pages, the mess of plastic melt and ashes, the passport I had longed for during those 24 hours 6 years ago. My ticket out of Guatemala, my ticket to freedom. I wanted to burn it publicly and tell everyone that it had done me no good. My own government held me prisoner to the past, shackled me and all of Guatemala with misinformation and secrecy. Everyone was looking at me blankly. Alice had gone a shade paler. I'm not going to just take this, I said, my voice thickening. As a citizen of this country, I'm supposed to have rights, but apparently I don't, so maybe I shouldn't be a citizen of this country. Maybe I should go somewhere else. Where are you thinking about, Dianna? Alice asked. Anywhere. Dianna, Jennifer said, if you renounce your citizenship, they win in the end. You're no longer a thorn in their side. They've silenced you, and you've allowed yourself to be silenced. What do you think, Alice? I think that's right. The truth of what they were saying struck me. Both the US and the Guatemalan governments would celebrate their good fortune if I headed for a foreign country, never to return. Well, then, Plan B. That was the real plan, the one that made my stomach queasy, not the fantasy that gave me pleasure to consider. That's why it was so much harder to think about or share with anyone. My other idea was doing a vigil outside the White House. Alice cleared her throat. How long would this vigil last? She asked, sitting back and folding her arms. I don't know. I kept my eyes on my fingernails, in case anyone saw my fear. As long as they all thought I wasn't afraid, they might not discourage me. And I didn't want to be discouraged. This was what I had come up with, after all those nights of prayer and all those visits with the friends who formed my circle. No one told me I shouldn't do the vigil. I think they were relieved that I wasn't going into exile. But no one said the vigil was a great idea and would surely produce results. And when the meeting was over, the doubt I was hoping to dispel still gnawed at me. As Alice and I gathered up the coffee cups, she said, "Dianna, it will be hard being out there day and night. I don't know if you realize how hard it will be." "Alice, I've been tortured," I answered. "I can handle it." I took the cups into the bathroom to wash, clanking them down in the sink. Of course I could handle it. Sometimes Alice acted like I needed sheltering from the cruel world under her wing. Well, I had seen the cruel world. Why did everyone think I was so naive? To be honest, I was hoping I wouldn't have to handle the vigil. I sent a letter announcing the vigil to President Clinton, Anthony Lake, and Frank Fountain. Then I tried not to wonder each time the phone rang if it would be for me, if someone would say, "Sister Dianna, you don't have to go on a vigil day and night to get information in this country." It was an election year, surely the president wanted his administration to look good. But the days passed, and no phone call came. 2 weeks, finally, were all that remained. The time for benevolent voices on the phone had come and gone. I sent out a letter to my friends and human rights contacts, announcing what I was going to do and closing off my last exit. I scheduled the beginning of the vigil for Palm Sunday, which commemorates the day Jesus journeyed into Jerusalem on a donkey. Jesus had the courage to make that journey to his trial and crucifixion, to do what he believed was right for humanity. My search for the truth was not just for myself but for the people of Guatemala. I hoped that remembering Jesus' courage would give me the strength to do what was right for them, not simply what was most convenient or comfortable for myself. Starting the vigil on Palm Sunday also reinforced for me the idea that all people are called to carry their cross and walk their journey, and however difficult that journey and however heavy that cross, the journey is toward life, ultimately. Each step is one more step toward life. The vigil, in some ways, would be the opposite of the clandestine prison, and the many prisons I used to protect myself would be absent. On the vigil I would be sitting in the open air day and night, who so often shut myself in my room. I would be highly visible, even though I was known to say when I was having a hard time, "I just want to disappear." The vigil represented a step out of the prison I carried within. Beginning the vigil on Palm Sunday, I would have the opportunity to speak out on the situation in Guatemala and frame those thoughts in a faith context. I asked myself how I could do that. I still couldn't say, "Yes, God, I commit my life totally to you." And I felt like a hypocrite for not being able to say that because, after all, I was a nun. But I was beginning to realize that faith involved more than my relationship to God and the Church and the sacraments. It involves our relationship with all the universe, including ourselves. And I was starting to have a kind of faith. I had started to believe in the goodness of nature. Squirrels, for example, no longer seemed evil to me. Nature was no longer suspect, a potential vehicle for the devil or the torturers to work through. I was also starting to have faith in myself. I believed that I could stand up for what was right. Instead of thinking I had done everything wrong on that day 6 years ago, I realized that when Jose asked me to forgive him, I hadn't erred. It wasn't that I was hard-hearted. I had refused to let him prey on my fear, bribe, and sweet-talk me into betraying my principles as he dangled the promise of freedom before me. I had believed then that God would be with me. And I was starting to believe that maybe God had been with me, giving me the strength to resist temptation and to stay alive. I had a kind of faith. So I dared to start my vigil on a sacred day and derive the strength I could from that day and its symbolism. I was afraid, though. Things were going well enough. Why kick up dust? But what good was I doing for myself or the world waiting around and being lied to by government officials, at their mercy for a scrap of truth. When I called my circle of friends together at night, they seemed to tell me they would be with me, no matter what I chose. If I packed my bags and went to another country or another city, they would still support me. But if I chose to do the vigil, they would be with me out in the park. For the first time, I felt really free to choose instead of being constrained to act, half resentfully, from a sense of moral obligation. The Friday before the vigil was scheduled, I received a couple of pieces of mail. The first was a white package found at the back door of the Assisi community, on the steps down to the patio. Under my name was my old address at So Casa, in Chicago. The package had no postage and no postmark. Someone had placed it on the steps, evidently, or had thrown it from the alleyway behind the house. Also missing was a return address. I refused to touch the package and asked Marie to open it. She took it into the dining room. When she broke the seal, some of the contents spilled out crumbly dirt and dog or human feces. A few of my housemates thought the package was an allusion to my remark to Strook that everything he'd said was bullshit. Perhaps whoever sent it was trying to remind me of that humiliating moment when I'd lost control. Maybe the sender was trying to suggest that everything I was saying now was bullshit. The package may have been intended to accomplish all those aims at once. It even foreshadowed, by design or accident, the second piece of mail I received. That one had a return address. It came from the desk of Bill Clinton, via breathless messenger, late in the evening. Its contents were less disgusting and less frightening than the morning package but hardly more substantial. March 29, 1996. Dear Sister Ortiz. Thank you for your letter bringing your concerns directly to my attention. I deeply regret the suffering you so movingly describe and offer you my sincere sympathy. I believe you are aware that I have directed the Intelligence Oversight Board, IOB, to conduct a complete review of all intelligence information that may bear on the facts of your case. In parallel with the IOB's review, the Justice Department is also currently investigating your case. The IOB is working as quickly as possible to complete its challenging work while ensuring its review is thorough. The IOB hopes to finish its review in the first half of this year. Once I have reviewed the IOB's report, I intend to make all appropriate information available to you, the other victims or their families and the public. The IOB will contact you directly to share this information with you. The experiences you recount are terrible and clearly haunt you still. The IOB's unprecedented review is nearing completion, and I hope its report may help you gain some measure of peace. In the meantime, I know the IOB will continue its dialogue with you on the status of its review. Sincerely, Bill Clinton. I read it several times. A pointless, last-minute answer was still an answer but hardly the benevolent voice I'd been waiting for to tell me I could get the truth without facing the dark, the cameras, the park police, the crowds. I was wrapped in my electric blanket, with soft lamplight falling around me, my last night of warmth and light. Sister Suzanne was sleeping in the next room. She had come down from Chicago, where she was in graduate school. Knowing she would be beside me during the vigil made me even warmer. I was thinking already of the dark, the cold, the police, the cameras and staring eyes. I could handle it, couldn't I? Jennifer had slept in the rain. She had slept in a garbage bag, on hard cement, while she starved. She had done all that in Guatemala. But I wasn't Jennifer, and I couldn't be Jennifer. I wasn't that strong. I wondered if I was backing myself into a corner. How long can I stay out there? Will it do any good, or will the US government toy with me and keep me out there until I break and have to surrender in shame? Will the torturers show up? The night was long and I had many more hours to think. I let my mind turn to the woman, and finally, I wrote to her. March 31st. My dear friend, in a few hours the sun will rise and people from the four corners of the world will commemorate the day that Jesus, a man who opted for justice and truth, modestly paraded into Jerusalem. This was the beginning of a journey that would lead him to the cross. Very soon, we too will begin a journey that will lead us on the perilous road to Calvary. Today is the day that we will begin our silent vigil for truth in front of the White House, the truth about our case, and the truth about all our sisters and brothers who have suffered at the hands of death squads supported by the US government. This afternoon I will be holding a press conference at Lafayette Park, and I will make a public statement announcing the silent vigil. I am seriously thinking of removing the lid from my Pandora's box and releasing the dark secret that has kept us silent for more than 6 years. I want to set you free and give you a decent burial. I want others to know that I wasn't the only person who was tortured on November 2, 1989. You are among the tortured. I seek your permission, my friend, to tell of the horrors that you yourself endured. I seek your permission to tell of the pain that I inflicted on you. Please try to understand that what I am about to do is to free all of us from this prison of darkness. For years, I have reluctantly talked about some of the horrors of the torture that I was subjected to, but I have never had the courage to let others know about your torture. It was barely light when I went downstairs, but Vianney, the Franciscan brother who'd been a health promoter in Bolivia and had had many of his friends and co-workers disappeared and killed by the army, was already loading up the car with the sleeping bag, gloves, cooler, and everything else he had taken me to buy in the preceding weeks. Vianney would be making trips back and forth all day, dropping Jennifer, Suzanne, and the others off at the office or the park. The entire community was planning to attend the day's ceremonies, and many had already given up hours of their time helping me to prepare. Joe and Marie had selected scripture readings, and Marie had taken the extra step of selecting prayers and readings for every day of the vigil to follow, for anyone wanting to gather in the afternoons to pray. Anne and John, the young couple who had lived in El Salvador, helped in various ways, John leading us in the songs we had selected for the program. And that was only the beginning. Everyone in the community signed up on the list to accompany me through the days and even the nights of my vigil. That morning in the office I made the final changes to my talk and printed it out. My friend Patricia promised to read the part of my statement about the woman if I broke down and couldn't go on. Even if my voice failed, I would bring her to light. I tried to think of it that way: dar a luz, give to light, which in Spanish means to give birth. I would give birth to her again, bring her to light, resurrect her, or at least her memory. The policeman's voice, hissing that I was a murderer, I squelched, running off copies of the program for the afternoon. The whir of the copier drowned out the questions my mind repeated. What will my mom and dad think? Alice was going to fax my statement to the grocery store my brother managed. And my community? Can I still be a nun? Could I possibly be put in jail? From the car I surveyed my new home, the park, while Vianney looked for parking. Vianney stepped on the emergency brake after turning off the motor. The brake creaked, and I grabbed the cross around my neck. I wished I could calm down. To let my knotted muscles loosen, I breathed deeply. I ran my fingers across the smooth bone I wore above the cross. Let me be worthy of this gift, I prayed. A woman's last trace of her son. Let it give me strength to fight for change in Guatemala. Maybe the people in the White House and the old executive office building, walking to their windows and doors, will see me and somehow sense around me all the others, the dead, the tortured, day after day, and a time will come when they can't stand to look out the windows. That was my little reverie as I walked across the grass. Then I had no more time for prayers or hopes or fantasies. Reporters from the New York Times and the Associated Press were already waiting on a park bench. Some Spanish-language media were present, too. My friends were getting the podium set up, and Mary McGrory, of the Washington Post, walked up and introduced herself to me and asked when we were going to start. In a little while, I answered, thinking she didn't know how long a wait she had if she'd come to hear me speak. I planned to go last. But at least the reporters would hear Craig Powers, who was an aide of Connie Morelas, Carlos Salinas, of Amnesty International, and Meredith, Jennifer, and Liesel, a new coalition member. Maybe that would satisfy them. People began to gather, some holding an Amnesty International banner, others holding a banner calling for justice, and still others with one that said something about the CIA. Some arrived chanting in Spanish, bearing elaborate banners they laid down on the ground to display. There were hundreds of people before long, all standing in a huge circle beneath the bare black branches of old trees, and behind them cherry trees and tulip magnolias frothed with bloom, and the Washington buildings stood implacable, like stone mausoleums. Carlos was speaking. I could scarcely focus on what he was saying. The sun was soft and the sky a pale cloudy blue. Doves kept flying across it. Craig Powers was next. He explained that Connie Morello was traveling out of the country, but he was there to say for her that the U.S. government owed me any information it had that would help me bring a just resolution to my case. I don't remember how it happened, whether it was Jose, Jennifer, Patricia, Alice, or all of them combined, but someone managed to convince me that I had to speak next. The press was there, they had come to hear me, and press was important. 2 cameras were right in my face. My hands were shaking as I shuffled my papers. People were applauding already, although I hadn't said anything. Once I told them the truth about myself, their attitude would change. Maybe I'd chosen both options, A and B after all. I was burning my passport to the human race and going into exile on an island where no one could reach me. But I wouldn't be alone there. The woman and the others in my circle would be with me. I began. Today, on Palm Sunday, I begin my silent vigil for truth in front of the White House, the truth about my own case, and the truth about all those Guatemalans who have suffered and died at the hands of the officially sponsored death squads. For those of us who know and love Guatemala, it is painfully clear that our own United States government has been closely linked to these death squads and has a great amount of detailed information about those of us who have survived, as well as those who have perished. We need and demand this information so that we can heal our wounds, bury our dead, and carry on with our lives. We need and demand this information so that we can insist on change, insist that these terrible realities never be repeated. People ask how long I will be in front of the White House. I can only respond with a question: how long will the U.S. government keep the truth from me? Who is Alejandro, the U.S. citizen present at my torture? He is a pivotal piece of my past and a symbol of the very real and daily fact of my continuing torture, the torture of silence and secrecy. On behalf of all of us, I demand that President Clinton declassify all U.S. government information related to human rights abuses in Guatemala, from 1954 to the present, and that the IOB release the full text of its report, not just a summary. I want the full truth about Guatemala. Now I will maintain my silence, not a silence of complicity and cover-up, but a silence of commemoration for the thousands of known and unknown victims and survivors who have been abducted, tortured, assassinated, and disappeared in Guatemala in the past 3 decades. I will not be alone on this vigil, for I know that those who have lost their lives or their beloved family members and the thousands who have been tortured will be with me in spirit. A candle will burn day and night as a reminder to President Clinton and his administration that there is a presence in the park, a presence that represents those victims and survivors whose flame will never die. As President Clinton and his administration sleep peacefully, many of us fight to stay awake to protect ourselves from the recurring visits from our torturers. Many of you know my story. What is overlooked is that my experience is a daily occurrence in Guatemala. 6 people a week, on average, are killed for political reasons. 2 a week are tortured. The total death toll may never be known. The Army's counterinsurgency campaign has left an estimated 200,000 dead and another 45,000 disappeared, victims of the dreaded official death squads. This staggering death toll is far higher than that of the dirty wars in Argentina, Chile, and El Salvador. Most of these violations were visited upon the Mayan population. Some 440 Mayan villages were wiped off the map. Hundreds of people vanished. Their mutilated, charred remains are only now beginning to emerge from secret mass graves. The truth, in Guatemala, is beginning to be unearthed. What about in the United States? When will the truth be exhumed? I cannot forget those who suffered with me and died in that clandestine prison. The memories of what I witnessed and experienced that November day haunt me day and night. I looked over to Patricia. She was standing nearby and looked ready to take over, but both she and Jose mouthed me encouragement to go on. Even to this day, I can smell the decomposing of bodies, disposed of in an open pit. I can hear the piercing screams of other people being tortured. I can see the blood gushing out of the woman's body as I thrust a small machete into her body. I broke down. As soon as I could, I lifted my head off the podium and stumbled into Anna's arms, then on into Jose's embrace. I stood sobbing against his chest for a couple of minutes. "You did it! You did it," he said. "You're so strong. Now go on. Go on back and finish." Patricia, who had read the details about what had happened with the woman, moved away, and I went back to tell how the torture of silence and secrecy continued. I told of the package I'd received, too. In spite of the memories of humiliation, of the pit, that this form of psychological tyrannogenes-I torture recalled, I stand with the Guatemalan people. I demand the right to heal. I demand the right to know. I demand the right to a resurrection, a future built on truth and justice. My pulse was so loud in my ears that the ground leaped with it. I sat on the grass next to Suzanne, who pressed me against her. Slowly my trembling stopped and I could listen to Jennifer. I myself have now spoken to 2 Guatemalans. One was a torture victim who was lying on the floor in a secret cell when a North American man walked in and talked to his captors in heavily accented Spanish. The man left after a while but made no attempt to rescue or assist the prisoner. The second person I spoke with is a member of the security forces in Guatemala. He described being present during torture sessions in which electrical shocks and other methods were used. On more than one occasion very tall North American men would walk in and out of the sessions. Both witnesses told me they would fear for their lives if they were to speak publicly about these matters. They fear the Guatemalan army and they fear the United States. The documents I've received contain several ominous headings, such as clandestine military prisons, with all ensuing contents blocked out. Another document refers to clandestine burial grounds for army torture victims. None of this surprises me, for Guatemalans and U.S. citizens have long reported that embassy staffers had critical information about death squad victims and the disappeared, information that could only be obtained through very close links indeed to the death squads themselves. Jennifer had told me she had found some witnesses, but I didn't really know what she'd meant. I thought she was talking about her case. She'd found witnesses to help support me, witnesses who'd seen American men walking in and out of torture sessions. I could only imagine what kinds of risks Jennifer had run, hunting such witnesses down, and the risks the witnesses themselves were running by talking to her. Drum beats broke my thought, and sage filled my nostrils. Palm fronds were distributed and the leaves rustled against each other, like a whisper of dry bones. John struck up the chords of a song I'd chosen, Todavía Cantamos, which expressed the hope of the Argentine people as they waited and prayed to see their disappeared loved ones again. I loved the song because of the defiance of the chorus, still we sing, still we pray / still we dream. JJL. He blindfolds fsies. Still we hope. / in spite of the ingenuity of the hatred _____ I didn't have all the words by memory, but spotting Jennifer's face in the crowd I realized what a mistake I'd made. Her face was full of pain. Still we hope to know that it's possible / for the garden to be lighted / with the laughter and song / of those we love so much. We had always sung that song before at all the gatherings where Jennifer was, but now things had changed. There was no hope. I had forgotten. After all the palm fronds were laid in a pile, after we all swore never again, I took my candle, lit it, and spread out my tarp next to the sidewalk across from the White House. Chapter 18. The Vigil. It rained. I had diarrhea. Nerves did that to me, and the worst wasn't over yet. I had to hear what my family would say. I had to hear what my community would say and what the papers would say. Every half hour I got someone to walk with me through the park. Darkness pooled on the sidewalk in the intervals between the lamps. Then we had 2 more blocks to go, down the deserted streets to the Hilton. Each time the need struck, I told the people sitting with me that I wanted to stretch my legs again. If word got around that I was sick, I was afraid I'd be pressured to go home. I remembered my words to Alice when she'd said the vigil would be hard. "I've been tortured, Alice, I can handle it." And here I was just 4 hours in, shivering, feverish, and sopping wet. The umbrella, rain jacket, and tarp seemed useless. I stayed as close as I could to my candle. A police officer had sauntered up just after nightfall. "That candle's a fire hazard," he said. "It could catch the grass on fire." I looked up at the pouring rain and the long puddle the water was making at the edge of the sidewalk. The flame was struggling as it was, even though the glass candle holder cupped and partially sheltered it. I said nothing to the officer. I was on a silent vigil. After a tense silence, he went away, and our candle stayed lit. But another officer stopped by later. He smiled and said hello. The rain had let up, my shivering had stopped, and I was wrapped in a blanket, still damp but slowly warming. As the policeman continued to stand there, though, a trickle of cold sweat wound slowly between my shoulder blades. His smile didn't matter. My body remembered the uniform. Maybe my body was sensing something else about him, too. "You gotta watch out for the rats out here," he said. "There are rats all over this park, rats the size of cats that'll snuggle up to you to get warm when you're asleep." That was the only thing he said. Then he ambled away. For the rest of the night, every rustle made me jump. And I knew that no matter how long I was on the vigil, I wouldn't ever sleep. 353. J/INE Dunajua's eyes. Dawn finally came. I went home and showered, and came back to the park dressed in warm, dry blue jeans and thick socks. Sister Suzanne put her arm around me as soon as I walked up. "The Intelligence Oversight Board and Nancy Soderberg want to meet with you." I heard the excitement in Suzanne's voice. We both hoped, though we didn't dare say it, that another night wouldn't be necessary. Someone had put a couple of articles down on the blanket for me to read, and Suzanne said they were both favorable toward me. Maybe the White House didn't want to risk even the tiniest bit of bad publicity. Whatever the reason, something must have shifted. Nancy Soderberg had come over earlier to express her concern, Suzanne told me. She had peered at my signs, "Declassify all U.S. government documents on Guatemala from 1954 to the present, who is Alejandro?" She looked especially hard at the sign a friend made with a cover sheet borrowed from the Justice Department. "Top secret," it said. An edge of the cover sheet was folded back to reveal some lines meant to resemble a government document. "What's that?" Nancy asked, trying for lightness. Suzanne had also spoken to Mary Mathias that morning. Remembering that I couldn't talk, I scribbled a quick note. "Did she get the fax Alice sent?" "It was yesterday's statement." "Yeah, she got it." I wondered if the community was ashamed of me, if they wanted no more to do with me. Suzanne anticipated my questions. "And we're proud of you. The community is behind you all the way." I snuffed out the glow that was starting to spread through my chest. Those might be Suzanne's feelings, I reminded myself. Suzanne might be protecting me. How could she know the sentiments of everyone in the community? Some of the sisters thought I was enjoying the attention I was getting for having been tortured, wallowing in self-pity, obsessing about what had happened to me in Guatemala. They had told me as much only months after my abduction. They were bound to think I was now taking matters to ridiculous extremes. And what would they think about my admission that I'd killed a woman? I couldn't look at Suzanne. I didn't want her to see my doubt, and I didn't want to see anything in her face that would confirm it. Alice, a few minutes later, came with some flowers and a brick. "This is what we used to do in Minnesota," she said, taking the brick out of Inevigu. Her purse and putting it by my feet. "We'd put them in the oven to warm them, then put them in our beds. There. That'll keep your feet warm. Alice also had a plastic bag with a folder of faxes and emails from people writing to encourage me. Well, you won't get bored out here with so much to read. And I talked with your family this morning. They all said they supported you 100%. Your mom and dad said to tell you, Mijita, we love you. I pulled my umbrella down to hide my face. Thanks, Alice. Black plastic was all I saw. All I heard was the plunk and ping of the rain. I smelled the sodden dirt and new grass struggling up. And then the scent of green apples came to me, my mother's red curls, her soft voice, her fingers in my hair, Barbara's laugh, and her long, black hair wet and smelling of coconut, mangoes, and vanilla. My dad's face, his bear hug. Amber signing me I love you. And I knew I was back. They were with me. Our footsteps echoed on the staircase. The meeting room, luckily, was upstairs. Still, my nerves tightened and I felt weak. My eyes itched with sleeplessness or fever. I was relieved that along with Suzanne, Anna, and Michelle, I had brought Jennifer, Liesl, Meredith, Marie, and Mary Noel Father Steve Judd with me. They all had an interest in the IOB report. I figured the IOB should meet with them, too. We were shown into a pale green room with elaborate molding on the ceiling. Once seated at the vast table, I looked into the faces of the board members. Frank Fountain gave me a small smile. The young, blonde woman near him must be Nancy, I realized. She had grey eyes and looked bright, friendly, and relaxed. Anthony Harrington, the IOB president, looked relaxed, too. I decided the news they had must be good. My stomach lurched with hope. No one seemed in a hurry to begin, so Meredith, with her usual forthrightness, took hold of the meeting. Meredith was a character. She wasn't even 30 yet, but she opened her notebook to a blank page and asked Anthony Harrington when they expected to release the report. The investigation was taking longer than anticipated, Harrington answered, because certain efforts were underway that were worthwhile to pursue. These efforts related to more than one of the cases. He said he hesitated to put out a date because a date contributed to frustration. Not if it's met, I thought. We expect that the investigation will be concluded in the first half of the year, he added, polishing his glasses. Jennifer shifted in her chair. I go to Guatemala almost every month, she said. 2 people have come to me with similar stories to Dianna's. One said a tall, gangly North American was present during his torture. Another man, who was with the security forces and was present at torture sessions, said it was not unusual for a North American to come in, not to participate, but to see how things were going and to talk. We need to know the extent of what went on. I need to know where my husband is. Dianna deserves to get an answer. Every day that goes by is another injury. I don't know if you can accept this, but we're on the same side of the table, Harrington said. The CIA, the DO, the IOB don't know everything. Our exercise is for the president, but for the same goals that you have in mind. Their exercise. I didn't like the word, and neither did Jennifer, if I was reading her look right. And did he really expect us to believe that the CIA didn't have any clue who those Americans were who were talking with torturers? No, the IOB members weren't on our side of the table. They were on the other side, as surely as they were seated on the other side of a conference table at that very moment. I had heard Jennifer say it before, and I would hear her say it again, be careful, Dianna. They're the other side. My problem was that I kept forgetting. My family must have brought me up very patriotically. In spite of the conditioning of the torture, in spite of losing my memory and being reborn, in a sense, and taught to mistrust all authority, I had a deep need to believe in and trust the government of the United States. Harrington went on to say that if we had any complaints about anything in the IOB's domain, or even not in its domain, perhaps the board could help. Liesl, in spite of her shyness, took him up on his invitation. My father was killed in 1983, she began. I was 12, and I couldn't speak out on his behalf. Tears started to slide from Liesel's aqua-colored eyes down over her sculpted cheekbones. He was a human rights worker who worked with the poor in Guatemala. He wrote to congressmen, urging them to change foreign policy. He was very active, not shy about his views. He was bludgeoned to death on the beach. Nothing was stolen from my father, but the State Department has always said it was a common crime. Liesel wiped her hands over her face. Harrington reached into his breast pocket and handed her a monogrammed handkerchief. While Liesel composed herself, Jennifer pointed out that without information, there could be no healing, and the 1984 cutoff date for the IOB investigation left a lot of people with no recourse to information. Father Steve Judd spoke of Father William Woods, whose plane was shot down in 1976 with Ann Kern aboard, as well as 3 other Americans. Quite a few Americans were left out by the date restrictions put on the IOB investigation, Father Judd noted. In addition to the cases of all Americans, Jennifer asked, couldn't information related to the cases of the 200,000 Guatemalans who had been killed be declassified? Harrington said he hoped the board could contribute to righting some of the wrongs that had occurred in Guatemala. Nothing would completely right what had happened, he said. But we hope to help. None of the board members would be involved in a process designed to hide. Of course, there are national security considerations. But we're hoping to move forward, toward disclosure, not back, toward national security. He said more, but by then my mind was wandering. They had no news for us. Nothing was going to happen. I'd been so nervous I'd spent most of the morning going up to the Hilton again. And the meeting was pointless. The only worthwhile part of it was the way it ended. Liesel remembered to return to Anthony Harrington the handkerchief he'd lent her. Here, Mr. Harrington, she said. Thank you. It looked nothing like it had when he'd given it to her. She'd tried to refold it, but it oozed with her tears and nose blow. Harrington recoiled. Keep it, he said, as a souvenir. Liesel burst out laughing as we clattered down the stairs. Men of my generation don't pull out cloth hankies. I had no idea what I was supposed to do with it. The trees were glistening, and outside our feet left no ghost of sound. But now I know. I should have said, no, you keep it, Mr. Harrington, as a souvenir of my feelings. Then I should have stuffed it back in his pocket. A second meeting took place later that day with just Harrington, Frank Fountain, Nancy, me, and Michelle. Once again, I was hopeful. The tone of the meeting was more businesslike. Maybe the IOB actually had information about my case or about declassification. Harrington told me the IOB report would be out no earlier than June 30th. The status of my Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, request was something the IOB had no control over, and the Department of Justice was due to finish its investigation by the end of April. I sighed and felt my shoulders drop. None of this news was good. Frank added that one reason the IOB report was delayed was that the IOB was waiting for the DOJ to finish its investigation. The DOJ, meanwhile, was investigating certain leads in my case and waiting to interview me. I was frustrated, and the physical toll of the vigil was affecting my perceptions. What I heard Frank say was that I was the problem. I was the reason the DOJ wasn't finishing its investigation and one of the reasons, therefore, that the IOB report wasn't getting out. Doubt began gnawing at me. Maybe I had made a mistake with the vigil. But I had never heard before that I was holding up the investigations because I hadn't been interviewed yet. Suddenly, I sit in front of the White House for one day and the DOJ and IOB can't get their jobs done. I didn't think of logical comebacks. I felt the hair on my neck stiffen. And even though I was clearly in over my head, talking with people much more knowledgeable and sophisticated than myself, I had to be true to what I knew. The vigil was not a decision I had made overnight. A lot of reflection and prayer had gone into it, and I was guided by my circle of friends. I had to trust them, and I had to trust myself. I went back out to the park and sat down. Lafayette Park has long since been declared off-limits to homeless people, for security reasons, but at the time of my vigil, a number of homeless people were living in the park, more than 20, I'd say. They lived there for security reasons. With the Secret Service nearby, the park was one of the safest places to sleep out. Many park residents had gathered around on Palm Sunday to hear the speeches and watch our ceremonies. By the second night of the vigil, they were beginning to linger near us, especially when people brought out guitars. Carlos Salinas, of Amnesty International, not only brought his guitar at night but announced that he had begun a hunger strike to support me during the 2 weeks of my vigil. Carlos, Liesl informed him quietly. Dianna's vigil isn't going to last 2 weeks. It's indefinite. Carlos couldn't fast indefinitely. He wasn't a big guy to begin with, but he did go the whole 2 weeks without eating or drinking anything but water. Meanwhile, he made trips around Congress, explaining his fast and why he felt so strongly about the issue of declassification. My friends explained to the homeless folks that I was afraid of the VN police and didn't want them near me. So if they were going to be loud and cause the police to come, could they do it far away? Also, my friends told them, I was afraid of cigarette smoke and couldn't handle anyone smoking near me. A Native American man, who said we could call him Chief, although his real name was Tony, took it on himself to explain the situation to the others in the park. Tuesday morning brought with it a nice surprise. Mary McGrory's column in the Washington Post was very positive, my friends said. She was calling on the White House to do something to help me. I couldn't read it. Reading articles about myself brought pain and shame, no matter how positive they were. I didn't expect what happened next, at least not on a conscious level. But maybe part of the reason I was uncomfortable, even with favorable articles, was that I expected repercussions. Liesl, Patricia, Jennifer, and I were sitting on the grass. It was mid-morning, sunny. People were passing before us in suits, on their way to work. Suddenly a man was standing on the sidewalk in front of me. He had short, blonde hair, was wearing a suit and tie, and was tall and seemed in good shape. He was also wearing dark glasses. Sister Ortiz, I just want to tell you that at least one American doesn't believe you. Who do you work for? Jennifer asked. He ignored her. You're just trying to bring down those people in there. He waved toward the White House and disrupt the work of our agencies abroad. And not everyone is lucky enough to have Fenton Communications working for them. Fenton Communications was a small PR firm Jennifer had used during her hunger strikes. I wasn't using any PR firm. Jennifer had broken the freeze on Guatemala, but I was surprised that this man knew about Fenton at all. I just stared at him because I couldn't answer. I was floating off to a safe place. He was becoming smaller and smaller, and I was no longer able to hear him. When the rest of the conversation was recounted to me later, I realized that the man knew Jennifer's case down to the smallest detail. "What's your name?" Jennifer asked him. "None of your business," he answered. "As for you, you're no more married to that gorilla than I am." The Guatemalan government was always attacking the validity of Jen. I see I to a tuffy new. T. Jersey. Nefer's marriage to Everardo. Jennifer and Everardo had married in front of friends in a backyard ceremony, but with no judge present. When Everardo disappeared, Jennifer had to get a judge to rule the marriage valid so that she could fight for his life as his spouse. "A declaratory judgment is no kind of marriage," the blonde man continued angrily. He knew the intricacies of Jennifer's case. He wasn't just one American coming to the park to tell me he didn't believe me. After a few more exchanges with Jennifer, the man huffed off. Jennifer and Patricia followed him to see if he would turn into one of the neighboring buildings. He got into a Volkswagen with Virginia plates that was parked a block away, never turning around to see if he was being followed. He didn't know Jennifer that well. Liesl referred to him as the Rush Limbaugh guy because of his tone. We guessed he was with the CIA, given his short hair, dark glasses, and detailed knowledge of Jennifer's case. Either he didn't believe what I was saying about Alejandro and truly was indignant, or he knew that what I was saying was true, and he was carrying out a tactic to break my morale. Whoever he worked for wasn't issuing press statements about his meeting with me, so his motives would remain a mystery. The White House was different. From White House statements passed along by a journalist friend we were able to learn a bit more about the odd IOB meetings of the previous day. Pointless meetings had a purpose, it seemed. White House Report, Tuesday, April 2. News briefing. Press Secretary Mike McCurry covered these topics. None offered support. Mike McCurry said the Ursuline nun tortured and raped by the Guatemalan military met twice with Nancy Soderberg, President Clinton's deputy assistant for national security affairs. McCurry said the White House again pledged to provide the public all available information about her case and those of Michael Devine and Efrain Bamica. According to news reports, Sister Dianna Ortiz, 37, is holding a 21-hour vigil in Lafayette Park seeking information about U.S. knowledge of her 1989 kidnapping, torture, and gang rape by Guat. The vigil Jui Malin death squads. Ortiz, an American citizen, says a man speaking American English and broken Spanish supervised the episode. "We are her advocates," Mr. McCurry said. "We are on her side." He noted the administration is dealing with the actions of a prior administration. Clinton has assigned the Intelligence Oversight Board, IOB, to examine the 3 cases. McCurry said its final report is expected in the first half of the year. He said that Ortiz met April 1 with board members as well as Ms. Soderberg, who also conferred with Sister Ortiz in Lafayette Park. "We've made it very clear to her that we are on her side," McCurry said, adding that additional meetings with the nun are to take place this week. "The President," McCurry said, "is determined to get to the bottom of her case, as well as those of Devine, an American citizen executed by the Guatemalan military, and Bamica, whose widow, Jennifer Harberry, staged a series of hunger strikes to gain information about his death." Asked why the nun apparently does not believe the assurances, McCurry said, "I don't know that she doesn't believe. She wants to make sure that those responsible for what she alleges occurred to her are brought to justice." Her presence in Lafayette Park is testimony to the strength of her conviction that justice needs to be pursued, and the President shares that conviction. "How was I supposed to believe their assurances after what the White House did to Everardo, letting him be tortured, and to Jennifer, assuring her that they would help her, then doing nothing?" The headline and the first sentence told everything. "I was offered support because White House officials had met with me. Excuse me, but they had to do more than meet with me. I wanted my documents. I wanted the truth for myself and for all the Guatemalans. Tony came over to me that night, holding a plastic bag, and asked if he could light the sage I kept in a bowl Alice's nephew had made. He knelt on the ground next to my candle, and as he lit the sage, he said, 'I am grateful to you, Sister Dianna, for what you are doing.' His long hair swung around his shoulders when he sat back on his heels to open the bag. Out of it he drew a wool poncho, woven of different colors, in Native American patterns. I ran my fingertips over the wool, wondering how he had kept the poncho so spotless, so perfect, amid the rain and mud in the park. "Iucuiles. Your presence here is on behalf of many suffering people," he said, "mine among them." Smoke curled above him and disappeared in the darkness. His face shone in the glow of the candle light. I had wondered briefly when I'd first met him why people called Tony Chief. Now I understood. From his dignity and presence it was clear. He probably really was a chief. Cloaked in Tony's generosity, warmth filled me, not hunger. I didn't need to eat. Someone brought me a dish of warm lasagna and I sent it over to Tony, to be shared as bread broken among friends. In the morning, Frank Fountain came by. "How are you doing, Dianna?" I nodded, since I wasn't talking. "I just wanted to pass along the message that Hillary Clinton wants to meet with you tomorrow afternoon." 4 days of diarrhea and sleeplessness had left me fuzzy-brained. But Frank was smiling, so I smiled back, although I felt nothing. I was stunned, I guess, or too afraid to hope. Anna and Michelle, when I told them about the meeting, were jubilant. Jennifer congratulated me, telling me she thought the fact that I had gotten a meeting with Hillary Clinton was really great. I just wondered if I would get information. Anna and Michelle and I had a planning session in a corner of the park. They said I would have to focus on my case alone, no bringing up other coalition missing members, no pleading for information about any other cases. She's meeting with you, Dianna, Anna explained. This meeting has to be about your case. It has to be focused. I can't talk about why I'm out here, what I'm asking for. I scribbled quickly. Talk about the Alejandro part and about finding out who he is, and say you want your documents and a full investigation. It's better to limit the subject of the conversation to one case for now, Michelle added. I didn't like it. I wasn't sitting out in front of the White House day and night just for information about my case. My request was for declassification of all information related to human rights in Guatemala since 1954. What was I supposed to do if the First Lady gave me significant information on my case? Suppose she handed me a folder or even a box full of declassified documents answering all the questions I had. Was I supposed to be satisfied then and end my vigil, forgetting about all the Guatemalans? I remembered the words Alejandro had said as he took me out of that building, "Don't concern yourself with them." Why was Hillary Clinton meeting with me instead of Concepcion, who had been in the park for 20 years, protesting nuclear weapons? Why was she meeting with me instead of Liesel, who wouldn't have the satisfaction of any kind of government investigation into her father's death? Why was she meeting with me when Jennifer's only access to her had been as Martin Sheen's date to a celebrity dinner when Everardo's life had been at stake? Why was I getting a special privilege? Shame was beginning to take hold of me. Kerry Kennedy Cuomo came by the park that afternoon and explained how the meeting had come about. Kerry, who had founded the Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Center for Human Rights, kept up with human rights issues in Guatemala and elsewhere. She'd had dinner with Mrs. Clinton the night before. Mrs. Clinton hadn't heard anything about me or my vigil and hadn't read Mary McGrory's column, so Kerry explained my case and told her the purpose of the vigil. It happened to be pouring, and Kerry said she was worried about me, out there in the rain. How glad I was that she spoke up for me. Apparently, Mrs. Clinton made the decision that night that she would talk with me. Knowing how the meeting had transpired, I felt less guilty about it. And as hard as it was for me to focus on my case alone, I began to hope that Mrs. Clinton, as a result, would FedEx me a box of documents and hand me a critically important file to read in the meantime. I just wanted to go home. I'm a creature of comfort. I like my warm bed and my soft pillows. Already I was getting bruises from the ground. As the sun was going down, I had my headphones on and my eyes closed. I was thinking about that box of documents the First Lady would give me and how I would soak in the bathtub before bed once I had it. I savored best possible outcome scenarios, and morning finally came, after a night of daydreams and sudden trips to the Hilton. I'm sitting on a bench, only a foot or so from Mrs. Clinton. There's a tapestry behind us, an ornate carpet at our feet, but I'm focused on Mrs. Clinton, not the splendor of the room. I intend to give the First Lady a brief summary of my case, looking at notes in my lap so that I don't get lost in an adrenaline haze. But even telling about what happened to me in the barest terms, I smell the torturers' bodies, feel their hands, smell their cigarettes, hear their laughter. Tears start out of my eyes. Then shame and anger overtake me, and I put my head in my hands. I have to take a break and recompose myself before I can go on. I will follow through on this, Mrs. Clinton tells me when I return from the bathroom. There is no effort to hold anything back. Agencies are working in good faith. A lot is at stake here to do this right, to get you everything you are entitled to have. I will push on the Justice Department task force in trying to identify Alejandro. I understand the need for a thorough investigation, I answer, but I've waited 6 years to find out why I was targeted, and not until President Clinton ordered the review did any U.S. government investigation take place. And the IOB investigation has dragged on for over a year now. We have no excuse for why the previous administration did not investigate. No excuse, Mrs. Clinton answers. You will have everything we have. This has been pushed ahead and given personal attention. There will be information available within 60 to 90 days. We don't want you to give up or be discouraged now. I will personally make sure that you will get everything you are entitled to. I hope you will have the documents in your hand by June, but June's a long way away. We don't want you to. Another concern: I have continued to receive threats. I tell her about the envelope on the back stairs. I don't know if that was from someone in the U.S. government, Alejandro. No one in any position of authority in this government today wants anything but full information. We want to keep pressure on to keep all the people out there working as hard as they are with a deadline. I am a survivor. My control was taken away during the torture. Everyone else has control over and information about what happened except me. I'm only sitting out in front of the White House to get that control. Your sitting in front of the White House gives eloquent testimony to your strength and commitment. It can't move the process any faster along. The President and I and people in this White House are doing everything we know to do to get the information for you as soon as possible. I know it's hard for you, but the process is being expedited. It has gone much more quickly because of the pressure. I can't promise I will have all of it tomorrow morning, but we will give you everything we can in June, and between now and then. I want to believe, but I also have in my memory how my government has betrayed me. I can't excuse that, but I give you my word that we will give you everything we can as soon as possible. I will work personally, and Milan. Above. Father Joe Nangle and supporters of the vigil. Right. Bishop Gumleton is among those arrested for praying in front of the White House. Below. Meeting with Hillary Clinton in the White House. Will, she added, referring to her personal secretary, to make everything available to you. Perhaps all Mrs. Clinton's assurances were meant to make the vigil unnecessary. But I wasn't stopping for promises because I had seen the very same administration offer Jennifer a meeting. I had seen Jennifer go into the meeting and come out of it, still somewhat hopeful, and I'd watched her hope die as the months passed and she realized the White House meeting had only been a way for administration officials to lure her out of the plaza in Guatemala City. Hillary Clinton inspired more trust than the National Security Council officials Jennifer had dealt with. But who knew what kinds of forces Hillary Clinton was up against? If she was fighting an old boys' network of secrecy, publicity, and public pressure could only help her. I wasn't leaving my spot. We had an Easter Mass at the vigil site 3 days later. Alice had brought flowers and a table to put them and the bread and wine on, and John played the guitar. But what I remember is how awkward I felt. I had invited people to come and celebrate the Eucharist with me, to come and break bread. And yet when the plate was passed around, I took none. Everyone noticed that I wasn't taking communion. Everyone stared or tried not to. I had taken it before, of course, but acknowledging the woman publicly made what I had done to her all the more real. I had too much blood on my hands, hers, the child's. I felt the weight of my sin. People magazine was covering the Mass. Being photographed was something I had to get used to. The press had covered the vigil from the start, and after my meeting with Hillary Clinton, the press coverage doubled. The meeting, in the media's eyes, had conferred legitimacy on me. Along with new media and supporters, new protesters appeared in the park. A man and a woman wandered around in ankle-length white robes, carrying Bibles, yelling, "Abortion is murder. Baby killers. People who have abortions are baby killers." They came to the park every day. The park was big, but they always stayed close to our group. I wrote a note to Tony, asking if he'd ever seen them before. "Never," he said. He checked with the others in the park. This was the couple's first appearance. The DOJ was talking to the sisters at the Mount, I knew, and trying to talk with nurses and doctors at Our Lady of Peace. I had refused to sign a release of my medical records there, but I asked myself if the investigators somehow had found out through other means about the choice I had made. Had Dr. Snodgrass talked again? Or one of the sisters? Or someone at Sokasa or Kafulver? Those were the only people who knew, and the DOJ was making the rounds to question all those people. Who could have talked? I told myself to get a grip. Just because a couple of protesters show up in the park, you don't have to think your friends have betrayed you. To think that these protesters are fakes, planted by the US government to whittle away your morale, is just a wee bit paranoid, no? Anyway, I reasoned, who could have talked? Dr. Snodgrass would be risking his career, and the sisters who know about the choice the former council members, for example, are trustworthy. As for Mary, Antonio, Pat, and Juanita, they would never reveal anything confidential. I was relieved when the Today Show asked to interview me. I could get out of the park and away from the protesting couple. So off I went to New York. Patricia went with me. We stayed in an elegant hotel on Central Park, courtesy of NBC, luxuriated in the enormous bathtub, and ordered a room service dinner. We rode in an NBC limousine to the studio the next morning. I was still having culture shock. This was a far cry from my tarp and Alice's wheezing buggy. In a room where we waited for what seemed like forever, a TV monitor relayed the show as it was being filmed in the studio next door. A stately blonde woman with long, wavy hair was talking about her sketch of the Unabomber, which she'd made from talking to witnesses about the split-second glimpses they'd managed to get. People remember a lot more than you might think, a lot more even than they think. If you elicit the information from them in the right way, you can really reconstruct a face, and it can help in finding the criminal. Memory is evidence. I had a vague feeling that I should be paying attention. Her words nudged at something in my mind. But my interview was coming up, and I was thinking about the questions Katie Couric would ask me. I wanted to be sure I was prepared. The interview went fine. I didn't even cry, although my eyes filled up once. Katie Couric was understanding and gentle, and I was relieved when it was all over and I could go back to the waiting room to collect my stuff and get a hug from Patricia. The blonde sketch artist was sitting in one of the chairs by then. She introduced herself as Jean Boylan and said she had seen my interview. "Listen, if I can help you in any way, let me know." She gave me her card. "If you want to work together to make sketches of the American and your torturers, I can help you. Give me a call." Flying back, resting my head on the window, I knew that meeting the sketch artist was the most important part of the trip. I would call her. That would be the next step, part of it. I had soaked in a bathtub and slept in a bed. I had eaten good food. And my brain was ticking away like a watch that had just been wound. I was 2 weeks into the vigil. I had met with Hillary Clinton and gotten a lot of press. Mrs. Clinton would try to get me some documents or all the information I was entitled to as soon as possible. But she'd said it could take 60 to 90 days, and I couldn't stay in front of the White House for 2 to 3 more months. Even if she got me my documents by June, I'd have to last another month and a half, and I couldn't. Besides, I didn't want declassification to be limited to my own case. I wanted broad declassification, and I wanted documents in the hands of the public well before the IOB and DOJ finished investigating. The investigations, that way, might have to be more honest, more thorough. I had to find a way to increase the pressure. The motor hummed, I nibbled at my peanuts, and the clouds rose in ghostly shapes around me. I already had my answer by the time we dipped over the Pentagon, a hunger strike. Alice didn't like it. Neither did Marie, Vianney, Jennifer, or anyone else. But I had a less extreme version of the plan ready that I thought they would support, a fast of bread and water. I could last for a while eating a slice of bread a day, giving whatever pressure the fast might generate time to build. The traditional food of prisoners seemed just right, since I was being stonewalled and kept in the dark. I decided to begin the fast the 3rd week of my vigil. Meanwhile I bolstered my morale with the faxes and clippings Alice brought me, Carmelite Sisters in Chile wrote, "From our sisters in Washington, we have learned of the battle you have undertaken for justice, truth, and the liberation of so many people oppressed, tortured, and marginalized by the abuses of power of those who consider themselves the owners of everything. They were praying for me. I was so glad they understood that I was fighting for many people, not just for myself. I had heard that a new GHRC board member had misunderstood my vigil horribly, making some remark about how I got to be the star out there, but what good was it really doing for Guatemala?" In El Salvador, people held a vigil outside the U.S. Embassy, carrying signs asking, "Who is Alejandro?" and calling on the United States to release information about human rights abuses involving themselves, their friends, and relatives. There was a vigil in Honduras, too. If my vigil was striking a chord in people outside U.S. borders, encouraging them to step forward and ask for information, so much the better. No matter what happened inside the White House or with my case, at least my efforts were sparking others. People who visited the vigil site sometimes wrote messages in my notebook. One woman who wrote was teaching religion in an inner-city school. Many of her students came from broken homes, with one or both parents serving time for minor or serious crimes. A lot of the children carried anger inside, and they resented how their lives were turning out. Her class discussed the issue of forgiveness and decided that forgiveness wasn't possible. "You, as a Catholic nun," she insisted, "have the responsibility to set a good example by forgiving your torturers. If my students knew that you were able to forgive the people who hurt you, maybe they would learn from you." She waited while I read her message. I didn't respond. I just covered my anger and guilt with a noncommittal little smile. I respect and appreciate her and all the people who took the time and energy to visit with me and share their ideas. Having had time now to ponder the question, I would answer her by explaining that I don't hate my torturers. I only despise their actions. While I'm not forgetting the torture, I am getting on with my life. I'm not doing what I was trained to do. I'm not working with children, but I suppose I am working for children, trying to ensure that they have a future that doesn't involve torture. Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel said, "To forget would be an absolute injustice. To forget would be the enemy's triumph. The enemy kills, tortures, and disappears twice, the second time in trying to obliterate the traces of his crime. By refusing to forget, I hope I am keeping the memory of the dead alive. As to forgiveness, I would say this: get my government to tell me who my torturers were and who Alejandro is. Bring them to Washington, D.C. Get my government to bring to the table those who formulated the policies that resulted in my torture and those in the U.S. government who for years covered it up. And then we will all sit down and discuss the question of forgiveness together." Lucy Murphy, a Washington activist who was part Nicaraguan and part African American, came to sing for me in the park one Sunday. She needed no instrument but her voice, which was strong and full. Hardly anyone was with me, and the sun coming through new-grown leaves gave a green light to the afternoon. Lucy sat back on her heels, and began. The song was not a song of protest. It was Gracias a la Vida, a song written by Violeta Jara, whose brother Victor Jara was brutally executed by the Chilean army during the 1973 coup. I listened to the beauty of Lucy's voice and watched her face as she sang, more than I listened to the words. But toward the end of the song, some of the words sank in: "Gracias a la vida, que me ha dado tanto, que me ha dado la risa, que me ha dado el llanto." Tears began to slide down Lucy's face and then followed down mine. "Thanks to life, which has given me so much, which has given me laughter, which has given me mourning. These are the two materials from which I make my song. And my song is your song and is the song of everyone." I'm not sure why we were crying. Sometimes you brush against a truth, feeling it before you can say it, and instead of theories or conclusions, tears are the evidence it leaves. From Socasa, Pat and Juanita came to visit me. Mary Fabry had come for a few days at the beginning of the vigil but had to leave. She told Marie to call her when it was time to come again. Marie called her and explained my plans for the fast. "It's time to come again," she said. This time, Mary brought her husband, David, the doctor, and their young son, Josh. Adriana Barto, whose daughters had disappeared after the army raided her house in Guatemala, also came with Mary. I knew what she wanted more than anything in the world was information, and the intensity of her desire to know what had happened to her daughters gave me strength. If I could help her I would, no matter what that took. From the Mount my old best friends Alicia and Mary came, as well as the first Ursuline I ever knew, Sister Elizabeth Ann. I'd called her in 11th grade to get information on becoming a nun. Some of my newer friends came, too. Louisa and Kim were among the sisters who made the 10-hour trip by car, along with Marietta, Gia, Mary Irene, and Mary Lois. It meant so much to me to have them there. Some of them even slept out with me on the cold grass and shivered beside me at dawn as we rolled up our blankets. Darkin flew in from California, and Audie, Mimi's sister, came up from Kentucky. The midst of the visits and interviews, Michelle told me the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights had ruled on my case, and the commissioner wanted to meet with me to tell me the commission's findings. Michelle, Jose, and I walked down to the OAS building, just a block away from the White House. The Inter-American Commission had been investigating my case for 5 years. I knew the commission was fair and unbiased. If the Inter-American Commission of the OAS didn't believe me, no investigative body ever would. But I hardly dared to hope. The Senate Subcommittee on Intelligence had shut down its investigation suddenly, after conversations with someone like Strzok or the Guatemalan government's investigator Carl West, I suppose. Was the OAS Commission really sophisticated enough to recognize the damage control and cover-up efforts of the US and Guatemalan governments? And if so, was the Commission strong enough to denounce them? No small talk preceded the announcement. The Commissioner invited us to sit down and then, beaming, got right to the point. The Inter-American Commission was going to recommend that my case be forwarded to the Inter-American Court. The Commission only recommended that very strong cases be forwarded to the court, he said. The Commission believed me, not the Guatemalan government. And the Commission was giving me a chance to sue the Guatemalan government in international court. I wanted to shout the ruling out to everyone I saw as we walked the 2 blocks back. I wanted to shout it out as we passed the old executive office building. But I had to keep the ruling secret until the Guatemalan government responded. Still, what a delicious secret. The OAS Commission believed me, and that meant the policeman was wrong. His prediction wasn't a prophecy or a curse. No one will ever believe you. Ha! You wish. Tell it to the judge. The OAS ruling gave me a new kind of strength. At the beginning of the 3rd week, I held a press conference at the National Press Club to announce my fast, inviting everyone on our press list and new friends, such as Carrie Kennedy Cuomo and her mother, Ethel Kennedy. I was angry enough not to mince words. For the past 3 weeks, I have spent my days and nights in front of the White House, holding a silent vigil for truth, the truth about my case and the truth about all those Guatemalans who have suffered and died at the hands of the officially sponsored death squads, for years supported with US dollars. While some US officials may have been moved by my vigil, others have stated to me that I seem comfortable in the park. That was a reference to Frank Fountain. Maybe it was unfair of me to mention his remark, but it made me so angry. He was coming out of his office late one night. Both he and Anthony Lake had made a point of saying hello when they were coming out of their offices around midnight. Maybe they wanted to let me know how hard they were working. I wish Alice had been around to ask them if they'd been doing it for 2 decades straight and on weekends, too. Anyway, he peered into my makeshift tent of blankets and said, "Looks comfortable in there." No. What? It's not. He was going home to a soft, warm bed. I was going to spend the night shivering and bruise my hips on the ground. Others, still, have relegated my vigil to the category of irrational whim. One official remarked, "Declassification will happen. It's too bad that Dianna feels like she has to sit in front of the White House in the meantime. It's her choice. But is it my choice? I have listened patiently to explanations for 6 years. For 6 years, I've been told to wait. I've attended meeting after meeting. Each month I have expected the results of the Intelligence Oversight Board's inquiry, which was supposed to be concluded last July. I have filed a FOIA Freedom of Information Act request. I still do not have my documents. If I am in the park, it is because I need the truth, and my options have gradually been eliminated. I appreciate the White House officials who have taken time to meet with me. I especially appreciate the willingness of Hillary Rodham Clinton to speak with me on April 4. I believe Mrs. Clinton is in good faith trying her best to help me. I know the documents I seek do not belong to her, but to the CIA, the Department of State, the Department of Defense, and other government agencies. Yet our government could choose to order the declassification of information for victims and survivors of human rights abuses in Guatemala. Since January, 27 people have been tortured in Guatemala. 81 have been murdered for political reasons. Hundreds of thousands of people in Guatemala who have lost loved ones to torture and murder, who are struggling to recover from heinous forms of torture, who are desperately trying to prosecute human rights violations and break the cycle of impunity that allows the atrocities to continue need the information. The release of documents does not necessarily mean that the truth will be allowed to surface. When documents are eventually declassified by the U.S. government, they are oftentimes blacked out almost in their entirety, and the paragraphs that we are allowed to read are usually the most meaningless of paragraphs. I want the truth, not just documents. I want to know who Alejandro is. I want to know why our government has protected him. I want to know why a U.S. citizen had the authority to supervise and give orders to my torturers. Until I receive this information, I cannot heal. In recent weeks, with so much fear, I opened the lid of my Pandora's box and shared with the world what I experienced and witnessed at the hands of the Guatemalan security forces and Alejandro, the U.S. citizen. You may think this strange, but even at this moment, I can sense the presence of my torturers. I can see them blessing me with the blood of the woman. Will this end? Jean Amory, an Austrian philosopher tortured by the Gestapo, said, "Anyone who has been tortured remains tortured. Anyone who has suffered torture never again will be at ease in the world faith. Inhumanity, already cracked by the first slap in the face, then demolished by torture, is never acquired again." It is with great horror that I repeat those words. Amory took his life in 1978. I want so desperately to live. I want so desperately to believe in humanity again, to be free of Alejandro and all my Guatemalan torturers. Thousands of Guatemalans who have been tortured by the security forces also want to live and to believe in humanity again. Only the truth will set us free. Because I am still barred from knowing the truth, because I am still in a prison of silence, because U.S. government agencies deny me access to the documents that could allow me to recover my life, I will now begin a fast of bread and water, continuing my silent vigil in front of the White House and daring to place my life in the hands of the U.S. government. Weathering the heavy rains, harsh sun, blustery winds, and cold temperatures has not been easy when I go home at 5 o'clock in the morning for my hour of rest in a bed. My body is so sore from the ground that I have to pile pillows on top of the mattress. Although loving and concerned people bring me all sorts of food, I have lost 10 pounds in the 22 days of my vigil. And as my weight drops, the ground gets harder. The dark I live in 10 hours a day reminds me of that cell where I waited for my torturers' hands, the blindfold that kept my eyes from their faces. But whether I am in the park or out of the park, the darkness of the blindfold is with me. This time, it is not my torturers who conceal their identity from me. It is the U.S. government. Whether I am in or out of the park, I am still in a clandestine cell, in the dark, waiting, wondering what will happen. My hands are tied ____. It is the U.S. government who keeps me with the policemen. Bound hand and foot, in the dark, with the rats. It is the U.S. government who controls the information about the event that haunts me, who could ensure that Alejandro and my Guatemalan torturers will never torture again, and that no one else in Guatemala will ever have to live this hell. Saint Augustine said, hope has two daughters: anger and courage, anger at the way things are and the courage to work to make things other than they are. I say, enough is enough. I demand that the US government stop playing games and stop toying with the lives of people. Give me and the people of Guatemala the truth. We have a right to know the truth. Kerry Kennedy Cuomo took the mic and said a few words extemporaneously, supporting me and calling for declassification, and her mother told some journalists who interviewed her after the press conference that she was ashamed of what the United States government had done in my case. I was so pleased to have their friendship, support, and help. Every day Marie brought me bread she had baked. She put all sorts of nutritious things in it. She wouldn't even tell me what. Sometimes, in case I objected and wouldn't eat it, I was strict about my fast. Often I split the bread with whoever was sitting beside me. My friends protested, thinking I needed that other half a slice. But the communion, the sharing, gave me more sustenance than those few extra calories. From Jennifer's fasts, I knew to drink a lot of water, and it stopped the hunger pangs for a while. I also drank Pedialyte, a hideous liquid given to dehydrated babies, containing all the essential electrolytes. With no food in my stomach, liquids went right through me. I spent more time walking up to the Hilton bathroom than I did sitting. At least I got out of the sun from time to time. The sun was hot during the day, and my face had started to peel. Not everything was so grim. Some Latino poets were reading at the Library of Congress, and knowing that I liked poetry and could use a lift to my spirits, Patricia contacted them and asked if they would give me a private reading in the park. Demetria Martinez, a poet from New Mexico, wrote for the National Catholic Reporter and knew my story well. She convinced the poet's agent that she and the others should accept the offer, so the agent squeezed it into their schedule. It was a damp, blustery, bone-cold night, but the poets drew a crowd of people, not a literary crowd, but a crowd of activists. Alicia Partenois, a local DC resident and a survivor of torture in Argentina, was the first to read. She asked to be introduced as one of Argentina's former disappeared. She didn't stand at the podium that had been set up but walked back and forth, using as a prop a white handkerchief, like the mothers of the Plaza de Mayo used. When she spoke in the voice of a mother, she put it over her head. When she spoke in the voice of a survivor, she put it over her eyes. The poem began, No me hables de las puertas del infierno. Yo he estado allí, don't speak to me of the gates of hell. I've been there. She read the poem first in Spanish, then in English. She listened respectfully to the others read, but I heard that later she was behind a tree trunk, sobbing. When I think of what it took for her to read that poem, I am doubly grateful to her for standing before me on that dark, cold night, letting me know something of her experience of hell so I could feel connected to her and less alone. I wish I had known how badly she was hurting. I wish I could have comforted her. Clarabel Alegria, a survivor of political violence in El Salvador, was present, too. She and Martin Espada and Luis Rodriguez and Demetria read beautiful, moving poems and endured the weather to share their work with me. Afterward, Tony suggested that we close with an Our Father. We all joined hands. Everyone knew the words. Everyone said the prayer. And in that communal recitation was a moment of closeness and healing. I got many special visits. Keith, one of the men who was sleeping in the park, spent a lot of time with me. He was a sweet, youngish man who was trying to help me speak. He must have thought the people around me lacked compassion and understanding. They told him I could speak if T wanted to, but I was choosing not to. I wrote him notes to the same effect. He just looked at me with sympathy and said gently, "Start with the consonants. The vowels will follow." Then he would sit facing me and encourage me to watch his lips as he formed words. I couldn't help smiling, no matter how low my spirits were to start with. Keith told me about his own recovery from a speech problem, and he shared his faith with me. Be patient. Pray to God. God will answer your prayers, and one day you will be able to speak again. 2 brothers also lived in the park. One was schizophrenic. The other was homeless to accompany his brother. Both visited me, talked to me, told me stories about their lives, and gave their opinions on politics. Several weeks into the vigil, they brought me a potted rose bush with tiny pink buds that were just starting to open. To think that they, who had nothing, had spent money on me, buying me a plant when they couldn't afford a night at a cheap motel and when they could have used the money for a good meal, well, it reminded me of something about the human heart that I had forgotten or quit believing. Later, they gave me a locket shaped like a heart, with a small cross inside. I left Lafayette Park at 5 o'clock in the morning. It was still dark, although 2 hours earlier the first bird had started its lone, loud calls. I wondered if the birds could somehow smell the sun-warmed air coming in off the Atlantic. How else could they start singing in the dark? Instead of relief, I felt fear as I climbed into the car. In a few hours I would be reconstructing the torturers, seeing them and describing them to Jean, the sketch artist I'd met on the Today Show. She was coming to Washington for a few days to work with me. But I was so exhausted, and I was afraid that, remembering their faces in detail, I would be sucked under like a shell in the pull of the ebb tide. I would feel the burns and blows. And I wouldn't be able to go on. Once again the torturers would win. They would mock me. And they would stay inside me forever. I would be alone with the dark, penetrating eyes of the policeman, the cratered skin of his face. The Guat man's stern, arrogant stare. José's droopy eye, his dirty teeth. For years I had heard their footsteps, their laughter, their voices, smelled their hands, their armpits, their breaths. Felt them. But I had tried my best not to see them. In dreams I saw them, every inch of them. When I was awake, too, and unguarded, they hovered before me. But I always tried to banish them. Today I would have to will them to appear and hold them there, studying them, describing them. I sat in the center of my bed and held one of the feather pillows tightly on my lap, checking Jean's face for any sign of impatience. I had gathered up all the candles in the house, making Jean and Mary wait. I had told Jean we would work in the living room, and she had pulled her materials out and gotten herself settled. People kept coming and going, though, so after a few minutes I had asked Jean to move up to my room. She had packed her sketch pad and pencils back up and I had packed up all the candles. But she didn't look miffed. At the corner of her mouth was the same hint of tenderness I'd seen when she first walked into the house. Mary, who was sitting near me on the edge of the bed, gave me an encouraging smile when I looked her way. They were willing to wait all day. The air was thick with the scent of candle wax. It was all I could smell. That's the way I wanted it and, I hoped, the way it would remain. I didn't want to smell anything else when the work began. Although the candles made the room warmer and sweat glistened on Mary's upper lip and on Jean's forehead, I was cold. Jean and Mary were waiting for me. I might as well begin. Let's start with Alejandro. My voice didn't sound strong and decisive, as I'd hoped. It cracked, betraying my fear. Although he didn't inflict physical pain on me, Alejandro was the one who frightened me the most. He was the most powerful. He represented the U.S. government and what it was capable of doing and denying. Watching my torturers obey him, hearing him tell me not to concern myself with the other prisoners there, hearing him tell me to forgive the torturers and then threaten me when I didn't had shaken my trust in the U.S. government. For years I'd been told I'd imagined that he was an American. I wanted to reveal his face, to show to the world the absolute, undeniable gringoness of his features. I half expected the usual questions: Alejandro's height and weight, his build, his clothing. But Jean asked different ones. Tell me about his face. Was it round? Square? Long and narrow? 7 What was his skin like? Was it lined? Tell me about the texture of his hair. His face was starting to appear, and I was fighting it, covering my eyes, shaking it out of my head. But I knew I couldn't turn back. I had to choose to see him if I wanted to use what I knew of him as evidence. I took hold of Mary's hand, hoping that as I called up his memory, her touch would keep me in the present. I closed my eyes. Immediately I saw him. The dark glasses he used to hide his eyes. His hair, bushy and dark, unnatural and wig-like. His mustache and his beard, which were lighter than his hair. He was pressing his lips together, as if he were going to say, "Forget what you saw here, forgive your torturers. Don't talk about any of this. If you do, the photographs and the video. People already know about the woman." I told them. "You're too late. You no longer control me." And he knew nothing about the other secret, the choice I had made. That dark secret was well hidden. He and the others had nothing on me. Right? I was floating, looking down, watching Mary, watching the curled-up woman, who was crying, clinging to a pillow. It didn't last long. A voice inside me said, "Go to her. Together stand up to Alejandro." And I was on the bed again, clutching the pillow, hearing myself describe him and Jean's pencil whispering on the paper and the side of her hand brushing against it. Her voice was soothing, narcotic, and it lulled me into a peaceful place where I could search my memory without too much fear. "Tell me about his eyes. Are they oval, or more like globes?" "He's wearing sunglasses." "So he's wearing sunglasses. Did you notice anything around the area of his eyes?" She draws the sentences out, trying to be gentle. How easy to answer no and block the memory. But the lines that branched from the corners of his eyes have already swum into my view, so I tell Jean about them. I tell her about his eyebrows, too, which are lighter than his hair. We worked on the sketch for about an hour, maybe less, but to me it seemed like an eternity. I eventually asked to stop for the day, and we agreed to resume the next evening, at Jean's hotel, which would be more comfortable for both of us. What it was like to see the sketch, once Jean was finished, is something I don't remember much about. Jean told a reporter who questioned her for an article, at first it took her an hour to look at Alejandro. She hyperventilated and then passed out. Later she curled up in a ball on her bed weeping. The pain and stress involved in working with Jean were worthwhile. By Thursday, after working together for a few hours in the evenings, we had finished the sketches, and they looked as accurate as photographs. Jean, in a chapter of her book, entitled Portraits of Guilt, says I asked to see the sketches all at once, side by side, when the last one was finished. She was afraid I would be overwhelmed, but she reluctantly laid the sketches down. I knew I was ready to confront the torturers. I'd been seeing them in my mind's eye day after day. Now I wanted to see them where they belonged, outside of me. Jean says I inhaled, then moved my eyes along the line of faces, pausing at each one. According to Jean, instead of reacting as I had to the sketch of Alejandro, I was calm, strong, and dry-eyed. "That's them, all of them exactly as they were," I said, wrapping my arms around my body. Jean says she noticed a shift in my posture. For the first time since she'd met me, I was standing tall and upright. Too. During the day my friends were getting arrested. Standing still on the sidewalk for any extended amount of time was against the law. You had to keep moving. But people were choosing to stand and kneel in front of the White House, singing and praying and holding signs calling for the truth, even though it meant they would soon be cuffed and led away to the waiting paddy wagons. Joe Nangle carried a huge cross and wore his brown Franciscan robe. He and Vianney led the daily protest marches that ended with the civil disobedience. Civil disobedience was new to some of my friends, old hat to others. Anne, who lived at the Assisi community and worked at the ecumenical program on Central America and the Caribbean, EPICA, organized the actions and gave instructions and advice to people who had never done civil disobedience before. Anne had invited her mother, Ruth, to come up for the vigil. Ruth was the dean of students at Berea College in Kentucky, a wise, thoughtful, dignified woman who had a wild sense of humor but a serious respect for careers and futures. In a phone conversation with Anne the week before, she had told Anne that getting arrested wasn't such a good idea. The arrest would be on her record forever, she wouldn't always get a chance to explain the idealistic reasons for it, and it could limit her options for the future. Anne went ahead and got arrested on the first day of the protests, along with 11 other people, and every day after that, too. Ruth arrived at the park, and after watching the civil disobedience for a few minutes, she crossed Pennsylvania Avenue, stood with the protesters, and got arrested, too. From Ruth, I learned that, although we might desperately want to protect our reputations and those of others, at times we need to let go of that security and stand up for what we believe in. I hated watching the arrests. My only experience with jail was the Polytechnica, so I couldn't see people being handled by the police without wincing. But Anne and the others came back and said they weren't treated harshly. The park police knew they were doing civil disobedience because they believed in a cause. And when they came back, those who had been arrested seemed pleased with themselves. They took pride in what they had done, and they said it felt good to have stood up for what they believed in. Listening to them, I realized that I could see my experience in Guatemala in the same light. Instead of feeling ashamed, that senseless feeling of shame that so many torture survivors have and that torture is designed to provoke, maybe I could feel pride, too, pride that I stayed in Guatemala and stood up for my convictions and risked prison and the consequences that went with it. Maybe I, like my friends coming back from jail, could hold my head high. The number of people protesting grew steadily. By the end of the 10-day period of civil disobedience, 125 people had been arrested. I noticed a new pin Jennifer was wearing on her jacket lapel, identical to the dolphin on her ring, gracefully arched, only bigger, with a long, sharp, weapon of a nose. No more Mr. Nice Guy. I guess that's what the swordfish meant. Members of the local Amnesty International group got arrested, too, along with members of Jonah House, Sojourners, and other local Guatemalan solidarity and religious groups. Harold Nelson, a sociology professor at the University of Texas Pan American, read an article about the vigil, packed up his life, and moved to Washington to work as a volunteer, doing whatever he could to help with my case and with the cause of ending torture. His first step was to get arrested again and again. He wore a baseball cap, like my dad often did, and he was around my dad's age, too, I think. Like my dad, Harold lived his beliefs. He would give me comfort, solace, and wisdom in the days, months, and years that followed, and teach me by his example. Daniel Ellsberg, Philip Berrigan, and Father Jim Flynn, of Louisville, also participated in the actions. Sisters from my order broke the law, too, as well as 2 Erie Benedictine sisters and a sister of Loreto, several Franciscans, Dominicans, Sisters of Mercy, and School Sisters of Notre Dame. On the last day of the actions, Bishop Thomas Gumleton, the auxiliary bishop of Detroit who had gone to Guatemala to support Jennifer on her hunger strike, got handcuffed and pushed into the paddy wagon with the rest of the demonstrators. I recognized Barbara from afar because her whole body moves when she walks. Her hips sway, her hair bounces, her hands move uncontrollably when she talks, and she was talking and her head moves with her hands. My mom was crying. I saw tears shining on her face. I dragged myself up and ran to meet them, or tried to. I staggered down the brick sidewalk as far as I could, they walked as fast as they could, and I fell into their arms. My mom was talking a lot as we walked back to the candle and signs, telling me all about my dad, my little brother Josh, my brother Pilar, and my nieces and nephews. Then she wanted to know all about how I was doing. Alice had given her and Barbara an update, so they knew the basics, but as we settled ourselves on the grass she kept asking questions. I kept writing, "Mom, I'm on a silent vigil, I can't talk." She wanted to know about my intake of water, if I was eating my bread and drinking my Pedialyte. She was good. She didn't talk about how thin I was. The last thing I needed to do was worry about my mom worrying about me. She took my hand, massaged it, put it close to her face, kissed my cheek, and said, "I love you. And your daddy loves you, 2. Barbara spent the night once. A lump in a sleeping bag was all I saw most of the night, headless, and at times, sprouting hair. The gel she had used wasn't meant for Washington weather. The night was damp and chilly, or cold and rainy, to be more accurate. Freezing, in Barbara's opinion. By the time she got back to New Mexico, she'd lost her voice. Mom stayed at Assisi. On Thursday, she was waking up just as I was getting in to take a shower and rest before going back to the park. She wanted to talk. "Mom, I'm tired," I whispered. Her voice was so soft and soothing that even though she kept talking, I started to yawn. Those few hours in bed, having heard her voice and knowing she was there, I was able to really sleep. "She's fine. She's among friends and people who believe in her and support her," I heard her say to my dad as I awoke. She called him every day to keep him updated. That's when I knew my mom was fine, too. Michelle, Anna, and Jose, who technically was Jennifer's lawyer but who had been brought in to help with the vigil and to lend advice on the OAS case, were arguing about the sketches. We were off in a corner of the park, sitting in the grass, each in the tangle of our own thoughts. I wanted to release the sketches publicly. Jose supported me. But Anna and Michelle thought I should give them to the DOJ team and do nothing more with them than that, at least for a while. They thought it was disrespectful not to give DOJ investigators time to act on the information the sketches provided before releasing them publicly, and the investigators otherwise might claim that the public release of the information had harmed the case. Between my thumb and finger I stroked a blade of grass. The Guatemalan government had done nothing with the sketches the police artist had made, and I was afraid the DOJ would do nothing with Jean's. I thought of the woman. I owed it to her to get the policeman's face out before the public. And after so much pain and work, I owed it to myself, too. I wanted them out in the light of day, where people could see them and where someone might recognize and identify Alejandro or the Guat man or even Jose. So I put my foot down. I said I wasn't coming off the fast unless I could release the sketches. In the end, we came to a compromise. I said I would at least give them to the DOJ and the IOB an hour or two before I presented them at a press conference. Thanks to the efforts of Jennifer, who relentlessly pounded the halls of Congress, and of Carlos Salinas, at Amnesty International, who had been starving himself and meeting with people on the Hill, I was presented on Thursday afternoon with a letter signed by an unprecedented number of congressional representatives calling for declassification. The year before, our tried and true friends in Congress had signed a letter on declassification. AIDS as well as other human rights groups had encouraged Coalition Missing, which put the letter together, to select 50 prominent human rights cases and ask for the declassification of material related to those cases and no others. Narrowing down our request would give us a better chance of success, they told us. We didn't like those restrictions. Selecting particular cases implied that not all cases were equal, that some people had more of a right than others to information. 12 signatures were on that letter. But the new letter was signed by 103 members of Congress. They were asking President Clinton to issue an executive order that would quickly declassify all U.S. government information related to all human rights abuses in Guatemala. It was a huge victory. Congress was aboard. If I can't make it on this vigil as long as I have to, Congress can take over the fight for declassification, I realized. Congress, in any case, is stronger than I am. Later, I got a message that the IOB wanted to meet with me. We assumed they must have news, since I had made it clear that I wouldn't meet with IOB members unless they had something important to tell me. My lawyers and I showed up as requested in the greenish room and settled ourselves across the table from Anthony Harrington and Frank Fountain. Mr. Dianna, Harrington said, tomorrow you'll be receiving more than 2,000 pages of declassified documents on your case. Chapter 19. Whitewash. The documents arrived the next day at Michelle's office in several big boxes. Michelle, Anna, Jose, and a few other friends and I tore open the boxes, divided the documents into stacks, and began to read. Already we had learned from a reporter friend that the State Department spokesperson, Nicholas Burns, had said none of the documents indicated that an American official was present when I was abused. He had tried to be careful with his wording, correcting himself several times, and we noticed that the wording he'd settled on left open several possibilities. We might find a document that indicated that an American was present, just not a U.S. official. Or we might find one that indicated that an American or an American official was present, not as I was being abused, but afterward. We had also been warned that the documents would contain information upsetting to me. If I remember correctly, someone in the State Department had asked Frank Fountain to pass that message along, and he had. So we began scanning the pages with that warning in mind. I was terrified that the State Department or embassy had found out about the choice I had made and had put that information in a document, which, now declassified, would be available to the public. For hours and hours we read. We didn't find anything about me that was new or different. The embassy and State Department were tossing around the usual calumnies. The difference was that they were now in black and white. Each person pulled out the important pages, sometimes reading parts of them aloud to the group. Patricia said, "Wow. It sounds like the political affairs officer threatened to discredit you unless you kept quiet about the American. That was before you'd even left Guatemala." Anna said, "Dianna didn't mention the American until she left Guatemala." I agreed with Anna. I didn't have any memory of what I'd told Darlene M. those first hours following my escape. I assumed I had always kept quiet about the American until I was safely in the United States. I knew I hadn't authorized my affidavit to be released until then. "Well, you must have mentioned him to Darlene and she must have mentioned him to Lou Anselm, because listen to this." Pau pointed out November 3 to a nun that any charge that U.S. Embassy personnel tortured Dianna would damage the credibility of her story. "I've since confirmed that Father Dan Jensen and Darkin both remember that I mentioned the American with the embassy connection while I was still in Guatemala." On the same cable, signed by Ambassador Strzok, we found this conclusion. Her refusal to speak to U.S. government representatives, either here or in the U.S., and the insistence by those around her on maximum publicity via press releases and phone conversations with congressional staff and religious groups in the U.S. leads us to question the motives and timing behind the story. Apparently a debate is scheduled in Congress this week on aid to Guatemala. Strzok added, "Given the potential damage to U.S. interests resulting from this case, if the incident is a hoax, that, too, should be revealed." I had expected to find in the documents true but secret information that could be used against me, what I had done to the woman and the child. Instead, I was finding the dry tinder of government lies. And anger was burning through me. A lot of pages, paragraphs, and words were blacked out. Many of the pages that government censors had left untouched were newspaper articles, letters I or my friends had sent to government officials, replies they had sent to us, and human rights reports that had never been classified in the first place. Finally, it was dark outside. No more papers were in the box, and only a few remained on the table. We hadn't learned anything about Alejandro or the Guatemalan torturers. My head hurt. Marie reached into the small pile remaining and after a moment began reading the 1991 memo from Deborah McCarthy to a colleague. "Very important. We need to close the loop on the issue of the North American named by Ortiz as being involved in the case. The embassy is very sensitive on this issue, but it is an issue we will have to respond to publicly." That was all we learned about Alejandro. I got a glass of water. On Monday I would call a press conference. I had several things to announce. The release was entirely inadequate. I had expected as much. Why would the State Department voluntarily release anything useful? Michelle explained to me that when an agency makes a voluntary release, as the State Department did, no one had the right to appeal anything that was blacked out. If the State Department had released the documents in response to my Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, request, we could have appealed the redactions. Well, it wasn't too late. At the press conference, I would announce that I was filing a FOIA lawsuit against the State Department, the CIA, the FBI, the Department of Defense, the National Security Agency, and the Defense Intelligence Agency. I wanted every document I was legally entitled to have. I was down to 85 pounds. Congress had promised to take up the fight for a presidential executive order to declassify all documents on Guatemala related to human rights violations since 1954. I had done what I could. I had to let Congress and a FOIA judge do the rest. I spent the weekend in the park, still fasting. I wouldn't call the vigil off until Monday. Fewer people than usual were around. Jean was at Kinko's, making copies of the sketches. I would reveal them at the press conference, where I would announce the FOIA lawsuit. Alice was faxing out a press release. Jennifer had been subpoenaed to court in Guatemala in relation to her case against Colonel Alpirez. Mom, Barbara, and Suzanne, as well as the folks who lived in the park and a few other friends, kept me company. I was arguing gently with Mom and Barbara during the period I could talk, and then arguing on paper. I didn't want them at the press conference. Already they had to imagine the 24 hours I was in that secret prison and what had been done to me. I had given them those images, revealing to them over the years what had happened. I had spared them the faces. But now they would have the whole picture, the heads to go with the uniform, with the hands, with the bodies, with the voices. They would have the torturers with them, as surely as I had had them with me all these years. And it wasn't just Barbara and Mom. Everyone in the room and everyone who saw the sketches in whatever photos might be taken, in whatever television footage might air, would have those images. Before I had believed that my body could transmit the torturer's evil, it could seep through my skin into whoever touched me. Isolating myself was easy enough, keeping myself untouched. But if evil had stamped itself into the contours of their features, the landscapes of their faces, and I brought those images before the world, I was again an arm of the torturers, a carrier of their evil. And if I put those images before the world, I would be responsible for whatever damage ensued. I could try to prove my honesty. I could fulfill that selfish desire and risk hurting other people. Or I could keep the torturers safely imprisoned within me. But was it selfishness if I unveiled the sketches? Didn't I have a moral obligation to reveal what I knew and search for the truth so that they couldn't continue to torture? I felt trapped. I could try to free myself and risk hurting other people, or I could play it safe, do nothing and other people would get hurt because I'd done nothing. It was a trap my brain always set up for me, one I've learned now to predict. But back then I hadn't learned my own patterns. I had to rely on hard evidence. I had shown the torturers' faces to Jean and Mary, and they hadn't been hurt by them. It would probably be fine to show the sketches to the world. But I knew my mom and Barbara shouldn't see them. I get my stubborn streak from my mom. She said, over and over, "No, Nana. I'm going to be there with you." I left a message for Frank Fountain to come by the vigil site on Monday morning, and he showed up and came over to stand beside me. I was too weak to stand. It was my silent period, so I wrote in my notebook that I had met Jean and we had worked together on some sketches. I would be unveiling the sketches at a press conference later that day, I wrote, but out of courtesy to the IOB and the district attorney's office, I was giving the sketches to them first. Frank looked surprised when I handed him the manila folder, but he didn't take the sketches out. I wrote, "These are the real things." "How sure are you?" he asked. My handwriting got big and I underlined my answer twice, 100%. The press conference was in a hotel downtown. It was hot, and I was hiding in the bathroom while journalists gathered, reading through my press statement time and again and running cold water over my wrists. Mary was with me. The sketches were in the room already, laid down near the podium and covered with a blue and white shawl a Guatemalan woman had given me. I was using it to cover the torturers' faces. They would stay there on the floor until the end of my statement, when I was ready to lift them up. Patricia kept peeking into the bathroom, telling me the press was getting restless because I was so late. She finally coaxed and badgered me out. The room was packed. I had to thread my way through 16 TV cameras and all the cameramen and wires. Photographers were squatting against the wall, and journalists were standing in the back. In the second row, pale and stiff, sat Mom and Barbara. I had asked friends to sit nearby to support them, but Barbara was next to a reporter. It couldn't be helped. At least she and Mom had each other. I began to read my statement, dread drying my mouth as I glanced down at the sketches. I tried to concentrate, meanwhile, on what I was saying. Since I'd begun my vigil, 10 people had been tortured in Guatemala. 30 more had been assassinated. Impunity allowed the cycle of violence to continue, and the U.S. government needed to break that cycle by declassifying all documents on human rights violations in Guatemala since 1954. In my case, the documents revealed that Ambassador Strzok had only abetted the impunity granted to the security forces. He did not ever intend to undertake a serious, impartial investigation. I left almost immediately for the United States, and within a week of my abduction and escape, before any serious investigation had been conducted and before I had submitted any formal testimony, Ambassador Strzok had drawn conclusions about what he referred to as my alleged disappearance and subsequent reappearance. I mentioned his suggestion to the State Department that I had staged my abduction as a plot to get aid cut off. I also cited Sue Patterson's letter to U.S. Embassy Consul General Rudy Boone in Belize, in which she asked for information about Sister Claire McGowan. Patterson wrote the letter informally in an attempt to leave no paper trail in case the embassy might be accused of being partial or disbelieving in my case. The U.S. Embassy, I said, was inconsistent and, in fact, deceptive, paying lip service to the need to find the truth in my case and secretly undercutting me, slandering me, and trying to prevent the truth from emerging. I noted that the embassy had never seriously investigated the involvement of an American but had engaged instead in intimidation. One referred to Lou Anselm's warning that the mention of an American's involvement would hurt my credibility. I also told how my testimony about the involvement of an American with ties to the embassy was, in Strzok's view, an insult to every mission employee and how he had accused me bearing false witness against my neighbor. I finally had some proof of the embassy's double-dealing and cover-up, and it felt good revealing that proof to the world. But I was getting closer to the time when I was going to disclose the sketches, and I was very conscious of my mom. I just wanted her to close her eyes. I could see Jose, our lawyer, following along on a copy of the press statement I'd given him. He would be ready to help me when I needed him. I am leaving the park, but my vigil continues. I hope the candle I lit on March 31st, which has burned day and night in the park as a reminder to President Clinton of the hundreds of thousands of us who have suffered in Guatemala, now burns with you. We must all ask together, who is Alejandro? That question has gone for so long unanswered. But there is always hope. By chance, when I appeared on the Today Show, I met forensic artist Jean Boylan. She offered to help me, and for the past 4 days I have had the opportunity to work with her to produce these 4 sketches. I would like to unveil the 3 Guatemalans first. Jose came to the podium to help me lift the sketches up. They were still neatly draped with my shawl, and Jean had attached them to a long pole. Jose held one end of it. I held the other. All I had to do was pull off my shawl. But I sensed the presence of the torturers. "You'll be sorry," I could hear them hissing. I was trembling. What kind of retribution would there be? What instrument of doom was I? Looking out into the room I saw familiar faces: Mary, Patricia, Alice, Marie, Harold. I had my legal team with me, and Jean was there. Which would be stronger, my torturers or my friends? The present or the past? I pulled the scarf off. The Guat man, the policeman, Jose. Lightning struck. I was blinded. Screams began, the woman's, mine, those of the other people in that building. I was being sucked back, I was starting into a flashback. I heard the woman. Si fuerte, Dianna. Then I was aware that the torturers hadn't appeared. The flashes were cameras, not lightning or cosmic rifts. It was Mom and Barbara who had wailed. Now they had quieted. And triumph swelled inside me. No one can tell me that these men do not exist. That's what I was thinking. And I pulled the last bit of shawl off the pole. This is Alejandro, the man whom my torturers referred to as their boss, the man who gave explicit orders to my torturers, the man who I'll access to a clandestine prison, the Escuela Politecnica, or Old Military School, in Guatemala City. This is Alejandro. He is not a figment of my imagination. He is real. TF cameras were flashing and rolling, but they were my instruments. One imagined the torturers watching TV, saying, "Oh, my God, we've got hide." I could see them calling plastic surgeons. They never expected to have in my memory every bump, mole, and line on their faces. They never expected me to find someone who could help me retrieve the horror of their faces and who could get down on paper, as accurately as a photograph, every inch of my memory. You couldn't stymie me with your pathetic police artist. You can't hide. Nice try, Alejandro. But you couldn't keep me silent. I asked anyone who recognized any of the torturers to contact Michelle or the Guatemala Human Rights Commission. I want to ask all of you for help, I said, for myself and for the people of Guatemala, for the innocent students, church workers, journalists, human rights advocates, and others typically targeted for disappearance, torture, and murder because they are working for truth and justice in a society characterized by inequality and oppression. I was free. The Guatman, the policeman, Jose, and Alejandro were out of me. So many times before, I'd stuffed and locked them deep in the recesses of my mind. Riding the metro in downtown DC or maybe crossing a street, I'd often seen someone who sparked a memory. They're here. They've found me. I would start to recall the torturers' faces, to make a comparison and evaluate the danger. But before I could even recall their faces, I would tell myself, "Dianna, you're being paranoid. This is Washington, D.C. This is not Guatemala. You're not going to see the torturers here." And I would stuff the memory of their faces back in. Guatemalans who were known to be torturers were in and out of Washington, D.C. I could easily have seen one of my torturers on the metro or on the street. But if I acknowledged that much, I would have to remember them. And, remembering their faces, as I did in working with Jean, ftiant admitting that I couldn't protect myself from the torturers, they veer more than memories, and I couldn't control them by locking them in a cummer of my mind. They were real. Had been hiding the truth from myself, the truth of what I knew, and completely I knew it. Working with Jean was one level of admission. Revealing the sketches publicly was the next. I was inviting the world to bear witness to the torturers' existence. As I removed the scarf from their faces, I was taking another blindfold from my own. The torturers existed, and they could appear, even on the metro in DC. That was the insecurity I would have to deal with. They existed, and however uncomfortable it was for me and my government, they were responding to orders from an American. I couldn't hide from the responsibility, and I was asking everyone to help me. I had asked the question before, but now I understood that I couldn't stop asking it. How many Alejandros are out there, supervising torture? When the press conference ended, I explained to my friends that we were having some time for silent prayer in the park. It was also a time for purification and celebration. Purification by fire. Jean brought some extra copies of the sketches. Roseberger, of Sojourners, somehow managed to get hold of a yellow balloon. She stood near me on one side. Jean knelt beside me on the other. I lit sage in the bowl Alice's nephew had made and let the smoke rise into the blue afternoon. Then Jean handed me the sketch of Jose and I lit a corner. The white space curled, fell to ash, then his neck, his chin, his mouth, nose, eyes, forehead, and hair, and then there was nothing left. He disappeared, and the ash rose into the sky with the smoke and fell into the bowl with the sage and littered the grass in front of the White House. Then the Guatman, the policeman, and Alejandro slowly curled under the flame. I was asking God to purify me, to tame my heart. I carried so much hatred inside me. I was asking God to show me the way to be less angry. I managed to pray for them, too, to pray that they could realize what they'd been doing. If they are caught up in greed, deceit, and confusion, free them. Nudge them on the right path. Because we were burning them with sage, the sketches as they burned had a sweet smell. I had expected a smell of rot, a stench, a testament, somehow, to their evil. Who was I to judge? Maybe they weren't wholly evil. Rose let go of the balloon as the last of the ashes rose up, and the balloon kept climbing, so high we couldn't see it. With it I felt I'd released the torturers, not only my own but Otto's, Eloise's, Julio's, the torturers of each person I'd known. I imagined the woman and my friends of the circle, dancing. I'd broken one more form of silence that the torturers, all of them, had counted on. I had shown that survivors know what our perpetrators look like, and those images don't leave our minds. So if any of them think they've gotten away with torture, they haven't. They're being found out. Let them live with the fear, or let it prompt them come forward, confess, and be at peace. Mom called my dad on Jose's cell phone, and Jose passed the phone. Me. It was so great to talk to my dad after all those weeks of the 1NT vigil when I would listen to him, just listen, and couldn't respond. The man upstairs will take care of you. That's what he would say. Now I'd tell him I was doing fine. Now I could thank him and tell him I loved him. When we got home, the community was about to have mass. I was so elated that my mom and Barb would have that way to feel nurtured. The press conference had been hard for them. Barb had fallen into the reporter next to her. The reporter grabbed her arm and held on to her. Seeing the torturers' faces and realizing they were human beings, that humans had done all that to me, that they could have been our neighbors, the man at the store, the man down the street, had taken a toll on both Mom and Barb. But standing with the members of the community, holding hands, saying the Lord's Prayer, and singing together would help them, as it was helping me. We sang "The River Will Rise," a song that, for some reason, moved us all. Assisi community members still talk about that mass and singing that song and the moment of communion we had. Whether it was the words or the melody, no one knows. The song defines God as our light, greater than grieving, more than our death, and says we can hear a nameless voice, crying within our hearts. And God is that nameless voice, and God is the name of the nameless voice, the name that no one calls alone, which the world will hear, deep in the night, when the river will rise. Peace will flow like a river and the river will rise. One took communion at that mass. The weight had lifted from me, as the faces of my torturers had vanished to ash. We were doubling up, now that I was no longer in the park, and Mom lay down next to me in my bed. She massaged my head, ran her fingers through my hair. For the first time I could remember, I was absolutely sure that no harm would come to me in the night. And for the first time, I really slept. After the press conference, a man who used to work for the G2 got in CH with Anna. He told her he recognized the Guat man, his name was Captain Guillermo Fuentes Aragon, he said. He even knew his G2 code name, Anfbal, and said a nickname the officers had for him was Popeye. Fuentes, a naval officer, was in charge of counterintelligence, and worked at the National Palace and at the Polytechnica. The witness had also seen him in Antigua. He first saw him in 1987, and he was still working during the time period of my abduction and torture. Anna passed the information, including the witness contact number, along to the DOJ. Although I didn't usually read the articles that were sent to us, I always gathered up and filed everything. I felt more in control of the information that way. If my life was an open book, I wanted all the pages, and I wanted them in order. Reading the articles about the press conference now, I realize that most of them were well done. None blasts US over past ordeal, read the headline in the Bangkok Post. None sues US for secret documents, was the UPI headline. The Reuters story was entitled, None shows sketches of 4 alleged torturers. The Washington Post article, published May 7, was the only negative one. The reporter, R. Jeffrey Smith, focused on the embassy's treatment of me and put it down to disbelief rather than intentional cover-up. Although he quoted my assertion that the embassy was slandering me and trying to prevent the truth from emerging, the headline read, U.S. documents confirm skepticism on Nun's rape. Embassy had cited gaps, inconsistencies in 1989 account of torture in Guatemala. Smith interviewed Strzok for the article. "I haven't got a clue what happened," Strzok said. "But it wasn't for lack of interest," Smith argued. Strzok said Ortiz had clearly been traumatized but blamed her for rebuffing us at every turn when the embassy attempted to obtain details. "I would have given half my salary to have had the sketch released yesterday then and there," Strzok said. Smith cited the November 1989 cable to the State Department in which Strzok expressed his theory about the motives behind the story, noting that a congressional debate on aid to Guatemala was scheduled for the coming week. Smith ended the article recounting Strzok's wonderment at my escape from Alejandro, given the physical abuse I had endured. What Smith didn't mention was that Strzok said in that cable that I jumped out of a moving vehicle, although Strzok had my affidavit, which clearly said the Jeep was stopped. Strzok resorted to other distortions in the same cable. He said I had suffered deep shock rendering me incapable of talking, and therefore it was odd that I seemed to have little difficulty asking Guatemalans for protection and then placing telephone 11 to a retreat in Antigua that I had visited once. Strzok knew I was capable of talking. He had spoken to me himself. You noted in a cable dated November 3, 1989, Ortiz barely spoke, indicating only that she had talked with her parents, although she did not inform them of her exact whereabouts. Ambassador did not try to elicit NV information about her ordeal from Ortiz, who appears traumatized too. Furthermore, he knew that I had not visited the retreat center only once. In a November 4 cable to the State Department he reported that I had been staying at the retreat center for a week and a half. 3. These distortions began to appear in cables Strzok sent out after receiving my affidavit on November 6, which repeated my assertion that the man who got me out of the clandestine prison spoke heavily accented Spanish, understood English, and said he was taking me to a friend of his at the U.S. Embassy. The embassy's attempts to discredit me continued. In February 1990, according to an embassy chronology, Embassy Consul Phyllis Speck and a legal attaché interviewed the dermatologist who had treated my wounds at the Vatican Embassy. 4 But almost a year later, Strzok asked the State Department to delete a line about my case from its 1991 Human Rights Report on Guatemala, delete, and a physician confirmed that she had been burned. Note, we don't know if that is true, her lawyers say it is but we have no independent confirmation. 5. These were the kinds of details we noticed only after examining the documents very carefully, which we couldn't do in the weekend before the press conference. In fact, it would be years before I had the time, stamina, and heart to devote myself to the enterprise. But at least one reporter spent enough time with the documents to understand that a cover-up had taken place. Larry Rother, of the New York Times, wrote, "The papers made public indicate that Thomas F. Strzok, a Wyoming businessman who was the Bush administration's envoy here, mounted a wide-ranging public relations effort to distance American officials from the incident." Rother outed Human Rights Procurator Julio Arango, who had received an extra box of documents on my case which had been sent to Guatemala. "His are not declassified documents," he said, waving a sheaf of papers in the air. "They are censored documents." Vicente Cano Ponce, a MEMER or the Procurator's Special Investigative Team, added, "You can clearly see the concern of the American Embassy regarding the management of the Ortiz case. That seems to be their principal consideration." In 1996, Strzok was still managing my case, speaking about it dishonestly. A photographer friend of ours, Mark Bowman, had sent Strzok some photos from the Lhasa conference. In a letter dated January 25, 1996, Strzok responded, regarding Dianna Ortiz, her statements were untrue and her attitude of open antagonism was very difficult to bear in view of the major efforts that the undersigned, personally, made to rescue her from whatever happened, protect her, get her out of the country, secure the cooperation of the Guatemalan government, and hunt down whoever perpetrated whatever happened. Strook had never before mentioned the major efforts he had made to rescue me. Could those have involved sending out a CIA officer to hunt me down? The following spring, Anna received this letter from a human rights lawyer named Lee Tucker. During the summer of 1990 I worked in Guatemala as a Harvard Human Rights Fellow. On July 23, 1990, I interviewed Ambassador Strook at his office in the U.S. Embassy in Guatemala City. Regarding the case of Sister Dianna Ortiz, Ambassador Strook made the following comments to me at that time. 1. Sister Ortiz presented a phony situation. 2. She wasn't raped, that never happened. 3. Monsignor Prospero Pinados isn't telling the truth, he didn't see that cigarette burns, other physical evidence. 4. From the time she came into Guatemala City until the time she left, she refused medical attention. 5. I don't even know if she really is or was a nun. 6. What didn't happen is what she said happened. These are actual quotes taken from my contemporaneous notes of the interview. Strook had seen for himself that on November 3, 1989, I couldn't sit back against the chair, as he would swear under oath before the Guatemalan court. The burns had been well established by other embassy officials for their own records through officials' conversation with the dermatologist months before Strook and Lee Tucker met. Yet Strook was willing to accuse Archbishop Pinados of lying about the burns, and he was lying to tell Lee Tucker that I had received no medical attention, when knew for a fact that I had. Strook desperately wanted to cover up what happened to me. We passed Lee Tucker's note on to investigators at the DOJ. At the end of my first vigil-free week, Frank Fountain called a meeting with me and Michelle. Some CIA documents had been released, he said, and he wanted to discuss them with us. Frank and Roland de Marcellus, a thin young assistant on loan from the State Department, met us at Michelle's office. 6. Frank said the IOB had found 10 intelligence documents in its review of my case. The IOB had planned to release the documents when it released its report in June, but, concerned about my welfare on the vigil, the IOB had pressed the CIA to make them available sooner. So here they were. Frank handed me a manila folder. I pulled out the documents. Frank called our attention to the first one, saying it was written sometime before October 15, 1991. This document was never sent forward as a formal cable, he said. It's still in draft form. I scanned the document quickly. Little handwritten notes were in the margins and above some of the sentences corrections someone had made. I could see the document was a draft that was supposed to undergo revision before being sent to the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. The first paragraph indicated that the document was a human rights report. Over the past year, Station has been receiving increasingly disturbing reports of alleged human rights violations involving the censored service, the Guatemalan Army or other components of the Guatemalan security services. We have taken all such reports seriously and have attempted to obtain information to confirm or disprove them. Of course, this has not been easy, there is seldom sufficient evidence to warrant intelligence dissemination. 3 censored lines follow. In the past few weeks, reports received censored have created what we believe are reasonable grounds for believing that certain specific accusations and other, more general, accusations may be true. We have arrived at this conclusion, not just from reporting on individual incidents, but also from supporting reporting that has provided the atmospherics surrounding the cases. We stress that at the end of my first vigil-free week, Frank Fountain called a meeting with me and Michelle. Some CIA documents had been released, he said, and he wanted to discuss them with us. Frank and Roland de Marcellus, a thin young assistant on loan from the State Department, met us at Michelle's office. 6. Frank said the IOB had found 10 intelligence documents in its review of my case. The IOB had planned to release the documents when it released its report in June, but, concerned about my welfare on the vigil, the IOB had pressed the CIA to make them available sooner. So here they were. Frank handed me a manila folder. I pulled out the documents. Frank called our attention to the first one, saying it was written sometime before October 15, 1991. "This document was never sent forward as a formal cable," he said. "It's still in draft form." I scanned the document quickly. Little handwritten notes were in the margins and above some of the sentences corrections someone had made. I could see the document was a draft that was supposed to undergo revision before being sent to the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. The first paragraph indicated that the document was a human rights report. Over the past year, Station has been receiving increasingly disturbing reports of alleged human rights violations involving the censored service, the Guatemalan Army or other components of the Guatemalan security services. We have taken all such reports seriously and have attempted to obtain information to confirm or disprove them. Of course, this has not been easy. There is seldom sufficient evidence to warrant intelligence dissemination. 3 censored lines follow. In the past few weeks, reports received censored have created what we believe are reasonable grounds for believing that certain specific accusations and other, more general, accusations may be true. We have arrived at this conclusion, not just from reporting on individual incidents, but also from supporting reporting that has provided the atmospherics surrounding the cases. We stress that in all of these cases further investigation is warranted, but we present the following information in detail to provide to HQ the content of some recent revelations. Needless to say, the station has made the further investigation of all of these incidents a top priority. Point 7. I flipped through the pages and saw reports on Michael Devines and Myrna Max murders. Then I saw my case. Michelle and Frank were discussing the document, and I knew I should listen, but I couldn't resist scanning the paragraph beneath my name. Dianna Ortiz is a U.S. citizen and Roman Catholic nun who claims to have been kidnapped and released more than a year ago by Guatemalan security forces. Until now, Station, and the embassy, has been inclined to regard her story with suspicion because of the tactics commonly used by leftist propagandists in Guatemala, false kidnapping, etc., and the unconvincing content of her story. Censored told Station, however, that she was in fact kidnapped as she claimed, probably by the S2 office of Military Zone 302, with headquarters in Chimaltenango, Department. She was kidnapped in Antigua, Guatemala, which is in MZ 302. Frank, why was this document left in draft form? Michelle was asking. Some information in the document was sent forward in a formal cable, Frank said. But the information on Dianna's case wasn't. And also some other information in the document wasn't because it wasn't adequately sourced. I couldn't take notes. The story was already too complicated. The entire document was left in draft form, as Frank had said at first? Or the part about my case, as he'd said next? Or the part about my case, as well as other information? I went back to reading and left Michelle to sort the questions out. Station must stress that the source has simply said that he knows she was kidnapped, but has not provided any specific information surrounding the kidnapping. In view of the extreme sensitivity of this case, this is a crucial point. As HQs may be aware, the case has received extensive news coverage in the US, including a story on the 2020's news show. So the part about Dianna was never sent on at all, even in draft form? Michelle asked. Frank nodded. Why wasn't it sent on? The information on Dianna's case wasn't adequately sourced, Frank said. There wasn't enough information. At the end of the page a sentence caught my attention. The source added that Ortiz was in contact with leftist guerrillas, which led to her arrest. Blood burned in my cheeks. My torturers told me I deserved all they were doing to me because I was guerrilla. It couldn't be true. Although I had hardly any memory of my time in San Miguel, I was sure I wouldn't have been working with the guerrillas. I had never supported violence. But then I remembered what Mimi once told me, we might have been in contact with guerrillas without knowing it. It wasn't as if they were all wearing uniforms and carrying guns. The Guatemalan National Revolutionary Unity, URNG, involved civilian structures, and the people in those were undercover, unidentifiable to everyone but their own end, at times, the army. The people in our youth groups, people I was friends with, who knew. They might have been guerrillas. I forced my mind back to the meeting. Roland was saying he had found the draft document in the files at the U.S. Embassy during his trip there the previous summer, and it was readily retraceable. Sometimes, when I'm having trouble concentrating, I build a mental image of what is being said or translate the words into simpler language. I pictured Roland tracking down the people involved with the document, finding out whose hands it had passed through, who had made the little corrections and notes in the margin, who had read it, and who had written it in the first place. Roland went on to explain his method. He had retraced the document by interviewing all the people who might know about it. He had even learned the name of the source who provided the information. "We can't reveal the source," he said. "The source's credibility is highly questionable. He has no credibility. There is no indication of how he came to know this information." I looked again at the document. In the margin, next to the information the source gave about the probable involvement of the Chimal Tenango S2, was a handwritten note, "Personal knowledge." An editor's note, to be included in the final version. What else could it be? It looked like all the other notes. The source had told the CIA that he had personal knowledge of my abduction. Whoever was correcting the draft wanted to include those words, personal knowledge. But the IOB was faulting the source for giving no indication of how he had learned the information. Saying that he knew for a fact, or even that he had personal knowledge, wasn't enough. He was supposed to outline the steps he'd taken to acquire that knowledge. But what if he, too, needed to protect his sources? The IOB hasn't excluded the possibility that the source was telling the truth, Frank said, and we are continuing to check it out. Then he put the draft document under the stack and moved on to the next one. Michelle and I moved on, too. These, after all, were the first CIA documents we'd ever seen on my case and, according to the IOB, the only ones that existed, the only ones we were ever likely to see. Absorbed in reading, we let questions about the draft document slip away before they could form completely. Although Roland didn't contribute much to the rest of the meeting, we didn't ask ourselves if he'd come along just to explain the circumstances around that one document, the process by which he'd retraced those involved in it and learned about the source's unreliability. We didn't ask ourselves why Frank hadn't sent the documents by mail before meeting with us to explain them. We didn't ask if the IOB wanted us to hear Roland's explanation of the draft document immediately, before we had time to read, raise questions, talk to the press. We were in a trusting mode. Frank and Roland said they had looked at the other cables carefully and had found nothing else of any significance regarding my case. They said they didn't think I was helping the guerrillas, but the other side may have, and that might account for my abduction. Michelle passed on Lee Strickland's notes of her interview with Strook, and Frank didn't seem surprised. He said he thought she wasn't aware of what the IOB already had. Anna talked to Frank by phone about the document that had been withheld, and when she gave me a copy of her notes, I put them in a file and thought no more about them until much later, when I would compare her and Michelle's notes with the explanations of the document in the IOB and DOJ reports and find some striking differences. If only I had made a habit of reading, instead of simply filing everything. I knew what had happened to me. That was my attitude. Why read someone else's opinion of it? I had been hurt so many times by disbelief. I filed the Time magazine article that began, "A nun raped and tortured in Guatemala demands answers on alleged U.S. involvement in the crime." If I had read on, I would have been surprised. The Justice Department has launched its own investigation but has been frustrated by Guatemalan one-walling, both in this case and in the murders of two men allegedly involving a Guatemalan army colonel in the pay of the CIA. 11 Guatemalan stonewalling wasn't something that I or my lawyers had RD about. I kept hearing about my own lack of cooperation. The article quoted State Department spokesman Nicholas Burns, "There has been a cover-up in the past. Officials in the Guatemalan government have repeatedly tried to cover up for Guatemalan military officials who, we believe, are implicated in some of these murders and in the torture of Dianna Ortiz 8. If I'd had the courage to read the articles I was filing, I could have asked Nicholas Burns who the State Department believed those military officials were who were implicated in my torture and who the Guatemalan government officials were who had repeatedly tried to cover up for them. Chapter 20. The Interview. This was a day Michael Tubic had been waiting for. I was going to be interviewed. He sat at the head of the table, alongside Pat Riley, chief of the sex offense section of the Department of Justice. He was trying to make the interview process easier for me, he said, by giving me the opportunity to have Ms. Riley there. She had a kind face, I thought, surveying her. Noticing my eyes on her, she gave me a soft smile. I smiled back. I pictured her acting as my advocate, rephrasing questions, telling Michael when to stop, when I might need a break, when a particular question might be too difficult. FBI agent Xanthi Magnum was also present, to take notes. I realized Tubic was making an effort by having Xanthi there, instead of a male FBI agent. The interview went on for about 4 hours. I told Tubic all I knew about my family, my decision to become a nun, my academic career, and my decision to undertake missionary work. I answered everything I could about my life in San Miguel. Most of the information I had reconstructed over the years through conversations with Mimi, but I also had a few memories left. Certain names that they mentioned to me I remembered. The threatening notes I had some memories of. The first letter was slipped under my door. Michael Tubic wanted to know what it said. The investigators, of course, had copies of the original letters in their file. But Tubic wanted me to say the words. My heart sped up. I started shaking. Be careful, I said. We tried to warn you, but you didn't take the notes seriously. If anyone's to blame for what happened, it's you. According to declassified FBI notes of the interview, Ortiz could not state the rest of the phrase. 400. Decision was made to suspend the process for nearly 2 weeks. I was exhausted to be interviewed intensively. When we began again, the interviews were in earnest. From May 29 to IE7, I8 AV over Ortiz degree F testimony. TE May 29 interview must have lasted all day. The FBI later released me 13 pages of single-spaced, typed notes summarizing that one. Review. The FBI notes of the interviews afford not so much an accurate picture of what happened during those hours as a glimpse into the interviewer's attitudes and methods. 5 to 29. On the morning of November 2, 1989, Ortiz did not want breakfast. Ortiz stated that she was wearing her watch, a ring, gift from her parents when she made her final vows, blue jeans, tennis shoes, a light blue/pink shirt and royal blue sweatshirt, a gift given to her by her nephews. Ortiz went to the garden by asking someone to unlock the gate. She could not recall who opened the gate. Ortiz was asked what type of underwear she was wearing on that day but was unable to answer the question without the assistance of her attorney, Michelle Arrington. Arrington stated that Ortiz wore a t-shirt, brassiere, and underpants. When asked who took her shirt off, Ortiz did not respond. Ortiz initially stated that while the photographs were being shown to her, the burning of her back with cigarettes had not started. Later she stated that the Guat man showed her photographs from the front while the police officer was burning her back with cigarettes. If I initially stated that the burning with cigarettes had not started while the photographs were shown to me, the FBI's handwritten notes, taken during the interview, show no record of that statement. At the top of each set of typed notes is the phrase date of transcription, as if the documents were typed up from tapes or from the handwritten notes, as if each page were a record of what I said, contemporaneously recorded. But these documents are summaries or commentaries, not transcriptions. Assertions are made out of the blue that are false. For example, the FBI notes state that I said the indigenous man I was shown a picture of was holding a rifle in his left hand, but that later I said he was holding it in his LGHT hand. Later when? Nowhere in the handwritten FBI notes is there any record of my stating that he held the rifle in his right hand. The typed notes also say that at one point I stated that the ceiling of the garage was high and at another I said it was low. The handwritten notes show no record of my ever saying the ceiling was low. I don't trust the summaries at all as a record of what I said. But as a cross-reference they're useful. They help me know what I imagined about the interviews, as far as the tactics and motives of the investigators, and what was real. May 30, 96. The police officer began grabbing Ortiz. Where did he grab you? Michael Tubik asked. When asked where she was grabbed, Ortiz used a stick figure drawing to illustrate. What were you wearing? Were you naked at that point? Were you on the floor? Was the policeman beside you, behind you, or in front of you? Ortiz stated that she was still wearing her brassiere, underwear, t-shirt, pants, and shoes. Ortiz was still in the chair. The police officer was standing in front of her and faced her. He began touching under her t-shirt and began touching her breasts. How did you respond? Ortiz stated that she tried to fight him off and to protect herself so that she could be strong, but she began to cry. The Guat man told the policeman they could get to that later. Continuing, the Guat man and the police officer started asking Ortiz questions. The policeman began to touch Ortiz's upper body only. Had he taken your brassiere off yet? She stated that her brassiere was still on. While the Guat man was still asking questions, the police officer remained close by. Ortiz stated that the police officer was sitting on the desk and she could see his legs swinging. Ortiz stated that the Guat man was standing in front of her and then walked behind her and began to burn her back with a cigarette. Ortiz stated that the first burn was in the front near her breasts. Ortiz could smell the smoke and feel the burn of the cigarette even though the cigarette was not left on her body long. Ortiz stated that the burns started in the front and then they went to the back. Ortiz stated that she never told anyone that she was burned in the front first because she was ashamed to show her chest. Did they burn your nipples? Everyone stares. I feel their eyes on my chest. The heat of the cigarette, nearing my skin. Their eyes on my chest. The policeman's. The Guat man's. Don't feel. Each time the cigarette and my body meet, a scream shoots up my nerves, pain so real and at the same time so foreign slams against the back of my head. Please God. Make them stop. My lawyer is silent. She, like God, has abandoned me. I look at Pat Riley. She sits back from the table. As if she would like to help, right? But can't, because her hands are tied, like Jose's were. She wants to help me, she's on my side, but she can't. Or as if she's resigned to this form of questioning, disgusted, but resigned. But she, too, stares, waiting for me to answer. Xanthi has her pen poised over her notebook. I lower my head. I won't let anyone see that it hurts. I close my eyes and am in another world, a glass fish tank, where I swish and float and breathe bubbles, not words, where every breath is silent and nothing can be heard. I am drowning. Ortiz did not recall any burns in the nipple area. The next day, the investigators wanted to know about the room where the woman was. Where the light was coming from, whether I was naked, where in the room I was sitting, and how I was sitting. What I saw. What I heard. What I smelled. That the door opened into the room and seemed to be made of metal. Raoul be important. They might need to know that the walls were made of cement, and that I knew this because I could see them and they felt scratchy against my back. But they wanted to know what covered the woman, what the cot looked like that she was lying on, whether I could see the legs of it. Was the sheet over her a fitted bed sheet or a loose EET? They wanted to know that the room smelled of human waste and dy rot. And they wanted to know what sensations and thoughts I was having as I observed the woman. Marie came with me to the next meeting. She started out by explaining her presence to Michael. I'm concerned about the interview process and the consequences of it on Dianna. I'm afraid it may destroy the achievements she's made in these years of recovery. In any rape case, there's a need to speak about the rape, Michael answered. Anna, who was representing me that day, suggested that we stick to physical descriptions. She was afraid I would shut down and be unable to continue the process otherwise. Michael said that he understood. But I need to try to get as much information as possible. But if Dianna can't go on, she can't. Marie explained to Michael that one of my fears was that if I stopped the interview, the investigation would stop. If I stop and can't go on, I added, does that mean I'm not cooperating? That's a heavy burden. Also, I don't know anything about the investigation. All the memories are coming back. I want to die. I fought to keep my voice steady. I didn't want Michael to see my weakness. I know this is part of the process, but I don't feel like I have control of what's happening. I understand your need to investigate. Talking in the third person makes things easier, Michael said, and talking about the periphery of the events. Whatever you say will be included in the investigation. Now, I don't want to be in the position of causing you to commit suicide. If you talk and that's going to be the result, I don't want you to keep talking. Anna said, we want to be clear that if Dianna can't go forward, it's not that she's not cooperating. As an attorney and a person that cares for her, I'll advise her to stop if she feels she can't go forward. Pat Riley leaned forward on one elbow and gave me a sugary look. Dianna, you speak to all our humanity. I understand you. It's hard to watch you go through the pain. But the more you talk, the more we can use the information to investigate. We would never risk a victim for our investigation. If that's a choice we have to make, we have to choose your mental health. But the more you give us, the more we can work with. I felt like a wild animal being lured into a trap. How sincere were they? I asked for information about how the rest of the investigation was going. Michael said he had interviewed the former G2 agent Anna had talked to after my press conference. He was the one who had identified the GWAT man on the basis of my sketch as a G2 officer, a lieutenant named Federico Fuentes Aragon, with the code name Anfbal. IIK. Anna's eyes sharpened and she flipped to a clean sheet of paper. She going to get down every word Michael told her about that interview. The man who approached you struck the investigators as credible, // told Anna. But the man he mentioned wasn't in Guatemala at the time. He was in the States. So much for that lead. Everything you tell us about the details of the place you were detained is very helpful to me, Michael added. It's possible that it wasn't the Polytechnica. It's important for me to find the building. I feel like I'm crumbling inside. Could we have 2-hour sessions at a time? I knew a break in the middle would help me, instead of doing 4 hours of solid interviews. Pat Riley agreed that we could have a 2-hour session in the morning and a 2-hour session in the afternoon. I added that I would need flexibility to be able to move to a different topic if whatever they were asking me about was too difficult. No one voiced opposition. At least I had set some limits and won some space for myself. But I still didn't know whether I could handle going forward. At that interview, we didn't just stick to physical descriptions, as Anna had suggested. But more emphasis may have been placed on such details. What did the policeman's teeth look like? Dirty, with yellow stains. His nails, dirty and bitten. His upper arms, heavy and flabby. His neck, blemished, acne-scarred. The GWAT man had clean, straight, even teeth, with no gaps. His eyes were a mixture of black and brown. He had no moles or scars on his face. He wore a pendant around his neck on a heavy, dark, gold chain. It was a square horoscope pendant, and it had holes in it. And the cigarette butts on the floor, were they two-toned? Did they have a filter? That afternoon, I asked Anna and Michelle and Joe and Marie to meet Alice and Patricia and me at the commission to help me talk through whether I should continue the interview. Anna was the first to speak up. She said it was clear that I had cooperated. She said her concern now was about the cost of the interview to NE. She pointed out that the investigation wouldn't stop even if I couldn't continue to be interviewed. She also said I didn't have to make any decision now about my participation in any future trials. If the DOJ were to indict someone, I would have to testify before a jury. If the case were sent to trial, I would have to testify and be cross-examined by the defense attorney. It would be hard. If the OAS sent my case to the Inter-American Court in Costa Rica, the process could take years. That, too, could be hard, but I wouldn't have to make a decision just yet. Michelle told me that the additional details I had given the DOJ investigators had been helpful and had clarified a lot. To give more at such a great cost to yourself may not be so important, she said. I would be comfortable if you stopped now or said you would have one wrap-up session with a limited number of questions. If I stop now, will it undo all I've done so far? No, Anna and Michelle said together. As lawyers we can help with a witness list. They may ask you a few bits and pieces, Anna said. The OAS would be much the same, Michelle added. We can help set up a list of witnesses and do things to make it easier for you. It's their work now, Anna argued. You've given them a huge amount of identifying information. Now other sources have to come into play. The investigation will continue. And you don't have to make any long-term decisions now. It's so important to me to hear that from other people, I said. This is not just my journey. I'm connected with so many others, the people of Guatemala. You've given what you can, Alice told me, putting her hand on my shoulder. I support your decision. I'm with you 100%. There's a part of me that still believes that the woman is alive. If so, will I help her by giving them more information? If I discontinue, will I abandon her? What you have given her is enough, Michelle said. They can go on with what they have to find out something like that to be able to find her, to be able to help her. You've done that. And you've built a better relationship with the U.S. Attorney's Office and made them more sensitive. I hope you have a sense now that they are serious. A lot of this has to do with the voices that are in me, I admitted. The voices of the torturers. Patricia spoke up, reminding me, the torturers are liars. Don't let those voices impact your decision. You should feel confident that everyone who has worked in support of your efforts will support you. It's okay, Dianna, Anna told me. You are stubborn as a mule. I'll call Michael Tubak tomorrow and tell him we'll take a break. You may not want to continue. You're thinking about it. It means a lot to me that you accept my decision, I said. But I was the one who couldn't accept it. A couple of days later, I was back in front of Michael Tubak, continuing the interview. Part of the discussion was about my medical records. The investigators were being particularly nice. Michelle wrote in her notes, they will not get those records without talking with Dianna first and trying to get her permission. They will respect her privacy. They will not try to get records that she doesn't want disclosed. Michael explained that they wanted as much information as they could get about how various places where I'd sought help worked and didn't work in order to help them understand how or why my story had expanded or become more detailed. That may be the most cogent explanation as to why the whole story didn't come out in the beginning. It may not be so much a failure of memory as that you couldn't talk about things. Pat Riley added, we will not sacrifice the victim to this case. We will not seek a court order. If we do find the persons and a prosecution ensues, then we can't necessarily control that, but that's a different issue, a different time. Even as Michael Tubak and Pat Riley were reassuring me that they would obtain my permission before seeking medical records, 2 other DOJ investigators were in Kentucky at Our Lady of Peace, asking for my medical records. The staff at the hospital refused to release them. Bob Cheney, a large, round man who reminded me of Tubak, and FBI agent Tim O'Neill, the one with the cowboy boots, were very intimidating, according to Father Jim Flynn's sister, who worked at the hospital. But the staff was tougher than they were. We'll be back, the investigators threatened. It would be a couple of days before Father Jim Flynn called Anna to pass this information along. On I went, meanwhile, answering questions. After the lunch break we spoke more about my trip up the long hallway to the room where the woman was. I explained that coming out of the first loom, we turned right into the hall. I remembered that Jose had removed my blindfold in the hallway and I had seen several men standing around. Un was wearing a military uniform, dark green camouflage with shiny black boots. I described the encounter with Alejandro, my conversation with him. The left turn we took to walk down the hallway, the stairs with the 2 landings, the garage. The garage was spacious. It could fit about 15 cars. The roof was flat. Alejandro's Jeep was very clean and neat. A rabbit's foot hung from the rearview mirror. A black radio, like a CB or walkie-talkie, was in the Jeep, attached to the front. Alejandro didn't use it, but I could hear static and muffled voices in Spanish coming through on it. The seats were soft, a combination of fabric and leather. The Jeep was a stick shift. The next day, I gave more details. I could hear dogs barking as I got into the Jeep. I didn't hear any gunshots, helicopters, or planes at that point, but I had heard them at other times. After he began driving, we seemed to go through 2 gates. The gates must have been open, because Alejandro didn't push any buttons or talk to anyone or show any pass card, but I thought I heard them clash behind me. I didn't look back. We seemed to be in some sort of compound, between the gates. Once through the second gate, we turned right onto the road. I remembered a mixture of tall and short buildings. In the rearview mirror I could see a black stripe, like a wave, on my side of the car, where the door was. There was almost no traffic, and it seemed to take about 5 minutes before we reached the point where I saw the sign for Zone 5. Michael asked about the identity of the indigenous woman who helped me after I escaped from Alejandro. I told him that I didn't remember her name or any specifics about where she lived. He continued to insist that I give him an answer. I told him again that I couldn't remember, I wouldn't allow myself to remember. "Don't lie to me!" he shouted. Silence hung in the air. Then I heard a rasping, like fingernails being filed. It was my breath, I realized. I was back there, in the Polytechnica. Or were the torturers before me, disguised as Michael Tubuk, Pat Riley, and Xanthi Magnum? It's no coincidence that there are 3 of them. And I have been telling them my most private feelings, my most intimate reactions to everything they did to me. I walk to the door, but I'm trapped. I'm back there. The knob gives, finally, and I make it down the hall, into the bathroom, where I run cold water over my hands and face. Michelle is waiting for me in the hallway when I come out. "One want to go home." Those are the only words I get out before the sobs me Michelle. I won't allow myself to remember the woman. I won't put another person's life in danger. I can't. I won't. T could tell from Michelle's eyes that she understood me and believed me. I have to leave. I couldn't face Michael. I was so afraid that if I looked at him again, I would see the faces of the torturers. Looking at photographs, sometimes you can get lost in the reality they represent, until images get superimposed, until there's a flaw. I had seen that flaw, that split-second superimposition, and I couldn't trust that Michael was simply a DOJ lawyer. A slip had given him away. "Tell him what you're feeling," Michelle said. "He needs to hear it from you. I'll be in there with you. Tell the devil what you're feeling. Tell the torturers what you're feeling." Right. I looked at Michelle. Her face was full of understanding. "I can tell him, if you want," Michelle said. "I can tell him your reasons for not remembering anything about that woman who helped you. But I think he needs to hear from you what his words did to you. I think he needs to hear how upset you are." Anger flashed through Michelle's eyes as she spoke. I knew she was on my side. I would go back and face him with her beside me. I would pull myself out of this demi-flashback, and I would make him confront how his abusive words had affected me. I could hardly breathe. I could barely lift my feet as I walked to the door and opened it. I didn't look at him. I pulled my chair closer to the door, and farther away from Michael. With my forehead pressed against my hand and my elbow against my knee, I could keep my hand from shaking as it covered my eyes. Even so, my voice cracked. But I forced each word out. I explained once again why I wouldn't allow myself to remember the woman who assisted me. I can't recall if Michael or anyone else said anything in response. Next thing I remember is being in the elevator. I have this vague memory of Michael being in the elevator, too. My vision was slightly distorted. Things seemed to gape and bend at the corners. Outside the building, I left Michael and Michelle and went to rest on a cement bench that surrounded a scrawny tree. My body was numb, except for my cheek it was throbbing. When I looked up, Michelle and Michael had finished chatting and were coming toward me. Michael stopped in front of me while Michelle hung back. "I'm sorry," Michael said. He had taken off his jacket and his tie dangled and lifted on the breeze. "I just got frustrated." "Well, see you next week." I watched him walk away. What was I supposed to have said? "7 I forgive you. It's okay. Forget about it." I could have said all that. But it wasn't okay. And he could forget about it, but I couldn't. The torturers would return that night. I could smell them, just as I had smelled them in that room. How was I going to protect myself from them? Did he think his apology could erase or undo what had happened? It might ease his conscience to apologize, and he might be able to go home and forget that he had yelled, "Don't lie to me." But I couldn't. His words had destroyed a world within me. Michelle and I went to Anna's office to tell her about what had happened with Michael. Michelle recounted the incident and praised me for having the courage to return to the room and talk with Michael. Anna must not have gotten the call from Father Jim Flynn yet, because she didn't tell me anything about it that afternoon. I don't remember when or if she ever told me. I found the information in the files years later. Maybe she thought it would just upset me to know the DOJ investigators had broken their word. Once we finished talking about Michael, Anna and Michelle pulled out their appointment books and started talking about who would accompany me to which interview in the coming week. I was stunned. They expected me to go on not only to face Michael Tubak yet again, but to continue answering his questions, opening myself up to him, as if I hadn't just seen through him. They weren't defending me. They weren't standing up for me. And they didn't understand what had just happened. Part of me wished that Anna and Michelle would say, "Dianna, this is too much for you. This is abusive. We're not putting you through this process anymore." It was up to me, really, to make that call. But as I thought about it, I realized there was no way out. I couldn't discontinue. I had called on my government to investigate my case. 6 years later, the government was investigating. If I walked away now, I would be accused of not cooperating. Anna and Michelle could tell me that wouldn't happen, but I knew how things worked. That's exactly what would happen. When I got home, I went to my room, lit all the candles, burned sage, and played a tape Jennifer had shared with me, Everardo's favorite piece. I/U. Of music, Hymn Savage. Several phone calls came in for me, but I didn't take them. I wanted to be unreachable. Finally, I fell asleep. I'm clutching the wall for support in my dream. I allow the floor to hold me up. But the floor opens up and swallows me. I am falling into the GBYSS__ into hell. Hands, faces, come out of the wall. Monday came, and I met Michelle outside the Department of Justice to continue the interview. I didn't really look her in the eye, and I walked very slowly to the glass door. Tubak would be asking me questions about the size of the room, the height of the ceiling. Who cares about the height of a ceiling when one is being raped, tortured? I recall when the policeman first raped me, the ceiling seemed so beyond my reach that I tried to lift my arm, thinking maybe that the ceiling would open up and an arm from above would grasp my hand and pull me away from them. That didn't happen. Instead, it seemed like the entire room, the walls, the ceiling were all closing in on me and I couldn't breathe. But how could I tell the investigators that? Would they understand me? I can picture now how the FBI agent would have typed it up if I had tried to explain to her that the height of the ceiling and the size of the room were the last things on my mind, that I just wanted out. That I was praying. That I was thinking about whether God existed. I imagine the agent writing. Ortiz stated that she envisioned the walls and ceiling of room number 1 closing on her during the rape. Ortiz stated that the room seemed to become smaller at that point. She stated that she thought she might be rescued by someone accessing the room from above. Asked if the ceiling had any visible hatches or if she heard any noises, such as footsteps, on the ceiling, Ortiz stated she did not. She was unable to explain why she thought that she might be rescued by someone accessing the room by way of the ceiling. I suppose for purposes of an investigation, the size of the room, the type of door, and the height of the ceiling were important technicalities. I guess I should have paid more attention to my surroundings and been more observant. Maybe I should have taken notes and asked for a tape measurer. I knew there was no use lingering on the sidewalk with the cars snarling by. I went on in the building, to face Michael Tubik and answer his questions. He had encouraged me to speak in the third person when I needed to. Although it had made the process somewhat easier, I was going back into that building, not as another person, but as Dianna Ortiz. I was going home every day and having nightmares as Dianna Ortiz. I was having the flashbacks in the first person. I was feeling the pain, not she. And Pat Riley wasn't doing anything but sitting there, watching me be re-victimized by Michael Tubika's questions and accusations. I guess I went back on in because I wanted to prove how strong I was. I had fallen into the old trap, pledging to myself that I wouldn't let Michael Tubik know how much he'd hurt me, staying on my feet, even if that meant he could swing at me again. My show of strength had just enraged the policeman and made him rougher. But I didn't want to give in. And I didn't want to believe that the whole interview process had been for nothing. Anna and Michelle didn't seem to think what Michael had done was such a big deal. Michael had made a mistake, that was all. But I'd seen who he was. He was no different from the policeman, the Guat man, Alejandro. He was trying to break me. And I wouldn't let him. I went on, sharing my secrets, telling myself not to be paranoid. The investigators were not the torturers, and if they were, I would be strong, I wouldn't break, the truth would set me free. I continued to tell them very personal things. In regard to the events at the Mary Noel house and the papal nuncios, Ortiz was asked who looked at her back and what was censored reaction. Ortiz stated that she did not know and that she did not want to hear censored reaction. Ortiz stated that she felt dirty and marked for life. Ortiz was asked if she looked at herself and she stated that when she was at the papal nuncios bathing, she could not look down at her body. Ortiz stated that she only looked at her face to apply ointment that was given to her for the burns. Ortiz stated that she applied the ointment to her chest area and not to her back. Ortiz stated that her body was in shock when people were around her, but at the papal nuncios, when she took a bath, the water would sting her body. My body in those days was wise. It knew to go numb, to play dead around strangers. But by the time of the DOJ interviews, I had recovered, I had learned to trust, and day after day I was willingly having flashbacks, putting my body back in each phase of the torture to answer these strangers' questions. The irony was that, unlike the typical torture scenario, I was the one who wanted the truth. Jane. I knew that, on some level. But I went on because I was stubborn, and stubbornly optimistic, stubbornly hopeful. If I could have peered over Xanthi's shoulder at her notes, I would have walked out and never gone back. The investigators asked about my stays at Our Lady of Peace, and I told them that returning to the Mount after my first stay in the hospital was difficult because, by speaking of the rape at the hospital, I had opened a can of worms. At the Mount I had no one to talk to that I could process all the emotions with. And the worms, meanwhile, were escaping. I started having flashbacks. Xanthi rendered my testimony this way. Ortiz was able to make some progress at the hospital and stated that for the first time she felt as if she could breathe and a lot of the psychological garbage had been let out. Ortiz stated that while at Maple Mount there were no activities such as those at the hospital. There was nothing to really keep her occupied and she spent a lot of time alone. These events caused her to have flashbacks in which she envisioned her head as a can of worms. Was she so hopelessly unskilled in understanding metaphor, or did she make a conscious effort to paint me as a lunatic? The flashbacks, obviously, were flashbacks of my torture, not flashbacks of my head as a can of worms. It would take another betrayal much more serious than the abusive questioning and Michael Tubaka's outburst to break through the denial and stubbornness that kept me going back. We only had one more meeting with Michael Tubak, where I was supposed to identify photographs and answer any lingering questions. I assumed the investigators were getting the photos and their final questions ready, reading through the testimony I had already given. They were probably going to bring up the issue of a medical exam. Tubak had mentioned once to Michelle that, when my trust was stronger, it would be a good idea to arrange for a doctor to examine my back. I was prepared for that question. I would agree to the exam. After all these interviews and all this pain, it was one more small thing, by comparison. Meanwhile, I was getting a break. I couldn't stand to be alone, though. Footsteps, screams, even the shrieks of children playing in the street terrified me. And silence was even worse. I went to the office to avoid being alone in the house. I was getting my desk cleaned up when Alice told me Mary was on the line. Mary always worried about me. I would be glad to talk to her and tell her what a poor decision I'd made by agreeing to do the interview. But I had to hold on. And Mary would support me. She had a way of helping me see that I was strong enough to do whatever I needed to do. Mary's voice was flat and she took big breaths between her words. I knew the signs. She was tense. This wasn't a call to see how I was doing. This was what I had feared so often. She was calling to tell me that a friend from Socasa had committed suicide. Listen, Dianna. I wanted to tell you. What? What happened? That I talked with the DOJ investigators. I let my lip escape the grasp of my teeth. Big deal. Everyone was talking to the DOJ investigators. They'd been interviewing the sisters in Kentucky off and on for months. Bob Cheney and this other guy who said he was new, a young guy, kind of good-looking, came to my house very late at night. The young guy's name was Tim O'Neill. They were supposed to meet me at my office and then they wanted to go to Socasa before they talked with me, and they asked if they could come by my house later, and they complained that if I said no they would have to make another trip to Chicago because they had a flight out the next morning. She stopped to get her breath. My breath, meanwhile, was getting harder to draw. Anyway, they didn't leave till about 11 o'clock at night. And I don't know, they harassed me. Bob Cheney, it was like he was playing the bad cop, the other guy was playing the good cop. Anyway, Dianna. The thing is, they know. They know about what? They know about the choice. I wasn't the one who told them. They knew before they talked to me. They told me they just wanted to know if I knew about it. They wanted to know if you had told me about it. What did you say? I didn't really have to ask. I knew the answer. Mary's voice was so tense because she had told them yes. I remembered each day turning the chairs a little more until I faced her that first summer in Chicago. She was the first person I had told everything to, the woman, the life I took. The torturer's prophecy burned through my mind. No one will care. If she had cared about me, she would have said, I am not at liberty to answer that. She would have been silent. How easy it would have been. Mary. The only person in the world I thought I could trust without question. She held me up in Guatemala behind the Posada de Belén, she wiped my face. How could she have told them? She told, just like Dr. Snodgrass. Piana, they knew before they came, she repeated. All that meant to me was that someone at the Mount, too, had betrayed. So instead of listening to her explanations, I typed into the computer "You've me" a sentence that stopped the pain, that opened the door to another place. I want to die. But I wasn't going to act on that desire. I was going to be responsible. I called Anna and explained that Mary had confirmed to the investigators the choice I had made. Do you know what I'm talking about, Anna? Yes. I know what you mean. I tried to ask Anna what we should do next, but I could only sob. Everything will be okay, Dianna. It's okay. Everything would not be okay. The DOJ was trying to break me. And now it was in the investigators' power to let everyone know that I was a murderer, first the woman and then whatever it was that was growing inside me. My mom and dad, the sisters in the community would all know. My family are devout Catholics and are pro-life. The members of the Assisi community would find out. I had heard some of their views on such issues. They might ask me to leave. And the Assisi community was where I felt safest. And the sisters, what would they say? Would they demand that I leave the Ursuline community? Who ever heard of a Catholic, a nun at that, having that procedure? Anna. It's okay, it'll be okay. She was starting to sound exasperated, as if she were talking to a thick-headed child. I'll talk to Michelle, and I'll talk to Michael. We'll take care of it. Who took off your shirt? My last piece of clothing was off. I was naked. And Mary had helped. So how could the lawyers take care of it? How could they make the world a different one, one in which there were people I could trust? Dianna? Don't overreact. I couldn't talk. I managed not to slam the phone down. Wanted to talk to Jennifer, but Jennifer was away. Alice gave me a ride home. She knew that I was upset. She'd seen the note on the computer screen. But how could I tell her what it was about without revealing that I was a monster, that I was just like the torturers, evil, destructive, defiled? I went to my room and threw myself on my bed. I thought about ending my life, but my thoughts never materialized into actions. I had left my razor blade in New Mexico. I had thrown away all my dangerous pills. Why would one of my own sisters hurt me in this way? What reason could she have had? Was she punishing me? Had I hurt her? Was I a bad influence on the Ursulines? Did I deserve to be punished? She had handed a weapon to the very people who were trying to destroy me. I tried to convince myself that whoever had provided the information must have had good intentions. She must have thought she was helping my case by providing evidence of the rapes. Still, she had betrayed me. She had betrayed a confidence. She had no right. Mary called. I wouldn't talk to her. Alice, Patricia, and the lawyers called. I wouldn't talk to them, either. I couldn't even call my community to ask for their prayers. I didn't know who had told. I didn't know who had betrayed me. I wanted to be alone. I wished I had never talked to anyone about anything. I wished I had never lived through the torture. Message after message was slipped under my door. Message after message from Mary. Finally I decided to talk to her. Maybe my woman friend was speaking to me, telling me not to let the investigators break me, telling me to keep a small part of my heart open. And underneath the debris and wreckage of the investigation and the hurt and the hardness that had set in, I could still feel that Mary was someone I could trust. So I listened. She acknowledged that she had made a mistake, and she said she'd allowed herself to be manipulated. Also, she wanted to pass on something Bob Cheney had said to her during their meeting that night. He would be willing to speak with me directly. I told him that it might be helpful and that I would talk to you about it, Mary said. She must have had the impression that Bob Cheney might be able to help me understand what was going on in the investigation. He had also told her that the investigators needed to understand the inconsistencies in my account, not because they didn't believe me, but because if the case ever went to court, they would have to explain them. Cheney had explained to Mary that he was the investigator in the field and Michael Tubik was the one conducting the interviews of me, so maybe Mary thought he didn't have enough personal contact with me to understand my story. Maybe Mary hoped that, by talking directly with me, Cheney would come to believe me. Anyway, with Mary's encouragement, one called Cheney to set up a meet. Mary had said he could help me understand where the investigation. IJ met with him once before. He'd told me and my lawyers that, IA with Dan Sakely, he was the chief investigator. One remembered him, big man who seemed used to being in charge. By meeting with him, I'd be going right over Tubaka's head, straight to the top. Cheney knew about the choice I had made. My lawyers, apparently, didn't share my concern about his acquisition of that knowledge. They said they would straighten things out with Tubak. But here was Cheney, offering to meet with me. So let them talk to Tubak and tell him I was upset, overreacting. One would meet with Cheney myself. He picked me up at the office, and we drove over to an outdoor cafe facing the Potomac. Cheney was even whiter in the sun, and his suit in the light, edged with a delicate pattern, seemed to shimmer. He had a generous paunch, and his white hair thinned to nothing at the top of his head. But he wasn't self-conscious. He seemed to have spent a lifetime in charge. He ordered soup and a salad. I ordered a salad. And we sat there, moving our water glasses around, looking out at the blinding river. Jennifer once told me, the other side doesn't invite you to lunch unless they want you to pick up the tab in some way. Was he the good torturer? Was he going to pretend to befriend me, like Jose, and then try to convince me to strike a deal? Jose wanted me to forgive him for massacring people. He wanted me to condone atrocities. What could Bob Cheney want? I kept alive a senseless hope that he was going to give me information about Alejandro. Cheney made small talk between bites, and I made small talk back, pushing the salad around. My stomach was gurgling nervously. I couldn't even pretend to eat. After a while, he mercifully was through with his own food and he called for the check and paid the bill. He glanced at my salad bowl, still full, and told the waitress, "We'll just take that to go." I didn't want the salad. I didn't want to carry any remnant of that lunch act with me. But I dutifully tucked the bag under my arm. Walking out to the parking lot, I wondered what I was doing with Tki's salad I didn't want. Why couldn't I have said, "No, thank you," if not? Oh him, then to the waitress. He didn't have a gun to my head. Like in Garden, why didn't I resist? I've always told myself that if I were in situation again, I would resist and take my chances on being shot. But here I was, unable to say no in a simple situation involving a salad. Did it mean that I hadn't changed, that I was still a sheep that could be led to slaughter, or did it mean that Cheney, though not armed, was one of those people who could get others to do what he wanted? He was scary. The situation was scary, walking into the deserted parking lot. That was when he began explaining why he wanted to meet with me. "There are a number of inconsistencies in your case," he said. "One inconsistency is the t-shirt. The t-shirt was clean. There were no signs of blood and skin. However, there was a trace of body oil. When the FBI documents on the investigation were declassified to me, I would see that he was lying. The lab report said there was no trace of blood or other tissue. No mention is made of finding any trace of body oil. But nothing had been declassified yet." I couldn't answer him. "Another inconsistency is the burns. According to some people, the burns on your back were in a pattern, up and down. But the cigarette burns on the t-shirt are random. Then there is the question of the location where you were taken. A military conference was being held at the old Polytechnical School, the Polytechnica, in 1989, around the time of your abduction, and the military installation was being renovated, which makes it very unlikely that that would have been the location of your detention. Other questions that have been raised: how did the men know you would be in the garden on that particular morning? Why were you targeted and not one of the other nuns, who was more outspoken?" I just stared at him. I couldn't speak. I didn't know if I was supposed to try to answer. He sounded as if his mind were made up, as if he didn't want answers. I felt betrayed, frustrated, and isolated, as I had in the first year after my torture. He didn't believe me. The tears were coming. I couldn't stop them. They rolled hot down my face. Mr. Cheney scowled and handed me his handkerchief. I sat down on a cement rise at the end of the empty parking spot. He put his foot on the edge of it. Sister Dianna, what I'm telling you is that there are a lot of inconsistencies in your story. And I believe you may be aware from Mary Fabry that in the process of our investigation we have also learned about the abortion you had. I will neither confirm nor deny that. I just want you to know about the information we've uncovered. And I want you to know the direction the investigation is headed in. Now if the MLC VE gotten yourself into something, if people that you now live around I work with have influenced you, you don't have to feel that there's no out. You don't have to feel stuck. T was trying to take in what he was saying. I knew he didn't believe. Or didn't want to believe me. He was going to offer me some kind of 1 Nate Store 6 I guessed. A false confession I could sign if I wanted the choice I'd made to remain private. This was the devil's bargain. Through MV tight throat I could barely speak. All I know is that what I have shared with the DOJ is the truth. Mary clarified some things in the weeks and years that followed. The night after the interview at her house, Cheney had called her and said, I feel like I need to let you know this information. Did you know that Sister Dianna was having an affair with a medical student? We have witnesses. We have informants. You know she's not the first nun who's gotten pregnant, he added. The next evening Bob Cheney called me at home again, Mary told me. Both evenings he called me after 10 p.m. He said he wanted me to have his telephone numbers for the weekend, so that if anything came up and I needed to reach him, I could. He said again that it was important that the truth be known. He said that if you had been having an affair with this man, he would find out. He asked me what I thought about this information he had. You had a telephone conversation with Sr. Mary Matthias the Saturday before you were abducted about how you were having doubts about your faith and your calling. After the weekend Bob Cheney called me again at home. This time he again told me that it was crucial that you tell him the truth and that if there was any information you had not yet disclosed, he would be willing to talk to you again. He said he would help you get out of this if that was needed. He said he felt like you were in a position now where you might not feel you could back down, but that he could assure you that he could help you if that was needed. I think he was trying to plant the seed that there was a lot more information that you had never shared with me and you were playing high as a dupe. He was really trying to destroy my trust. He was calling me sometimes 2 times a week or 4 times and dropping these little bombshells always in the evening. He was trying to break your support system. It didn't take Mary long to figure out what was going on. 2 weeks after Cheney interviewed her, I took these notes from a phone call with her. Reminder from Mary. Remember, you are dealing with powerful people. Assume they are trying to break you. Assume they are trying to break your support system. Assume they are covering up for someone. Mary was going on instinct. She didn't know how many falsehoods Cheney had told her. Matthias never told Cheney I was having doubts about my religious calling. That's not in the FBI's notes of that interview. The notes say Matthias asked me whether I still thought I could be effective in Guatemala, given the fear I was experiencing. And Matthias has told me, and perhaps she told Cheney and the FBI this too, and they didn't bother recording it, that I answered that I had always learned from the retreats she had directed that one had to take up one's cross and persevere in spite of fear and other hardships. No FBI notes from any interviews in Guatemala mention any affair with a medical student. And Cheney told my former lawyer Paul Soref a different story. Paul brought up a lieutenant who asked me to dance my first week in San Miguel and suggested that my refusal to dance with him might have made him angry and gotten me put on a local watch list. Would it surprise you to learn that Sister Dianna saw the lieutenant again? Cheney asked. No, Paul answered, she might have seen him on the street. Would it surprise you to learn that she had a romantic relationship with him? Eventually, I told Michelle that I had met with Cheney. She was upset with me, but she hid her anger. She knew I had been feeling alienated and misunderstood, so her anger with Cheney was all she revealed to me. She didn't think he should be trying to meet with me alone and going through Mary to arrange that. Michelle called Cheney to clarify what he had said to me, and she took these notes of the conversation. Cheney said he had wanted to present information to Dianna that could put her at rest and make this whole thing go away. He explained to Michelle, she's now caught up in a whole new lifestyle. I didn't want her to think that she was boxed in. I wanted her to understand that and to know about some of the information we had and were looking into. I wanted her to understand what we knew, what we had found out. More and more people are giving us information now, he told Michelle, not people in Guatemala, people with associations with Dianna. I thought I could help her understand where the investigation was going, and it might be helpful to have an informal channel of communication. She needed to know the ramifications of it all, he said. When Michelle expressed concern that he had gone behind the lawyers' backs, he told her that he'd never had a case where he'd had to go through a lawyer in dealing with a complainant. I think Sister Dianna needs help, he concluded. I think she got caught up in something. A pawn? Michelle asked. Basically. Cheney said he thought at some point in time someone from the U.S. Attorney's Office would be prepared to sit down and talk with Michelle and explain it all from A to Z. He said he thought that something had happened to me but that the story had grown from what had actually happened and that I may have been pressured by others, used. And he needed me to know what other information they had, in order to help me make a decision. Michelle told Tubak about her conversation with Cheney. I've told Bob to run with this, Tubak responded. I know Bob has his own thoughts on the case. He went on to say something that would have crushed me if Michelle had passed it on at the time. The interviews with Dianna were not all that useful or productive. I didn't need to hear that to know that I was dealing with people who were investigating me, not the torturers, and who, if anything, were on the torturers' side. I had heard enough already. I wrote a letter to the U.S. District Attorney's Office, informing the team that I would no longer participate in the investigative process. I appreciate the resources and countless hours you have devoted to finding the truth in my case. You have taken more steps than necessary to learn to speak the language of a torture survivor and tried approaches to make the interview process less painful and less reminiscent of interrogation. I, too, have dared to learn to speak your language. Learning to speak the language of people whom I once perceived as the enemy has not been an easy undertaking. Unfortunately, there have been many moments when I have felt that some of the remarks made during the interview process and actions taken during the investigation were a continuation of the torture. Walking out the door and refusing to continue the interview would have been the easiest thing to do. But because I wanted to believe that you were not the enemy, I pushed aside these differences and tried to work with you so that we could find out together the truth of what happened. You may have doubts about what happened to me. The fact is, I was abducted from the Posada de Belén, and to the best of my knowledge, I was taken to the Polytechnica. I was interrogated, gang-raped, lowered into an open pit filled with human bodies and forced to participate in the torture of another woman. You claim that a case similar to mine is unheard of. Have you stopped to ask yourselves how many people in Guatemala have survived torture? There are an estimated 47,000 disappeared in Guatemala and 150,000 killed in the past 30 years alone. Can they come forward and tell you they were raped, tortured, thrown into pits, urinated on, forced to witness the torture of others, and that dogs were present in the torture chamber? Those of us in contact with other torture survivors hear more details than will ever be reported. In spite of your attempts to facilitate the interview process for me, it seems that, regardless, in the end the burden of proof rests on me. As to the issue of the identity of the woman, you may call me a liar if you wish. You may not believe me when I say that I have no memory of the woman in Guatemala City who assisted me after I escaped. I will not allow myself to remember. I will not allow myself to jeopardize the life of another person. Also, you claim that I gave the woman's name to someone. I have no recollection of relaying the woman's name to anyone. Again, let me say, I will not allow myself to jeopardize the life of another individual. This repressed memory stems from my participation in the torture of the woman. I've been told that I am not responsible for what happened to the woman. I'm not too sure that's true. If I had resisted harder, if I had played my torturer's game, maybe the woman would be alive today. If I had confided in people sooner about the woman and the other people in the pit, maybe some of them would be alive today. If I had opted not to live with Miguel and Rosa Pu, perhaps he, Miguel, would not be disappeared today. Former Ambassador Stroke was right, some lives could have been saved. Now I learn from Mary Fabry and Anna Gallagher that you have knowledge of something that supposedly happened as a result of the torture. As I told Bob Cheney, I will neither confirm nor deny the claim. More than you, I want to learn the truth about what happened to me on November 2nd and put this nightmare to rest. I want to know why I was targeted. I want to know why Alejandro, a North American, had the authority to give explicit orders to my Guatemalan torturers. I want to know why Alejandro had access to a clandestine prison. I want to know what role my government played in my abduction and torture. But the price for truth is too high. The criminal investigation has touched an area of my life that has once again left me feeling raw, suffused with guilt, anger, betrayal, and hopelessness. How often I have heard people say, once you remove all the garbage that's in you, you'll be better off. I don't believe this to be true. All along the way, people have counseled me to talk about what happened. I trustingly heeded their advice, and where has it gotten me? Am I any freer than I was 6 years and 7 months ago? Am I any closer to learning the identity of Alejandro and my Guatemalan torturers? Have the memories, the nightmares, the flashbacks, the betrayals, and the feelings of guilt vanished? Before my very eyes, I have seen history repeat itself. I stand powerless as I watch people invade my privacy. Decisions about my life are being made as if I don't exist. People are providing you with personal information about my life without my consent. My life is an open book that many people have access to and page through at will. The few people whom I thought I could trust, have all betrayed me. My renewed faith in humanity has perished, as did my belief that someday, I would be free to live a normal life. I suppose it is likely you could perceive my inability to provide you with more information as dishonesty and an unwillingness to cooperate. I have tried to help you understand how the invasion of my privacy has led to renewed feelings of betrayal and hopelessness. God knows, I have relinquished more details to you than I have to anyone else. I have tried to the best of my ability to provide you with more information. I have few memories of my past. The memories that I have are of the events related to my abduction and torture, up to the present. You're asking me to expose the little life that I can claim as my own to the world. I'm an open book as it is. I have nothing else to give. Intellectually, I understand your position. You have a job to do. You have to gather all the evidence that you can to build a strong case. I understand that you need me to divulge everything that happened before and after November 2, 1989. But, given all that I have shared with you, it pains me to admit that I can no longer carry the torch for truth. It is impossible for me to continue to participate in any investigation. In addition, I realize I cannot and will not participate in any possible prosecution. I need this process to stop if I'm to move forward with my life. Also, I have considered it carefully and have realized that I cannot risk disclosure of my medical records. Therefore, under no circumstances will I waive my right to the confidentiality of my personnel and medical records. Based on what you assured me and my lawyers of in previous conversations, you will respect my decision on the issue of the waiver. You will not seek to compel the production of those confidential materials by court order. I know that I cannot turn the clock back and correct my past mistakes, but I can make one good choice by stopping the death clock and fighting to stay alive. Finally, I was simply going to walk out of the secret prison. Just walk out, of my own accord. I met Michelle outside the DOJ for my supposed interview and gave her a copy of the statement. She was surprised. But she supported me without argument, and we rode quietly up to the meeting room. We sat down, and Anna joined us. I glanced at Pat Riley, Xanthi, and Michael. This was the last time I would ever have to look at them, the last time their flat, expressionless eyes would ever meet mine, the last time they would ever give me a lukewarm simper that masqueraded as a smile. And never again would I answer a single question. I was not the interrogee anymore. I was in control now. I was setting the limits and the terms. Then I was leaving. Michael began the meeting, bringing up immediately the issue of the choice. It seemed he had a statement, too, prepared. We need to pursue the evidence. This discovery we've made is quite likely the most significant piece of evidence we have. We have no choice but to push for as much information as possible. I wanted to ask of you, I hope we can minimize if you can give us direct information so that we can go directly to the source. If you don't share that, we're in the awkward position of getting that information from somewhere else. JJ wanted the name of the doctor. He wanted the medical records. He would never get anything from me. We have no intention of telling anyone else about it, but we want verification. What goes into the report is classified. A select number of people will see it. Michael paused and looked at Michelle, who cleared her throat. Michelle told Michael I had prepared a statement. I read the statement, and had to stop myself, out of politeness, from gathering up my things. As far as I was concerned, the interview was over. Michael wasn't giving up so easily. There are a couple of different issues, he said, after a moment. If you'll give us help on the corroboration of evidence, I've tried to lay out why I think it's better for you to do so. At this point, it's not a matter of confirming or denying the abortion. It's more a matter of getting the medical records. The other issue is your role in the investigation. The investigation can't stop. We have prepared today pictures of people to see if you can recognize them. I'm ultimately not going to force you to look at pictures or give any information. You're free to do what you want. You should understand that we need to do what we need to do. When we last talked about the medical records, we didn't know about the abortion. The issue was the psychological records, which were important to establish the progression of your treatment. We had no idea that the records would contain this corroborating information. Quite frankly, I don't know what decision we're going to make regarding the medical records of the abortion. I wanted your cooperation so we don't have to go on a fishing expedition to find people to confirm it. I think it's in your best interests to cooperate. I'm the one that has to prove something happened to those who ordered this investigation. It's not because we're shifting the burden to you to talk about something so private. That's not so. The burden is on me. There's only one thing I'm interested in, and that is the truth. I don't perceive us as enemies at all. I perceive you as the person who can help me do my job. Whatever you decide to do, you decide to do. What I planned to do today was talk about this issue first, find out where you stand, and then show you the pictures. But I won't make you stay. You say you can't participate in any prosecution, and that's something you've needed to decide. We need to figure out how it fits in with our plan. But given how far we've come, I don't think we can shut it down. So I'm asking you to stay. He was quiet, finally. If you expect me to put aside all that has happened, to trust you and to trust other people, no. You couldn't think that we'd do an investigation of this length and this intensity and not find this out. Michael and I stared at each other. I thought the investigation was going to be focused on those who tortured me, I wanted to say, not on me and my life. Michelle finally told Michael, Dianna can't participate in any aspect of the investigation. It's swallowed her up and thrown her back 6 years. You've seen some of this. This is doing serious damage to her. I'm very concerned for her own mental health. This is something she can't move past. I understand your position. You're disappointed. She has a lot of information. I understand your statement that it's less invasive if she provides you with the information up front. But that's not going to happen. Our concern is that we figure out a way that your search for information, if it exists, not broaden the web of people who know. I want you to talk about a way you're going to go about this search that is the least intrusive possible. If Dianna doesn't want to tell us, she can tell you and you can tell us. Mimi will be here next week. Darlene could be called to testify before the grand jury. Rosa Pu, Bill Hammer in Kentucky. I could go on and on with the list of people. Regarding Our Lady of Peace, no decision has been made on whether we'll go to court for the records. The equation has changed. The new information is perhaps the most significant. He wasn't answering Michelle's question. He wasn't going to tell us about how he could get the information in the least intrusive way possible. He was telling us the most intrusive way: calling my friends before a grand jury, issuing a subpoena for the court records. To me, it sounded like a threat. I gathered up my things and we left. Chapter 21. Walking out through the third door. A few days later, I gave the keynote address at Amnesty International's annual general meeting, just a block away from the hotel where the Lhasa fiasco had taken place 9 months earlier. I told the crowd that their solidarity had given me hope, in spite of the betrayals I had experienced, and that they had kept me going in my search for truth. Despair hadn't grabbed hold of me this time. I was angry. The anger was leading me to look beyond my case and beyond Guatemala and to call for more than I would normally dare. We must demand an accounting of U.S. actions in all of Latin America, I said. Everyone rose to their feet, applauding wildly. They wanted it, too. They all wanted the full truth. Reggae played on a boombox as I was gathering up my papers to leave. Get up, stand up for your rights, Bob Marley sang. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. The whole crowd sang along. I needed the lift. Once the DOJ interviews were over and I was back to my routine at the office, I learned that in previous weeks a reporter had been calling GHRC to ask about the inconsistencies in my testimony. He said the holes in the t-shirt I'd been wearing didn't match the burns on my back, which were in a pattern. He also said something about my Bible being found high up in a tree. Patricia, who took his calls, said, "So? What would that prove?" He didn't follow the argument out, but clearly he had been led to believe I was telling lies. And, clearly, he had been talking to investigators. At the do. He admitted as much. He wouldn't say who, specifically, was leaking information, but he did say he had inside sources. He had written a few good articles during the vigil, but the investigators had turned his head. Were they trying to demonstrate their power? Did they want me to know how easy it was for them to change public opinion? Michael Tubak had always told me he couldn't share information about the investigation with me because I or others around me might leak it to the press. We don't want details about the investigation to show up in the press, Tubak had said. It's our policy not to talk about ongoing investigations. But their real policy was not to investigate, apparently, but to discredit me, and the press was useful for that. I talked to Mimi on the phone when I got a chance and told her all the news, including the fact that one of the sisters had told about the choice. She listened and sympathized, but she also reminded me that only one sister had been involved in giving the DOJ the information, not the entire community. Think of Louisa, Kim, Grade, she said. I could go on and on. There are good people in the community. It didn't matter. The fact that only a few sisters knew about the choice I had made didn't matter, either. I couldn't get rid of the feeling that any one of the sisters might have betrayed me or might be waiting to betray me in the future. Now that I had time to think and feel, I found that my thoughts were all bitter ones, my feelings all gradations of anger. At the Assisi community, in the office, and on the sidewalk, I would look down at my hands to find them curled into tight fists. I couldn't stop my teeth from pressing together or my eyes from sliding around to study everyone. Anyone could be the next person to hurt me. My body was preparing to protect me, my jaws and my fists would be strong. I couldn't stop myself. I hoped I would only act in self-defense, but I was starting to feel I had no control. The anger was building. I would explode like a bomb and injure everyone near me. I couldn't let that happen. I would leave the Ursulines leave for good, theirs and my own. With time and distance, the anger that coursed through my veins would diminish. I would no longer be subject to betrayal. I would no longer risk anything. And they wouldn't have to be ashamed of me if the word got out further about what I had done, and I couldn't guarantee it wouldn't. I would rather leave with a shred of dignity than be asked to leave later, under humiliating circumstances. For the same reason, I was contemplating leaving Assisi. I would start over somewhere where nobody knew me. I got out a box and started putting away everything that had to do with my religious life. The Ursuline way of life was the first item I put in the box. Matthias had given it to me to help me understand again what being an Ursuline was about. I put the Ursuline directory in next, a book with numbers at the mount and all the sisters' numbers. These would be in the bottom of the box. I wouldn't be able to learn how to live as an Ursuline or be able to reach anyone who was Kim, Louisa, Fran. I blinked tears away and kept my hands moving. The dream catcher was next. One was given to each sister in the community. In the Native American tradition, we were supposed to hang the feathery web above our beds so that we could remember our dreams. I buried it in whatever dreams it had caught. Then I came to a book Matthias had loaned me about Angela Merici. On the cover, Angela was holding a basket with 4 loaves of bread, tipped outward, as if in offering. She was barefoot, dark-skinned, young, and alone, but radiant and confident. A woman faced with 2 alternatives, she saw and chose the third. The words below the picture tugged at my mind. What if Angela was telling me to wait, to look for another alternative? She was walking, moving forward as I so often prayed I could do. The third alternative must be somewhere between leaving the community and staying in it to be betrayed again and again, remaining angry, resentful, bitter, and constantly at risk of further hurt. Was there any other attitude I could have? If I stayed? This was the smaller version of the question I'd been trying to answer since November 2, 1989. Could I stay in the human community without feeling like bait for the next betrayer, without being consumed by fear, bitterness, anger? Could I see the world as a loving place? I left the box half-packed in my closet. I would have to leave religious and philosophical questions for more leisurely times. At the end of June the IOB report was released. All of us whose cases the board investigated received the report personally, from the hands of the IOB members, several hours before it was released publicly. Anna, Michelle, Jose, and my friend Patricia and I walked into the pale green room with the long, shiny table and molded ceiling. Anthony Harrington and Frank Fountain greeted us with tense smiles. My team of people sat across the table from Harrington. Frank Fountain sat at the end of the table, between us, as if he were neutral. Harrington began the meeting with an announcement: the Inspector Generals of the various government agencies that the IOB's review had incorporated would do a follow-up within a year to review the IOB's recommendations. None of us knew what the IOB's recommendations were. Harrington hadn't explained them yet. He seemed to be talking out of order, starting at the end of his speech and working his way forward. Maybe he didn't have a speech. Or maybe he was saying anything at all to avoid talking about my case. He continued, the allegations that Colonel Alpirez had killed Michael Devine were incorrect. But Alpirez was involved in a cover-up. The report is largely the same as the one the President received, Harrington went on, but the President received some limited classified information. I didn't care. I just wanted them to tell me what they had found out about my case. I looked at Jose. He glanced back out of the corner of his eye. We were both thinking the same thing: why is he stalling? In regards to the Bamaka case, we don't know who killed him. But some CIA contacts or assets probably knew of his interrogation and death. Anger was building up in my chest. I had seen the declassified documents that said Alpirez had ordered Everardo killed. Santiago said Alpirez was bending over the torture table, interrogating him. And why weren't they telling me about my case? I began to flip impatiently through the report until I found my name. Under IOB conclusions were the following two sentences: based on our inquiry to date, the IOB believes that Sister Ortiz was subjected to horrific abuse on November 2, 1989, but U.S. intelligence reports provide little insight into the details of her plight. Because the Department of Justice is still conducting an extensive reinvestigation of the incident, we do not draw any conclusions at this time. 1. I had waited more than a year for this report. 3 times we had been told it would be released, and 3 times we had been disappointed. Now I had it in my hands, and the IOB had no conclusions for me, except that I was subjected to horrific abuse. What exactly is horrific abuse? I asked. The board believes you were subject to abuse, Harrington answered. We intended this term to be broad enough to encompass torture and other things that happened to you. The case is still open. And these? I asked, running my finger over a couple of pages of summarized intelligence reports. Significant intelligence bearing on the case of Sister Ortiz was the heading. Even at a glance, I could tell that most of the reports suggested that my testimony was fabricated. The report just describes the intelligence regarding your case, Harrington said. We're not crediting it or passing judgment on any of it. Did you find out anything about Alejandro? There just isn't a paper trail. There's nothing substantive in the documents. The DOJ, as you know, is continuing to investigate. And we will not make our final report until the DOJ investigation is done. I saw the IOB clearly now. They weren't really any different from the DOJ team. Jennifer was right. They were the other side. This is a cover-up. I cried. I knew it with every bone in my body. I stood up and walked out. Later, I read through the full report and my intuition was confirmed. Generally, throughout the report, the IOB seems bent on justifying the U.S. relationship with the Guatemalan death squads. One method the IOB employs is to invoke a false comparison with the FBI's use of informants. THIRD-WORLDISM believes that U.S. national interests, with respect to Guatemala and elsewhere, can in some cases justify relationships with assets and institutions with sordid or even criminal backgrounds. We believe that a careful balance must be struck on a case-by-case basis between the value and uniqueness of contributions from the relationship, on the one hand, and the seriousness and credibility of the allegations of abuse, on the other. We note that in carrying out law enforcement activities in the United States, the FBI, police, and other authorities regularly weigh such considerations in establishing informant relationships with persons having criminal backgrounds. Point 2. How stupid does the IOB think the American people are? I had to keep asking myself that. The unsavory informants that the FBI uses are in the organizations the FBI is trying to shut down. The FBI has informants in drug rings and the mafia to be able to arrest other members and break up those organizations. The CIA's relationship with the Guatemalan security forces would be more analogous to the FBI paying Ku Klux Klan members as informants, not for information about other Klan members who were breaking the law, but for information about blacks who were organizing politically. The FBI and the Klan would share a common goal and a common foe, as the CIA and the Guatemalan security forces did. And if the FBI regularly paid Klan members for information on black leaders and their plans, knowing that the KKK derived that information by torturing blacks and then murdering them, well, to get information, our law enforcement agencies have to associate with people who do some unsavory things. This scenario, of course, describes nothing other than torture and murder by proxy, quite different from having a member of a drug ring turn on his friends and hand them over to the law. In respect to my case, the IOB did publish one interesting bit of intelligence. President Serrano dismissed his defense minister, in part for blocking the investigation of my case. But the IOB omitted at least 2 intelligence reports I have found that support my case and included mainly reports aimed at discrediting me and even distorted and reworded them for greater effect. 2 out of the 10 intelligence reports that the IOB included state that I could not have been held at the Polytechnica because the D2, the Directorate of Intelligence, which gave orders to the rest of the G2, had moved out of the Polytechnica in the mid-1980s. The CIA station commented that this inconsistency in Sister Ortiz's story was viewed by Guatemalans as proof that her claims were fabricated. The IOB wrote. Point 3. First, my identification of the Polytechnica as the place where I was held is not an inconsistency in my story. Second, the CIA never claimed that it was an inconsistency in my story. Those are the IOB's words. The Guatemalan intelligence source argued that my claim to have been kept at the Polytechnica was incongruent with the realities of military torture at the time. But even that is contradicted by other intelligence which the IOB omitted. An intelligence document that the IOB chose not to include in its report, dated February 1990, states, the Minister of Defense, General Hector Alejandro Gramajo Morales, has recently established a new intelligence analysis cell located at the Antigua Polytechnica and not formally associated with the D2. For this reason, there is once again a small intelligence-related activity at the Antigua Polytechnica. 4. An intelligence analysis cell, according to people who have studied such things, is a euphemism for an interrogation and torture center. The information about the establishment of this new center should have come out, not only in DIA reports, but in CIA reports, as well, since Gramajo, who established the cell, was on the CIA payroll. The only question is why the IOB didn't include this intelligence report among its summaries. The IOB also left out any reference to this document. Ambassador McAfee asked her human rights officer to look into other cases of detentions at the Polytechnica. The human rights officer visited the Archbishop's Human Rights Office and found that Dr. Carmen Valenzuela, too, had reported being detained and tortured at the Polytechnica in 1990. The document reveals more information. The human rights officer learned that when GAM leader Nineth Montenegro's husband, Fernando Garcia, was abducted in 1984, he was taken to the Polytechnica, along with GAM co-founder Carlos Ernesto Cuevas and Gustavo Adolfo Lopez. Nineth learned her husband's whereabouts from a U.S. Embassy official, who did nothing to rescue him or the others. The IOB had access to information about a parallel to my testimony, another instance in which someone connected to the U.S. Embassy knew the location of a person being secretly detained. The parallel with Carmen Valenzuela's case is more salient. For all the protestations that I couldn't have been kept at the Polytechnica because of the late date, here is a report of someone being detained and tortured there in 1990. Perhaps because the IOB claimed to publish intelligence on my case, not any relevant information gleaned from any documents examined State Department material was out of bounds. But the IOB in its own report acknowledged the problem with the CIA's reporting. The CIA created a misleading impression of the status of human rights by focusing on positive contributions without mentioning ongoing abuses by the services with which the station had a liaison relationship. According to the IOB report, station personnel didn't remember seeing at the time the October 1991 draft document saying I was definitely abducted. But in our meeting, Roland told us that he had retraced the document, and it was readily retraceable. Station personnel must have remembered seeing it. I had never paid much attention to the midsection of that document because the source seemed to have information only about my abduction, not my torture. The source, in fact, implied that I had made up the story of my rape. Normally, women who are mistreated physically, he said, are killed, not released. In the opinion of Censored, she was probably not raped or otherwise mistreated as she claimed, however. Censored said that women are not normally sexually molested, and if there had been any physical mistreatment by her captors, she would have been killed rather than released. Censored said that, according to what he knows of such affairs, women who are not released are usually stabbed and left at a public bus terminal so they will be found and the death reported as an ordinary criminal incident. Those released unharmed are sometimes drugged and then released. When they come to, they are disoriented and often unable to give an account of what happened to them. The IOB summarizes the above as follows. The source, however, said that he did not believe that Ortiz had been raped because women prisoners were not normally sexually molested. Instead, he said, women were usually either stabbed to death to make it look like an ordinary criminal incident, or drugged and released in a disoriented state. The IOB omitted a crucial fact: women who are physically mistreated, and perhaps by this term the source meant raped, are stabbed to death and left at a public bus terminal. Physical mistreatment, according to the source, does occur during abduction. The IOB insists in its summary that it doesn't. Instead, the IOB says, women are stabbed to death or drugged and released. The IOB, in this case, has distorted an intelligence report on my case, not summarized it. The intelligence on my case that the IOB neglected to summarize is almost more telling than what it included. Buried in the general section of its report is a reference to an important intelligence document. In May 1993, the Guatemala chief of station initiated a review of many of his assets to ensure that no station unilateral asset is or has been involved in human rights violations. The station started by questioning some of its assets and planned to polygraph them. No station personnel recall, however, what prompted this review or why it was apparently never completed. 5. The quote is from a report by the CIA station chief on the results of an interview with a CIA asset he thought might have been involved in my abduction and torture. 6. The station chief began questioning his assets a month after I stated publicly that I was detained at the Polytechnica. The declassified document quoted above pertains to an asset he questioned about my case and the cases of Michael Devine, Myrna Mac Chong, and Maritza Arusha. Those other 3 cases, according to the evidence that has surfaced in court testimonies and declassified documents, involved members of the D2, and in Devine's and Myrna Mac's cases, the evidence pointed to CIA assets. 7. The station chief, Frederick Brugger, must have had reason to suspect that CIA assets were involved in my case, as well. Somehow, the IOB didn't consider the station chief's concern about CIA assets' involvement in my case to be significant. In spite of the shortcomings of the report, the IOB did make some honest criticisms of the CIA. The IOB acknowledged that reports that criticized the D2 and were of questionable credibility were not always sent beyond the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, while equally dubious. Reports that were favorable to the D2 were sent on to other agencies. More often, concern for how negative allegations against the Guatemalan security services would be received, appears in a few instances to have affected how these allegations were reported. Although intelligence reports with clearly credible allegations seem generally to have been disseminated appropriately, those of questionable credibility that were favorable to the liaison services appear to have been disseminated beyond the DO Directorate of Operations more often than similarly dubious unfavorable ones. 8. Credibility standards, then, were applied unfairly. The CIA used the credibility issue as an excuse to justify not sending beyond headquarters reports that implicated the D2 in human rights abuses. The CIA also used the credibility issue to justify not sending politically inconvenient reports to CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. This information, however, which posed no political inconvenience, was sent to Langley, and the IOB included it as an item of significant intelligence bearing on my case. In early 1994, a source told the station about a foreign journalist who reportedly stated during one of Ortiz's later visits to Guatemala that he had learned from a URNG source that the Ortiz story was fabricated and had been intended to provoke an end to U.S. funding for the Guatemalan security services. The source could remember no details concerning the journalist's identity, however. More than the journalist's name escaped the source. The source couldn't remember the location of the meeting, the date of the meeting, or the journalist's nationality. The document, released to me in our May meeting with Frank Fountain and Roland, states, censored said he could not remember the name or nationality of the foreign journalist, or recall when or where the meeting between the journalist and censored took place. 9. The IOB comments, the station added that it too had doubts about the Ortiz story, but it did not disseminate this report beyond DO headquarters. Langley, Virginia, the DO headquarters, is where this document came to rest. It was not stuck in draft form in a file at the U.S. Embassy because the source could not tell clearly how he knew what he knew. Someone on the IOB team had learned the art of the final sentence. The IOB summary of my case ends. Sister Ortiz departed Guatemala on November 5, 1989, and was treated for more than 100 apparent cigarette burns on her back. No suspects have ever been identified or charged. Given that the DOJ team had identified at least one suspect and were working on identifying more, the IOB could have written, "No suspects have yet been charged." But the writer of the report, apparently, was intent on portraying my case in the most negative light possible. Years would go by before I learned that the board member who wrote most of the report was none other than the only person I'd ever trusted in the U.S. government, Frank Fountain. He wasn't simply the counsel for the IOB. As I would learn from reviewing Michelle's notes years later, he was the chief investigator. And he was not only a lawyer. He was a military officer. Point 10. The IOB's findings weren't easy for other coalition missing members to accept. For Jennifer, the IOB's findings were shocking and terrifying. The IOB found that substantial evidence contradicts the allegation that Alpirez directed or was present at the presumed death of Bamaka. Jennifer had seen the declassified documents herself, pointing to Alpirez as the one who ordered Everardo's death. But aside from that, Jennifer was horrified to hear the word presumed. Was the IOB suggesting that Everardo wasn't dead, that, after all, he might be alive and still under torture? But if his death was only presumed to have occurred, the IOB could have no substantial evidence regarding any aspect of it, including Alpirez's absence during it. Substantial evidence of Alpirez's absence during Everardo's death was substantial evidence of his death. The IOB was apparently trying to avoid questions. If they said they knew he was dead, people might ask how they knew, who was present, and who was responsible. It was much easier to say they knew Alpirez wasn't present at Everardo's death, and they presumed Everardo was dead. The IOB argues that no CIA officers knew of Everardo's illegal detention, interrogation, and torture while they were occurring. Assets were probably involved, the report says, but no CIA officers were aware of this link at the time. The $44,000 that Alpirez received in June 1992, when he was seen bending over Everardo, torturing him, was supposedly backlogged severance pay he'd been removed from the asset list already, the story goes. But within days of Everardo's capture, the White House and the State Department, courtesy of the CIA, were receiving information Everardo was telling Alpirez and the other officers gathered around his torture table. If no CIA officers were aware of Everardo's illegal detention and torture, and if no CIA officers were aware that assets were interrogating him, how did the CIA manage to write up those long paragraphs of information that Everardo was giving under torture? Who was recording the information and passing it along, if not their assets? The source of the information seems to have been in the room where the interrogation was taking place. The document reads, Everardo told Censored that he has a card from a Mexican government social welfare agency. CIA officials can't claim they got the information second or third hand, that their assets weren't actually in the torture chamber. If that were the case, they would have had to leave this document in draft form, in embassy files, along with the information about my case, because nowhere does the source explain how he came to learn this information. There's no chain of information explaining how the source claimed to have this knowledge. So, if it wasn't acquired firsthand, the intelligence is inadequately sourced. While the CIA obviously had assets interrogating Everardo and reporting that information to their handlers, a declaration from Alpirez to that effect would be more powerful, and no doubt he could tell stories. He could, perhaps, identify the tall, blonde man seen by a witness Jennifer interviewed, who was in the helicopter that was taking Everardo to another detention center in the capital. Alpirez could probably tell a lot about CIA activities in Guatemala. Alpirez was let off. The documents implicating him in both Michael Devin's murder and Everardo's murder were said to be unreliable. According to the New York Times, May 7, 1996, the United States government seemed to be making an effort to protect Alpirez. Classified State Department documents released only to Congress gave a more damning depiction of Colonel Julio Alpirez's role in the killings than the documents released to the public. A U.S. government official, who insisted on anonymity, read to a reporter from the classified documents, pointing out a disconnect between what's classified and what's public. Among the documents released to Congress was a cable from the U.S. Embassy in Guatemala to the State Department, dated March 24, 1995. The cable said Alpirez may very well be guilty of Divine's murder, but cautioned against naming Alpirez as a suspect in the killing, since that could lead to legal challenges of the convictions of low-level Guatemalan officers already in jail for the murder. A January 1995 intelligence report released only to Congress says Alpirez was guilty of human rights abuses and has more wealth than can be explained. There are persistent rumors of Alpirez's involvement in drug trafficking. While documents released to the public say it is possible that Alpirez murdered Bamaka, a classified March 23, 1995, memorandum from the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research links the colonel directly to his murder. It was known within the senior ranks of the army in Guatemala that Alpirez killed Bamaka, the memo says, and that a senior Guatemalan military officer confirmed this in 1995. The memo cited information provided by a consistently reliable cooperative source with excellent access to the Guatemalan military. The State Department provided the documents to Congress on May 3, 1996. Citing national security concerns and the secrecy demanded by the intelligence services, the State Department omitted these documents from the thousands of pages released to the public 3 days later. Carol Devin's lawyer read a statement at a press conference a few days later expressing disappointment that the IOB had agreed with the Justice Department, which had accepted the Guatemalan government's version of events. Michael Divine was interrogated, tortured, and nearly decapitated by a group of low-ranking G2 officers who decided to murder him because they thought he had stolen a rifle. Even Colonel Otto Noack, who was the director of international intelligence for the Guatemalan military, said sending a commission of 4 to 6 soldiers to search for missing rifles is uncommon. No, it is unheard of. Although Carol Devin's lawyer, Monica Schuurtman, had sent a letter to the IOB outlining the flaws in the DOJ's conclusions, the IOB issued the same findings. Schuurtman mentioned several problems with the DOJ investigation. Hearing them, I began to worry. In the Divine case, the DOJ had failed to interview several key witnesses, and a number of witnesses who were interviewed expressed frustration over what they perceived to be the DOJ's intimidating attitude and lack of familiarity with the case. DOJ personnel instructed Carol Divine to withhold information from her lawyers, Schuurtman said, a serious interference with the attorney-client relationship that raises serious questions about the integrity of the DOJ's investigations. So I wasn't the only one the DOJ investigators had played that game with. They had also gotten between Carol Divine and her lawyers for a private chat or two. Schuurtman continued, documents released by the State Department show that, in the months after Devin's murder, Ambassador Thomas Strzok expressed concerns to the State Department that Defense Minister Bolaños might himself be engaged in the cover-up. Despite these concerns and recommendations to the contrary, Strzok regularly above, at press conference, unveiling the portraits of the Guatman, the policeman, Jose, and Alejandro. AP/Wide World Photos. Below. Meredith Larson displays a censored document from the IOB report in 1996. Dated Bolaños on the specifics of the investigation, including the names of witnesses with key information. Several of these witnesses and members of their families were subsequently subjected to harassment, threats, and physical harm. A cold shudder ran across my shoulders. If I hadn't been so traumatized and if I had been a little more naive, 2, might have talked to Strzok. What if I had talked to him about the indigenous woman who helped me? What if I hadn't willed myself to forget? Jennifer spoke on behalf of Coalition Missing. We are pleased with the finding that the CIA officials have long used Guatemalan assets, despite their full knowledge that such assets were involved in serious human rights abuses, including torture, kidnapping, and murder. We are also pleased with the recommendation that such assets be screened for human rights abuses in the future. We note the clear finding that the CIA has failed to accurately report the truth about the ongoing human rights situation to the United States government and the recognition that State Department officers have failed to properly inform family members about their own cases. We feel that the scope of certain recommendations should include all Guatemalan cases, and not just those of U.S. citizens, and that the report should include a strong recommendation for full declassification of all human rights files for Guatemala since the CIA-sponsored invasion of 1954. We strongly urge that the recommendations for reforms include stronger measures for congressional supervision and for severe penalties for any violations. 200,000 deaths are enough. We believe that the United States government has carried out a pattern and practice of intentionally refusing to investigate and act on certain cases for reasons of political convenience. We also believe that in many instances, the truth about certain sensitive cases was well known and that U.S. official statements to the families and the public were intentionally deceptive. Our question today is, who gave the order to withhold and conceal the truth in those cases, and why did they give such an order? I didn't have much to say. I couldn't speak about the IOB's conclusions, and documents I was supposed to have received the weekend before the press conference, which was on a Monday, never arrived. But I did note that, for the first time, the U.S. government had publicly acknowledged my suffering. I was not simply suffering from a case of bad nerves, as former Defense Minister Hector Gramajo would have it. I did not stage my own kidnapping for political reasons, as U.S. Ambassador Strzok has implied. I was not involved in some kinky lesbian sexual relationship where sadomasochism was involved, as U.S. State Department official Lou Anselm suggested. The IOB concedes that I suffered horrific abuse. This is progress. I am grateful to the IOB for beginning to investigate my case and for making this preliminary finding. Horrific is a very strong adjective. But it does not depict what I experienced: secret detention, interrogations, gang rape, and torture by members of the Guatemalan security forces, the CIA's partner in a war fought with U.S. funding but without the knowledge or consent of the American people. The majority of the victims of this war, like myself, have been civilians. The IOB notes that instructors at the School of the Americas and Southern Command, while training Guatemalan officers, used instruction materials that apparently condoned extrajudicial executions of guerrillas, extortion, physical abuse, coercion, and false imprisonment. Some of the things I suffered. Former Guatemalan Defense Minister General Hector Gramajo, incidentally, trained at the School of the Americas. It was under his command that I and thousands of other civilians were abducted and tortured. But who is ultimately responsible? Even after his reign as Minister of Defense, in which nearly 2,000 civilians were murdered by death squads and approximately 500 more were disappeared, the United States Agency for International Development granted him a scholarship to study at Harvard. I find it ironic that the station officers assigned to Guatemala and the CIA headquarters officials the IOB interviewed believe the CIA's contact with the Guatemalan services helped improve attitudes toward human rights. What the CIA's contact did was allow millions of dollars a year to reach the Guatemalan security forces after U.S. military funding was officially suspended. It enabled them to abduct, torture, and assassinate civilians, a major part of their counterinsurgency strategy. From 1990 to 1995, 2,161 civilians were assassinated. That was done with our tax dollars, with the knowledge of U.S. policymakers. Little of the truth has emerged in my case. Nonetheless, thanks to the IOB, we at last have in writing what the U.S. government has denied for years: we have been fighting the dirty war in Guatemala. I am one of the victims of that war. I know what few U.S. citizens know. I know what it is to be an innocent civilian, and to be accused, interrogated, and tortured. I know what it is to have my own government eschew my claims for justice because they cause political problems. I know what it is to wait in the dark for torture, and what it is to wait in the dark for truth. I am still waiting. A few days later I met with representatives of the OAS and found out that on that front, too, a major hurdle stood in the way: the Guatemalan government had requested to interview me. Supposedly, the newly elected administration in Guatemala wanted to respond to the OAS's recommendation that my case be sent up to the Inter-American Court in Costa Rica. Before the government could do that, Guatemalan government officials needed to interview me. I knew what such an interview would involve. More abuse. I had a few weeks to make a decision about whether to comply with the Guatemalan government's request and be interviewed or say I wasn't going forward and wanted the case closed instead of sent up to the court. Patricia had invited me to go to Italy when she learned that I had been planning to go with the Ursulines, but the DOJ investigation had interfered. She and I had arranged with Alice to take a week and a half off at the end of the month. That would give me time to think. At the top of my calendar for July, I wrote, "Is it possible to trust people?" Before I left for Italy, Mimi came to Washington to be interviewed by the DOJ. She remarked afterward that Michael Tubak really had a gift for putting a person right back in the place and circumstances. For her, his tactics were useful. She was able to remember more details. For me, they caused flashbacks. A survivor of torture should never be asked to walk back into the torture chamber. Mimi said Michael was pleasant to her, and she found the interview cathartic. She finally got to say everything she had been wanting to say for years. If anyone was accusatory, it was probably Mimi. When he asked her about my clothes and she told him they were washed at the papal nuncio's, he said, "If only we had been there." She said, "Why weren't you?" He asked several times about the choice I had made, but Mimi just kept repeating, "I will not betray Dianna. Dianna is my friend, and I will not betray her." She had the benefit of knowing in advance that he would ask her about the issue, and she checked with Michel to find out what she had to tell him. "We can force you to talk, you know," Michael said. "We can put you before a grand jury. I know you can, but I hope you won't." In the end, they didn't, and Mimi got to go home. Her loyalty sealed my faith in our friendship. It was possible to trust at least one person. The experience with the DOJ had severed all my deep connections with everyone else. I could see it happening, but I couldn't do anything about it. I kept telling myself that I had to keep going for the Guatemalan people. I couldn't let anyone down, because if I did, people would see what I was: nothing, just empty space. Just a body occupying empty space. But I was excited about going to Italy. I was hoping that being on the ground that Saint Angela, the founder of the Ursuline order, had walked would connect me more deeply to her and maybe more deeply to God. One thing I knew about Angela was that she reached out to orphans, and I felt I was an orphan. I didn't belong anywhere. Between the experience in Guatemala, the DOJ interview, and the revelation of the choice I had made, I was stripped. Maybe I have been in the community to prove something to the torturers and to prove something to Tubak, who kept calling me Dianna in person and Ms. Ortiz in writing. Maybe it was my way of gaining a little respect. Maybe it was my way of not acknowledging that I didn't have an identity. Maybe it was my way, too, of not acknowledging the rapes. I had to look deep within to find out whether I had a vocation or even a God, and what all that was. We landed in Milan and traveled to Brescia by train. I talked a lot to Angela during that train ride, as I would during the entire trip. It was easier. With God, I was so angry God had betrayed me, once again. Rationally, I knew God wasn't responsible for what people chose to do, and I knew God didn't abandon people. But I heard the policeman's words, "Your God is dead." I felt God had died again. And I knew that I'd made another big mistake. A survivor of torture I had met a year earlier at a talk I had given had called me during the week that I was shut in my room. The message was slipped under my door. With all the others. I'd eventually called her back, and we usually talked about once a month. Sometimes we wrote. But then I was busy with the NOJ investigation, my life was in turmoil, and for a time I didn't call her. I planned to get back to her. I finally called her from a public phone so we could talk without any fear of our conversation being monitored. The person who answered told me tersely, "She's dead. She committed suicide." Once we'd found a place to stay in Brescia, we set off to find the church and abbey where the Ursuline order began and where Angela's body was kept. The hours were strange, though, and the first day we made the long walk up to the end of the street and found everything closed. The next day, although it should have been open, the church was closed again. We stood there, talking about what to do, when a woman suddenly opened the door to sweep the dust out. She led us into the little chapel where Angela's preserved remains were encased in glass. How her remains were preserved from the 15th century is a mystery to me. But Angela's body was intact, and she appeared to be smiling slightly. I felt her embrace me in all the darkness I was carrying. And from then on I felt she was with me on my journey. I felt an aura of light around me. We prayed in the chapel, and then the woman who had opened the door led us to the Mother Superior of the order. Patricia explained to her that I was with the Ursulines in Kentucky, who had recently visited, and that I was a nun. "You mean she's studying to be a nun?" the Mother Superior said, looking at my toenails and fingernails, which were painted bright red, and at my double-pierced ears and dangling earrings. "No, she is a nun." "You mean she's studying to be a nun?" Finally the Mother Superior told us they had no rooms, we couldn't stay there, and she turned on her heel and left. The woman who had opened the door watched the whole exchange and felt bad about the way we were treated. She asked us if we would like some coffee and took us to a cafe next door. She was from Slovenia and her name was Aura. As far as I was concerned, she was an angel. By chance, she had opened the door, and I had been able to see Angela. She insisted on paying for the coffee. Her kindness was the first act that began restoring my faith. Venice was noisy and crowded, some kind of festival was going on, so we moved on to Assisi. On the way, we passed vast fields of sunflowers. Bright yellow, alive. I remembered how those flowers followed the light. And as the hour grew later we passed field after field faithfully bent to the sun's new angle. Like the young Angela, offering her basket of bread, they tilted their pockets of seeds toward the sun, having found a means to move, a third door to turn through, somehow, though they were rooted in the earth. We stayed at a homey place with several windows that had wooden shutters and no screens. The nights were cool and lace curtains breathed quietly in front of the windows. Patricia and I had to share a bed. It was a big bed, but I hung over the edge, as far away from her as I could get. I felt I was carrying evil. I was also carrying fear that the secret would spread still further. And selfishness. I wanted to think about myself first, not the people of Guatemala. I never wanted to go before any other court. I just wanted to rest. We explored Assisi for several days. The bushes behind the basilica spelled out Pax. I found comfort in their message. Peace. The bushes or someone, a gardener, wished me peace, as though I deserved it. Walking down the main road, we passed a bookshop where I saw displayed in the window a book Joe and Marie had written on St. Francis. I felt it was another message. They were telling me they were with me. And I felt connected again to the Assisi community. The warmth, the fields, the light, nature itself was a healing source. For me, the beauty was a sign that God had not died, that God was there. I took photograph after photograph, capturing the beauty, turning the camera into my tool, my means of proving the policeman wrong. Somehow on that trip I was able to see the light within myself. I was able to see that I do have the right to live and to recapture the feeling I had just after I attempted to take my life, to realize I was being given another chance. I wanted to go somewhere restful for the last week, so we skipped Rome and Florence and spent the last 5 days in a seaside village, near a monastery where Irish monks had first landed in the 4th century to begin spreading the gospel. It was a beautiful place, right on the sea and at the base of a verdant mountain. Unlike most monasteries, it had no encircling wall, no defense. Windows large enough to stand in opened right onto the Ader. The monks had already been driven out of Ireland by violence, and the monastery had been attacked again and again. I wondered why some Eopal never learned to defend themselves. They were turning the other reek, maybe. "Come on in. Take all our stuff. Kill us. I was done with that. I had a right to live and a right to defend myself. When we were winding through the Alps on our way up to Zurich to get our flight home, the scenery was remarkable, but we kept going through tunnels and the train compartment would suddenly darken. I pulled a flashlight out of my suitcase and asked Patricia to shine it on her face and talk to me. After a few tunnels, the older German-speaking couple in our compartment understood that I was afraid of the dark, and they got up and searched the train, unsuccessfully, to find me a compartment with a light that worked. I thought back to the vigil and remembered how people understood my needs, even when I said nothing or used a few gestures, and how people who owed me nothing, people who were total strangers, gave from their hearts. Chapter 22. The Length of the Light. When I got back to Washington, I told Anna and Michelle about my decision. I was going to say no to the OAS case. If they were disappointed, they didn't say so. No one did. At one point they had both told me that if I continued with the DOJ case, viewing the photos and testifying before a jury, they couldn't continue to be my lawyers. It was too difficult to watch me suffer. Maybe with my OAS decision, they were relieved. But I would come to regret my decision as the years passed and as I realized the OAS was not the same as the DOJ. The proceedings would have been much fairer, much less intense, and much less abusive. But at that time, I couldn't handle the idea of any more judicial proceedings, and I couldn't face an interview with the Guatemalan government. So I told the Inter-American Commission not to send my case up to the Inter-American Court. I asked the OAS Commission to issue its findings in writing, if possible, and to explain that I had chosen not to have the case sent on. Before the OAS Commission could do that, the Guatemalan government swung into action. Eduardo Stein, the Guatemalan Minister of Foreign Affairs, told the Guatemalan press that the OAS had decided to close my case after finding that in Guatemala I had had full cooperation and access to all legal remedies to resolve my case. He failed to mention that the OAS had recommended that my case be sent up to the Inter-American Court precisely because of the inadequacy of legal remedies in Guatemala and that I was the one who had declined. He added that the documents recently declassified by the State Department had not provided relevant information to allow the untangling of the intricate odyssey of what Ortiz experienced. 1. Sometimes I feel like I am a voodoo doll, I wrote in my journal, and government officials from both Guatemala and the US take pleasure in pricking me with one insult after another. All I know is that these attacks hurt, and immediately I think that I have to defend myself. I spoke with Michelle. Her composure calmed me and before long I was able to think rationally. I sent a copy of the article both to Michelle and the OAS. What I need to do is take a deep breath and not allow myself to get caught in his web of feeling attacked and defeated. T was threatened, too, that month, by a death squad. My name appeared on a death list, along with the names of 17 other civilians, Guatemalan President Alvaro Arzu, and 57 high-ranking military officers. The communiqué, dated August 1996, was signed by a group calling itself for the Revindication of the Army of Guatemala, PRGWA, which was believed to be a clandestine group within the Guatemalan Army. Yennefer was also on the list, along with GAM leader Nineth Montenegro, Nobel Peace Prize winner Rigoberta Menchú, and a collection of Guatemalan officials, journalists, and military officers whose attitude toward the peace negotiations was viewed by PRGWA as too soft. According to the group, the leaders of the country were turning over the control and the direction of the country to the frustrated and defeated communists of the URNG2. Someone at GHRC faxed the article about the death threat to Michelle, who sent it on to the DOJ. Luckily, no one told me about the death threat. I was at the Mount, blissfully ignorant of the Guatemalan Army's attempt to intimidate or silence me. The visit to the Mount was a blessing in that respect, and it was easier than I expected it to be. Luisa was a bridge. She, too, was different from everyone else in the community, having lived in Chile for so many years. She was a free spirit. On her days off in Kentucky, she would go down to the river and lie in the sun in her bathing suit, unconcerned about what others in the small town might think about a sunbathing nun. She picked me up at the airport, and we stopped by her house before going on to the mount. I felt so at home in her tiny clapboard house in the middle of the countryside. She loved living in total simplicity. Her house reminded me of Chile. There was warmth there. She had a wood-burning stove, and even though it wasn't on in the summer, the house always smelled a little bit like burned wood and warm winter nights. Louisa brought out a picture album to show me photos of the sisters' trip to Ali, the one I had missed. I listened to her accounts of the trip. She talked about the places I never got to, Florence, for example. She finally got to see a work of art she had loved from afar, Michelangelo's David. What she had never realized until she was full upon it was that David was stark naked. She was so shocked she had to leave the museum to catch her breath. Louisa's smile suddenly reminded me of Angela's, and I felt Angela's embrace. I had requested someone to take instruction from about the history and ideals of the Ursuline order, and Rosemarita, the new superior of the community, suggested that I work with Sister Annalita. The first time I met with Annalita, I expected her to be professorial and formal. I thought we would work from a book. Instead, Annalita talked about the first 5 Ursuline sisters who established the Mount, making their way from Germany to work in this rural part of western Kentucky. She showed me where they had shared their first meal together under a maple tree, before they had begun to build the convent, and then we went to look at photos of the sisters who had served in leadership positions since the Mother House was formed. Annalita told me each of their personal stories. I saw that there was room for individualism, diversity, and a wide range of talents and work, even in the years when the order was more traditional. Annalita obviously saw my human rights work not as Dianna's ministry, but as part of the ministry of the Ursuline community, and she helped me to see it that way, too. At times I asked Annalita her opinion about decisions I had to make. I worried about making decisions because I knew all of my actions had an impact on the community. I also questioned whether I could make decisions that were healthy for myself. My decision to return to Guatemala in the fall of 1989, my decision to cooperate with the DOJ investigation, my decision to trust a number of the people I had trusted, Dr. Snodgrass, Frank Fountain, they all made me question my judgment. Annalita answered, "You can't worry about all the sisters' responses. If you do, you'll be paralyzed. You have to be true to what you believe you are called to do. And you have our support." By trusting me that way, and supporting me in advance, she gave me the courage to make decisions on my own and take full responsibility for them. "Never lose hope," she said, "no matter how things turn out. And remember, there's someone who loves you always, no matter what." I knew she meant God. In the past I would have thought, a fat lot of good it's done me, that kind of love from that supposed, so-called God, who leaves us to be tortured, deaf to our prayers, who leaves people to be killed. But I was alive, wasn't I? How could I complain? I had prayed to live. I had also prayed to God to let me die. There in the secret prison I had prayed that the torturers would just go ahead and shoot me. God had other plans, I guess. Maybe God had other plans, too, for the thousands who must have prayed for their lives but ended up in the pit or in the ravines and common graves of Guatemala. I don't know. But I believe that even in the darkness God was with me. The fly came to visit. The woman reached out to me. And ever since that day God has been with me in the goodness and love of people who have come into my life. When I got back to Washington, a surprise was waiting for me on my desk, a stack of declassified FBI documents which Michelle had photocopied and sent to me. They were notes of the interviews the FBI agents had conducted. I noticed, flipping through, that no notes of any interviews with Guatemalan military officers were included. I couldn't help wondering if any had really been interviewed. And no notes of any interviews with CIA or DEA employees were in the stack. The notes were records of interviews with the sisters at the Mount, people at Socasa, Mary and Antonio, and other friends. I read for only a few minutes before I realized that the documents contained information about the choice I had made. Mary, Antonio, Pat, Juanita. I saw mentions of it just glancing through. The documents had been on my desk since late July, they had been declassified, in the public domain, for over a month. I called Michelle, panic-stricken. She acted quickly to have the documents sealed so that they would no longer be available to the public. I was relieved, but I felt I'd been warned. I now understood the power of the DOJ to leak the documents or accidentally declassify something compromising. Then I called Rosmarita and told her I would like to talk with her and Annalita about a very important matter. They drove to Washington, and I told them about the choice. I told them, too, that someone in the community had provided the information about the choice to the DOJ. They were just so accepting. I felt, once again, as I had in Angela's presence. The DOJ, a short while later, offered me a last chance to identify photos. At first I agreed, after Frank Fountain assured me that viewing the photos didn't imply that I would be continuing in any other sense with the investigation. When I learned that his information was mistaken and that looking at the photos would in fact commit me to further involvement in the investigation, I once again declined to participate. Ambassador Strzok seemed to be taking precautions. Perhaps he had figured that I was going to view the photos, perhaps he, like the journalist, and an inside source. At any rate, although 4 months had passed since usual and no other event made my case current news, in September, an article came out in the Wyoming Catholic Register. It was entirely devoted to Strzok's point of view. The article began, former Wyoming State Senator Tom Strzok said that the case of an American Ursuline nun was easily the most frustrating human rights matter that we handled during the 3.5 years I served in Guatemala. Strzok's version of what happened to me was identical to the IOB's. Strzok said he does not doubt that Sister Ortiz suffered a terribly traumatic experience while in Guatemala, but that because not a single piece of corroborating evidence or testimony has come to light, her account of the incident could not be verified. Strzok claimed that he was shocked and surprised to be met with hostility and a total lack of cooperation from me and from church officials when he visited the papal nuncio's home. For 18 months following the November 1989 incident, Strzok said he was told Sister Ortiz was too traumatized to talk to him, although she gave several interviews to the news media during this time. Most disturbing, Strzok said, was that Sister Ortiz refused to help investigators locate the place where she had been abducted, even though she claimed to have heard at least 2 other persons being tortured at the same location. 3. In light of the documents that have been declassified, this accusation of Strzok's irks me the most. He knew very well himself how to help investigators find clandestine prisons. An embassy chronology states that on the night of November 2 at the Maryknoll House, Consul General Phyllis Speck offers to begin calling hospitals and morgues. The offer is accepted for. But a declassified document shows handwritten notes taken by an embassy official, probably Speck, on the same night, we D2, hospitals 5. They called the D2, known for its death squad activities, to get information about where I was kept. Another declassified document points out the ties the embassy had with members of a death squad. Strzok, in a 1991 cable to the Secretary of State, refers to numerous contacts we have made over the past few years, including with members of a death squad. 6. He goes on to relate that death squads are made up of members of the security forces, often from military intelligence, D2, but also others from presidential security zone commands and occasionally the civilian police forces. They don't report for duty to official installations, Strzok notes, and members' names might not appear on the official rosters of the security forces. They wait at home for orders, usually via phone, or are picked up without prior notice to perform a job. They operate in cells so that tracing orders up the hierarchy is difficult. And an abduction that occurs in the city and involves a car and a safe house implies a more senior level of organization. Safe house here is the euphemism Strzok uses for what he refers to in his letter to Paul as this place of illegal incarceration and torture that I had to help them shut down. If their death squad contacts were willing to tell officials at the embassy so much about their operations, surely they would be willing to reveal where people were being tortured, if anyone bothered to ask. In the Wyoming Catholic Register article, Strzok went on to say that I had added to my initial report a later account of being lowered into a pit where rats gnawed at my wounds. That was a new one. Strzok said that the only medical examination of Sister Ortiz was by a dermatologist. It revealed no evidence that she had been bitten. Strzok emphasized he was not accusing Sister Ortiz of a falsehood. She may be telling the truth, he said, but that he objected vigorously to Sister Ortiz accusing the American Embassy of inaction on her case when they had offered her a wide variety of assistance. Embassy officers pursued every possible lead, exhausted all legal and practical remedies, and conducted as thorough an investigation as was possible, he said. He expressed outrage that I thought Alejandro might be a CIA officer. It was a slander and a slur on the reputations of the many people who served in Guatemala and worked so hard to try and discover the truth of whatever happened. It is not a simple case, Strzok said. Your heart goes out to Dianna Ortiz. Something very upsetting happened to her. I have no way to know what that was. I hope the truth comes out as fully and as quickly as possible. One was hoping we would find out in 7 days, and then 7 weeks and then 7 months, and now it's 7 years. The trail grows colder all the time. Not as cold as Strzok might have liked. Jennifer went to a conference in Dallas that fall, where she heard Severino Castillo speak. He mentioned a CIA official who used the code name Alex and who often visited the U.S. Embassy. Alex did not at all match my sketch of Alejandro, though, and Jennifer dismissed him from her mind. But later, during Severino's slide presentation, she sat up in her chair. This one is of me, he had said, with CIA agent Randy Capister. I focused on the image on the screen and felt a tremendous jolt of recognition, Jennifer recalls. The man in the photo had light hair that was receding, and did not wear sunglasses. So the top portion of his face did not match the sketch, of course. But the lower half of his face was identical to Diana's sketch of Alejandro. The cheekbones formed the widest part of his face, narrowing into a long, pointed chin, and the lips were thin. The nose, too, was long and narrow and straight, and the beard was short and light. More than anything, it was the way the features fit together and the expression on the face that was so startlingly like the sketch. Jennifer didn't let the opportunity pass. She asked Severino for the photograph of Randy Capister. He sent it to her, and she had an artist draw the dark, curly wig and sunglasses depicted in the sketch onto tracing paper to form an overlay. After placing the wig and sunglasses on the image, Jennifer was even more certain that the photograph and the sketch were a perfect match. She told me what she had discovered. But I just couldn't face Alejandro. Not yet. Not in the dark of winter. A few months later, in the spring, when I was ready to look at the photograph and the overlay, we went to Amnesty International and sat in the big conference room with Carlos Salinas and Stephen Ricard, the director of the Amnesty International Washington office. As a lawyer, Jennifer knew it was important for someone impartial to see how I reacted to the photograph. She passed me the photograph, and let me look at it as it was. I had to remember that Alejandro, if this were he, would not be wearing the wig and the glasses in the photo. I had to look at his nose, the shape of his face, his ears, his teeth, his forehead, his neck, his cheeks. I looked, and I felt my breath coming faster. Then Jennifer lay the transparency with the glasses and wig over the photo. I looked again. 2 words drummed inside me until I spoke them: it's him. I didn't want to cry, but I felt myself being pulled back into that November day, and the sobs came. We learned that the DOJ had finished its investigation when the reporter with the inside DOJ source called for my comment on the results. It was February 1997. He sent us the brief article about the investigation's conclusion that he published in the Atlanta Constitution. A U.S. Justice Department investigation has ended without identifying any suspects in the alleged kidnapping and torture of an American nun in Guatemala in 1989, and investigators still aren't certain that a crime occurred. A 282-page classified report corroborates some details of Sister Dianna Ortiz's description of being abducted and brutally tortured by Guatemalan security forces, but it casts doubt on other aspects of her account. 7. Finding out that the report was classified was both good news and bad news. No one else would have to know about the choice I had made. But because the report was classified, not even I could see it. The Intelligence Oversight Board didn't disagree with the Department of Justice's conclusions, I was told, and wouldn't look into my case any further. I didn't understand. The IOB said I had suffered horrific abuse. How could I have suffered horrific abuse if no crime had been committed? Isn't the infliction of horrific abuse a crime? Were the IOB and the DOJ both suggesting that the horrific abuse may have been self-inflicted? I wouldn't know until I got the report. Going back day after day to answer Tubika's invasive questions had almost taken away my will to live. I kept going, thinking I wouldn't let him break me, thinking I wouldn't let it be said that I didn't cooperate, thinking I would learn a little more about the event that completely changed my life. And the DOJ had the audacity to classify the report so that I couldn't see it and not even tell me they were finished investigating. On top of it all, when we met with Sakali and I asked why the report was classified, Sakali told me it was to protect, not only national security, but my privacy. Only 4 copies of the report existed, he said, and they would be kept under lock and key. But they weren't. A reporter friend of mine called Strook to get Strook's comment for an article she was writing. Strook made sure she knew he had read the report. Strook said he had gotten it from a State Department official, who had also seen it. Apparently, it had been passed around to a number of officials in the State Department. A senator from Wyoming admitted in writing to having read the report. He wrote a letter petitioning the Justice Department to declassify it because he believed, after reading it, that it would help his constituent Thomas Strook rehabilitate his reputation, which I had damaged. No one at the Justice Department has ever been able to explain how the senator from Wyoming, Strook, or State Department officials got the report. Sakali at first said Strook couldn't possibly have gotten the report. He later admitted that Strook had gotten it from a State Department official. Sakali's final word on the matter was that Strook might have seen the parts of the report that pertained to him. Michelle, Marie, and I met with Sakali to get some understanding of the DOJ's conclusions and the possibilities of getting a copy of the report. Sakali told us that if I filed a FOIA to get the report declassified, even if one tried to have it declassified only to me, chances were that it would end up being declassified generally. It would be in the public domain then. Everyone would know about the choice I had made. I tried to content myself with what Sakali could tell us about the report, then and there, in the meeting. First, he said, there was no way to stop the leaks. I have Marie's notes of the meeting to remind me that he made that statement, straight out, then went on to the next point: if the DOJ had credible evidence, we'd go forward with the prosecution, even against Dianna's will. But on the basis of my testimony alone, with no witnesses or solid evidence to corroborate it, they simply couldn't prosecute. I asked if the report focused on the issue of my credibility. Sakali said not as such, but oddities in my testimony were noted. The issue of the t-shirt came up. Sakali said that if the burns on my back were in rows, as some people, he said, contended, then they didn't match the random pattern of burn holes in the t-shirt. But that was not necessarily an inconsistency, Sakali had said, because more burns may have been inflicted after the t-shirt was removed, as I had testified. He went on to claim that the Guatemalan doctor who had examined me and Dr. Gutierrez's nurse recalled that the burns on my back were in a pattern. Sakali also claimed that the dermatologist in Guatemala who had examined my back had drawn a clear pattern of rows, consisting of 112 burns. If I had been thinking clearly instead of feeling accused and overwhelmed, I would have told him that was impossible. The dermatologist had originally said I had 75 burns. He couldn't have come up with that number and at the same time have drawn a pattern of rows of 112 burns. As I would learn later, a declassified cable signed by Strzok says that the Guatemalan doctor's certificate made circumstantial reference to the burns, concentrating on the more visible blows to the face. 8. That description precludes a detailed sketch or diagram of the burns on my back. Strzok's claim may be suspect, however. According to the FBI's notes, there was no certificate. The doctor had kept no record of his visit to me. And we certainly never had a certificate for our files. The Guatemalan dermatologist was kind enough to share with me recently what he remembered about the examination of my back. Regarding a symmetrical pattern, he said, the burns were symmetrical, they were all the same diameter. He remembered nothing about the burns being in a pattern of lines or rows. He remembered nothing about drawing any supposed pattern the burns made. Dr. Gutierrez's numbers are different from the Guatemalan doctor's because Dr. Gutierrez determined that some of the wounds on my back actually consisted of 2 burns. But Dr. Gutierrez never said anything to me or Fran about a pattern of rows. The FBI's notes of the interview with Gutierrez and his nurse don't mention anything about a memory either of them had that the burns were in a pattern of rows. In the final DOJ report, none of the individuals who supposedly saw this pattern are named. The DOJ says some of the witnesses saw the burns in rows. Sakely said they had noted in the report that I would not consent to an independent physician's examining my back. We did not consider this to be an inconsistency, he remarked, merely an anomaly. The fact is, no one had ever directly asked me to have my back examined. Tubak had mentioned the issue once, but he said he wanted to wait until more trust was built up between us. I asked for the return of the T-shirt, the death threat letters, and other items of evidence. Sakely said that because there was the remote possibility that something might happen in the case, he wouldn't return them until the statute of limitations expired, 8 years after the abduction, in November 1997. What I would learn eventually from the DOJ report was this: Ortiz turned over some notes that she said were the original notes she had received. The DOJ team gave these notes to the FBI for analysis. When a check was made to determine the results of the FBI analysis, the FBI informed the DOJ team that it had lost the notes. I asked why the U.S. Embassy had launched a campaign of defamation against me. Sakely responded that the embassy did not think that they had launched an attack on me, Strzok especially. The investigators also spoke with Consul General Sue Patterson and Political Affairs Officer Luan Slim. The view of these people was that they received information about my abduction and attempted to be helpful, but I did not want help, and they recognized that. They attempted to follow up, including making demands on the Guatemalan government for information. The Guatemalan government made defamatory remarks which Anselm passed on without saying whether those remarks were true or not. He just passed them on as information received. The position of the embassy, Sakely told me, is that they did not support the allegations made by the Guatemalan government. The Guatemalan government was the one doing the defaming. Several embassy officers doubted the accuracy of your story, Sakely said, but we don't feel they defamed you. The cables were harsh, but they were internal, never public. I asked what the report said about the allegations that I had left the garden of the Posada de Belén of my own accord. Sakely answered that there was credible testimony that a person had let me into the garden. He said this man's report to the police said that he saw me walking toward a hole in the wall, but when the investigators talked to him, he said that he just saw me walking toward the back of the garden, and they found that statement credible. Sakely stated that Bob Cheney for a while was working on a hypothesis that I left the garden of my own accord and was picked up outside the garden. However, there was no corroborating evidence of this, and the hypothesis was dropped. We were not able to identify the place you were detained, Sakely added. We found several locations with some characteristics you described but not all. One was near the airport. He must have been referring to the fact that I heard helicopters. But what about the gunshots? He mentioned that the blueprints of the Polytechnica offered by the Guatemalan government didn't coincide with my testimony. In those blueprints, the Polytechnica has no basement. The Polytechnica, Sakely added, has no underground parking. It may have been filled in. I was too stunned to stop him. I had never said anything about underground parking. The parking garage was upstairs from the basement prison. A cursory reading of my affidavit would have provided him with that information. Sakely said all of this suggested to him that the Polytechnica was probably a mistaken identification, but he said he wasn't certain of that. From 1985 on, he said, the Polytechnica was a school, and the use of that building was inconsistent with the type of torture that I alleged. I mentioned Carmen Valenzuela, who was tortured at the same location in 1990. He said they didn't look into torture at the Polytechnica after 1989. Sakely said that there was a fair amount of evidence that I had received threats over time. He stated that they considered it an anomaly, but not an inconsistency, that the other nuns did not receive such threats, so they looked for reasons for that anomaly. Sakely said that former Defense Minister Gramajo was not interviewed, nor was former President Benicio Cerezo, although, while living abroad after his term in office, he had told the Mexican press agency Sirigua that I was abducted and tortured by members of the Guatemalan security forces. 9 Sakely said a number of former and current high-ranking military officials were interviewed, including some who were in command in 1989.10. Sakely said that no one in San Miguel admitted to having been a member of the Civil Patrol. No one there could identify the officer who asked me to dance, and he wasn't located. I asked if anyone who talked with them was transferred, disappeared, or mysteriously killed. Sakely said they did receive a call from another component of the DU who said that they had a person in jail who said he had information about my case. They spoke to the person in jail, who told them a long story of sitting in a police car near Antigua at the time of my abduction, as part of an operation in which someone was being abducted. He identified an officer in charge of the group. The officer, Sakely said, was a lieutenant who had died in 1993 or 1994 in an accident. The DOJ investigated, Sakely said, and found out that the lieutenant had been in the United States at the time of my abduction, attending the School of the Americas. Sakely said that the story of the guy in jail didn't pan out for other reasons. As well, only one officer died in an accident in 1993 or 1994, according to the Guatemalan government's weekly paper, Diario Centroamerica. His name was Carlos Enrique Cardenas Sagastume. He was a major, not a lieutenant, and, according to records available from the National Security Archives and SOA Watch, he was not at the School of the Americas in November 1989. Either Sakely's information was wrong or he was purposely lying. Sakely admitted that there was some stonewalling on the part of the Guatemalan government during the investigation, but he said that eventually the investigators were able to interview everyone they wanted. However, Sakely said the Guatemalan government may not have told the truth. I asked whether the investigators looked into the death squad that threatened me in August 1996. Sakely said that letter was not part of their investigation, they were not aware of it. I asked what they had found out about the excrement left on my doorstep in March 1996. Sakely said nothing about that incident was passed on to him. He said that he would ask the FBI investigators about it. Sakely stated that all CIA personnel were interviewed. 2 were given lie detector tests. Was Randy Capister interviewed? I asked. Everyone. I asked whether CIA files were subpoenaed. Sakely said they were not subpoenaed, but they were obtained and looked at by investigators. He said they learned some new things and followed up on them. As a result, they submitted one agent to a lie detector test. We are fairly confident he lied about other things, Sakely said, but not about this. The declassified FBI documents, which I would eventually examine in detail, reveal information about one polygraph exam, given to a person whose name is blacked out. He was asked only 2 questions, are you or were you ever Alejandro? And did you ever place Dianna Ortiz in your vehicle? I would like to have asked the DOJ team whether 2 questions were adequate to determine someone's veracity on a polygraph exam, and shouldn't they try different phrasings of the questions? What if the vehicle belonged to the embassy, not to him? What if he led me to it and told me to get in but didn't place me in it? And what if, once again, I was wrong about assigning the name Alejandro to him when I heard it, blindfolded, then heard him speak? In response to my question about Jean Boylan's sketches, Sakali said that she was considered credible. They did interview her. The drawings were shown in Guatemala to embassy personnel, and they compared them to photos of every male embassy employee between the ages of 18 and 50, including DEA agents and others who were in Guatemala between 1989 and 1990. Sakali said that they had a photo array based on this to show me. However, there was nothing they thought was an absolute match. Sakali said the photos they were going to show me were of embassy employees, but they did not include any Guatemalans. He said that the DOJ was mainly interested in identifying Alejandro, and, at any rate, the DOJ had not succeeded in coming up with a good photo group of Guatemalans. Sakali said that former DEA agent Silrino Castillo, in his testimony before the grand jury, swore that, on 2 separate occasions, Capister, whose name, as we learned years later, is in CIA records as Capicer, 11 had implicated himself in my case in conversations he'd had with Castillo. Sakali went on to say that Capister swore under oath that at least one of those conversations had never taken place. Capister's photo was in the array they planned to show me, Sakali said. He added that they didn't think he was Alejandro, but he was the right age to fit my description, he was in a position to have such contacts at the time, and he was in the area at the time. I wanted Sakali to write up a statement saying that the investigation was finished and prosecution had been denied. But he said he didn't know how he could provide me with anything more than what he had already said to me orally in the meeting without running the risk that it would be 11*. Viewed as a final decision, which meant that others would be clamoring for the reasons for their official decision. I could read between the lines others might ask why they didn't prosecute and he would have to tell them I hadn't wanted to go forward, and if he were asked why not, certain difficult issues might come up. We had gotten a quick rundown, but the report itself obviously was being leaked to the key players, who were talking to the press. Sakali had admitted as much. I needed the report to be able to defend myself. And I deserved to know how the DOJ reached its conclusions. It was my right. But I was afraid to push for anything. I was afraid the DOJ would leak the information about the choice. Sakali had put it this way in a conversation with Michelle: the interviews with Dianna and others described in the report are not classified and therefore would be available to those requesting the report if I can't keep them confidential under privacy concerns. We're trying to keep the entire report withheld on those grounds. If Dianna files a FOIA request, perhaps we could be forced to disclose portions of the report regarding her interviews and statements, but then other requesters might have access to that information also. There is a risk that some disclosure to Dianna would result in disclosure to others. I was paralyzed for a year. I tried to forget about the information I had in my hands, the information about Randy Capister and about the information the DOJ had in its hands. Meanwhile, my life got better and I got stronger. The Inter-American Commission of the OAS put its findings in writing. Sister Ortiz was placed under surveillance and threatened, then kidnapped and tortured, and agents of the government of Guatemala were responsible for those crimes against Sister Ortiz. The Commission found that the state of Guatemala violated my rights to humane treatment, personal liberty, a fair trial, privacy, freedom of conscience and religion, and freedom of association, and judicial protection. Sister Ortiz is a credible witness, the Commission wrote, and her consistent statements support a finding that she was kidnapped and taken to a clandestine detention center where she was tortured. 12. I wrote a chapter about treatment of torture survivors from the survivor's perspective for the National Institute for Mental Health. The NIMH was sponsoring a series of panel discussions which would end in a book, The Mental Health Consequences of Torture and Related Trauma. Meredith, Carmen Valenzuela, Adriana Barto, and I attended, and the NIMH panel opened the door to us. I ended up interviewing dozens of survivors of torture from around the world, transcribing what they said about their torture and what had helped and hurt them as they tried to heal. The panel gave me as much space as we needed in the book. And, During the process, I realized torture survivors needed a group like Coalition Missing that would provide mutual support and come together for lobbying and public education efforts. So, with a few other survivors, I formed the Torture Abolition and Survivors Support Coalition International, TASC. Alice allowed TASC to be a project of GHRC, lending us her staff, machines, and advice, and she allowed me to run the organization out of her office. We were getting ready for our first big event, a commemoration of June 26, which the UN had designated as the first annual International Day to commemorate torture victims and survivors. As I was inviting survivors from several different continents to come to Washington for a vigil and to meet with US officials to push for changes in policies that could affect them, I realized I could no longer remain silent about the choice I had made. In March, I wrote a letter to my sisters, Barbara and Michelle. First, I apologized for not telling them in person. Being with you all during the holidays was an experience that made me glad to be a member of the family. At that moment, I could honestly say that I was glad to be alive. This is a feeling that I haven't felt in such a very long time. Perhaps it was selfish of me to want to cling to that moment, nor did I want to lose that feeling of belonging to a family. I think it would be fair to say that fear and shame also prevented me from turning to you for advice. As in the past, the voices of my torturers returned, telling me that no one, not even my family, would believe me if I were to share with them something more about my experience in Guatemala. Why, after all these years, do their words still haunt me? 7 Perhaps their words are true, and that's what I fear most. Shell and Barb, I don't know where to begin. I'm sure there is a better way of saying all this, but I don't know how. Please bear with me. You need to know that certain circumstances have put me in an uncomfortable position, forcing me to deal with a private matter on a public level. What I am going to share with you is something that a few people know. It's something that Mary Fabry, Mimi, and a few of the sisters have known from the beginning. It's something that even to this day I am unable to talk about without breaking down in tears. My greatest fear is that it will be leaked to the press and/or the public. And for my own sanity, I need to confront Head Zero and a dark secret. And once you know my dark secret, I hope that you will not despise me or think of me as a monster. I hope and pray that you will still allow me to be your sister, but if you don't, I'll respect your decision. When I returned to the States after leaving Guatemala, I was unable to tell anyone that I had been raped. I didn't recognize anyone, and I was afraid that no one would believe me. I thought it was my fault because I couldn't defend myself, and in the end, I didn't resist. Everything that happened in Guatemala was my fault. That is what the torturers drummed into my head. And I believed them. But I was also convinced that no one would ever have to know what happened, and that I could forget that horrible nightmare. I almost succeeded in doing that. Then something happened, something that to this day I cannot forget. My body began to undergo some changes. I don't think I have to tell you what I mean by that. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know to whom to turn. People around me were strangers. I didn't recognize anyone. What was real to me at that moment was that something was growing inside me, something that came from the seed of one of my torturers, perhaps all of them. At that time, I was bleeding off and on, and I prayed like never before that I would discharge whatever it was that was growing inside me. I tried to understand what was happening. Was God punishing me because I had participated in the torture of another human being? What was growing inside me? Was it human? I had so many questions but no answers. All I knew was that something was growing inside me, and to me it was a monster, a product of the men who had raped me. I could not bring something into this world that came from evil. It had to be destroyed, or it would have destroyed me. To make a long story short, I turned to someone for assistance, someone whose identity and whereabouts remain unknown to everyone except me. I destroyed that something that was growing inside me. But I was reminded each day of how much I was like the torturers. First I had participated in the torture of another woman, and then I destroyed what could have been an innocent life. How could a Catholic nun commit such acts? Shame and guilt gnawed at me day and night. Someone at the Mount disclosed my dark secret to DOJ investigators. They tried to convince me that this information was crucial to the investigation and they wanted me to provide them with the name of the doctor who assisted me and copies of the medical records. At least I was smart enough to make certain that no records existed. As far as I was concerned, this was a private matter that was irrelevant to the case. I told them I would no longer participate in the investigation. By this point, I had already given my complete testimony and government officials could not say, as in the past, that I had not cooperated. Barb and Shell, I hated them so much. God forgive me, but I even wished they would be tortured for 1 minute. I can't believe I would wish torture on anyone. I thought that, like the people of Guatemala, I had the right to know the truth. But the consequences were much more than I could handle. I walked away feeling psychologically tortured and betrayed by everyone and feeling like a coward. I let the people of Guatemala down, especially those who were in the clandestine prison. The US government found something that would silence me. And I allowed them to all because I was afraid of what my family, my community, and my friends would think of me. I felt like I had sold my soul to the devil. Today, Alejandro and people like him are free and are being protected by our government. After all this happened, I tried to put my life back together. As long as I kept quiet, I was safe. That's what I thought. Shortly after, I started to receive phone calls from reporters saying that the Justice Department had completed its report and it was not favorable. From the very beginning, their goal was to discredit me. I was called a liar. It was said that I was emotionally unstable and hallucinating horrible things like people being thrown into open pits or being forced to participate in the torture of others just don't happen in Guatemala, I was told. They went so far as to say that they didn't think I was a lesbian. They decided that I was having an affair with a medical student in Guatemala City, so that meant I was bisexual. Before long, they're going to say that I'm a transvestite. For the record, I did not have an affair with a medical student nor am I a lesbian. When I found out the report would remain classified, a part of me was relieved, while another part of me was filled with guilt and anger. Why was I helping the US government protect people who possibly participated in the torture and killing of innocent civilians? I saw myself like the US government, an accomplice in my silence. I was saying, it's okay to disappear, to assassinate, to massacre, or to torture anyone. Now, each time the phone rings, I take a deep breath and pray to God, please don't let it be a reporter, please don't let them ask questions about. Sometimes I just want to hide under a rock or move far away where no one knows me. But it is impossible to run away from the past. Mary has been instrumental in helping me stay focused and has helped me understand that what happened to me is not unique. Rape is a form of torture that is used by governments to punish women who may be viewed as a threat. In many instances, women find themselves carrying the offspring of their torturers, and like me, they are forced to make a decision that haunts them for life. I have mustered the courage to talk with a priest about this matter, and he assures me that I am not to blame for anything that has happened. What brings me some peace and consolation is hearing him say that I do not need to be forgiven by God for what happened or by anyone else, for that matter. Sometimes I believe his words, but then someone like Strzok says something to the press and the feelings of guilt and shame return. I know that there are people who would disapprove of my decision. And I'm sure they would say it was not my right to decide if this human or non-human should live or die. All I can say is that I did what I had to do. I hate the choice I was forced to make. You may find this a bit odd. As horrible as this experience has been, I'm a much better person. I am more sensitive to people. I care for those who are oppressed, and for those who commit crimes against humanity. And I do not judge people, I leave that to God. I have a deeper understanding of the fragility of humanity and the evil that dwells in our midst. I used to think that God made an error in allowing me to survive, but I no longer believe that to be the case. God, for some reason unknown to me, gave me the courage to stay alive. Believe me, survival is more painful than the actual torture itself. I don't know how to put this into words, but I understand what happens to those who survive the horrors of torture. For far too long, their suffering, whether it is physical, psychological, or spiritual, has been misunderstood and has gone unnoticed. God, I believe, has united our voices. As one voice, we are calling for justice and truth, calling for an end to torture. When I left Guatemala in 1989, I made a promise to the people who I left behind in the clandestine prison that I would do whatever I could to prevent something as horrible as what happened to us from happening to anyone else. As I look back and try to understand everything that has happened, it all seems like a nightmare that will never end. It will end, I am told, once I can free myself of this dark secret. I have started to share this dark secret by confiding in you. There's no turning back. Now I have to find the right way to tell Daddy and Mom, and the rest of the family. How do I tell them? I worry so much about Mom and Dad's health. I don't want to cause them or anyone in the family more grief or embarrassment. I keep telling myself that I should just forget about it and not say anything. I fear that someone in the government is going to leak it to the press and or the public. I can feel it coming. Stroke, I think, already knows. They have to hear it from me, not someone in the government or the press. Shell and Barb, I turn to you for big sister and baby sister advice. Would it be better if someone like Mary or Father Joe Nangle told them? Of course I would be present. Would it be better if I wrote them a letter? Would it be better if I told them directly? Would it be better left unsaid? I'm going to end this note now. Please let me hear from you as soon as possible. Now that you know the truth about me, I hope and pray that you still consider me to be your sister. As I said earlier, if you choose to have nothing to do with me, I will respect your decision. For what it's worth, I'll love you always. Michelle and Barbara called as soon as they had gotten the letter. They didn't judge me but were loving and supportive. They said they would take on the task of telling Mom and Dad about the choice I had made. With my secret partially in the light, I decided to go ahead and file a FOIA for the DOJ report. I would make the announcement that I was filing the FOIA during the week of June 26, when we had some public events scheduled. I thought about holding up the photo of Capister and my sketch at the same time and inviting the press to compare them and investigate. But I was afraid the DOJ would reopen its investigation and force me to testify. Everyone acknowledged that, although not likely, it was possible. I didn't want to get dragged back into a DOJ investigation. I couldn't survive another, and I knew the DOJ would never investigate seriously anyway. When I announced the FOIA lawsuit for the DOJ report, I would reveal my dark secret. That was terrifying enough. But I would have a supportive group of people around me, torture survivors, new and old friends. The congressional briefing we had organized for survivors seemed the best place to make the revelation. The other survivors let me speak first. I couldn't stand waiting. I got my papers in order and glanced at Representative Lantis. He gave me a gentle smile. Rosmarita was in the crowd, waiting to support me when I finished. She had flown up just to attend the briefing. If I had to pinpoint a single moment when I decided to remain with the Ursulines, seeing her at that briefing might have been it. Mary McGrory was in the front row. I knew that at least she would do a balanced story. Jennifer and Patricia were sitting in the front row beside her. Alice was standing against the wall. I felt like she was holding the whole building up. My old friends were there. Carlos Salinas, of Amnesty International, was in the audience, and Craig Powers, Representative Connie Morella's aide, had come to be supportive as well. Hans Hofgren, Lantis's aide, nodded to me, encouraging me to go on. I grabbed the little silver dolphin around my neck, the one Mary had given me. It was warm in my hand. I got about halfway through my statement. To the most essential part I said I was unable to carry what the torturers had left inside me, what I could only view as a monster, and I turned to someone for assistance and destroyed that life. Then I left the room. I tried to piece myself together in the hall. I was ashamed because of the choice I had made and because people had seen me break down again. Craig Powers came out into the hall and cupped my shoulder in his hand. Then he gave me a hug. We stood there wordlessly, then Alice and several others joined us. Patricia was finishing my statement. I was glad the door was thick and I couldn't hear it. But I knew it by heart. I wondered if she would repeat the same sentence I had just finished, the one that had caused me to break down. Am I proud of what I did? No. But if I had it to do over again, I would probably make the same choice. I hated it, but it was true. In the garden I didn't fight hard enough. I didn't defend myself because the Gwat man said he would hurt my friends if I screamed. On the bus I didn't try to escape. The Gwat man told me innocent people would die. So I let the torturers remake me. And I had had enough of it. I wasn't going to let their seed grow in me and come into the world through me. I was carrying enough of their evil. I got calls and letters from female survivors after the briefing. Many had also been raped and had made the same choice when they found themselves pregnant. Many told me I was the first person they had ever revealed their choice to. One was Catholic and had confessed her choice to a priest, hoping the priest would be understanding. The priest said, "You have committed a mortal sin." She had nothing to do with the church after that. I wonder if that priest knows how much damage he did to her. Sharing my secret, I opened a door to other survivors. We could understand each other. Many of us were put in positions where we had to make horrible choices. And no one has a right to judge us. If the church is so concerned that what we did was a mortal sin, the church leaders had better take a position and say, "You don't torture and rape women." They'd better get off their behinds and not only say we don't support torture and rape but also do something about it. It's so easy for the male authority figures of the church to condemn women for making these choices. They can't understand the domestic violence, the political violence, the abuse. I'm not advocating that women make the choice that I and other survivors have made, but I'm saying each woman has to do what she thinks is right. And it's between that woman and God. A few days later Rosmarita sent this statement from the Leadership Council to the GHRC office. Statement of the leadership team of the Mount St. Joseph Ursuline community regarding the disclosure of Dianna Ortiz, OSU, that she terminated the life which was conceived as a result of gang rape experienced during her abduction. We cannot and will not judge Dianna but will respond to her with compassion, and we will call the Mount St. Joseph Ursuline community to prayer and action for the creation of a torture-free world. Furthermore, upon hearing this disclosure, we find ourselves experiencing wonderment and gratitude. Despite insurmountable odds and paralyzing fear, Dianna was able to find the spiritual, emotional, and physical courage to conquer the demons that held her captive all these 8 long years. Her revelation of the abortion disarms her enemies and frees her to pursue unafraid and unchained the agenda of justice and truth. Her Ursuline sisters will continue to walk with her to the very end, knowing that ultimately truth and love prevail, knowing, also, that at this very moment, even in the midst of unspeakable corruption and evil, God is ever present to all who seek mercy and work for justice. I knew that statement had come from the whole community, not just Rosmarita, Annalita, or the sisters who I knew supported me. The community had welcomed me back, knowing my worst secret. Whatever shame I had put my community through and whatever anguish, turmoil, expense, and grief I had caused over the years had been forgiven, at least by the great majority of the sisters. It's taken me years to dare to believe that, to dare to walk forward and believe they're beside me, and will be until the very end. With the support of my family and the Ursuline community and no more secrets that could be used against me, I filed my FOIA. A year later, I got the response, the DOJ report was denied in full. I filed a lawsuit, and another year later, in September 2000, I finally received the due report. It was a poorly argued, poorly written, desperate attempt to discredit me. Sakely, in his 1997 meeting with us, had said Bob Cheney's theory that I'd left the garden alone had been discarded, since the DO could find no corroboration for it. But in the report the DO insists, THIRD-WORLDISM team found evidence that the kidnapping did not take place as Ortiz has claimed. One witness, a gardener at the retreat center, told the DO team that he saw Ortiz walking alone in the garden just prior to her abduction. The gardener told DOJ investigators he saw me walking toward the main garden path with my Bible, corroborating exactly what I wrote in my affidavit, I went out to the garden alone to pray. The investigators admit this nearly 100 pages later. But the DO tries to use the gardener's testimony to imply that, because he saw me alone in the garden with my Bible, I wasn't abducted. The gardener, however, never said he saw me leave the garden, alone or accompanied. The next witness the report cites is the petty thief and vagrant who saw me only from behind. He gave a description of me that investigators admit was suspiciously similar to the description of Ortiz that the religious workers gave the police when they first reported her missing, raising the considerable possibility that the local police gave him the description of the person they were looking for and told him what to say. The DOJ team doesn't ask the logical questions. Why would the police give the witness the description of me and tell him what to say? Doesn't that suggest that the police were covering something up, that he wasn't a real witness? If so, can it be because the security forces were involved and the abduction took place exactly as I claim? This witness, according to the DOJ, was interviewed on numerous occasions by the police and participated in a videotaped reconstruction of what he had seen, with his back to the camera. The DOJ notes, he explained that he had given a false name at the time of these interviews because he was afraid to be identified by those involved in Ortiz's abduction. The witness told the DOJ, then, that I was abducted and that he was afraid to be identified by those involved, and that, therefore, he gave a false name to the police. But the DOJ in its report still tries to claim him as a witness against me. The DOJ, out of witnesses, turns to strange arguments. The DOJ team acknowledges that no one they talked to saw my Bible in a tree. But, citing the National Police's claim that students at the retreat center found my Bible in a tree on November 4, the DOJ states, if in fact Ortiz's Bible was found in a tree, this would cast serious doubt on her claim that she was abducted from the garden. It is difficult to imagine why the torturers would have climbed a tree during the abduction to stash Ortiz's Bible in a place where it would have been discovered eventually anyway. It is also difficult to imagine why I might have climbed a tree to stash my Bible in a place where it would have been found eventually anyway. The DOJ team conjectures that I hid it there because I wanted to leave the garden but did not want to take it with me. But I could have simply left my Bible in my room. If I planned to sneak off, I planned very badly, carrying my Bible and my Walkman to the garden with me. If my decision to leave the garden was, supposedly, a last-minute one, the DOJ doesn't address what prevented me from hiding my Bible as well as I apparently hid my Walkman, which was never found. The investigators speculate that I hid my Bible in a tree so that it would be kept out of view temporarily. That is how they explain that no one saw the Bible in the tree, although numerous people were searching the garden for me on the day of my disappearance. Somehow the tree was keeping the Bible temporarily invisible. But the next day, the tree supposedly allowed the Bible to be seen. The DOJ notes that my broken watch was found under the tree. Instead of considering that a sign of a struggle, I had told investigators that the band snapped when the Guat man grabbed my wrist. They argue that perhaps I broke it on a branch when I was climbing the tree to hide my Bible. In order to hide the Bible in the branch of the tree, Ortiz would have had to climb onto the branch. At this point the investigators might ask themselves, yes, so why would she go to all that trouble when it would have been so much easier to leave her Bible inside? And, if she was trying to sneak off, why be so careful to hide her Bible, then carelessly leave her watch under the tree in plain view? And this is the point where they're supposed to ask, was the Bible really found in a tree? And why did the police claim in their first report that they'd found no evidence at the site, then tell the press that a Bible, shawl, and watch were planted there the next day to make the abduction seem more real, retract that statement when they learned Darkin had already reported to the embassy that she'd found my shawl on November 2, and claim in a later report that students at the retreat house had found the Bible in a tree, making the abduction seem less real. Who is scrambling to hide things badly? The DOJ team had focused so much on whether the burn wounds on my back were in a pattern of rows because they wanted to make an argument beyond the one involving the t-shirt and the fact that the burn marks on it were not in a pattern. Some of the witnesses indicated that Ortiz's burns were arranged in a pattern on her back, suggesting that perhaps her back came in contact with a hot metal grate of some kind. The DOJ has no theories about what, exactly, this grate might be or why it might make burns the exact size and shape of cigarette butts. If the DOJ team could have found such a grate and proved that it existed in Guatemala in 1989, they might have compared the pattern of wounds that some of the witnesses supposedly said they saw on my back with the pattern of burns such a grate could have made. But the DOJ has not been able to specify what kind of a grate this might be or whether it has ever existed, let alone in Guatemala in 1989. Regarding the CIA draft document that was kept in embassy files, the document in which a source with personal knowledge says I was definitely abducted, the DOJ team insists, the document stated only that a CIA source, censored, had stated that Ortiz had been kidnapped as she claimed but probably not raped. The document actually says that I was probably abducted by the S2M Himaltenango Regional Military Intelligence Operatives. The DOJ reportedly interviewed the source of this information and also interviewed the CIA agent who worked with him, his handler. Frank Fountain and Roland had said the report was readily retraceable. It would seem, then, that, in speaking to Roland, whoever wrote the report must have admitted to it. But in the DOJ's version, the CIA agent who dealt with the source named in the document denied ever receiving any information from him about my case. The DOJ doesn't address how the document did get written, then, and by whom and who is lying and why. The source's assertion of the motive for my abduction is another piece of information investigators omit. Instead of including the source's suggestion that I was in contact with leftist guerrillas, which led to my abduction, the DOJ suggests there was no motive for my abduction at all, devoting a whole section of the report to the search for a motive. From the DOJ report, bad as it was, I learned several important things. The DOJ followed up on the information the former G2 officer had given about the Guat man, identifying him as Guillermo Fuentes Aragon. The DOJ team obtained a photograph of the Navy officer, and the officer does bear a strong resemblance to one of the sketches of Ortiz abductors. Later, the DOJ repeats, in fact, Fuentes does bear a strong resemblance to the sketch of Suspect No. 2 released to the press by Ortiz in May 1996. However, the DOJ team was able to determine that at the time of the abduction, the officer in question was attending a DEA-sponsored counter-narcotics course in Virginia. The DOJ claims that the Office of the Inspector General of the DEA reported that Fuentes attended an International Narcotics Enforcement Management Seminar, INEMS, at the DEA offices in Virginia from October 16, 1989, until November 10, 1989, but that virtually all official records of the seminar had been destroyed after 3 years. According to the graduation program and the DEA's International Alumni Directory, INEMS Class No. 65 was held in Arlington, Virginia, from October 16 to November 10, 1989. The graduation program and the class roster contain the names of 30 students, including Capitan Federico Gmo Aragon from Guatemala. The class photograph, which according to the class instructor, was taken during an excursion to the University of Virginia, depicts the 30 attendees, including Fuentes, as well as a DEA agent and an interpreter. While the DOJ says the names of those pictured were written on the back of the photograph, one obvious omission is the date. If the photograph wasn't taken on November 2, the photograph is no proof that Fuentes was not in Guatemala on that date. The fact that Fuentes' name appears in the graduation program is not proof that he was at graduation, and even if he were at a graduation ceremony in mid-November, that is no proof that he couldn't have traveled back to Guatemala before then. Given the reliability of the information confirming that Fuentes was in Virginia on November 2 and 3, 1989, Fuentes can safely be ruled out as a suspect in the Ortiz case, the DOJ concludes, completely illogically. The DOJ team does not even report asking the class instructor whether Fuentes was there during the entire duration of the course, nor does the DOJ report asking when the group photograph was taken. With a simple trip to the Library of Congress, the DOJ could have learned that Fuentes was in all probability in Guatemala, not in Virginia, on October 30, 1989. Diario Centroamerica, the official publication of the Guatemalan government, listed Fuentes Aragon as one of the men who received an award from the Guatemalan military in Guatemala on that date. Under Guatemalan Army regulations, recipients of awards must appear in person at ceremonies to claim their awards. Either Fuentes disobeyed military regulations, missing a chance to receive a prestigious award, the course in Virginia was over, Fuentes cut out early, or he was home for a long holiday weekend, a 4-day weekend, perhaps. According to CIA information, cited in the DOJ report, the course was over. Fuentes attended a month-long course in Virginia that took place in October. In addition to the former G2 officer who spoke to my lawyer Anna after the press conference in 1996, another former G2 collaborator has identified the Guat man as Fuentes. He worked closely with Fuentes for over a year and a half and identified him on the basis on my sketch. After examining the DOJ report, I had to think carefully about the agency's vested interests. In the margin of a declassified memo referring to the delay in the letters rogatory, the formal request by the Guatemalan government that I present my testimony before a U.S. court, a State Department official wrote, "The DOJ sat on this for other reason." The letters rogatory had taken nearly a year and a half to reach me. I had to wonder what other reason the Justice Department would have for sitting on the letters rogatory. Did the Department of Justice purposely delay my case in the Guatemalan court so that investigators could claim the trail had grown cold? If Fuentes was working for the DEA, he is listed in Guatemalan Army records as the G2's liaison with the DEA, and if Ruins was also involved in my torture, it would make sense that the DOJ initially hindered the investigation of my case in Guatemala and investigated so sloppily years later. Since the DEA is part of the DOJ, the LOJ would have had the embarrassing task of investigating one of its own wayward employees. A FOIA request I filed with the DEA in 1996 yielded a 22-page document about a DEA program known as Central American Drug Enforcement, Cadence. The document, which seems to contain instructions for DEA agents participating in the operation, mentions which captains to contact within D2 intelligence. Their names are blacked out. Several other large sections are blacked out in the document as well. Somewhere my name must be mentioned because that's how declassification works, you get documents with your name on them. But the section with my name must be blacked out. I have filed a FOIA request for the appendices to the DOJ report, which contain the photograph of Fuentes. The complete version of the report, including the unredacted interviews of CIA officials and the appendices, is mysteriously missing. The DOJ official in charge of processing FOIA requests says they are doing a massive search for the report in its entirety. Typically, such a report in its entirety would be sent to the DOJ's executive office, he said. But due to the level of secrecy, he assumed, certain sections of the report were held back. Where? No one knows. He says it is not typical not to be able to find a report. He has interviewed several people, all of whom are in the dark. He's trying to interview Dan Sakely. Officials can stall and lie, but the truth will eventually come out. A few years ago, Paul and I begged the Guatemalan government for the names of the military base commander in Huehuetenango from 1987 through 1989, for the person in charge of the Polytechnica in November 1989, for the commander of the military base in Chimaltenango. I now know all those names. All that information is available now from non-profit organizations in the United States, such as the National Security Archives and School of America's Watch. In Guatemala, human rights organizations and individuals are attempting to bring to justice the army officers who have massacred and tortured and assassinated so many people. Even though a peace agreement was signed in 1996, the offices of these organizations have been raided, and files and computers related to the lawsuits have been stolen. The Catholic Church compiled a 4-volume analysis of the human rights violations during the years of the war and attributed 89.7% of the violations to the Army and security forces. In April 1998, 2 days after the report was released, Bishop Juan Girardi, who had presented it to the public, was bludgeoned to death with a concrete block in his garage. 2 high-ranking members of the D2 were finally convicted. The 360 captured guerrillas secretly imprisoned and tortured were never turned over by the army. Presumably they, like Everardo, were murdered. Meanwhile, assassinations, abductions, and threats continue, and impunity is still virtually guaranteed. In the summer of 2001, an American nun, Bobby Ford, was shot to death in broad daylight in Guatemala City, where she had gone to purchase supplies for the rural indigenous community she was working with. The Guatemalan government and U.S. Embassy attributed the killing to common crime, saying the murderers wanted to steal her truck. But her truck was abandoned a few blocks away, in front of the police headquarters. The death squads are still operating, and the violence against unionists, human rights workers, campesino and youth leaders, educators, religious workers, exhumation teams, political leaders, and academics has reached levels not seen since the 1980s. And now, with the peace talks long over and the world's attention turned away, impunity seems guaranteed. But I believe that, just as I am obtaining more information about who harmed me, information about the atrocities in Guatemala will surface. It's inevitable. We have the records of which officers served where and when. Some people have reached places of safety where they can speak out. Eventually, Guatemala will be like Argentina. Even if no one is convicted for past crimes, their photographs can be plastered on billboards with the dates and details of what they did, and the names of their victims. And, as in Argentina, those responsible won't dare go out for a cup of coffee for fear of being confronted. If only we in the United States would hold our officials responsible as well. President Clinton made front-page headlines in 1999 saying, "What we did in Guatemala was wrong." Are a few words all we owe when we created and maintained an army that slaughtered hundreds of thousands? With that sort of impunity, what will keep us from doing it over and over again? Epilogue. During the week of June 26, 2000, went with 18 other survivors of torture to speak with an official of the National Security Council. We calculated that each of us would have about 3 minutes to tell what had happened to us and what changes we would like to see in U.S. policy. We were escorted to the pale green room in the old executive office building. The official spent 20 minutes giving us the architectural history of the room, pointing out details such as the molding around the ceiling. We shortened our talks accordingly. Survivors from the Philippines, Latin America, East Timor, and various African countries pleaded for an end to the funding and training of torturers. All but one of us had been tortured by security forces that had been trained or funded by the U.S. government. The official's pen was busy on his notepad as each survivor talked. He appeared to be taking notes. But he was drawing. I look for answers, still, in the Bible. I reread the miracle of the loaves and fishes not long ago, just by chance, letting the Bible fall open where it would. I no longer felt angry and confused, as I had in Chicago when the Bible kept opening to that parable. At last I understood. Jesus asks Philip how they could feed all the people gathered on the hillside. Philip is a man who can do the math. He does the calculations and knows exactly how many silver coins feeding the crowd will take. What he has, what they all have together, will never be enough. Back at Socasa, when I thought about putting my life back together and asked God for help, I knew it would take a miracle. Nothing and no one would ever be able to give me back what I had lost. The same went for the other survivors. And there was nothing I could do to heal Dolores, after her husband died, to bring Raul's wife, father, or sister back, to make Julio normal again. I couldn't undo their pasts. All I was left with was anger. I could offer a hug, maybe, or a smile. But their lives were changed. Forever. If those of us at Socasa had been like Philip, entirely logical, we might have killed ourselves. What I had to learn, though, is that math is not enough. You have to take into account the unexpected. As Graham Greene said, life is absurd. Therefore, there is always hope. Jesus accepted what there was, 5 loaves of bread and 2 fishes offered by a boy. He didn't complain or despair. He gave thanks to God for them, however insufficient they seemed, and he started passing them out. Take what you have, in an attitude of thankfulness, and give what you have, in an attitude of faith, and it will be enough. It will be more than enough. That was what God was trying to tell me in Chicago. I have forgiven God for not working some dramatic miracle. I've learned that God was working a quiet miracle all along, healing me through other people. I still have the horrible past with me. I carry it in my memory and in my skin, and I always will, but laid over it, like new skin over a wound, is a newer past, a past of caring and love. I still have nightmares sometimes, but every now and then I have a good dream. A couple of years ago I dreamed I was riding in a car with Sister Rita. We were on our way to help someone who was very sick. The road was icy and we were sliding all over. I was talking to the sick person on a cell phone. We were driving toward a mountain that rose up in the distance. "Hold on," I told the person who was sick. "Just hold on. The mountain is beautiful. As one improve, I have faith and hope and trust again, on my good days. But even on my good days, the smell of cigarette smoke reminds me of the burns the torturers inflicted on me. The sight of a man in uniform reminds me of the policeman. I jump if someone runs up behind me, and if someone stands too close or stares at me, I back away. I sleep with the light on. I ask people not to smoke, not to stare, not to talk about torture tactics in front of me, and not to invite me to movies that are violent. Some people, because I make these requests, have accused me of having an ungodly need to control. That's the way it is, and I imagine that's the way it will always be. I've learned to avoid situations that bring back the pain on my good days, when I'm feeling assertive. On my bad days I still say I should have died back in that prison, before I had to be used to inflict pain, before I had to make a choice about another human being's life or death. I still wish I had died. Not everyone reacts to torture like I did. As my college English teacher has told me, I was a fragile person to start with, an artistic type who would write poems on my exams and sit on the hillside writing songs with my guitar. Not everyone is like me. But no one ever fully recovers, not the one who is tortured, and not the one who tortures. Every time he tortures, the torturer reinforces the idea that we cannot trust one another, and that we cannot trust the world we live in. I'm sure the policeman doesn't believe in God or in his own goodness. In Guatemala now, years after the war has ended, torture is accepted as part of society. Many people who have tortured others are working as soldiers and police officers still. And torture continues, although the guerrillas no longer exist. Torture is used to oppress and terrorize people into conforming with the government's agenda. That's the risk of allowing torture to be used, ever, for any reason. It doesn't go away. As I write this, attorneys and journalists are advocating the legalization of torture in the United States. Over 1,000 people are being secretly detained, the majority on visa violations. The damage torture does can never be undone. If I survived for any reason, it is to say that. According to Amnesty International's statistics for 2001, more than 150 governments engage in torture or ill treatment. The number in 1999 was 114. I guess if I were entirely logical, I would despair. But the lessons of my torture didn't stick. I was supposed to have learned that I am powerless, that nothing I say or do can stop the torture. I was supposed to have learned despair. But I can't help hoping. I have faith in the unexpected, the miraculous, the power of people working together and of God working through us. I have to offer all I have and believe and hope it's enough. And I do. The present Clarissa gave me my razor blade made one more appearance with me at a conference. I had been invited to speak at Amnesty International's National Annual Meeting in Nashville, Tennessee, in April 2001. I showed the audience the razor blade, explaining that I used to carry it with me in my backpack and sleep with it under my pillow because that way, no matter what happened, I would never be captive to anyone again. My razor blade is here with me today for the last time, I announced to the audience. After today, I will give it to a friend who will dispose of it for me. I have dared to begin to trust other people instead of a piece of metal, to trust life instead of death. Looking out at your faces, I know. T will have the strength to go on, because the world will not be the way it's always been, or even the way it is now. It will change because you are. Degree 1 gave the razor blade to Meredith, and she buried it. I don't even know what city it's in. T dreamed the other night, as I often do, about the woman and the Linnell who were in the pit. They were crying. I didn't know why they crying. We were in the woods. Light green buds were on the trees, I could hear birds singing. I could hear the woman and the other Neonal who had been in the pit sniffling. They were looking at the base of a tree. I smelled lilacs, and I realized they had them in their hands. They began placing them at the base of a tree, where my razor blade was buried. They were marking the grave. They were weeping with joy because she was no longer with me.